Chapter 1. Marine Ford, with a grave expression, gazed down at the attending vice admirals and admirals Admiral Akiti, Kizuru, Akainu, and the strategist who, along with the candidate admirals Tantada and Momonosuke, were present. Except for a certain old scoundrel and a vice admiral on a mission, the rest had arrived beneath his frog-like glasses. Sengoku's demeanor was exceedingly serious as he surveyed the assembly and began his introduction. This island suddenly appeared near Reverse Mountain a day ago. Without any prior indication, the island is shrouded in dense jungle, as captured in photographs by our soldiers. The usually indolent Akiji also turned his gaze to the table. Our forces attempted to approach the island, but could only operate around its perimeter, unable to set foot on it. The Gorosei have already dispatched word the Navy must thoroughly investigate this matter. Sengoku felt overwhelmed. The situation with the Yonko and the New World had yet to stabilize, and the Navy was constantly entangled with their forces. The emergence of this new island, coupled with the Gorosei's directive for the Navy to conduct a probe, was indeed peculiar. Host detected as conscious information is being calibrated. Host located in the pirate world. Dungeon planner identity is bound, and Gran Forest has been deployed. Fang Fan awoke, immediately startled by the information flooding his mind. Wasn't I just playing with toxic milk powder? I just shattered the war god, and now I found myself in the pirate world with this dungeon game? Moreover, he held the identity of a planner. Damn it, I've been cursing those incompetent planners daily, and now karma has come back to bite me. He understood the necessity of his system for traversing worlds and swiftly accessed his system interface. Displayed before him were the words Adventurer Invitation, Marketplace, and Dungeon. Has the enhancement and amplification been consumed by this wretched system? Should I commence daily sign-ins and running, followed by a battle order? The first batch of adventure invitations has been distributed. Only by accepting an adventurer invitation can one activate the dungeon profession and become a warrior. Ignoring the system's reminder, Fang Fan couldn't help but gaze at the marketplace. This was reputed to be the cash-grabbing toxic milk powder. It went without saying that it would be filled with various money-sucking packages upon opening it. He was taken aback. Red and blue potions, Remy's assistance, drops from the river of forgetting, the blazing star magic box, the Grim Reaper's invitation, Terra stones, resurrection coins, and much more. There were also various epic gear, outfits, auras, and skills, albeit all in gray. Is that Naruto's time-space? Goodness, how long did Wang Daqian grind through the train? Nearly coughing up blood? Others graduated in the abyss, but Daqian graduated from the train. This was no mere exaggeration. Incredible system. However, the pricing section appeared quite intriguing. World points? Are world points linked to the number and quality of adventurers? The world points are derived from the number of individuals who become warriors in the pirate realm and progress in their dungeon professions. The greater the number, the swifter the advancement, and consequently, the more world points accumulated. It seems I must hasten to distribute the invitations. He glanced at his personal panel host, Fang Fan. Skills. All professional skills, activated skills, take effect when placed in the skill bar. World points, none. Dungeon, Glenwood Forest. His status was impeccably pristine. Then, let us commence with the first batch of invitations. I opt for a one-click distribution. Please have the host personally distribute them. Frustration enveloped him in the East Sea. Aboard the Going Merry, Nami navigated the vessel towards Cocoa Village. Alone, accustomed to her identity as a thief, a flicker of a dream stirred within her upon seeing Luffy and his crew. Yet, when she recalled her village, she bowed her head to the harshness of reality as the sea breeze caressed her. The memory of that formidable and menacing figure weighed heavily on her heart. Since Arlong and his crew had arrived in the village, Nami had lived in his shadow, an inescapable nightmare, a reality she felt powerless to confront. For the sake of her village, she bore humiliation and took the path of thievery truthfully. Luffy and his crew are remarkably reliable allies who... Nami was startled. She had confirmed the ship was empty before stealthily taking control. Do not be alarmed. I am above from a lookout atop the mast of the Going Merry, which would later serve as Zoro's training ground. Fang Fan observed Nami with keen interest. When did you board the ship? Nami tensed, adopting a defensive stance. There's no need for alarm for now. We are both guests aboard this vessel, and there is no reason for hostility between us. Nami eyed Fang Fan warily as he leapt down beside her from the narrative perspective. Nami should have saved enough money to return and barter with Arlong for her village. However, the treacherous rat of the Navy had colluded with Arlong, pilfering her hard-earned savings. Had she not appeared, Luffy and his crew would have arrived at the village to defeat Arlong. Fang Fan mused. Fortune favors me. I encounter members of the main cast so swiftly. Though he had not found Luffy, locating Nami was a fortuitous turn. Having secured Nami, who had bested the three formidable figures of the Straw Hat crew, what else could not be accomplished? Arlong will not grant you the opportunity to reclaim your village if you wish to retrieve it. I shall bestow upon you the strength to seize it yourself. What say you? Nami was taken aback. How could this man possibly know her circumstances? Before her, the young man conjured a golden-hued letter as if by magic. This is an invitation that will alter your fate. Open it, and your destiny shall transform. Who are you? Why do you present me with such a thing? Who am I? Fang Fan replied with a sly grin once. I was referred to as an adventurer, a warrior, the king of can openers. Later, they called me the hope of Kenina, the sacred guardian, the undying king. Boarding. Subsequently, I was known as the conqueror of Anton, the immortal king, the sovereign of Hebron, the guardian of orcs, the dragon's majesty, the chosen one, the celestial traveler, the sovereign of the skies, the conqueror of Sherlock, the master of chaos. Nami paused, bewildered. None of that matters anymore. You may call me Fang Fan. As for why I have bestowed upon you this power, it is the arrangement of destiny. Fate has orchestrated our meeting, destined me to grant you this power now. Tell me, will you accept this gift? Nami hesitated. It sounded utterly preposterous were it not for the inscrutable nature of Fang Fan. She would have seriously doubted his sanity. After all, you're the first person I have invited. Very well. Let me allow you to experience this power. As Nami gazed on in astonishment, the power inscribed on the invitation was activated. A luminous glow surged forth, darting like will-o'-the-wisps into Nami's mind. Endless darkness enveloped her. Yet within that darkness, countless stars began to coalesce, gradually converging upon her form. When the starlight coalesced into a luminous portal, Nami felt her body grow inexplicably light, as though an unseen restraint had been released from within. Aboard the Golden Mary, Nami gazed incredulously at her hands. This is my power. Her mind was suddenly filled with knowledge previously unknown to her. Magical star bullet. Heavenly strike. With a swift motion, she unleashed a star-shaped orb of light that surged forward, striking the adjacent railing. With a mere flick, she left a gaping crack the length of an arm in the railing. Such destructive power. The Mary. See? You are indeed capable of accepting my invitation. Fang Fan remarked with a smile. Now, adapt to this power quickly. The map of Grand Forest will soon be revealed. Strive to grow stronger, and do not perish within. With that, Fang Fan's figure scattered like leaves in the wind, vanishing from sight. Nami stood there, dazed, taking a while to regain her senses. This guy. She gazed at her hands, feeling utterly lost, and then turned her gaze toward the direction of Rogtown Grand Forest. What sort of place is that? This power. Her fists clenched tightly. The confusion in her eyes began to fade, gradually replaced by a flicker of determination. I wonder if I can truly defeat him. Having secured Nami, Fang Fan set off toward Rogtown. Rogtown had the navy, and among them, he held high hopes for Smoker and Tashija. Moreover, there was a formidable figure nearby, capable of summoning the river crab divine beast with a mere reversal of his name. Such individuals were not to be overlooked at this moment. Buggy had recently faced defeat and was hiding on a secluded island near Rogue Town, having been vanquished by Luffy. Buggy found himself at a loss as to what to do next. His abilities were evident, yet he was unwilling to relinquish his dream of treasure hunting. Captain Buggy, trouble is brewing. A man is approaching us from the sky. What? Buggy exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. In the office of Sengoku, not long ago, the five elders summoned the Marine Admiral, their expressions grave as they imparted critical news. An island had emerged in the East Sea. Near Reverse Mountain, the Navy was compelled to send personnel to ascertain the situation on this island. It was perplexing why the five elders would show such interest in a newly surfaced island and instruct the Admiral to investigate. How did they even become aware of this island's existence? Had the intelligence capabilities of the CP organization reached prophetic levels? A newly emerged island in the New World was hardly a cause for alarm yet. The attention of the five elders was unmistakable. Sengoku chose not to delve deeper into the matter, judging by the indifferent and expressionless faces of the vice admirals. None of them were eager to take on this task. Engaging with pirates was within their expertise. Matters of exploratory nature were typically the domain of the world government. Sengoku understood their sentiments, yet opted not to address them directly. Upon receiving the order, he noticed that the five elders spoke of this island with veiled caution. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding what secrets this island might hold. Since we cannot approach, let us enact the demon destruction order and obliterate it. We shall conquer it first and inquire later, a hawkish general suggested without hesitation. Instead of convening to deliberate, we could be out at sea capturing more pirates. Ah, how terrifying. Even the five elders are concerned about this matter, Kizaru remarked lazily while trimming his nails, showing no sign of worry. Akainu, on the other hand, lowered his hat's brim, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Akiji intently studied the photograph for an extended period. Our discussion primarily revolves around investigating the island. Our personnel cannot set foot on it. What of others? Saru articulated, prompting a collective realization among the vice admirals. If we cannot land on this island, we cannot investigate it. If our navy is unable to land, what of the pirates? Sengoku pondered aloud. As of now, there have been no reports of pirates making landfall on the island. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a command. Continue monitoring this island, Squirrel. Fulfill your current assignment and make a trip to the EC next. As the scene unfolded, Fang Fan soared through the air and soon spotted Buggy, who had been defeated by Luffy with a bright red nose and a whimsical clown hat, a wide grin, and a costume reminiscent of a vibrant rainbow. Fang Fan easily recognized him amidst the crowd. After all, such a distinctive red nose was impossible to overlook. Could it be that an old adversary has come to confront me? Bucky instinctively felt the urge to flee, but the thought of abandoning his recently recovered subordinate was too humiliating. Fang Fan floated gracefully toward him. Who are you? I am merely an admirer, one who holds you in great esteem. As Fang Fan descended before Bucky, a smile graced his face as he appraised him in the vast world of pirates. The man favored by fortune was not merely a fluke. Though terrifyingly weak in strength, he had ultimately risen to the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Bucky, a former crew member of the Pirate King Roger, was known to infamous pirates such as Whitebeard, Shiki, and Mihawk. Shanks even regarded Bucky as a comrade and had extended an invitation for him to join his ship. Had he accepted, the dynamics of the 4 emperors could have been dramatically altered. The combination of Shanks' prowess and Bucky's luck was indeed fascinating. What is this? Is this fellow truly my fan? Bucky's mind began to race, but why don't I recall anyone like him on the seas, especially one who can fly? Could it be that he genuinely admires me? Fang Fan cut to the chase. Bucky, I know of a place where a trove of treasures is hidden. Would you care to embark on an adventure? Treasures. Here, take this map. Fang Fan handed over 2 invitations, and then, like a gust of wind, he vanished. As Bucky grasped the invitation, he was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious force. The 8 daggers on his back shimmered with silver light, marking the birth of his underground profession at the marine base in Lowtown. A messenger entered with a document in hand. Admiral Smoker, here is an invitation for you and Lieutenant Tashiji. Please sign for an invitation. With a cigar clamped between his teeth, Smoker's stern gaze was clouded with confusion. An invitation? Could it be for a gathering hosted by the local nobility? Set it aside. Understood. After 1 round, I still have 3 left. This pace is rather slow. With each invitation Fang Fan distributed, he generously included an additional one for them to extend to others. Who else in the East Blue can I invite? Preferably someone with a bit more power. Revolutionary Dragon, my subordinate Bartolomeo. Fang Fan diligently recalled characters from the East Blue storyline when, in the distance, he suddenly spotted a small coffin ship. The corners of the ship were adorned with white candles, atop which flickered eerie green flames. The cold man sat with his legs crossed, clad in medieval attire that exuded a Gothic aesthetic. His icy eyes remained unchanged, seemingly devoid of any emotion. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, languidly sat aboard his vessel, a sense of ennui enveloping him. Oh, look what I have stumbled upon, a grand treasure, he mused, as he beheld the man for whom Shanks had wagered an arm, alongside a commendable swordsman. The journey through the East Blue appeared far less tedious than anticipated. His gaze drifted toward the horizon, when suddenly, a figure materialized in the sky. Ah, Mihawk, are you feeling bored from the lack of worthy opponents? Who are you? He inquired, his composure unshaken, his body remaining still. I am but a humble challenger. You may call me Fang Fan. Are you seeking to elevate your swordsmanship? Do you wield a sword? Mihawk raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Fang Fan, only to discover he bore no weapon. My proficiency with a sword is of little consequence yet. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, would you care to witness a higher realm of swordsmanship? With a piercing gaze, the hawk-eyed warrior emanated an indomitable aura of battle. Youngster, he warned, speaking carelessly comes at a cost. Do you wish to engage me in combat? Engage? I fear that should I strike, I might inadvertently bring your life to an end. Nevertheless, in consideration of your tenuous status as a formidable adversary, I shall grant you 2 additional invitation cards. As the hawk-eyed warrior accepted the invitations, his profession was instantly activated. A surge of purple energy enveloped his left hand. A chilling aura emanating from within, as a force not belonging to him coursed through his being. In an instant, his right hand rested upon the knight, the intent of his sword radiating a fierce clarity. Yet, just as the spectral energy was on the verge of erupting, an ethereal iron ring materialized in his grasp. The restless energy and the simmering intent to kill dissipated in an instant. Observing his surroundings, the hawk-eyed warrior sensed something new within his mind. Ghost slash, ascending strike. Ghost swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Fang Fan nodded, much like a diligent farmer inspecting his prized cabbage. Indeed, the path of the ghost swordsman is certain for you. However, I wonder how you shall choose to advance in your profession. Fang Fan inquired, how does this newfound power feel? I can sense great potential within it, he replied. Yet at present, this strength offers me little assistance. Truly, a formidable being of the seas possesses a discerning eye. Within the depths of the dungeon, the power of the ghost hand derives from Kazan, also known as Kazan syndrome. However, this power often spirals out of control, necessitating the use of iron chains for restraint. As the strength of the ghost swordsman escalates, the attitude towards the ghost hand ultimately dictates the chosen profession. Opting for the berserker path entails shedding the constraints of the chains, thereby unleashing the full might of the ghost hand, becoming an unbridled force, untethered by the heavens or the earth. Choosing the sword soul means entirely relinquishing the ghost hand's power, relying solely on swordsmanship to shatter all techniques with a single stroke. Selecting the ghost cry entails fully embracing the spectral powers within the ghost hand, becoming an envoy of the ghostly deities. Opting for the Azura path means sacrificing one's sight in exchange for the power of sensory waves, transforming into a magical warrior of ascending strikes. Choosing the sword shadow allows one to wield ethereal sword techniques in tandem with phantoms, moving with the swiftness of lightning across the battlefield. Fascinating. The power of the ghost hand, an unprecedented swordsmanship. His heart swelled with excitement, the fervor of battle igniting within him. Drawing forth the mighty blade of the night, he lunged forward with a fierce slash. As the blade cleaved through the air, a dark purple mark materialized, exuding a chilling aura. This is the demon slash. Simultaneously, a verdant arc of cleaving energy surged forth, resembling a crescent moon, hurtling towards the horizon. This is the prowess of the world's foremost swordsman. As Fang Fan observed the slicing strike hurtling towards him, he remained utterly unfazed. You possess 2 invitation cards that can assist others in awakening this power. Keep up the good work, I have faith in you. The strike whizzed past Fang Fan as he gradually took flight into the distance, relying on his instantaneous movement. Hawkeye's gaze burned with intensified combat spirit as he watched Fang Fan's receding figure, yet he had no intention of pursuing him at that moment. Contemplating the somewhat grotesque hand of a specter on his left arm, Hawkeye fell into a thoughtful silence. With 4 individuals activated, the map of the shadowy forest had been unveiled. Fang Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the fact that only 4 had been activated. Nami, Smoker, Dasky, Buggy, and Mihawk. Surely this amounted to at least 5 individuals. Where were Smoker and Dasky? Fang Fan's expression darkened considerably. Must I personally deliver these 2 invitations? Little does he know that the 2 invitations he sent were discarded as waste by Smog, only to be retrieved later from the refuse. As for this Yerlita, Fang Fan's memory is somewhat hazy. Was there such a figure in the early days of piracy? Wait a moment. Could it be that narcissist who consumed the slippery fruit? The one who proclaims herself as the most beautiful woman upon the seas, yet is actually freckled, corpulent, and possesses a vicious temperament? It seems so. It appears that Buggy had allied with her during his time in the East Blue. Suddenly, Fang Fan realized that Buggy had efficiently dispatched the invitations in one go. Perhaps he should send him more next time. Never mind that for now. Let us consult the map. At the instant the dungeon was activated, a resounding voice echoed throughout the East Blue. The forest of Gran has been opened. All brave warriors are urged to prepare for the challenge. A wave of confusion swept over the inhabitants of the entire East Blue. The sudden sound led them to momentarily believe it was merely a figment of their imagination. Grand Forest? What manner of place is this? A fierce gust swept through, revealing a figure clad in an olive green robe. Their expression cold and marked by a red checkered tattoo. Could it be that forbidden island near Upside Down Mountain? Clarity must be sought swiftly. If this signifies the power of the world government, preparations must be made without delay. In Rowtown, Smoker puffed on a thick cigar, the smoke swirling around him. Das Bones. The voice we heard earlier, he began. Hey, we all heard that voice. I'm not inquiring whether you heard it. How did the townsfolk react? Has anyone been dispatched to investigate? Das Bones stood at attention and saluted. I will send someone to investigate immediately. Good. The findings must be compiled into a report. This matter is peculiar, and headquarters will undoubtedly send personnel to inquire. Smoker instructed, turning to a nearby soldier. What is the status of that inaccessible island? No signs of anyone entering. Continue monitoring. Yes. As he watched Das Bones depart, he returned to his slumber, soon drooling upon the documents beside him. Meanwhile, aboard a ship in the East Sea, Buggy was brimming with excitement. He tossed a knife with a flourish, his floating form approaching the enchanting Eureka. Eureka, there must be treasure on that island. Are you not tempted? Captain Buggy, this invitation is shrouded in mystery, granting us powers akin to the devil fruits. So of course I am intrigued. However, none of us have heard of Grand Forest. Acting recklessly would be unwise. That is a fair point. So, what do you propose? Let us act together. All right. Shall we invite Buggy to form a team? Yes or no? Yes. The space twisted like a vortex, and the figures of Buggy and his companion vanished from sight. In the shadowy depths of the forest, scattered goblins were patrolling. The dense foliage surrounded them, with wild strawberry trees towering overhead, though the fruit had long been harvested by some unseen creature. Not a single bird could be seen resting upon the lofty grand trees. Oh yeah. Nami unleashed magical star bullets with reckless abandon, striking down the goblins. There was no time to hesitate. They charged forward boldly. Yet, the incessant "oh yeah" made Fang Fan wonder if wizards in the pirate world ever used blue magic. Could it be that Nami possessed an innate talent for sorcery? In the shadows, Fang Fan remained inscrutable. An invitation could awaken one's vocation. Each individual experienced a distinct awakening. Yet one certainty prevailed. The invitation activated the most potent potential within each person, intertwining with the unique characteristics of dungeon professions to form a vocation. In the original tale, Nami utilized the scientific artifact known as the weather stick, which manifested as a form of magical assault. However, this was grounded in scientific principles, falling within the realm of rationality. Presently, it appeared that the denizens of the demon realm eschewed all semblance of reason. Behind Nami, swathes of goblins lay vanquished. Occasionally, a few green goblins managed to approach her or hurled flaming goblins her way, posing some minor inconveniences. She had never felt such exhilaration. The sensation of wielding power was exquisite and utterly enthralling. Once I acquire more skills, I shall surely defeat Eren and reclaim the village. Nami's fighting spirit ignited, her innate combat talent gradually awakening. What is this stick? She discovered a luminous object beneath the corpse of a goblin. It was a gray wooden staff, and had it not emitted a faint glow, she might have overlooked it entirely. A practice staff? Upon picking it up, the staff's information, much like the knowledge she had gleaned from the forest of Gran, imprinted itself in her mind. Mage's practice staff casting speed 3 magical attack 15 hit rate 2 critical hit rate 2 heavenly strike LV 1 simply focus on your practice. Leave the rest to me. The staff creator, Shalon. A weapon for mages? It was fortuitously suited for her use. Upon grasping the staff, she found that the previously inaccessible heavenly strike was now at her disposal. Indeed, the forest of Gran was wondrous. That man did not deceive me. With a casual gesture, she unleashed a heavenly strike, launching 3 goblins into the air. Following that, a magical projectile silenced the wails of 3 goblins, trapping them in midair. An ever-increasing number of goblins fell, and suddenly a surge of power erupted within Nami, pushing the surrounding monsters away. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 2. In contrast to Nami's fervor, Eagle Eye wielded a dagger of arm's length, dispatching goblins with singular precision. Observing these reckless goblins, he furrowed his brow. He held no interest in toying with weaklings. He merely sought to conclude this tiresome battle swiftly. Each time he passed by these creatures, they flocked toward him. Yet, in the dungeon, if the monsters were not thoroughly eradicated, one could not proceed to the next chamber. Thus, he was compelled to eliminate the goblins one by one with his small blade. Consequently, upon reaching level 4, an ominous aura emanated from the next door. At last, would he encounter a formidable adversary? Swiftly vanquishing the goblins, they entered the next chamber. Before them loomed a colossal bull-headed beast, towering over 10 meters in height. Its muscular arms exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation, brimming with untamed ferocity. The pale fur that adorned its form hinted at its wild nature, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who dared approach. The bull-headed giant, both Baki and Yalata, filled with exhilaration, hurled their throwing knives, some of which struck the goblins, sending them into the air. This brought to Fang Fan's attention for the first time that a peculiar transformation had occurred in the world of pirates regarding the presence of toxic milk powder. The profession of sharpshooter was traditionally associated with an individual armed with a pistol. Moreover, as one progressed through various career choices, the weapon wielded would inevitably differ. The gunner would possess a hand cannon, the mechanic an automatic pistol, the roving gunslinger a revolver, and the munitions expert a rifle crossbow. all of which fell under the category of firearms. Yet, when it came to buggy, there were no pistols in sight. But an endless supply of daggers had indeed emerged. One could not help but think of the transformation of the Gatling gun into a Gatling dagger barrage. This aroused Fang Fan's curiosity. If later on Baki were to transition to a gunsmith, could it be that the laser cannon fires elongated daggers? How else could one explain the levitating effect of the floating bomb being conferred upon the dagger, enabling it to keep goblins suspended in the air? Yalata, behold my newfound ability. Quite impressive, isn't it? Baki boasted, while on the other side, Yalata had just dispatched a horde of goblins with her demonic slash. Elegantly wielding her wolf's fang club, Baki hastened to eliminate these monsters so we can strive to reach level 5 sooner. Haha, behold Baki the Great's missile. Although the difficulty had considerably increased in team mode, under Baki's fortuitous influence, the two swiftly ascended to level 4. What is this? Yalata caught sight of a fruit tree nearby, adorned with round fruit resembling pineapples. Thunder tree fruit, a mysterious force from the thunder tree upon use. It generates an explosive effect capable of knocking down all nearby creatures without harm. A frisbee? A stone? None could compare to a thunder tree fruit's initial joy for 8 million warriors. An explosive effect upon being thrown? Yalata observed the excited Baki, who was tossing the fruit up and down in his palm. The joy of 8 million warriors, could this fruit possess some extraordinary power? A slight smile graced her lips as she hurled it towards the nearby minotaur. With a tremendous boom, 2 minotaurs and a goblin fell to the ground, and even Baki, the levitating man, was not spared. You scoundrel! Yalata, you nearly brought about my demise. Baki's head floated over, exuding arrogance as it drew near Yalata, visibly furious. Yet you remain unscathed, don't you? What this suddenly, a massive shadow loomed in the distance, the colossal form of a minotaur beast appearing before Baki and his companion. Its size rivaled that of a sea king, nearly causing Baki's dagger to slip from his grasp. They had fought their way here, entirely oblivious to the fact that they had entered the lair of the boss monster. Nanny, this is the monster's leader? Baki trembled in fear, while Yalata, with her wolf's fang club in hand, charged forward. Baki, stab it with your dagger. You fool, are you suggesting we rush in and meet our doom? That creature is akin to a sea king. Yalata's figure grew increasingly distant, undeterred, as Baki felt a surge of unwillingness. How can this be? I am not one to cower in fear. Scoundrel beast, taste my floating dagger. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, an urgent message from the East Sea had arrived. A myriad of reports converged in the hands of Sengoku, who, astute as he was, quickly linked them together. The Forest of Gran? This implies that the mysterious island could very well be the Forest of Gran. Who is qualified to undertake the challenge? The Navy or the pirates? A voice emerged from the telephone book. It remains uncertain. However, if anyone emerges from within, our team will certainly detect it. Continue surveillance. After a moment of contemplation, Admiral Sengoku picked up the telephone bug once more. Moshi, what orders do you have for me, Admiral Sengoku? Usopp. Abandon your current mission and make haste to the East Sea. Admiral, I am already en route to the East Sea. Very well. Execute your task diligently. Admiral Sengoku, with a furrowed brow, felt the weight of his responsibilities while a nearby goat quietly munched on grass. News of a mysterious island emerging from the upside-down mountain reverberated through the East Sea, enveloping it in an air of intrigue. The pirates and inhabitants of the East Sea engaged in fervent discussions regarding the enigmatic sound. Curiosity, suspicion, and conspiracy theories flourished amidst the chatter. How peculiar it was that an island had materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a resonant voice echoing across the sea. Could it be that some divine entity was on the brink of revelation? What nonsense! Surely it must be some individual wielding extraordinary powers, one remarked. Are you suggesting a devil fruit ability? Does such a thing truly exist? I've never heard of any fruit capable of conjuring an entire forest, especially upon the ocean. Your ignorance is astonishing. I heard from a cousin serving in the Navy that the devil fruits of this world harbor the powers of demons. Consuming a particular fruit grants one a unique ability. Perhaps someone has ingested the island fruit and transformed into an island. Among the cacophony of voices, a frowning swordsman with green algae-like hair and a three-sword style stood out. Beside him were Sanji, clad in a black suit and puffing on a cigarette. The timid Usopp in brown suspenders, and Luffy, who surveyed the crowd with keen interest. Luffy, they are all discussing the sudden appearance of the island and that voice. Yes, I know. It must be a fascinating island, worth our daring exploration. Hee. Luffy chuckled merrily, displaying no concern for the loss of the Going Merry. Luffy, Let us not rush into the matter of Adventure Island. We should first locate the Golden Mary, Usopp suggested cautiously. Luffy paused for a moment. Despite his carefree demeanor, he possessed moments of profound insight. Nami is the navigator I have chosen. She must have her reasons for taking the ship. We must find her first. As the crowd engaged in conversation, the skies over the East Sea resonated with the sounds emanating from the underground city. Congratulations to Hawkeye Mihawk for achieving the first clear of the shadowy forest, earning a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Concurrently, all the inhabitants of the East Sea looked up, witnessing the once azure sky transform into a reflective mirror, where a striking figure suddenly emerged. Armed with a dagger, he effortlessly felled a massive bull-headed beast to the ground. The scene ultimately froze upon the visage of this figure. Who is this individual? Has he vanquished a formidable sea creature? Nevertheless, a considerable number of people immediately recognized Hawkeye. At the Marine branch in Rogue Town, Smoker fixated on that silhouette. It is indeed Hawkeye Mihawk. How could he be on that island? Although the number of notorious pirates in the East Sea is scarce, there are still those who can identify the world's greatest swordsman. The entire East Sea erupted in excitement. The image of Hawkeye appearing in the sky was nothing short of astonishing. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What does the first clear of the shadowy forest signify? What does 2,000 gold coins entail? Is Mihawk truly on the island known as Grand Forest? Could it be that only the great swordsman is permitted to enter that island? Nearby Grand Forest, a couple of small boats drifted quietly. In the shadowy forest, Fang Fan's figure floated beside Hawkeye like a specter. In the open space outside Grand Forest, Hawkeye's gaze shifted to Fang Fan. Truly deserving of the title of the world's greatest swordsman, his speed is remarkable. Now at level 5, you should be able to learn new techniques. So, shall we learn a new technique before continuing? Or shall we directly challenge the monsters ahead? Hawkeye's eyes were devoid of emotion, yet a spark ignited within. New techniques? 3/strike. Execute a 3-hit slash attack on the forward enemy while sliding. Earthquake Wave Sword. Rapidly unleash a non-attribute wave sword towards the enemy ahead, capable of knocking them back and causing them to fall. The size of the wave sword increases with the skill level. The techniques that emerged in his mind stirred Hawkeye's spirit. These sword techniques are indeed intriguing. However, their destructive power is rather minimal for someone of his caliber. Yet, such remarkable techniques opened his eyes wide. These are merely beginner techniques. Your current level is too low to learn the true skills. Too low a level? Hawkeye furrowed his brow. What level is required to begin learning the true techniques? The genuine techniques will be discussed once you advance your class. For now, focus on leveling up diligently. Just as Fang Fan was about to depart, Hawkeye's right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, brimming with combat intent. Now, let me witness the so-called ultimate technique of yours, young man. Through his observation haki, he sensed the immense power contained within Fang Fan. To challenge greater heights is the only way to propel his swordsmanship forward. As I beheld Hawkeye's unwavering fighting spirit, it seemed he would not relent until his objectives were achieved. Fang Fan paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. It appears you have not endured a severe beating. Are you certain? Hawkeye remained silent, responding instead with his hands gripping the formidable blade. Ah, indeed. Time passed swiftly, and 1 minute later, Hawkeye sat slumped against a massive rock, bloodied and battered, with a humanoid pit carved behind him. The great sword plunged into the earth. Fang Fan observed Hawkeye with a grin, casually brushing off a corner of his attire. Mihawk, how do you find this technique? Impressive. Not merely impressive, it is utterly extraordinary. Even the man proclaimed to be the strongest in the world would likely falter before such might. I had just witnessed a technique of the swordsmanship, where phantasmal light coalesced at the point of the strike, delivering a total of 32 slashes, yet the full force was only unleashed in the final blow. Such a unique and terrifying swordsmanship is unheard of. This is merely a fraction of my power. Let us consider it a somewhat advanced technique. The Phantom Sword Dance indeed only qualifies as somewhat advanced in the later stages. Who would not practice the Phantom Sword Dance, drawing their blade with such fervor? Merely being advanced renders it this formidable. Hawkeye was rendered speechless. In the realm of swordsmanship, failure is not to be feared. What is truly dreadful is the loss of faith and challenge. Perhaps, before me lies a new world of swordsmanship. I thank you for granting me a glimpse into this new domain of skill. In this encounter, I concede defeat. In terms of destructive power and ultimate techniques, Hawkeye certainly possesses other moves yet to be unleashed. However, defeat is defeat. No excuses are necessary. Fang Fan waved dismissively. aware that Hawkeye harbored many techniques he had yet to reveal. Yet, those untested moves are merely trivialities. Your talent is commendable. I hope you can evolve into a true swordmaster. Drawing the sword from the earth, his gaze fixed intently on his left hand. Come now. Do not accuse me of bullying you. This vial of elixir will aid in your swift recovery. If you aspire to reach greater heights in swordsmanship, continue to challenge yourself through this forest. Mihawk rose slowly, deep in thought. One day, I shall discover my own supreme path of the sword. Having dealt with Hawkeye, Fang Fan glanced around. In the other maps, Nami struggled to leap and roll, encountering a Minotaur elite that would surely consume her time. Meanwhile, Buggy and Alvida completed their own challenges shortly after Hawkeye's success. They too had heard the announcement of Hawkeye's triumph. Buggy couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined the world's #1 swordsman would join us. Is he also contending with those goblin-like creatures? Upon contemplating the prowess of the world's foremost swordsman, Buggy felt an unexpected sense of relief. Oh, Buggy, your speed in clearing levels is quite commendable. Is it you? Buggy grew wary, sensing that this young man harbored ulterior motives, yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Do not be so tense. I come bearing gifts. Fang Fan spread his hands, indifferent to any romantic inclinations. What do you mean by stepping back? Are you serious? Here, this is your reward for clearing the level. He tossed a fiery star box to each of them, explaining nonchalantly, each time a level is completed, you are entitled to 1 fiery star box. Today marks my first delivery. Such generous rewards may not come again. Indeed, it is an initial benefit. Yarlita gazed at Fang Fan, curious about the contents. Fang Fan snapped his fingers, tossing 2 magical hammers to the pair. An excellent inquiry. What lies within? I cannot predict what you may uncover. Skills, equipment, materials, costumes. The possibilities are endless. You might even discover items that grant resurrection. Resurrection. Buggy stammered, as if he had just sipped scalding water. Momentarily at a loss for words. You will soon find out. Now, Buggy, let us see what you will unveil. Meanwhile, Hawkeye wandered aimlessly through the forest, taking one step after another. Before long, he noticed something amiss. The surrounding trees were gradually thinning, and patches of moss and large boulders began to appear on the ground. As he continued, the terrain became more even. In the distance, he spotted an old man tending to a fire pit. This forest, it seemed, was not devoid of other inhabitants. Notification: you have entered the Elven defense line. Suddenly, a piece of information surfaced in his mind, prompting Hawkeye to quicken his pace. Welcome. I am the finest blacksmith around. Greetings, I am a swordsman. Might you direct me to where I can learn advanced sword techniques? Hawkeye inquired earnestly. Linus chuckled heartily. What an eager young man. To learn more advanced techniques, you must seek the Elder of GSD. Where can I find the GSD Elder? That is of no immediate concern. I am in need of a few cat demon claws. If you could retrieve some for me, I would be immensely grateful. Hawkeye paused, understanding the weight of the unspoken exchange. To witness the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he deemed the trials ahead to be worthwhile. Let us work, pirate. Where can I collect cat demon claws? Venture deep through the dark, dense forest, and you shall encounter the cat demons. Notification: congratulations. You have received 1,000 invitations from the Abyssal Demon. Buggy gazed at the suddenly acquired invitations, perplexed. Invitations? Abyssal Demon? What manner of thing is this? He stared, fragmented, at the 1,000 invitations floating in midair, turning to Fang Fan and inquiring, could it be that these are truly sent by a demon? Fang Fan sighed in response, indeed. The God of Fortune is quite remarkable. The server has barely launched, and already the second version of the Abyss Demon has made its appearance. And what a grand entrance it is, with 1,000 invitations. Good heavens, will Buggy not become a grinding master? Oh, Buggy, this is a treasure indeed. Something that cannot be easily sought after. I advise you to preserve it well. What exactly is its purpose? Fang Fan laughed heartily. You shall discover its significance in due time. It is even more precious than the resurrection coins obtained by Hawkeye. But for now, continue your leveling up. Ahem. Let us not digress. Civilization is for you, me, and him. May you level up quickly and strive to find the treasure maps soon. In comparison to Hawkeye's resurrection coins and Remy's assistance, Buggy's invitations are indeed far superior. A handful of healing potions and resurrection coins pale in comparison to the Abyss. Resurrection coins are common, but golden glimmers are rare. Thus, Buggy, under Fang Fan's persuasion, pressed onward into the depths of the shadowy forest. The Marine's intelligence quickly relayed the information to Sengoku. Are you certain you're not joking? Sengoku exclaimed, leaping from his chair to address the transponder snail with urgency. Yes, Admiral. The entire East Blue can hear that voice and witness the spectacle of Hawkeye's defeat of the colossal beast. What is it, Sengoku? Inquired his aide, Tsuru, puzzled by the rare display of discomposure from the strategist. Could there be some unusual activity from the four emperors in the New World? Just moments ago, news arrived that Hawkeye had engaged a young man on the island of Gran, only to be defeated in an instant. What? The atmosphere in the Admiral's office became tense. That was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. According to the intelligence received, Mihawk was vanquished in just 2 moves. Sengoku dropped a figurative bombshell in the otherwise tranquil office, while a sword-wielding rear admiral slammed his hands on the table in disbelief. Are you certain you did not misread? Only 2 moves. Indeed. The expression beneath the frog-like glasses was grave as he stated. Our agents only captured a profile of the young man, and upon comparison, we found that neither the Navy, nor pirates, nor civilians have ever encountered him before. It's as if. Tsuru interlaced her fingers, adopting a contemplative demeanor, and interjected, it's as if this island, known as Gran, is a mystery unto itself. Furthermore, prior to this incident, Hawkeye had defeated a colossal beast on Gran, as conveyed by the complete intelligence from the East Blue. Confirming that Nami will require some time to complete her mission, Fang Fan gazed towards the direction of Rogue Town. Smoker, you lack discipline. How dare you disregard my invitation? At the Rogue Town Naval Base, a messenger entered the office. Report. We have received the latest intelligence from the other side of Reverse Mountain. What is it? It has been confirmed that the individuals appearing on the island of Grand Forest include the Warlord of the Sea, Dracula Mihawk, the Pirate Clown Buggy, the Pirate Iron Stick Alvida, and an unidentified young man. Has this information been forwarded to headquarters? Yes, it has been sent. Excellent. You may leave. Smoker puffed on his cigar, the office enveloped in a haze of smoke. The sudden emergence of an island, accompanied by bizarre sounds and images, was indeed a matter of great significance. He hoped that Vice Admiral would arrive soon. Otherwise, the naval forces here would be insufficient against Mihawk. The involvement of a warlord of the sea suggested that the situation was complicated. How did Buggy and Alvida manage to get there? Did Mihawk bring them along? After pondering for a while, Smoker deemed this possibility quite likely. But why would Mihawk take Buggy with him, if he had indeed brought them? Why were they absent from the images? It was perplexing. Just as he was about to step outside for a stroll, he felt a sudden chill on his back. When did someone else enter the office? Who? Smoker drew his weapon, ready for combat. The cigar in his mouth had yet to be finished, and a wisp of smoke curled upward, adding a touch of charisma to his otherwise rough demeanor. Fang Fan, having teleported here with the swiftness of a sorcerer, cut straight to the chase. Young Smoker, there's no need to be tense. Please answer me a question. Have you received the invitation I sent you? Yes, the very one I am holding. Fang Fan deliberately displayed the invitation for Smoker to see. Smoker was unsure of the stranger's identity. Yet he understood that anyone capable of appearing here without warning must possess considerable strength. This invitation seems somewhat familiar. You breached my naval base merely for an invitation? Smoker declared sternly, not immediately resorting to violence. On one hand, he could not gauge Fang Fan's strength on the other. He recalled with certainty that this person had never appeared on any bounty poster in the East Blue. Otherwise, did you come all this way just for me, Smoker? Fang Fan gazed at the endearing figure before him, having sensed upon entering that the 4 invitations he had sent were carelessly mingled among the stacks of documents beside the office. These invitations possessed the power to awaken a professional vigor, yet here they were, lost in a chaotic heap. Infuriating. An invitation? Smoker was taken aback, suddenly recalling the items delivered earlier. What connection does this invitation have with you? This invitation is one I sent to you and to Shiji for the Grand Forest. How disappointing that you didn't even bother to glance at it, he remarked, locking eyes with Fang Fan, who suddenly seemed to trigger a realization in Smoker, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. You are one of those from Grand Forest Island. Smoker felt as though fate itself was playing a cruel jest upon him. Just a moment ago, he was investigating the enigmatic individuals associated with Grand Forest, and now, here stood one right before him. What did you say? This invitation was sent by you? Not by those nobles in town. Fang Fan suddenly grasped the truth. This fellow genuinely did not recognize that it was he who had dispatched the invitations. At that moment, the office door burst open with a resounding bang as Tashigi entered. Colonel Smoker, there's trouble. The unidentified young powerhouse from Grand Forest Island has defeated Mihawk in just 2 moves. Tashigi, sword in hand, fixed her gaze on Fang Fan and demanded loudly, "Who are you?" "Fear not, Dashiji. If all goes as expected. I am the very young powerhouse from Grand Forest you speak of," Fang Fan declared boldly, feeling no trepidation as he stepped into the naval base, as if returning home, eager to remain within its confines. "Since you have yet to accept the invitation, allow me to assist you." Without waiting for their reactions, Fang Fan deftly sent forth two invitations that soared towards Dashiji and Smoker simultaneously. Both felt an unfamiliar surge within, causing their minds to momentarily falter. Ghost Slash? What sort of ability is this? Very well, you two are now recipients of the invitations. Consider those I previously sent as a welcoming gift from me to the Navy. Do remember to arrive at Grand Forest for the challenge soon. Currently, it appears your Navy is rather short-staffed with that. Fang Fan began to fade from view, leaving Smoker and Tashiji momentarily dazed. His words lingered, along with the sudden influx of power within them. Smoker's left hand unexpectedly bore a chain. After a pause, Smoker finally spoke. "Tashiji, be sure to keep those 4 invitations safe." Once the invitations were secured, Smoker hesitated for a moment. "Tashiji, Admiral Mongoose will be arriving shortly. Ensure that you are prepared to host him during this time." "Colonel Smoker, what about you?" "I intend to first explore the Grand Forest." A hint of concern flickered beneath the pink frames of his glasses. "No. Smoker, this is an order." "Yes. Please ensure that these invitations are kept safe, and convey their significance along with today's events to Major General Mongoose. As for the Grand Forest, I shall venture forth." Upon entering the Dark Woods dungeon, Fang Fan couldn't help but smirk at the notification he received. Smoker, how could he leave Dasky to face the challenge alone? Truly. However, Fang Fan was not overly worried. He believed that no one could resist the allure of DNF. Once aboard this vessel, thoughts of disembarking should be abandoned. Nami completed the Dark Woods and exited the Grand Forest. She finished the initial stage, yet surprisingly chose to leave. Reflecting on the pirate's narrative, he understood that at this moment, Nami would likely be returning to Kokoyashi village to confront Arlong. Well, let her be for now. After all, she and her companions would inevitably find their way to Reverse Mountain. There was no rush. He opened Smoker's battle screen and began to appreciate the unfolding spectacle. As Smoker entered the Dark Woods, utilizing his smoke fruit abilities, he swiftly cleared the minor adversaries within. During this process, he even acquired an automatic pistol. With a powerful strike, Smoker obliterated a throwing goblin, leaving only a pool of blood in its wake. These green-skinned creatures were likely stronger than an average soldier. The fortified goblins he encountered required considerable effort to defeat. Yet, he discerned that employing the skills of Demon Slash and Uppercut inflicted significantly greater damage than his own abilities. If he were to attentively sense the power within his left arm, he would detect a force that sent ripples of unease through him. What could this young man's intentions be, daring to strike against the Navy? At this moment, Smoker perceived himself as a mere pawn in Fang Fan's game. Regardless of his motives, I shall uncover the truth. With these thoughts in mind, his hands moved briskly. Meanwhile, at East Sea Rogue Town, an ironclad ship gradually approached the shore. The Rear Admiral, Squirrel, who had arrived via the Navy's exclusive route, finally reached Rogue Town, draped in a long naval cloak. His demeanor remained perpetually cold and solemn as his gaze swept over the assembled sailors. However, a frown soon creased his brow. Where was Smoker? Why had he not come? Among the lined-up crowd, Tashiji bit her lip anxiously. "I must report the reason for Colonel Smoker's absence later, if you permit me," she said. Squirrel glanced at Tashiji, knowing full well that this fellow must have disobeyed orders once more. "Return to the base," he commanded. "Yes, sir." In Rogue Town, many citizens buzzed with speculation about the arrival of a Rear Admiral. Some astute individuals surmised that this officer had come in response to the sudden emergence of an island and the sounds in the sky. Before long, at the naval headquarters, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail call from Squirrel. "So soon, progress has been made." Squirrel paused, glancing at Tashiji, who had just completed her report, and replied nonchalantly. "One could say that." He recounted the issue concerning Smoker, and Sengoku's brow furrowed, his frog-like glasses reflecting a gloomy expression. Photos from the scene had also been transmitted, revealing an enigmatic power. "I have tested Tashiji's newly acquired technique, known as Dark Slash. What are your impressions?" "It is quite peculiar. Based on my years of swordsmanship experience, this Dark Slash technique is remarkably mature. A new user can unleash its full power with but a thought. Generally speaking, swordsmen must immerse themselves in their own techniques for years, refining and honing them before achieving a flawless sword strike. Sengoku recognized the gravity of the situation, recalling how Fang Fan effortlessly defeated Mihawk. Perhaps it was this very technique that empowered him. Is this force referred to as the demon swordsman? Sengoku pondered, his thoughts darkening. Could it be that deities truly existed in this world? His breath caught. Was there a way to contact Smoker? It seemed unlikely, as Smoker had not even brought a transponder snail. That rascal. At the same time, the strategist, Crane, listened attentively, massaging her temples. At the very least, we know that an invitation is required to enter Grand Forest. As for the power of that ghostly hand, from the available intelligence, it bears some resemblance to a devil fruit, except that it grants swordsmen their strength. Tontada then interjected, indeed, that power may rival that of a devil fruit. Given Mihawk's combat prowess, he should not have been defeated in just 2 moves. Having fought Mihawk myself, I believe the greater likelihood is that those 2 moves introduced him to an entirely different realm of swordsmanship, which is why he willingly conceded. She harbored a tinge of regret, lamenting that the scout had failed to capture those 2 moves. However, since the young man has mastered such techniques, it is evident that he would not act without purpose. Although we are currently unable to discern his true intentions, this remarkable power has now come before the Navy, and there remains no rationale for its neglect. As a staff officer of the headquarters, Crane promptly elucidated the matter. Furthermore, the young man appears to hold the Navy in high regard, having mentioned presenting a token of goodwill. Sengoku, contemplating this, began to perceive that the situation, given the ambiguous stance of the 5 elders, was far more intricate than initially anticipated. Squirrel, keep one of those with you, and send the remaining 3 to headquarters. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, Squirrel interjected, Admiral Sengoku, the sky has displayed images twice, showcasing the first appearance of Hawkeye at the Thunderous Ruins and the second at the Poisonous Thunderous Ruins, with rewards of 3,000 and 5,000 gold coins respectively. The latter also grants an additional 100,000 berries. I will transmit the visuals immediately. The screen revealed the remarkable moment when Dracul Mihawk first conquered the Poisonous Thunderous Ruins, earning 5,000 gold coins and 100,000 berries. In the footage, Hawkeye wielded a katana, effortlessly defeating the poisonous cat demon with a swift upward strike and a deadly slash. The visuals continued with sequences of him triumphing over goblins, cat demons, and the Minotaur, presenting a dazzling compilation of remarkable feats. This time, the pirates of the East Sea erupted in fervor. While the initial information eluded their comprehension, they could certainly grasp the significance of the thousands of gold coins and the 100,000 berries that followed. To defeat a few cat-like creatures and earn a bounty of 100,000 berries. Was fortune truly smiling upon them? 100,000 berries is no trifling sum. Most individuals lack a clear understanding of the economic dynamics within piracy. Generally, a soldier's annual salary hovers around 50,000 to 60,000 berries. With benefits and allowances, it could reach up to 78,000. A pirate's plunder, if fortunate, might yield 100,000 berries, but if luck runs dry, well, it could lead to dire consequences. Now, simply venturing to this island to vanquish monsters could yield 100,000 berries, along with gold coins. Oh, heavens and earth! Release those creatures for us. We too wish to venture into Grand Forest to face the monsters. Sword in hand, follow me. Observing the nearly frenzied crowd of citizens and pirates, Monkey D. Dragon resolved to remain in the East Sea for the time being. The island of Grand Forest was indeed peculiar. The only piece of good news was the absence of the Marines, indicating that this place was not orchestrated by them. He informed his comrades that he would personally oversee matters in the East Sea, urging them not to worry. As for Grand Forest, he would embark on a visit himself. Dragon relayed his orders, and a gust of wind swept by, causing him to vanish from sight. Within Grand Forest, Hawkeye, having faced several challenges, gradually mastered the local rules. The reward for the third first clear achievement, the cross-cutting blade? Hawkeye opened the attributes of the katana. Cross-cutting blade type, katana level, 20 rarity, epic durability, 35 physical attack power, 253 magic attack power, 293 independent attack power, 152 strength, 39 intelligence, 47 casting speed, 5 attack speed, 8 first clear reward. Equipped level reduced by 10, additional attributes. Upon attack, there is a 4 chance to reduce the enemy's HP by 30 in PvP areas and outside dungeons. This effect is limited to 1 Against elite monsters, the effect is 13. Against lord monsters, it is 16. Buenga, what to do when faced with tough opponents? Use this blade to cut them down. In conversation with Shilon, upon seeing this uniquely crafted weapon, Hawkeye could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Although this blade could not compare to his own black blade, Yoru, its radiant appearance and slender form surpassed those of ordinary swords by a considerable margin. A fine weapon indeed. The experience gained from leveling up is indeed remarkable. Hawkeye remains oblivious to the significance of the epic weapon's additional attributes. Completely engrossed in his leveling tasks. Upon inspection, he discovers that, thanks to his relentless grinding, he has now reached level 8. Just 2 more levels are required for him to equip the weapon. The effects of the ancient elf's mysterious potions still linger, urging him to hasten his ascent. He takes stock of his quest items, 20 Minotaur hairs, 15 cat demon claws, and 11 poison cat king's fangs. It is time to turn in the quest. Meanwhile, Fang Fan receives a system notification indicating that 3 players have reached level 5, collectively earning 60 world points. He promptly redeems 60 invitation letters, which have been dispatched. Watching the hard-earned 60 world points vanish in an instant, he reflects that this is the path to allowing more players to revel in the joys of the toxic milk powder. Press on, pirate and navy comrades. Numerous professions await your unlocking. He checks the progress of his companions. Nami, LV form mage, Dracul Mihawk, LV8 demon swordsman, Arlita, LV5 demon swordsman, Buggy, LV5 marksman, Smoker, LV3 demon swordsman. Gazing at the pile of invitation letters in his bag, Fang Fan resolves to continue distributing them. Noticing that Nami has returned to the Mary, he decides to first initiate the joy of the main cast, eager to see what professions the whimsical red, green, black, and brown will activate. In the thunderous ruins, Buggy and Arlita team up to clear monsters. Suddenly, a glimmering item catches their attention. In a disarrayed state, Buggy's hand floats over, clutching a luminous object. Could this be treasure? Yet, why does it emit a pink glow? Without Buggy's green dagger providing ranged suppression, Arlita finds herself under increased pressure. She executes a cross slash and turns her gaze toward Buggy. Buggy, with a backward leap, she rushes to his side. What is this? Buggy, upon reading the information above, bursts into hearty laughter, exuding uncontainable delight. This weapon is indeed comparable to treasure, Arlita. Look, it is an artifact. Arlita's eyes also light up. This peculiar grand forest has bestowed upon them extraordinary powers. Initially resistant, after several battles, they have come to realize its true allure. The two are incessantly contemplating ways to level up. According to the information within the invitation letters, their weapons are categorized into white gear, blue gear, rare purple gear, artifact pink gear, and golden epic gear. Who would have imagined that an elite monster could yield an artifact? Fortune seems to have smiled upon me. Bucky, what manner of weapon is this, and what are its attributes? Bucky exclaimed with unrestrained joy. This weapon is perfect for my use. Jennings J22 type, automatic pistol level, 10 rarity, artifact durability, 30 physical attack power, 106 magical attack power, 147 intelligence, 35 casting speed. For additional attributes, silver bullet LV2. Knee strike LV2, shall we fire a silver bullet? To satisfy you, I shall send you flying with a knee strike before you can unleash it. The exchange between Kelly and Jennings unfolded as Nami returned to the Thousand Sunny, gazing in astonishment at the invitation in her hand. She had not anticipated that this invitation possessed such a wondrous teleportation ability. She placed the invitation into the still unfilled grandeur of the ship. The sea breeze tousled her short hair, and as she approached Kokoyashi village, her heart fluttered with increasing trepidation. Would she be able to triumph over Arlong this time? Were it not for her urgency to return to the village, she would have preferred to linger in that enchanting forest and slay a few more monsters. Yet, time was not on her side. Near the horizon close to Kokoyashi village, a figure hurriedly made their way forward. Along the path, he kept his eyes fixed on Smoker's underground lair. Though somewhat straightforward, this fellow did not appear to lack wit. On screen, Smoker was diligently utilizing the ghost swordsman skill to eliminate wild creatures. Gradually, he discovered that combining this newly acquired skill with his smoke fruit significantly enhanced his efficiency. Before long, he vanquished the Minotaur and breached the elven defense line. The blacksmith Linus regarded the robust swordsman clad in a thick vest, muscles on display, and sporting wind-resistant goggles around his neck. Hey, warrior, I am the finest blacksmith here. Do you require weapon repairs? Smoker, with a thick black cigar clenched between his teeth, enveloped in swirling smoke, bore an intimidating countenance. No need. Not in need? Warrior, one must treat their equipment with the same care as a lover. How can that be unnecessary? For a moment, Smoker found himself at a loss for words. After a pause, he inquired, "Where is this place? What are your intentions?" The observing Fang Fan nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, is this how one conducts an investigation? At that moment, Smoker was overwhelmed with questions. The atmosphere of this locale was decidedly peculiar. Those humanoid creatures seemed impossible to eradicate. Each time he entered a room, he encountered throngs of monsters. Slaying them felt like an exercise in futility. Nevertheless, it appeared he had leveled up to level 4. Along the way, he had gathered some bizarre materials. With the keen instincts of a naval officer, he collected goblin bones, scraps of cloth, wild strawberries, and the like. These items may indeed lead the Navy to some remarkable discoveries. As he emerged from the shadowy thicket into the elven defensive line, he unexpectedly encountered an unusual blacksmith. In this vast forest, a blacksmith has emerged. Is he by the river? No, he is not. This is the elven front, brave warrior. Beyond lies the depths of the shadowy woods, the thunderous ruins, and the venomous thunderous ruins. A seasoned warrior would consult the map independently rather than seek the guidance of a premier blacksmith. Linus, clad in a worn white vest, with bronze arms and sinewy muscles, wore a smile upon his weathered face. He gazed at Smog and inquired, "As for your purpose, warrior, are you not here for adventure?" With a thick cigar between his lips, Smog replied, "Indeed, I've come here for adventure. Well, at the risk of incurring my superior's wrath." Linus detected nothing amiss. "In that case, I have a task for you. If you assist me, this great sword shall be yours. Will you accept the task issued by blacksmith Linus, the training of the ghost swordsman?" Training? Smog's interest was piqued, and he accepted the task. "Training, you say? I shall see what your intentions are." He planned to play along until he could seize any leverage against Linus. Fang Fan, observing the white hunter intending to infiltrate, couldn't help but chuckle. "Just stick to your tasks." Simultaneously, he glanced at Baki and his companion, who, it seemed, had stumbled upon a divine artifact in the shadowy woods and had even leveled up to level 5. Yet, these two fools had not realized their experience points had remained stagnant despite their prolonged efforts. Frustrated, Fang Fan promptly restricted their ability to challenge again. On another note, just as he intended to check on the diligent Eagle Eye, he discovered that Nami had already entered the village. With her formidable perception, she sensed that the main characters had also felt the presence within the village. Curse this converging timeline. Meanwhile, as Fang Fan silently observed the unfolding drama, at the Navy branch of Rogue Town, the flying squirrel donned a cloak of justice, wielding an exceptionally sharp saber. The purple hair atop his punk-style head added an air of gallantry. "Corporal Dasky, headquarters has approved your request. You are to enter the Grand Forest as a reconnaissance agent. Hey." Upon entering the Grand Forest, establish immediate communication with the telebug, the flying squirrel instructed solemnly. "You must ensure the video telebug remains operational while safeguarding yourself, investigating this island, and locating your superior, Smog. Then, you shall return together." Yes, Dasky resolved to activate the mysterious invitation she had fought so hard to obtain, determined to find her superior. "Now, activate the document in your hand." Dasky activated the invitation, and a mysterious force enveloped him, spreading like a current emanating from the letter. In the palm of his hand, a blue gemstone shimmered with radiant light. The female ghost swordsman, relying on a device known as the ghost restraint, harnessed the energy within her and became the embodiment of magical prowess. With her formidable magical abilities, she executed dazzling attacks and displayed exquisite swordsmanship. Unlike the male ghost swordsman, who wielded his swords with a rugged and oppressive force, she held her blade with a single hand, perfectly blending femininity with the strength of a warrior, exuding an ethereal grace. In the future, as various professions emerged in Arad, tales circulated about their prowess, the Dark Emperor controlled with meticulous precision. The sword sect dealt damage effortlessly, the sword emperor possessed beauty akin to flowers, and the sword demon evoked laughter. Fang Fan held great anticipation for the female ghost swordsman among the pirates. "Squirrel General, I shall proceed," Dasky declared, and as the space around him warped, he vanished from sight. Such teleportation technology, if possessed by our Navy, would surely usher in a new era of peace. The Squirrel General, lost in thought at the spot where Dasky had disappeared, failed to notice a gentle breeze sweep through the office. Not long after, He received word from his subordinates that one of the invitations meant for transport back to headquarters was inexplicably missing. Unable to find any clues, they reluctantly abandoned the search. In the Glenwood Forest, Dasky's figure materialized amidst the shadowy thicket. Soon, a clear image illuminated the offices of the Marine Branch in Rogue Town and the Admiral's office in Marine Fort. All around were towering trees, lush green vegetation, gray-white stone pillars, and eerie metallic doors. This unknown realm left the Marines bewildered. This island was indeed peculiar, as our Navy's extensive records had never documented such an ecosystem. The most concerning aspect was the green creatures, humanoid in form and covered in a slick green sheen, whose combat capabilities seemed formidable. It was uncertain how long the new recruits we dispatched could endure. Their astonishment was short-lived, as Dasky shed his cautious demeanor and charged forward with a Navy dagger in hand. Like a fierce gale, he executed an aerial strike, sending 3 goblins soaring into the air. With a dark slash, he left behind traces of shadow that resembled lightning, cleaving the 3 goblins into several pieces. These are techniques honed by the flying squirrel, where 2 skills can evidently be interwoven into a seamless combination. The flying squirrel even speculates that, should there be additional skills, the fluidity of the connections between them would likely be even more remarkable. At that moment, the admirals were perplexed to observe that the blood and flesh vanished from the grass in less than 3 seconds, leaving no trace behind. Something was amiss. This eerie forest exhibited an extraordinarily potent ability to degrade blood and flesh. Such anomalies were meticulously recorded by the naval personnel present. They followed Dasky's silhouette, witnessing the young girl as she demolished the goblin fortress and triumphed over the flame goblins and the elite minotaur. After an arduous battle, Dasky collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, with the dim figure of the minotaur beside her. Corporal, remain vigilant while you rest, and simultaneously collect all items dropped by the monsters. Yes, General. Without catching her breath, Dasky rose to begin gathering the fallen items: furnace coal, steel shards, goblin bones, and novice HP potions. General, I've discovered a fine blade. Dasky's fatigue dissipated, replaced by excitement, her steps becoming noticeably lighter. She picked up a glowing sword from the ground, and its attributes quickly came into view. Katana type, Tachi level, 5 rarity, common durability, 35 physical attack, 51 magical attack, 48 strength, 3 intelligence, 3 casting speed. For physical critical, 2 hit rate, -1 uppercut level. When only a true samurai can wield this sword. The unknown ghost swordsman captured Dasky's attention, and she relayed the sword's information to the admirals. A chorus of astonished exclamations ensued. Have you noticed that while this katana is powerful, it has a requirement of level 5? Corporal Dasky is currently only at level 3. It appears she must elevate her level to wield this blade, remarked Advisor Crane, pinpointing the crux of the matter. The admirals nodded in agreement. Yet they now faced a dilemma. Should they continue their investigation here, or venture elsewhere to seek further challenges? The admirals were not foolish. The loot dropped by these green-skinned creatures and the minotaurs seemed to possess some unique functionalities. Particularly, the weapons dropped were remarkable. A simple blade was nearly on par with the renowned fast swords of the pirate world. If they could acquire more such weapons, their naval arsenal might ascend to a new echelon. In the pirate world, the supreme fast sword and the excellent fast sword stood as benchmarks of excellence. Not every admiral was fortunate enough to possess a good fast sword, yet here, a mere blade surpassed their ordinary fast swords in sharpness, holding significant meaning for half of the naval personnel skilled in swordplay. While a fine sword was indeed important, this was merely the first exploration. Let us maintain our perspective on priorities, esteemed colleagues. In the Warring States period, the generals understood that the actions taken were undoubtedly underpinned by sound reasoning. With the conclusion of one chapter, it was time to explore other dungeons. Corporal Dasky was tasked to venture nearby and gather intelligence. Upon receiving the command, Dasky soon received a notification, emerging step by step from the shadowy thicket. Notification: you have entered the Elven defense line. Congratulations. You have completed the Ghost Swordsman training quest. Your level has now ascended to LV10. The effects of the ancient Elven potion have expired, and the double experience has vanished. With his newly attained level, the sharp-eyed warrior drew forth his cross-cutting blade, raising his gaze slightly. At last, he could seek someone to learn new skills. To achieve this level, he had tirelessly battled monsters, even consuming the additional double potions drawn from the magic box. Finally, he reached level 10. He returned to Linus to submit the completion of the Ghost Swordsman training quest. he received the Hethamal map, instructing him to head to the back street of Hethamal to seek out the elder GSD, who would impart new techniques. Although Fang Fan could facilitate skill learning for the eagle-eyed warrior through the system, he would not assist with every instance. In the early stages, guidance from the Ghost Swordsman mentor, the esteemed GSD, was essential. After bidding farewell to Linus, the eagle-eyed warrior traversed a magical portal, arriving on the bustling streets of Hethamal. The low, closely knit buildings boasted semicircular rooftops, arranged in a pleasing manner. The gray-white and orange interlaced tiles were smooth and immaculate. As the eagle-eyed warrior activated his observation powers, he swiftly discerned that the two individuals beside the street were no ordinary people. The first was a bald master, wrapped in white bandages and donned in a yellow robe, with a bare arm exposed. The aura surrounding him surged like a wandering dragon. Nearby stood a tall woman clad in a blue dress and black sleeves, her waist adorned with two peculiar belts, accompanied by an unusual machine. Despite the distance separating them, a disconcerting sense of being within the range of her attack lingered. "I am Master Fingxian of the Windfist style," the robed master proclaimed. Out of respect for the formidable presence, the eagle-eyed warrior replied earnestly, "I am the swordsman Dracul Mihawk, known by many as the Eagle Eye." "Eagle Eye? A fine name indeed. You are the first adventurer I have encountered," Fingxian remarked, arms crossed over his chest, scrutinizing the swordsman's blade. "Though I am not fond of edged weapons, yours are an exception. Their epic aura is unmistakable, as is that of the unparalleled great sword." Fingxian evidently sensed the uniqueness of the weapons held by the eagle-eyed warrior. "The Ghost Swordsman, GSD, resides in the back street. Simply pass through this magical portal to reach him. My instincts tell me that your prowess surpasses that of a typical swordsman. I wonder if you might be interested in testing your mettle in the dueling arena sometime." Upon receiving the invitation from Fingxian, Hawkeye found himself stirred with intrigue. He could certainly comprehend the implications of the dueling arena. For a master like him, the chances of encountering an opponent worthy of drawing his sword were exceedingly slim. Perhaps here, the circumstances would differ. However, he was acutely aware that his primary objective for this journey was to witness new sword techniques. After bidding farewell to Fingxian, he made his way to the back street. In contrast to the desolate main thoroughfare, the back street exuded an even more pronounced sense of solitude. An elderly man with white hair, short in stature, tended to a furnace, his beard and hair impeccably groomed, while his blue robe appeared somewhat worn. Nearby, several dull-looking katana and short swords leaned against a wooden crate. The narrow back street was enveloped in silence, broken only by the crackling flames of the furnace behind Cinda. The first ghost swordsman seemed to possess considerable strength. Beneath his grayish-white brows, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. "Old friend, it seems you have work to do," Cinda murmured. As Hawkeye passed by, his gaze fell upon the elderly man sitting idly in the corner. He scrutinized him closely, particularly drawn to the blindfold that obscured his eyes and the array of weapons behind him. "There exists a steady brilliance in your footsteps, young ghost swordsman. You have finally made your appearance." Hawkeye maximized his observation haki, attempting to discern any trace of a swordmaster within the frail form of the old man. Yet, all his probing felt akin to a bamboo pole plunged into a deep well, yielding no response. "Listen with your ears, cut with your heart," the perplexed ghost swordsman pondered. "Do you seek to learn the skills of a ghost swordsman?" At this moment, Mihawk found himself unexpectedly hesitant. He had devoted much of his life to the pursuit of the supreme swordsmanship, and in the world of pirates, he had already reached the pinnacle of his craft. Yet now, a new domain of swordsmanship had emerged. This is a pinnacle of swordsmanship he has never before ascended. His heart, long dormant, seemed to thump fiercely for a moment. "Accept, as you wish. When you believe you have mastered the techniques of the phantom swordsman, come find me." Eagle Eye felt an overwhelming influx of information flood his mind, and he could not help but be stirred by the newly unveiled techniques. Rift Slash, a powerful upward attack directed at the enemy ahead, unleashing a rift that inflicts multiple strikes on surrounding foes, sending them flying. During the upward strike, there is a chance of being seized. Failure to capture means the rift cannot be released. Silverlight Descending Blade, while in a leap, deliver a powerful thrust toward the enemy below. A successful thrust generates a shockwave. Cross Slash, wielding his weapon, deliver a cross-shaped strike to the enemy, summoning a blood cross to assault them, with a certain probability of inflicting a bleeding status. Moonlight Slash, a crescent-shaped strike imbued with dark properties aimed at the enemy ahead, followed by an additional single-handed upward slash. Not long after Linus bid farewell to Eagle Eye, two more adventurers arrived. Despite Linus's vast experiences, He had never encountered such an eccentric man. A body separated from its limbs, yet still alive and capable of speech. By the apostles! Are adventurers of this generation truly so peculiar? Greetings, adventurer. Both Bucky and his companion noticed the large man by the hearth, and the pirate-born Bucky immediately floated over. I am no mere adventurer. I am a pirate. A great pirate. Warning. You are attempting to threaten the NPC Linus. Please be mindful of your behavior. What? Am I a nuisance just by approaching? Bucky found himself engulfed in self-doubt. After all, the other party was merely a large man. At that moment, Yalata and Baki approached, and Linus was taken aback by the sight of the elegant lady wielding a wolf's fang club thicker than her waist. A female ghost swordsman. It was astonishing how swiftly she had appeared. No wonder that esteemed individual remarked that the newly emerged adventurer classes were unlike the original ones. A young female ghost swordsman and a gunslinger. I have a training task for you here. Before Linus could finish his words, a sharp command caused all three to turn. Baki, Yalada, Dasky, with her striking presence, brandished a gleaming standard naval longsword. Linus was astonished. Another female ghost swordsman. When did they become so remarkably common? The Navy. Baki's eyes widened in disbelief. How astonishing it is to encounter the Navy in this place. What should we do? Just as Buggy's two legs were about to abandon his torso and flee, Yarlita gracefully yet resolutely raised her long, spiked club, preparing to confront Dasky's longsword. Assistance. At Navy headquarters, the admirals were fervently attempting to restrain Dasky. Sengoku urgently exclaimed, Dasky, it is not the right time to engage with pirates. Buggy is not a significant threat. Let them go for now. Remember your purpose for being here. Prioritize gathering information. Dasky immediately halted, retracting her sword, feeling immensely reluctant yet powerless. Humph, I shall let you off this time. Yarlita, on the other hand, planted her long club firmly into the ground. Adjusting her hat with one hand and provocatively declared, feel free to come at me anytime. Their fierce gazes locked, an invisible tension of battle seemed poised to erupt. However, the two ultimately refrained from clashing. Linus then spoke, I am Linus, the master blacksmith. Adventurers, are you ready to commence your trial missions? The three received simultaneous notifications. Do you accept the mission, training of the marksman? Do you accept the mission, training of the phantom swordswoman? Buggy and Yarlita were momentarily taken aback. Training missions? It was evident that this was intended to enhance their combat prowess. Is this acceptable? This is splendid. It turns out that accepting a mission grants access to a new map. Sengoku and others seized upon this information, surmising that Smoker may also have undertaken a task to challenge in a new realm. Private Dashki, please refrain from acting for the time being. Suddenly interjected Chief of Staff Crane from Sengoku's office. I suspect that Smoker has indeed accepted this mission. Perhaps you will encounter him during its completion. Upon hearing this, Dashki's expression brightened with excitement. Is that truly the case? There is no time constraint on exploring this island. Why not wait here and converse with this man? Seeking out more valuable information? Understood. Observing the female Navy officer's furtive demeanor, Buggy and his companion decided not to linger further. The duo accepted the mission, formed a team, and ventured into the depths of the shadowy forest. Linus watched their retreating figures, an inexplicable sensation washing over him. The air around seemed to carry a fragrant essence. With the aid of his epic weapon, Hawkeye swiftly entered a vast expanse of golden-hued forest. Walls of stacked boulders and railings of rugged timber defined the surroundings. Strange, round wooden barrels dotted the parched grassland, encircled by flames that could never be extinguished. The entire vista was imbued with a fiery hue. Alert! You have entered Graka. Could this place have once been influenced by a devil fruit? As one of the 7 warlords and the world's foremost swordsman, his perspective is certainly beyond that of the ordinary. In pursuit of challenging various swordsmanship masters, he has traversed numerous islands, some of which boast bizarre climates and environments. Graka is indeed peculiar. Flames. Hawkeye unsheathed his cross-cut blade, resolved to employ the techniques of the demon swordsman to vanquish these goblins. For he firmly believes that through these techniques, he shall grasp the essence of the demon swordsman's power. This is the confidence he possesses as the world's foremost swordsman. As he clears his path, he gradually becomes adept at the techniques of the demon swordmaster. The sequence flows seamlessly: silver light slash, upward strike, demon slash, earth split wave sword, triple slash, cross slash, culminating in the rending wave slash. At the same time, a profound understanding begins to dawn within him. Amidst these so-called splendid techniques, he discerns the varied applications of the demon swordmaster's power. The upward strikes rely on the strength of the sword and technique. Silver light slash, triple slash. The mysterious power of the demons is channeled through techniques like cross slash, moonlight slash, and demon slash. He recalls the phantom sword dance he witnessed earlier from Fang Fan, a technique whose source of power remains elusive. My swordsmanship. The power of the demon sword master. His steady gaze reveals a mind where the fog is slowly lifting, amidst the screams of goblins and minotaurs. A certain enlightenment gradually blossoms within him. In the village of Kokosha, Fang Fan watches with great interest as Luffy battles Arlong. To be precise, it is Luffy who is delivering a resounding thrashing to Arlong. The 3D immersive viewing experience ensures that no detail is overlooked. Nami, empowered by the strength of a sorceress, manages to hold her ground against Arlong for a few exchanges, yet finds herself powerless in the face of his threats against the villagers' lives. Just when the situation becomes dire, Luffy arrives. He charges into the fishman paradise established by Arlong, causing chaos. Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro, having just concluded their own battle, are present. Beautiful Nami. I too wish for your gentle care in bandaging Sanji, he says, drawing near as Nami tends to Luffy's wounds. Did I not tell you? You should attend to the injured Zoro. Zoro, clad in a floral shirt and with his upper body wrapped in bandages, remains silent, introspective as he reviews the details of the recent skirmish. Usopp rests nearby. Everyone, are you all right? Fang Fan's figure gradually materializes in midair. In an instant, the main cast's attention is captivated by his presence. Zoro tightens his grip on Wado Ikamanji, enduring the pain, while Luffy's eyes widen in astonishment. How incredible! Someone is walking in the air. How is that even possible? Nami, who is in the midst of bandaging him, nearly loses her composure as Luffy suddenly sits up, causing the bandages she meticulously wrapped to come undone. Simultaneously, Nami looks up into the air, her voice filled with surprise as she asks, "How did you come to be here?" Luffy exclaims, "Nami, do you know this guy?" "Of course. You must not underestimate him. He's the source of my magical powers." Usopp, startled, raises his slingshot, declaring, "He." Captain Usopp of the Sea Warriors commands thousands of followers. "I am not afraid of you. Fool. He is not here to cause us trouble." Nami turned her gaze towards Fang Fan, pondering something. "Are you here to deliver those invitations?" Zoro and Sanji were momentarily taken aback. Invitations? Fang Fan descended slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Clever. Upon landing, he approached Luffy, the grandson of Garp. Monkey D, Luffy. Luffy, astonished, replied, "Huh? What? You know my grandpa?" "Not really." "Then why are you greeting me like that?" "It doesn't matter. Eventually, everyone will come to know me." The moment those words left his mouth, Zoro felt a wave of confidence wash over him. Pondering how much faith one must possess in their own strength to utter such audacious claims. "As this is our first meeting, allow me to extend a small favor." Fang Fan closed his eyes, withdrawing one skill from his 6 slots and replacing it with the quick healing ability of a caretaker. As he raised his hand, gentle green light emanated and enveloped Luffy, Zoro, and the others. Usopp gazed in astonishment as he became surrounded by a soft green glow, a sense of comfort radiating from his wounds. Zoro felt the effect most acutely. He had already been slashed by Hawkeyes twice. Coupled with the excessive movements from the recent battle, he had sustained further injuries, leaving him sprawled on the ground. However, as the healing light worked its magic, his chest wound miraculously began to mend rapidly. I'm feeling revitalized." Luffy, standing tall like a bamboo pole, shrugged his shoulders, clenched his fists, and felt completely at ease. He enthusiastically patted Fang Fan on the shoulder. "You really are a good person for healing my friends." Fang Fan's eyes twitched slightly as he sighed. Luffy exhibits a rather affable demeanor. Having healed his wounds, he shifts to the matter at hand. Zoro rises as well, slowly unwrapping the bandages from his body. His vigilance naturally diminishes slightly as he curiously listens to Fang Fan's words. "You must have seen the sight of the Grand Forest over the East Sea, right? The islands of the Grand Forest are my creation. I intend to invite you to my island for training. Heh. If you are diligent and fortunate enough, you will be at least 5 times stronger than you are now." Fang Fan captivates the crowd. "What? So, you are an island master?" Luffy envisions a peculiar scene in his mind, an island with the stout Fang Fan standing proudly at the highest point. A small flag raised that reads Island Master. "If you put it that way, I suppose it's not untrue," Fang Fan shrugs nonchalantly. However, Zoro and the others are not as carefree as Luffy. They recall the bizarre notification sound that resonated across the East Sea and the fierce battles in the sky. Their perception of Fang Fan elevates significantly. Zoro, in particular, grips his sword tightly, contemplating. Such a formidable character, even if I remain vigilant, it may prove futile. The strong hold absolute dominion over the weak. I must become stronger. To ascend to my island, you must activate this invitation, Fang Fan explains with a patient smile. The invitation will awaken a formidable power within you, granting you a capacity for sustainable growth. By the way, this power does not conflict with the abilities of devil fruits, nor does it carry their side effects. Several invitation cards in his hand emanate a radiant glow, drawing the attention of Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. Shall we consider it? Luffy is not foolish. In reality, while he may appear reckless, he possesses a bold yet discerning nature. He can sense that Fang Fan harbors no malice. From the perspective of healing his comrades, bestowing such peculiar powers seems beneficial. Everyone. Nami wishes to urge them to seize the opportunity, but is promptly interrupted by Fang Fan. I trust they will make the right decision. Nami falls silent. Zoro and the others recall the dazzling and fierce techniques they witnessed from Mihawk, their eyes sharpening with determination. They approach Fang Fan directly, declaring, "To become the world's greatest swordsman, I require even greater power." Amidst the rhythmic glow, a spectral iron ring manifested upon Zoro's arm. Once the apparition solidified, his left hand became adorned with grotesque, blood-red veins. In his mind, 3 skills instantly emerged: Rising Slash, Demon Slash, and Crimson Formation, Soul of the Blade Kazan. Soul of the Blade Kazan. This skill summons the spirit of Kazan, enhancing the strength and intellect of allied members within the summoning domain for a certain duration. Even Fang Fan was taken aback, for Zoro had directly summoned the Soul of Kazan, a skill of the 5th tier. Pondering this, he glanced at Hawkeye's skills. Hawkeye had not learned the Soul of Kazan? Was it not taught by GSD? Fang Fan recalled that Hawkeye was an individual who relentlessly challenged himself in pursuit of the sword path. He firmly believed that the pinnacle of swordsmanship transcended oneself, and that the sword path was the sole truth. The power of the demon god likely held no allure for Hawkeye, perhaps when the time for the demon cry arises. He might even perceive it as a malevolent aberration. One should not underestimate these individuals of great resolve. Their obsession in certain aspects renders them impervious to persuasion. However, this also served as a reminder for Fang Fan. During the awakening of some professions, distinct skill talents may emerge. Reflecting on the world of One Piece, it seemed that many of Zoro's formidable techniques were always accompanied by various demonic apparitions. Perhaps his future techniques resonate closely with the demon cry abilities of the demon swordsman, hence awakening the Crimson Formation. In this light, perhaps the first embodiment of a demon is indeed Zoro. Zoro, you have truly taken me by surprise. Fang Fan could not help but voice his thoughts, and upon noticing the puzzled expressions of those around him, he elaborated. Typically, when individuals undergo a vocational awakening, they acquire merely 2 skills. For instance, when Mihawk awakens his profession, he possesses only the upward slash and the demon slash. Other techniques can only be learned after reaching level 5. And by the way, it is only after level 10 that you may seek instruction from your vocational mentor. Or rather, activate subsequent skills. Nami was momentarily taken aback. Level 5 allows for the acquisition of new skills? I happened to encounter Mihawk, thus activating his abilities. For others, it is not until level 10. No wonder, when I observed Mihawk vanquishing goblins, his moves were astoundingly formidable. Nami understood. Level 10 elites, indeed, are fearsome. Without acknowledging Nami, Fang Fan continued. However, Zoro is different. He has manifested a 3rd skill. Why not unleash it, allowing your companions to experience this power? Zoro remained silent, taking a few steps before focusing his mind to activate the intricate patterns upon his left hand. The onlookers were suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of eerie howls. And then they beheld, standing tall, Zoro slowly coalesced a monstrous shadow. Before him stood a phantom creature, its crimson visage strikingly vivid, with razor-sharp teeth lining its gaping maw. The head appeared to emerge from within a suit of armor, fierce and enigmatic, evoking a sense of trepidation. From the shoulder plates of the armor, 2 monstrous arms extended, reminiscent of Zoro's cursed appendages, yet these ghostly limbs were more menacing and colossal, exuding an aura of dread. Remarkable, Zoro. You've managed to summon an armored head. Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, nearly large enough to fit 3 bunts. This was Zoro's technique, and it was conceivable that in the future, others might learn this skill. However, Zoro was the first to grasp it upon activating his class. Ha ha ha, truly impressive, Zoro. Luffy laughed heartily, reveling in Zoro's talent. Fang Fan, generous with his praise, ensured that Zoro remained humble. He understood that while innate talent was crucial, it was the relentless pursuit of improvement that truly defined a strong warrior. If the moss-headed one possesses a talent skill, I shall give it a try, Sanji declared, stepping forward to Fang Fan. As the light from the invitation enveloped Sanji, he felt warmth radiating through his arms and legs. Simultaneously, an immense surge of power coursed through him, augmenting his strength threefold, particularly in his legs. In an instant, his mind was flooded with 3 new skills. Back kick, a powerful kick that launches enemies into the air, executing a momentary body judgment. Front kick, a forceful kick that sends enemies flying. Low kick, a high-damage kick directed at an enemy's lower body, capable of striking fallen foes and causing prolonged immobilization. Noticing the collective gaze of his comrades upon him, Sanji approached the ruins of a shattered stone structure. With a fierce, swift kick, akin to the wind and as fierce as lightning, he sent the roof of Fishman Island soaring into the air. Following this, an even more formidable front kick obliterated the entire roof. To the astonishment of onlookers, a colossal stone pillar was shattered into fragments by Sanji's powerful strike. Even Fang Fan could not suppress his admiration, remarking, "It seems your talent skill is quite impressive, Sanji." Recognizing the signature move of the destructive kick, memory stirred within Fang Fan. In the earlier unofficial speedrun videos of DNF, the martial god was said to kick with such force that it could shatter screens. With exaggerated effects and dazzlingly powerful damage, one kick capable of vanquishing a fully healed boss, leaving a screen filled with a staggering 999,999. Isn't it handsome? Absolutely stunning. Not to mention that this profession is inherently exhilarating and explosive. Martial arts, regardless of the skill's manifestation or the profession itself, the sheer intensity of combat that ignites the blood is undeniable. The name of martial arts is truly deserving of its reputation. Sanji's transition to Sanda is indeed a revelation that leaves Fang Fan pondering. From the original storyline, Sanji's Diabolt Jam bears a striking resemblance to the visual effects of the martial arts flame step, although the flames of the flame step are more pure and pronounced. Diabolt Jam utilizes high-speed rotation to generate a crimson heat from his feet. In such a state, Sanji's speed and striking power are multiplied several times over. The flame step, however, is different. It is the hallmark skill of martial arts. The relentless and unwavering training of Sanda cultivates such flames. Later, Luffy's second gear also manifests flames beneath his feet. Following the same principle, both exhibit a physical intensity that has reached a certain level. Furthermore, from another perspective, Sanji's kicking technique aligns perfectly with the primary striking methods of Sanda, which predominantly rely on legs and arms. Upon reflection, Sanji's transformation into a martial artist seems quite plausible. So, who among you will go first? Fang Fan turned his gaze towards Usopp and Luffy, who had yet to awaken their respective classes. His curiosity regarding the underground professions they would embody was palpable. He speculated that they would likely become a brawler and a sharpshooter, yet the specifics eluded him. In the thunderous ruins, Smoker activated the powers of his smoke fruit, soaring through the air with relentless vigor, leveraging his aerial advantage. It was not long before he successfully eliminated the Thunderstrike Kano. To his astonishment, a peculiar cross appeared. A drop from the defeated lord? He picked up the enigmatic cross, and information about it instantly materialized before his eyes. Blue crystal cross type, cross level, 10 rarity, rare durability, 35 stamina, 14 spirit, 14 physical attack, 132 physical defense, 120 magical attack, 125 magical defense, 120 independent attack, 69 casting speed, 2 additional attributes, Cleric's Slow Healing, 1 Cleric's Purification, 1 crafted from blue crystal. This cross should fetch a considerable price. Galantis Gracia, is this a weapon? The more he examined it, the more convinced he became. He had not anticipated that a mere cross could serve as a weapon. Was it intended for clerics? Realizing that his class was a demon swordman, he pondered that this cleric must belong to a different profession, perhaps akin to the devil fruits, which one can only consume once. This mysterious power is similarly exclusive to 1 mastery per individual. Smoker's gaze swept over the bubbling marsh below as he took a few steps forward, preparing to lean against a nearby tree when a red object fell through the branches. Utilizing his rudimentary observation haki, he swiftly grasped it. Was this a wild strawberry? Wild strawberry, consumable, restores a small amount of health upon use. The favorite of any strawberry enthusiast, Those who indulge will understand its appeal. Restoring a small amount of health, Smoker stared at the wild strawberry in silence for a moment. Subsequently, he popped it into his mouth. And as the sweet juices burst forth, a refreshing sensation spread from his tongue throughout his mouth. A warm, tingling feeling coursed through his spine. I have no injuries. So did my stamina recover slightly? Smoker pricked his hand once more, then consumed another wild strawberry, watching in astonishment as the bleeding wound instantly ceased. The fleet admiral would surely fall in love with the treasures found on this island. The ubiquitous wild strawberries, if extensively utilized among naval soldiers, could significantly reduce future medical expenses, Smoker confidently asserts. More importantly, he retrieves a vial of potion from his backpack. This novice HP potion is a consumable that restores a modest amount of health, a fundamental restorative elixir, indeed the very essence of an apothecary's craft. Emerging from the thunderous ruins is Canina Ramines, leaving Smoker in a state of profound agitation. In stark contrast, within another section of the ruins, Buggy and Arlita are in a frenzied struggle. Arlita, the white goblin lord capable of commanding lightning, must tread carefully. Buggy's dismemberment fruit has established 2 rudimentary strongholds, utilizing floating bombs and knee strikes to suppress the surrounding goblins. After a protracted battle with the formidable Black Minotaur beast, Buggy's floating bomb unexpectedly misses its target. Die. All of you. Golden lightning marks the ground around Arlita, dense and chaotic. In the next moment, silver lightning descends like raindrops. Kaboom. Arlita is struck directly by the lightning, unable to evade in time. Buggy. And more accurately, previously, when they vanquished the boss, it was through the synergy of Buggy's floating bombs and knee strikes, complemented by her upward thrusts and ghostly slashes. With a bit of coordination, as long as they avoided the Minotaur's powerful body slams and deafening roars, the battle was relatively manageable, especially when faced with Buggy's dismembered form, who pressed her legs against the Minotaur, unleashing knee strikes the moment they cooled down. The beast's monstrous roars failed to disorient Buggy, who was positioned far away. However, the current circumstances are different. Buggy's combat prowess is limited, as indicated by her bounty of 16 million. The lightning wielder Akainu possesses rapid mobility, rendering it uncertain whether a marksman could strike him from afar. Without the combination of Buggy's floating bombs and knee strikes, Arlita feels an increasing burden. Not long into the skirmish, both are panting, their stamina waning. Adventurers trespassing in my territory shall perish beneath my lightning. The diminutive Akainu laughs arrogantly, his horns exuding a menacing aura. Arlita maneuvers skillfully, utilizing her pirate instincts to evade the onslaught of lightning. Buggy, think of something quickly. This Akainu recovers far too swiftly. Akainu, in the early stages of DNF, halted many a warrior in their tracks. With lightning damage, swift movement, and rapid healing, countless warriors have offered their first maiden coin to him. If you too have experienced this, please express it on the screen. How audacious. You force me to unleash my ultimate technique. Behold Buggy's signature flying bomb. The red-crafted explosive glides forth slowly, at a pace so leisurely that one could sip bubble tea before throwing it. Arlita, step back. My bomb possesses unparalleled might. Buggy's clownish visage bore a confident smile, the recent turmoil and anxiety dissipated by the self-assurance of his missile. Foolish adventurer. A myriad of golden sigils manifested beside Buggy, and in the next instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Although Buggy's missile had not detonated yet, he found himself charred by a bolt of lightning, resembling a piece of blackened charcoal. The formidable destructive force of the lightning shattered all the barrels surrounding him. As one of the barrels splintered, a brilliant green light flashed before Buggy's eyes. He had no time to observe the information of the recovering sprite when, suddenly, Buggy's missile exploded. The powerful shockwave propelled him backwards several paces, colliding directly with the green sprite. Astonishingly, both Buggy and Yalida, initially fatigued, were instantly revitalized as if infused with a surge of energy. Their stamina and injuries reverted to peak condition. Buggy, a golden opportunity. Pardon my interruption. Yalida's enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement, but the reason behind Buggy's missile's restorative effect eluded her. The ensuing explosion sent Akainu flying. Now in prime condition, she brandished a wolf-toothed club, rushing forward to deliver a deadly strike. Buggy, quickly, used the levitation shot. Though not exceptionally powerful, he was, after all, a man who had once sailed with the Pirate King, and his reflexes were sharp. Detaching his legs and arms from his upper body, he dashed to Akainu's side. With the levitation shot enhancing his dagger, Akainu was suddenly thrust into the air with immense force. A sequence of knee strikes, dual regular attacks, and upward thrust And another regular attack culminated in Akainu being sent flying by Yalida's deadly strike. The two pressed forward. Akainu had little health left, and they had to seize this fleeting opportunity lest his vitality regenerate. Yalida wielded her club with precision, sweeping and smashing, while Bucky's dagger attacks were relentless. Together, they inflicted a cacophony of agonized cries from Akainu. "Damn adventurer! Perish!" Akainu raised his short dagger, and the golden sigils on the ground radiated numerous straight lines in all directions. Raising his dagger that summoned lightning high, he bellowed, "Lightning, come!" In a critical moment, an invitation on Bucky's person trembled unexpectedly, unleashing a mysterious force. At that pivotal moment, he grasped the innate skill, Silver Bullet. Silver Bullet transforms a certain number of bullet attributes into light attributes, inflicting additional light damage upon striking an enemy. Silver Bullet? The explosions rang out. On the elven defense line, Dasky, behind her glasses, gazed curiously at Linus. "Linus, are you also a demon sword master?" "Ah, that is a most unforgettable memory, however. Some unfortunate events transpired afterward, best left unspoken." Dasky originally intended to extract more valuable intelligence from Linus, but as their conversation progressed, they veered off topic. The uncle, an eternal nemesis to countless young maidens. For Linus, however, he discovered that this female specter swordsman possessed an extraordinary devotion and fervor for the blade. This evokes memories of that year, that person, and those events. Fans of the DNF storyline are well aware that Linus was once a renowned swordsman of the Dross Empire. In an attempt to subdue a friend who had been controlled by the power of the demon god, he mistakenly killed him. Overwhelmed by guilt towards his friend and his wife, Linus departed from the Imperial army and arrived at the Elven front. There, he assisted novice swordsmen in repairing their weapons and took on the responsibility of guiding them on their journeys. Subsequent main narrative reveals that Linus participated in the battle against the Sherlock, but was left injured at the entrance of the Wailing Cave. He once directed Soren toward the Wailing Cave, after which Aegon pursued Soren. Outnumbered, Soren was fortunate to receive assistance from adventurers, enabling him to escape the Wailing Cave. The remainder of Linus's life was spent forging weapons, drinking, and styling his hair. The distinctive mohawk haircut clearly indicates he was an old-school hairstyling enthusiast. "Dashki, young lady. Are you not waiting for someone? Is that not the person you are expecting?" Dashki turned around and was pleasantly surprised to see Smoker emerging from the depths of the shadowy forest, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Smoker had yet to notice Dashki and was presently silent. Upon seeing Smoker's serious demeanor, Dashki mistakenly assumed he had uncovered something significant, prompting her to remain quiet. Hesitant to interrupt, Colonel Smoker was indeed a reliable naval officer, even contemplating as he walked. Meanwhile, Sengoku and several rear admirals were preoccupied with other matters, leaving only Sengoku and Crane to observe the images transmitted by the Den Mushi. Upon seeing the somewhat disheveled Smoker return in silence, they surmised that a considerable skirmish had taken place. Sengoku adjusted his frog-like glasses and could not help but voice, "Could it be that Smoker has truly discovered something?" Crane, however, remained composed. "Patience, we shall know soon enough." Smoker, oblivious to their speculations, found himself preoccupied with one question. Why had he not brought his amphibious motorcycle along? Otherwise, he would not have needed to rush. The first day away from Dolong and already he missed it. At Fishman Island, Luffy looked at Usopp and encouraged, "Usopp, why don't you go first? Everyone has learned some intriguing skills." Luffy's laughter rang out cheerfully. With the crew's enhanced abilities, their adventures at sea would undoubtedly become even more exhilarating. "Me? All right." Usopp approached Fang Fan, and the invitation automatically drew closer to him. Fang Fan gazed at him with curiosity. From the perspective of the pirate storyline, Usopp's inventive talent slightly surpassed his combat prowess. The roles of the trio in the main cast leaned more toward support, Nami's navigation, Chopper's healing, while Usopp served as the bane of various peculiar abilities. What profession would he ultimately awaken to? Usopp's formidable observation haki and his ability to execute long-range attacks undoubtedly align with the concept of a powerful firearm. However, the heavy artillery associated with such weaponry seems rather incongruous when compared to Usopp's slingshot. His use of various unique shells and peculiar plant seeds to enhance his offensive capabilities somewhat resonates with the concept of a tribute-based ammunition, unleashing a torrent of firepower from his arsenal. Yet, the notion of magical bullets and the concentrated barrage of high-density fire does not quite correlate with the slingshot's essence. The roving gunslinger, adept in marksmanship and physical combat, appears to have a semblance of connection with the legendary warriors of the seas. Nevertheless, Usopp's skill in slingshot techniques remains rather commonplace, lacking the finesse of true marksmanship. As for the idea of him being a mechanic, that is utterly implausible. Suddenly, after a familiar flicker of light, a cascade of information materialized in Usopp's mind. You have comprehended the skill, knee strike. You have acquired the skill, floating projectile. You have awakened the innate skill, RX-78 pursuer. Fang Fan was taken aback. This made no sense. Usopp, a mechanic? The very notion left Usopp astonished as well. Was he truly endowed with innate skills? He scrutinized the newly acquired abilities, focusing intently on the innate skill. RX-78 pursuer. Deploy an autonomous self-destructing robot, RX-78 pursuer. To track enemies and detonate, inflicting fire-type damage to surrounding foes. Usopp, intrigued, turned to Fang Fan and remarked, with skills like knee strike, floating projectile, and this one called RX-78 pursuer, it seems I have become a sharpshooter. I never expected you to become a mechanic. It truly surpasses my expectations. If you were to disclose this profession, countless individuals would envy you. A man who never glances back at the sight of an explosion. With a snap of my pinky, the earth trembles. The airborne Gundam Viper cannon. If it fails to eliminate you, I shall delete my account. This is merely the beginning. What holds greater significance is that he is destined to become a man capable of wielding formidable power. How impressive indeed. Usopp, quickly demonstrate your technique. With eyes alight with enthusiasm, Luffy urged Usopp on. Usopp, understanding the cue, delivered a knee strike that sent a massive boulder soaring. The projectile launched from his slingshot exhibited an extraordinary effect akin to a levitating shot. Luffy exclaimed, "It seems that from now on, my slingshot will conjure bullets with just a pull." Usopp then crouched down, revealing a fleeting glimmer of silver in his palm. A shimmering silver square materialized beside him. And in an instant, the gears behind the small cube began to turn, initiating its autonomous movement. Luffy's eyes widened in awe at the sight of the mechanized box moving on its own. The RX-78 pursuer meandered aimlessly until it stumbled against the wall, collapsing forward as if bowing in defeat. The wall exploded with a resounding crash, leaving behind a sizable hole at the epicenter of the blast. Impressive! Both Sanji and Zoro exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their astonishment. The destructive capability of this small machine was nearly on par with that of a cannonball. Usopp's eyes widened as he gazed at the gaping hole, struggling to comprehend that such devastating power was within his grasp. His anticipation for mastering his newfound abilities grew exponentially. Luffy, brimming with excitement, turned to Fang Fan and declared, "It's my turn." As the power of the invitation enveloped Luffy, 3 skill notifications appeared in his mind. You have mastered the skill. Front kick, you have mastered the skill. Back kick, you have acquired the innate skill. Key wave, by materializing ki. You can unleash it towards an enemy, inflicting light-based magical damage. Overjoyed, Luffy wasted no time and dashed towards a colossal boulder. Effortlessly, he shattered it with his front kick and back kick. Following that, he placed his left hand on his waist and closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy around him more acutely than ever before. A surge of ki coalesced in his hand, ultimately forming a sphere of white light at his waist. With a thrust of his palm, the white wave of light shot forth, dissipating 2 meters away into nothingness. How cool! Luffy exclaimed, his bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Fang Fan smiled gently, remarking, "Ah, youth. All right, your professions have been activated. You may decide when to challenge the Grand Forest. You can form a team to tackle it together. But let me remind you, the team modes include 4-player, 8-player, 12-player, and 20-player configurations, with increasing difficulty. Make sure to deliberate before proceeding. Until then, that will be all. Farewell." As Fang Fan vanished without a trace, the onlookers, despite their envy, understood a profound truth. Some individuals are simply born to be formidable. Luffy, what are our plans moving forward? The group, healing from their injuries, turned their gazes towards Luffy. Nami, let us form a team and embark on an adventure to the Grand Forest. Luffy was already brimming with anticipation to enter that enigmatic island of the forest. Isn't the essence of setting sail all about seeking adventure? Currently, throughout the East Blue, where could one possibly find a place as wondrous as the Grand Forest Island? Huh? Am I included as well? Naturally, you are already a part of my crew. Departing from the main group, Fang Fan had not actually strayed far, for he suddenly noticed Luffy's skill notification. This fellow has unexpectedly awakened a second innate skill. Monkey D. Luffy has activated the passive ability of Ki Perception. Ki Perception allows one to discern the precise location of enemies, thereby enhancing resistance to blindness. It is precisely due to this passive ability that a Ki Master can gather and unleash formidable Ki skills. Truly, as the protagonist. Luffy has activated this passive skill even before his class transition. He suddenly recalls that Luffy, destined to be the future Pirate King, seems to possess a talent for hearing the voices of all things. In this light, the premature activation of key perception appears to be quite reasonable. Fang Fan chuckled, remarking that this foolish boy likely remains unaware of the extraordinary nature of key perception. With this ability, it is akin to having the observation haki activated ahead of time. Luffy has yet to even leave Sha Village. Fang Fan pondered what more he could say. Ah, is that Octopus Xiaoba? At Fishman Island, the Navy has not yet arrived. And Octopus Xiaoba has not been imprisoned. With a casual flick, he cast a rapid healing spell, summoning 2 invitations that soared towards him. Consider it a leisurely move. It remains uncertain whether they can drift to the underwater Dragon Palace district. Octopus Xiaoba is a simple-minded and trusting fishman, with a kind nature. Fang Fan is pleased to facilitate his early activation of the dungeon profession. It is well known that the sooner one begins to activate invitations, the faster their strength will grow. The first batch to take the plunge will be the ones to reap the greatest rewards. What a fortunate fellow. Yet, whether this fortune is genuine or merely a stroke of misfortune will only become clear in due time. At the Navy headquarters, as Smoker continued to deliver more information, Sengoku increasingly sensed the extraordinary nature of Grand Forest. Peculiar professions, marvelous skill techniques, and astonishing healing potions characterize this mysterious and powerful island, along with that formidable young man. Sengoku concluded that unless absolutely necessary, we must not position ourselves against Grand Forest. After contemplating for a while, Tsuru cautioned. Sengoku nodded in agreement, acknowledging, I understand your point. If utilized wisely, perhaps our Navy could emerge as the greatest benefactor. Arrange for Momonosuke to make a trip. Those 3 invitations must not be lost. Tsuru stood up, stating, I will go now. You should consider who should use these 3 invitations. The crane departed from the office. As Smoker and Tashigi awaited Sengoku's announcement of the next course of action, a colossal projection gradually materialized in the sky above Grand Forest, casting its shadow across the entire East Sea. Accompanied by a voiceover, it declared, Dracul Mihawk has defeated Glicker, earning a reward of 9,000 gold coins and 200,000 berries. In the ethereal imagery of the East Sea sky, flames danced amidst the yellow-hued forest. Hawkeye wielded an enigmatic sword, its silver glimmer forming a crescent shape as he moved it up and down. Beside him lay a massive ebony beast, defeated. The scene blurred, and in the next moment, a fearsome creature emerged, serrated fangs, golden horns, and a head cloaked in vivid crimson fur. Its glossy black coat shimmered like satin, while golden ribbons adorned its wrists and groin. Above the flowing skirt, a dark gemstone sparkled. The beast's enormous, muscular legs exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Such a formidable creature was sent flying by Hawkeye's purple diagonal slash, the impact lifting it off the ground. The peculiar strike radiated with a circular purple light. Is this the might of the world's greatest swordsman? So splendid and powerful. What intrigued them further was that, shortly thereafter, Hawkeye reappeared in the sky's projection. Even the most ordinary of individuals could discern that those who were casually broadcasted by the sea's skies were engaged in extraordinary feats. Undoubtedly, the pirates of the East Sea were already whispering tales of an island that had mysteriously emerged near Reverse Mountain. The very site where Hawkeye fought was atop that island. Across the East Sea, pirates of all sizes could hardly contain their excitement, eager to draw nearer to that island in hopes of claiming a share of the treasure. However, no significant pirate presence could be found in the East Sea. Those who dared to test their luck halted upon spotting the Navy near Grand Forest. Damn the Navy! They stand between us and untold riches. One captain exclaimed. Should we dispatch these Navy soldiers? Observant captains noted that this contingent of Navy seemed uninterested in preventing pirates from reaching Grand Forest. They did not even attempt to disperse the throng. Something was amiss. The Navy was not foolish. Knowing the island was a treasure trove, they could not remain indifferent. Meanwhile, upon learning of Hawkeye's latest reward, Sengoku became restless. Smoker, Tashigi. From this moment forth, you two shall act in unison. Strive to elevate your ranks post-haste, ideally surpassing Hawkeye. In the Warring States period, a brilliant general, adept in both literature and martial arts, found a new idea blossoming in his mind after gathering a plethora of information. He contemplated elevating his rank and devising a strategy to explore new territories and vanquish new lords. Sengoku, half in hope and half in command, declared that it would be preferable for the figures of the defeated lords to swiftly appear above the East Sea. Within his heart, a certain plan was taking shape. Smoker and Dashiji accepted their orders and embarked on a romantic adventure of dual exploration. The command system of the Navy headquarters could not constantly monitor their progress in leveling up. Consequently, after confirming that Smoker, in reality, Dashiji must report in accordance with wartime vigilance requirements, Sengoku severed communication. It remained uncertain what effect this change in the East Sea would have on the entire New World. Due to a dearth of information and intelligence, Sengoku was at a loss regarding an individual's stance. Otherwise, he could have acted preemptively. Little did he know that Fang Fan was eager to dispatch all the invitations as swiftly as possible. Regardless, these transformations in the East Sea would undoubtedly be unveiled by that insatiable newsbird. There could be no retreat. The Navy must take the lead this time. He summoned the three admirals for a meeting when suddenly the door to Sengoku's office burst open, and a boisterous man, pinching his nose, strode in. Sengoku, do you still have those rice crackers in your drawer? Sengoku clenched his fist and slammed it onto the table. You old rascal, don't you know to knock? Ha 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 ha, my apologies, I forgot. I promise to remember next time. You scoundrel. And so, it was joyfully decided. Luffy announced that they would form a 5-person team to embark on an adventure in the forest of Gran. With the dispatch of invitations, the group quickly arrived at the first map. You have entered the dungeon, the dark and dense woods. It's enormous, Luffy exclaimed, gazing up at the towering trees that seemed to encompass 5 or 6 people. The trees of the forest of Gran were peculiar. Due to the presence of goblins and minotaurs, the great trees were often bare of branches and leaves. It remained uncertain whether they were born thus or had been ravaged by the monsters. The low shrubs, however, flourished with abundant foliage, clustering together in such a manner that they resembled a wall. This effectively separates numerous monsters. Is this the type of creature in question? Ah. Over a dozen goblins have detected the newly appeared humans and let out a shriek. Be wary of those red and blue goblins, they wield fire and ice magic, Nami cautioned, casting a magical star projectile towards the horde of goblins. Upon revealing the health bar, Nami gazed at the extensive blue bar and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing that what Fang Fan meant by acting within one's means was precisely this. Previously, when battling goblins alone, the red health bars were fleeting. With a single magical star projectile, she could diminish a substantial portion of their health. Yet now, that recent magical star projectile had only slightly decreased the lengthy health bar of the goblins. In terms of both vitality and defense, these goblins were now incomparable to those of the past. Nami, is this the kind of monster we are facing? Luffy inquired, placing a hand on her shoulder and stretching his body. Zoro had, at some point, tied a bandana around his head and wrapped his arms in bandages. Sanji lit a cigarette, tapping his polished shoes against the grass. Usopp gripped the galaxy slingshot tightly, and the group stood in formation. Nami, witnessing her spirited companions for the first time, momentarily lost her focus. Everyone. Meanwhile, Fang Fan, secretly observing, seemed to hear Shirohage's fervent rallying cry. Nami, don't worry. I will send every monster flying. Team, let us go. Understood, Captain. They responded in unison. Sanji and Zoro lunged forward almost simultaneously, charging towards the goblins. With their twin blades gleaming menacingly, they stirred the air with a roar akin to dragons and tigers. Both Mihawk and Fang Fan had revealed to Zoro the strength of warriors on a higher echelon. His desire to grow stronger burned intensely within him, and the path to strength lay before him. Two-sword style, demon slash. Several ordinary goblins were corralled by Zoro, their blue health bars visibly retreating. Sanji, with the swiftness of an arrow, leaped into the goblin throng. In a swift motion, he executed a Thomas spinning kick, his legs moving with divine precision. Front kick. Back kick. Low kick. The strikes were fierce and powerful. Once again, several goblins were sent flying, their cries echoing in the air. Shortly after, behind Zoro and Sanji, a silver, cube-shaped robot approached innocuously. As it neared the goblins, it suddenly lunged forward with a thunderous crash, causing dozens of goblins' health bars to plummet to the red zone. Luffy, filled with determination, unleashed a flexible barrage from his makeshift machine gun, scattering the goblins into fragments. Enhanced by the skills of a martial artist, Luffy's punches carried an unrecognized potency, significantly amplifying his attack power. A wave of energy surged from his palms, sending forth a blast the size of a basin that depleted the health of several goblins dramatically. Observing Luffy's and his own remote capabilities, Usopp did not hesitate. With a floating projectile, he launched an attack that sent a goblin, poised to strike Nami, soaring into the air. You all attack freely. I shall support you from the rear. The formidable lethality emboldened Usopp, infusing his words with newfound confidence. Yes, let us press on with vigor. However, a disheartening message echoed in the vicinity of Reverse Mountain in the Grand Forest. You are not a warrior. Entry to the Grand Forest is forbidden. The Grand Forest is not yet fully accessible. Please try again later. Pirates seeking entry soon realized it was not the Navy preventing them, but rather the understanding that outsiders could not enter. Damn the Navy, there must be a way to access the Grand Forest. The envious pirates were eager to delve into the depths in search of gold and berries. At this moment, the sea sparkled under a clear sky, expansive and serene. Above the multitude of pirate ships, a newsbird equipped with a camera circled several times before gradually ascending into the horizon. The astonishing transformations occurring in the East Blue had Morgan the newsman rubbing his hands in anticipation. We must act swiftly. Today's newspaper must blanket the Grand Line and the New World at once. Such remarkable news was rare, and even the emperors of the New World might find it astonishing. Rows of albatrosses set forth with freshly printed newspapers, and soon, from the Four Seas to the Grand Line and the New World, countless eyes beheld the newsbird's reports. Pirates, civilians, and the Navy alike were left in awe upon reading the headlines. Only the strong are worthy of setting foot on the mysterious island. Such an incredible island. Who would have thought that the secluded East Blue harbored such news? Rumors of Mihawk's presence in the East Blue led many to speculate whether he had specifically ventured to the enigmatic Grand Forest. The promise of unprecedented beasts and rewards of gold and berries stirred excitement among the pirates. This was indeed a treasure trove waiting to be uncovered. Yet as they gazed deeper, a chill crept down their spines. A resonant sound echoed across the East Sea, presenting a scene visible to all. What arcane force was this? Could it be some peculiar devil fruit? The island was rife with bizarre creatures, and defeating the monsters above could provoke extraordinary phenomena in the East Sea. Who possessed such formidable power? Was it the Navy? The Revolutionary Army? Or perhaps yet another conspiracy devised by the world government? In the New World, on a certain isle, Shanks sat in quiet contemplation within a cave. He sensed Beckman entering alone, and in the dim light, the scar on Shanks's cheek softened slightly. Shanks. This newspaper pertains to Hawkeye, Beckman remarked, tossing the paper into Shanks's hands before quietly indulging in his cigar. Shanks rapidly perused the newspaper, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Yet a frown creased his brow. Grand Teufel Forest? An island that has appeared out of nowhere. I never imagined Hawkeye would venture there, and apparently, he has vanquished numerous monsters? A mysterious isle reserved for the worthy? Morgan's titles are becoming increasingly extravagant. After finishing the paper, Shanks set it aside. A silence enveloped the cave for a moment. Luffy should be setting sail about now. Beckman took a gentle puff of smoke, pondering the peculiar island. I am aware. Thank you for your reminder, Beckman. Just as long as you know, Beckman replied, leisurely exiting the cave. Shanks found himself alone once more. The enigmatic and powerful Grand Teufel Forest. Luffy, you must strive even harder. The newspaper did not garner much attention from the other emperors. With the myriad of strange occurrences in the New World, this was but a minor detail in the vast East Sea, unworthy of the emperor's gaze. They were preoccupied with amassing wealth and territory, and matters unrelated to their self-interests seldom piqued their curiosity. The other pirates of the Seven Warlords, upon seeing the newspaper, were astonished that Hawkeye had ventured to the East Sea, yet they too became mere spectators to the unfolding drama. A certain feathered creature speculated that there must be a mysterious puppeteer orchestrating it all, uniquely transforming the entire East Sea into a grand stage, with all its citizens, pirates, and navy reduced to mere audience members. Such grand undertakings beg the question of the ulterior motives of those behind them. The astute pirates have sensed an inexplicable shift occurring in the East Sea. Yet, as long as this transformation does not encroach upon their interests, they remain disinterested. Conversely, the world government, the sovereign authority of the pirate realm, places immense significance on this news. The reason is simple. The emergence of this mysterious island was initially heralded by a message from the reclusive Imu. The island has swiftly stirred the waters of intrigue. Kenichi Yamanobu, adorned in a traditional white robe and wooden sandals, his bald head framed by glasses and wielding a sword, bears an uncanny resemblance to Mahatma Gandhi. He continued, Lord Imu has tasked us with investigating that island. Currently, the information in the possession of the Navy is scant. All we know is that it is somehow linked to a young man, Keiki Zengaku, clad in a deep blue suit, with long, straight white hair and a lengthy beard, noted the Navy's limited interactions with this young man, suggesting that progress in the investigation was sluggish. and perhaps it would be prudent to dispatch the hounds to probe further. Agreed. But whom shall we send? After a moment of silence, they decided to draw a few individuals from CP1 to CP8 to initiate contact. Thus, it was resolved. Meanwhile, Sengoku seethed with a desire to rend Morgans to pieces. Do not fire recklessly. We must develop quietly, he admonished. Morgans had unleashed a worldwide uproar, making it impossible to proceed unnoticed. Sengoku understood that the secrets of the island would inevitably surface. However, for the Navy, the later they were revealed, the better. This delay would grant them the opportunity to strengthen their power. Morgan's news had disrupted Sengoku's plans. He pondered how long the current restrictions on Gran Tesoro would persist. It was imperative to activate the invaluable invitation letters issued by the Navy with capable individuals. Resolutely, Sengoku declared, Kizaru, you shall be the one to utilize the invitation. Kizaru, nonchalantly trimming his nails, acknowledged, understood, Admiral. What about the other two letters? Sengoku paused, stating that one would be entrusted to the elders, while the other was to be delivered to the world government. Kizaru remained unfazed, but nearby, Akainu's voice turned sharp, as if interrogating, to those thoughtless officials? The CP organization? Why must our Navy's resources be shared with those hunting dogs? Where is the reciprocity for our Navy? Akainu's tone was laced with indignation. This was originally a mission entrusted to the Navy by the 5 elders, and now that some progress has been made, others are swooping in to reap the rewards. Marshal, we cannot simply refuse them. The hawkish vice admirals echoed in agreement, fervently requesting that the invitation be retained within the Navy. Sengoku was immensely troubled. Yet the outcome had already been determined. The strategist, Crane, surmised that this must surely be a directive from the 5 elders. Otherwise, those hounds would not dare to audaciously seize the Navy's possessions, lest they lose their hands in the process. We can only hope that the young man possesses more invitations. Bang! A vice admiral, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, This is utterly outrageous. Perhaps we should seize a few for ourselves. Carp laughed heartily, munching on rice crackers, leaving crumbs strewn across his mouth and the floor. He casually wiped his hands, still covered in remnants of snacks, across his attire. A formidable young man indeed, Sengoku. Send me to make contact with him. As an old friend, Carp eagerly volunteered for this challenging task. On one hand, it is indeed true that Carp wishes to witness the prowess of this young man who has managed to defeat the Eagle Eye with just 2 moves. He is curious to ascertain the extent of his abilities and to explore the possibility of enticing him into the Navy. Naturally, securing additional invitations would be an even greater boon. A menacing wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by the searing heat of flames. Luffy, Zoro, and their companions encountered several red goblins and a handful of throwing goblins. Streams of fire and colossal boulders hurtled toward them like projectiles. If this were all they faced, they might have managed to cope. However, the presence of several minotaurs, each the size of a house, nearly caused Usopp's legs to tremble. 3 massive bull beasts towered over the minotaurs, their sharp fangs and formidable horns exuding an intimidating aura. Their muscular forms radiated strength and oppression. Dreadfully, the crimson shield before these monstrous minotaurs obstructed most of their attacks. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji stood resolutely before the minotaurs, with Nami and Usopp positioned behind them. Neither melee nor ranged attacks could penetrate the Minotaur's defenses. These creatures possessed immense strength, and their magical barrier was impenetrable. They needed to discover their vulnerabilities. Luffy, can you find a way to maneuver behind the Minotaurs? Zoro swung his sword wildly, the blade clashing against the barrier with a series of metallic clangs. The tension among them escalated. A wall of Minotaurs stood in their way, making it exceedingly difficult to outmaneuver them. With no possibility of breaking through from above or tunneling beneath, Luffy was about to speak, intending to use his extending arms to send Zoro airborne to the rear. Usopp. At this critical moment, Usopp called out, I can dash behind the Minotaurs and immediately fire a floating bullet at the central one. The rest will be up to you. Seizing the moment when the pursuer had just cooled down, Usopp crouched low, the silver pursuer steadily advancing. He sprinted forth, executing a sliding maneuver that resembled a train deftly traversing a tunnel, slipping right between the legs of the Minotaurs. Now is the time. Usopp launched a floating bullet, enhanced as if it were a marble shot from a cosmic slingshot, piercing into the back of the colossal beast. The immense creature rose into the air, and without hesitation, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash a fierce assault. Spirit Wave, Lower Kick, 3-sword style, Demon Slash. Oh yes. 2 swift magical star projectiles swiftly followed suit. Everyone braved the furious roars of the Minotaurs, concentrating their attacks upon the central beast. In an instant, this colossal creature was shattered into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Zoro summoned the sword spirit Kazan, inscribing a crimson array upon the ground with Zoro at its center, enveloping several of them within its bounds. The augmented power of the sword spirit elevated the offensive capabilities of Luffy and his companions slightly. Sanji positioned his legs to form a T-shape. The enhanced strength combined with his unique muscle control and martial arts propelled his body into a T-shaped strike. Then Smoke Sanji danced into action. A whirlwind erupted chaotically, shadows of demons swirling ominously. Sanji unleashed a flurry of concentrated kicks amidst the throng of Minotaurs, shattering the defenses of a substantial number of them. Yosh! Luffy grounded himself, instinctively grasping the unseen flow of energy in the air. His rubber limbs transformed into a formidable barrage as a multitude of Minotaurs seemed drawn into the vortex of his relentless assault. Concurrently, an inconspicuous silver robot on the ground emanated a foreboding crimson hue, signaling a potential peril. The RX-78 toppled, followed by a resounding explosion. Except for a few Minotaurs teetering on the brink of the blast, the entire epicenter of the explosion was obliterated, leaving no trace of the monstrous remnants. The prowess of the combatants was indeed fearsome. In the depths of the dungeon, the absence of any debris suggested only one possibility: an overflow of damage. In the game, when damage severely overflows, the monsters are vanquished and transformed into a white silhouette, sometimes resembling a body torn asunder by 5 horses. With the enhancement of the red array, the piercing capability of the floating projectiles, and the rigid strikes of martial arts, Luffy's team was formidable. Crucially, the heightened perception of energy from a certain red-vested warrior increased the likelihood of stunning the monsters. Otherwise, the 8-man challenge in the dimly lit forest would not have concluded so swiftly. As the Lord Minotaur fell, all remaining Minotaurs collapsed, shattering into pieces and vanishing from sight. Victory was achieved. In the mystical realm of the East Sea, the crew led by Nami triumphantly conquered the challenging 8-person difficulty, the gloomy forest, earning a reward of 80,000 experience points and 2,000 gold coins. As the resonant announcement echoed across the expanse of the East Sea, an extraordinary spectacle captured the gaze of its inhabitants. The image revealed an overwhelming multitude of Minotaurs, creating a veritable paradise of monstrous beings. Their roars reverberated like thunder, as their powerful arms swung violently towards a swordsman wielding 3 blades. The swordsman appeared to conjure a blue barrier akin to an axe, while his swift, dapper form in a black suit only managed to slightly repel the colossal beasts. With their horns brandished as weapons, the Minotaurs charged fiercely, nearly catching a fiery-haired girl off guard. Had it not been for her companion, who skillfully launched a projectile to halt the Minotaur's advance, she might have suffered a grievous fate. In Road Town at the Navy branch, the Weasel had just concluded the Cocoa West incident. The insidious presence of decaying pests compelled him to conduct a thorough investigation of the branch's naval personnel. News of Luffy's victory over Arlong also reached the Navy headquarters. However, upon witnessing the image of Monkey D, Luffy soaring through the skies, Vice Admiral Weasel wasted no time in seizing the transponder snail to relay his thoughts. Apologies, Vice Admiral Garp, but I believe the bounty on your grandson is far too low. In Windmill Village of the East Sea, the delightful Machino was astonished to see Luffy's figure materialize within the celestial imagery. Did everyone witness that? Luffy has only just departed. Yet he has already reached a mysterious island that only the strongest can access. She exclaimed. How incredible! Are those Luffy's companions? The band of mountain bandits led by Dayton stood in utter disbelief, their hearts in tumult. Luffy had grown so formidable that he could triumph over such a multitude of Minotaurs? With a sweet smile, Machino silently encouraged him. Go for it, Luffy. At the floating restaurant Baratai, Zeph and his crew, initially captivated like the majority of onlookers, were suddenly struck dumb by the appearance of a familiar dark figure. How did Sanji end up there? They pondered, sharing the same astonishment as the villagers of Cocoa West, including Kobe and Nami's sister, Nojiko, as well as the squint-eyed Gungshiro. In Seymour Jichi village, Fang Fan also beamed with delight at the sight of Gungshiro. Among the unresolved mysteries of the early arcs of One Piece, Gungshiro undoubtedly ranks among the foremost. In the recollections of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, it is noted that Dragon's ship once docked at the Goa Kingdom in the East Sea. A child from the dojo mentioned having seen a person with a notably large face during the day, identified as the cross-dressing king, Ivankov. Ivankov, in turn, had informed Dragon about their daytime excursions to replenish supplies at the dojo. Although his connection to the Revolutionary Army remains unclear and his strength has never been displayed in the narrative, the intrigue surrounding him endures. Fang Fan firmly believes in a singular truth: those with slanted eyes are invariably monstrous. Mr. Gung Silang, will you truly not consider my humble suggestion? I am merely an unremarkable swordsman teaching children the art of swordplay. Those with slanted eyes appear gentle and courteous, inciting no aversion. Do you not aspire to greatness like the legendary swordsman? Fang Fan, undeterred, pressed on, attempting to discern even the slightest flicker of hesitation or emotional turmoil behind Gung Silang's amiable smile. Alas, he was met with failure. I have never encountered a great swordsman, nor do I harbor any interest in them. My greatest joy lies in the solitary practice of swordsmanship with a wooden sword during my apprenticeship. In those days, each day spent practicing brought me closer to improvement. Presently, I find no such need. Fang Fan's expression grew peculiar as he inquired earnestly, do you not regret the grave error of establishing this sword academy? Gung Silang's calm demeanor momentarily faltered before returning to its usual composure as he candidly replied, I have never regretted founding this academy. Seeing the indifference with which his counterpart regarded life and death, Fang Fan realized that this journey might yield no fruit. Very well. I too shall never coerce a man against his will. With a nonchalant gesture, Fang Fan shrugged and muttered to himself, nonetheless, even if you choose not to activate the invitation, I shall leave these 5 invitations in your possession. Turning to Gung Silang with a cheerful demeanor, he added, do not be hasty in your refusal. After all, this could present you with the opportunity to witness another pinnacle of swordsmanship. Gung Silang, I look forward to seeing your presence in the Glen Forest. As Fang Fan's ghostly figure vanished, Gung Silang's eyes narrowed even further. Kapu, you bunch of bastards. After hanging up on the call with the weasel, Sengoku could not restrain his ire. His son was at odds with his superior, and his grandson was at odds with him. Damn it. Marshal, has the bounty for Monkey D. Luffy been established at 40 million berries? Confirmed. Proceed with the announcement. Shortly after the office door closed, a loud knocking reverberated. Come in. Entering was the candidate Admiral Peach Rabbit Cheyenne, sporting a traditional Japanese hairstyle, a pink short dress underneath, and draped in a Navy Justice cloak. Reporting to the Marshal, I have brought the invitation. The world government has just dispatched someone to deliver it. Sengoku's expression grew serious. Even as the formidable admiral, with immense power and influence, he could not help but covet the Glen Forest. Now, the key to the Glen Forest lay before him. Though it was but a single invitation, it represented a glimmer of hope. Grasping a nearby Den Mushi, he dialed Kizaru. Borsalino, come to my office. The enchanting gaze of the Peach Rabbit sparkled with brilliance, accentuating its slender waist. Admiral Sengoku. To which Grand Forest shall Admiral Kizaru venture? Sengoku pondered, acknowledging that although Morgan's reports were somewhat exaggerated, the actions of Hawkeye indicated that those with greater combat prowess received rewards more swiftly and in greater abundance. Upon learning of the availability of solo, team, and multiplayer modes, Sengoku's mind began to devise a plan. He further elucidated, with Borsalino's exceptional mobility and considerable strength, our Navy can swiftly gather a substantial amount of resources from the Grand Forest. Moreover, the fruits and potions capable of restoring stamina and healing injuries are of paramount importance. Should we succeed in large-scale collection, the Navy's overall strength may witness a significant enhancement. The Navy is a perilous profession, and a considerable number of individuals have withdrawn due to debilitating ailments. If we could mitigate the casualty rate, it follows that those who endure are exceptional naval warriors. Begone, has the invitation from the strong arrived? Admiral Kizaru entered Sengoku's office, holding a cup of tea. Admiral Kizaru, gold coins. Gold coins. Luffy exclaimed upon hearing of the reward, eagerly scanning his surroundings and rummaging through his pockets. After a prolonged search, he found both pockets utterly empty. Luffy, the gold coins are not on you. They reside within your backpack. Nami instructed him on how to retrieve the coins from his bag, and Luffy was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. Incredible! These are truly gold coins. His eyes gleamed with delight, while Usopp joyfully shouted nearby, everyone, come and see. It seems there are weapons dropping here. This victory has granted him a deeper understanding of his own capabilities. Usopp, what kind of weapon is that? Zoro and Sanji approached as well. It is a pair of knuckle gloves. Knuckle gloves? The crowd leaned in, the information materializing before their eyes. Windbreaker explosive knuckle gloves type. Knuckle gloves level. 15 rarity. Rare durability. 39 physical attack power, 181 magical attack power, 122 independent attack power, 88 attack speed, 10 additional attribute when attacking. There is a 2 chance to stun the enemy for 2 seconds. If the enemy is above level 15, the chances and effects of entering a debuffed state are reduced. Conversely, if below, the chances and effects are increased. Explode. Defeat them, exclaimed Windbreaker. What formidable knuckle gloves. If the attributes are indeed as terrifying as stated. These gloves are excessively powerful. With them, one need not fear a brawl. Knuckle gloves are weapons utilized by fighters. Luffy, both you and Sanji can wield them. Luffy grinned broadly. Hee, I'll let Sanji use these to protect his hands. Without his culinary skills, I can hardly eat. Just look at his eloquence. Who said Luffy? With his thick brows and bright eyes, is merely reckless and thoughtless? Sanji did not refuse, despite having always relied on his legs for combat. However, the justification of protecting his hands was sufficient. From now on, I shall take charge of everyone's culinary delights. The group organized their backpacks. And at Nami's suggestion, they ensured not to overlook any items dropped by the Minotaurs during their battles. Their bags contained several Minotaur hairs, hard horns, and scraps of fabric. Through their collective efforts, Nami leveled up to level 7, while the other 4 ascended directly to level 5. In an 8-person team, the experience gained was quite substantial. Fang Fan had mentioned that at level 5, they could seek him out to learn new skills or, upon reaching a certain level, consult a mentor for further knowledge. Now, what shall we do? The group looked toward Luffy, and Nami promptly stated, that guy is elusive. We shouldn't rely on him for skill acquisition. There must be other intriguing places within the Grand Forest. Let us proceed to the next dungeon. All right, let us heed the navigator's advice. The group began to move. Departing the shadowy forest, Usopp lingered at the back, when suddenly he spotted an unusual coin, half silver and half golden, lying on the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, he read the information inscribed upon it. Fate coin. Upon use, there is a 50 chance to invoke divine retribution or a 50 chance to trigger a life restoration effect. When your stamina is depleted, take a chance. Perhaps a miracle will descend upon your fate. Usopp, hurry up. Coming. In a whirlwind of urgency, the fateful coin was stowed away in the backpack as one hastened to catch up with Luffy and his companions. The duo faced the formidable challenge typically reserved for a quartet. Whether it was Buggy or Alvida, their efficiency in clearing levels had notably diminished. Alvida and Buggy remained entrenched in the thunderous ruins, as Buggy harbored apprehensions about their ability to conquer the new map. Thus, they chose to amass experience and upgrade their gear on the familiar terrain. In contrast, Smoker and his allies took a different approach, harnessing the power of his devil fruit. Smoker boldly ventured into the toxic thunderous ruins, unperturbed by the perilous environment thanks to his smoke fruit abilities. He proclaimed, "You are poison, you are mist. But I am the soul myth. Who fears him?" Smoker reveled in his dominance within the toxic thunderous ruins, leaving the cat demons in disarray. Yet, Daski's fortune was far less favorable. With her inherent strength lacking, the monstrous foes in a team setting were quadrupled in might. A mere trio of Shadow Knight cat demons nearly ensnared her in a state of weakness. The toxic thunderous ruins, ruled by the toxic cat king, had claimed countless resurrection coins from hapless warriors. On the ground, rife with purple toxic marshes, succumbing to poison was a matter of moments. Without antidotes or the means to swiftly vanquish the toxic cat king, one would be forced to relinquish their precious resurrection coins. Smoker, noticing Daski's plight, swiftly activated his devil fruit ability. White Gale enveloped him as he transformed into smoke, lifting all the cat demons into the air. Daski, take this. He tossed 2 health potions to her, and upon consumption, her complexion regained some color. However, the rising toxic mist continued to infiltrate her lungs with each breath. And the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for her. Captain Smoker, I apologize for being a burden. Fool, do not lose focus during battle. Contemplate your options in this scenario. Combat is about identifying the enemy's weaknesses and delivering a decisive blow. Though he offered such guidance, Smoker found himself grappling with the daunting presence of the toxic cat king and the throngs of shadow and glowing cat demons surrounding him. While the toxic cat king's poison posed no threat to him, he was nonetheless at a disadvantage in the terrain it commanded. The enemy's health regeneration was alarmingly rapid. Daski was bitten once, and the toxic cat king regained a substantial portion of its health. Each time, its vitality inexplicably surged back. Frustration mounted. With her head bowed, Dasky absorbed Smoker's counsel, dismissing her feelings of guilt as she meticulously recalled the intricacies of their skirmishes with the cat demons. Suddenly, a vision of a white cat demon flickered in her mind. I understand now, Dasky shouted, while braving the toxic mist and treading through the poisonous swamp. Colonel Smog, do not concern yourself with the Lord Toxic Cat King just yet. First, eliminate those luminescent cat demons behind it. They will restore the Toxic Cat King's health. As a prompt echoed, you have entered the elven defensive line. Towering trees obscured the sky on either side, while a narrow stone path stretched into the depths of the forest. The vibrant greenery thrived, occasionally interrupted by gray stone pillars. Luffy and his companions proceeded leisurely, observing their surroundings and discussing Usopp's recent display of valiant sliding. Usopp, was that sliding maneuver you performed on the ground also a skill of yours? I don't recall seeing you utilize it before entering the Glen Forest, Nami inquired curiously, drawing even Zoro's attention. I'm not certain. This sliding skill didn't come with any skill prompt. Usopp reflected on the moment he executed the sliding maneuver, hesitating as he continued. I was simply focused on running swiftly, and while doing so, I intended to launch a slingshot attack, when suddenly my body instinctively performed the slide. Perhaps you all should try attacking while running. You might discover a similar instinctive ability. As they conversed, Linus's figure came into view, eliciting surprise from the group. A blacksmith? Zoro exclaimed, astonished. How curious it is that there exists a blacksmith in the wilderness. Greetings, adventurer. I am Linus, the foremost blacksmith in this realm. Luffy, hands on his hips, grinned widely and declared, I am Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Linus raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his surprise. What kind of king do you aspire to be? Pirate King, Luffy proclaimed, his determination evident. Linus, puzzled, asked, what sort of Pirate King? In a fit of frustration, Luffy stepped closer, exclaiming, the Pirate King. Linus finally understood. Oh, you mean the King of Pirates. Luffy, facepalming, squatted down and began drawing circles on the ground in exasperation. Zoro scrutinized Linus from head to toe, his instinct suggesting that this blacksmith was no ordinary craftsman. The moment he felt the scrutinizing gaze, Linus turned his attention to Zoro. Young swordsman, you are enveloped in a peculiar aura of demonic power. It appears your ghostly hand has found its path of cultivation. He then glanced at the others, as if piecing together a revelation, and remarked, I see now, you have successfully navigated the treacherous depths of the dark forest with an adventurous team. Your potential is quite commendable. Adventurous team difficulty? Is it not an 8-person team challenge? Linus paused, then swiftly clarified. Did that esteemed individual not inform you? Both the team and solo modes possess varying degrees of difficulty, ranked from lowest to highest as normal, adventurous, warrior, monarch, and the fearsome hell level. Typically, solo modes are classified as normal, and only upon achieving an A rating in normal can one challenge the adventurous level. An A rating in adventurous unlocks access to the warrior level. The monarch level is even more difficult, requiring an S rating in the warrior dungeon to be granted permission. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? Nami, what was our score just now? Luffy inquired, with Zoro and the others equally curious. Their battle had concluded, and they were eager for feedback. Could this be a unique aspect of training in the Forest of Gran? Given their recent performance, what score might they have attained? Our score was A, Nami replied. Luffy slumped his shoulders and pouted, appearing both proud and dissatisfied. How can it only be A? In my view, our teamwork was nothing short of flawless. Sanji turned to Nami, his eyes filled with hearts. Indeed, it should have been at least a C. Nami, infuriated, clenched her fist and delivered a punch to Sanji's forehead, causing a lump to swell. Linus, bemused by the sight of the sorceress striking the brawler, chuckled and said, the scoring system ranks from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Achieving an A rating in the adventurous difficulty signifies that you possess considerable potential. Zoro listened intently, contemplating the situation. Was it merely satisfactory? His gaze sharpened as the spell summoning Kazan shimmered with an imperceptible glimmer. Usopp sensed something amiss. Wait, Uncle Linus. Did you not mention that the difficulty of an adventure requires an ordinary dungeon rating of A? This is our first challenge. We haven't faced the ordinary difficulty of the Dark Forest. The difficulty gradient applies to solo challenges in a group. The number of participants directly corresponds to the appropriate level of difficulty. Linus, maintaining his patience, replied, the greater the challenge, the more substantial the rewards. You all may choose according to your capabilities. Seizing the moment, he added, I have your training tasks ready, young adventurers. Would you care to accept them? Would you accept the tasks from Blacksmith Linus, training for the demon swordsman, fighter, mage, and gunslinger? In a swift motion, Smoker unleashed the ghost slash while engulfed in smoke, drawing all the luminescent cat demons into a fierce onslaught. With powerful punches and upward strikes, the cat demons were utterly vanquished beneath the ghost slash. Meanwhile, the toxic cat king was pushed to higher ground by Smoker. The tower was no more, 2 of its fangs shattered, and with the support healer, the luminescent cat demons were all gone, returning to the crystal. The teammates had also perished. Can this situation still be salvaged? After a fierce onslaught from the formidable Smog, the poison cat king gloriously fulfilled his mission amidst a cry of despair. A burst of silver light erupted from Dasky, dissipating her previous despondency and restoring her vitality to its zenith. Colonel Smog, I have directly reached level 6. What about you? Dasky exclaimed with palpable excitement, as she retrieved a katana from her backpack. The hilt, which she had previously struggled to grasp, now felt secure in her right hand. The katana emanated a tingling power that spread throughout her body. Is this the sensation imparted by a top-tier weapon? Upon arming herself, a profound belief in the unity of the blade and its wielder surged within her. Surely, no ordinary blade could instill such confidence. While Dasky pondered, Colonel Smog had already collected all the materials from the ground. Suddenly realizing something, she hurriedly removed the katana. Colonel Smog, you exerted the most effort in this battle, and my swordsmanship is still unrefined. Please, silence. A swordsman must dare to confront their own heart. If you cherish this blade, why would you relinquish it for my sake? Smog reprimanded fiercely. Weakness is a sin. Sheath that blade and strive to grow stronger. Dasky was moved to tears, her eyes glistening. Colonel Smog is truly a noble person. She donned the katana once more and began meticulously recording the recent battle. After approximately 2 minutes, Dasky finally completed her documentation. Is it over? Let us first submit our tasks. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Ruins, Buggy and his companion had expended great effort to finally vanquish Kano. It must be said, Lady Luck had favored Buggy. The electric strikes from Kano had surprisingly unleashed Buggy's latent potential and activated his signature skills. Unbelievable. Buggy, let us return to submit our tasks. The rewards are quite bountiful. Fixated on the HP potion that would restore more stamina, Yalita couldn't help but lick her lips. Enough chatter. I am well aware. Allow me to collect the materials from the ground first. 2 hands, separated at the wrists, scurried about the room, utilizing their thumbs and middle fingers. Goblin Bones 23. Cloth Scraps 26, Goblin Bones 31, Furnace Coal 16, Rusty Metal Sheets 21, Fate Coin 1. What? A fate coin? Restore half health or suffer a lightning strike? After departing from Gung Shiro, Fang Fan checked the progress of the others. It was evident they were diligently leveling up, and the world points had increased by several hundred. Suddenly, Fang Fan smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to reward them. Alas, it is fortunate that they remain unaware. Otherwise, the situation would be quite awkward. In my opinion, the planning system for this toxic milk powder is utterly flawed, as it fails to remind me to distribute rewards to my family. Fang Fan remarked that the rewards have been devoured by the dogs, which is entirely reasonable. First, let us dispense their rewards before pursuing the next target. Upon making this decision, just as I prepared to set off, an unusual sensation enveloped my surroundings. Was it an impulsive whim or merely an illusion? I withdrew 1 skill from my skill bar, replacing it with the Eye of Insight and the Surge of Murderous Intent. In an instant, the positions of those approaching Fang Fan became starkly evident. Fang Fan's figure gradually faded away as he murmured, "It seems the agents of the world government are quite swift in their movements." Having emerged from Gralaka, Eagle Eye had already gained a considerable understanding of the abilities possessed by the demon swordsman. The sword path begins with the demon swordsman. The power of the demon hand has yet to be fully unleashed. Among the existing skills, one could vaguely discern the future direction of the demon swordsman's cultivation. Through the continuous use of skills, Eagle Eye had meticulously selected those that suited his swordsmanship. Moonlight Slash, Rift Wave Slash, Cross Slash, Earth Splitter, Wave Sword. These magic-based techniques did not align with my pursuit of the sword path. In the realm of martial prowess, at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, with me, Eagle Eye, as the embodiment of heaven. In the extremities of battle, with the essence of combat, the basic slash infused with sword energy. A swordsman relies on sword techniques, not on magic. A true swordsman must conquer sword techniques with sword techniques. After coming to this realization, Eagle Eye ceased to employ skills reliant on magic. Instead, He continuously maneuvered around monsters, growing more adept at the triple slash, silver light descending blade, and rising slash. It was time to pay a visit to that elder. Accept the mission, Zoro declared without hesitation, followed by Sanji, Luffy, and the others. Luffy, I intend to challenge the dungeon alone. He planned to solo the dungeon, aiming to ascend from adventurer level to king level. Otherwise, he would not abandon this map. Oh, I see. So, what about you, Sanji? The spirit of chivalry would never allow Sanji to let the beautiful Nami face those hideous goblin creatures alone. Considering the pace of leveling, the dungeon would serve us better if we divided our actions. Then I shall team up with Sanji, Zoro will go solo, and Usopp and Luffy can form a group. Nami suggested, as Sanji twisted his body like a serpent, bliss arriving so abruptly. Usopp proactively stated, well, I shall also go alone, after all. It's a chance for growth, and I wish to enter the dungeon by myself. Do not worry, I am no longer the person I once was. I possess a profession that even Fang Fan envies. Luffy laughed heartily, proclaiming loudly, alright, then it is settled. Friends, let us strive to grow stronger. Just as Luffy was heading towards the thunderous ruins, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures making their way through the depths of the forest. Upon seeing Luffy and his companions, Bartolomeo was momentarily taken aback. Straw Hat Kid? Renost? As if a cat's fur had been ruffled, Buggy's head swiftly detached and floated next to Luffy. In a menacing tone, he declared, Straw Hat Kid, who are you calling Renost? You dare to offend me, Buggy the Clown, and think you can escape? I have caught you now. Luffy, with a hint of arrogance, pouted and muttered, it was clearly me who sent you flying far away. You're mistaken. It was merely my momentary lapse that led to my retreat. Now, let us engage in a grand showdown. With sleeves rolled up, Buggy prepared to fling the dagger he held. Hold on, Buggy, don't be so impulsive, said Yorlita, confidently wielding a hefty spiked club. In that moment, facing Luffy, she resembled a refined lady of high society, greeting him with a smile. Monkey boy, do you remember me? Yorlita gazed at Luffy, the young boy who had previously bested her. Who are you? Luffy racked his brain, unable to recall anyone by that name. If you had not defeated me, I would not have acquired this beauty. So, thank you, monkey boy. Buggy's head floated over to Yorlita's side, fuming. What the hell, you traitorous Yorlita? Whose side are you on? Yorlita leaned in close to Buggy, whispering, Buggy, can't you see how many opponents there are? Buggy paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, there were 5 adversaries, and they were on this extraordinary island. Relying solely on the 2 of them, victory was uncertain. With that thought, Buggy quickly concealed his anxiety and whispered, thanks for the reminder, Yorlita. He then shouted toward Luffy, fearing he might not hear, Straw Hat Kid. I'm here to meet Linus for a mission. For the sake of Blacksmith Linus, I, Buggy the Clown, will let you go this time. Linus, what business do I have here? The challenge is paramount. Let us proceed. As Zoro prepared to enter the underground city, 2 figures emerged from the depths of the forest, one of whom caused his pupils to constrict in shock, disbelief. Could it be Kuina? It was evident that Kuina had perished many years ago, yet how could this woman nearby bear such an uncanny resemblance? A visage so identical. Furthermore, this female Navy officer wielded a long sword, and Zoro felt an overwhelming malice emanating from the world around him. Daisuke also sensed Zoro's gaze, yet her attention was first drawn to the sword hanging at Zoro's waist. A 3-sword-style swordsman? Wait a moment. That swordsman bore the legendary blade, Wad Ikamanji, one of the 21 great grade swords. She swiftly retrieved her catalog of renowned blades, flipping through its pages. Upon confirming with her eyes, she had encountered the right sword. Daisuke excitedly approached Zoro. It cannot be mistaken. The hilt and scabbard are white, simple yet unassuming, the concealed Wad Ikamanji. Zoro felt a shiver run down his spine. He was at a loss on how to confront this face. At this moment, Luffy, still within the Grand Forest, had yet to be placed under bounty. And the news of Arlong's defeat by Luffy had not reached Smoker. Though it was rather presumptuous, Daisuke, her cheeks flushed, bowed and inquired, May I take a glance at the sword you hold? Gazing at the clear face approaching him, so perfectly aligned with his memories, Zoro hesitated momentarily. He then unfastened the strap at his waist and extended the Wad Ikamanji to her right hand. Daisuke's face flushed with excitement as she accepted it. Drawing the blade from its sheath, what does it feel like to hold a sword worth over 10 million berries? Daisuke remarked, thank you for the invitation. I am currently at the Elven defense line, and having just obtained the Wad Ikamanji, I feel an overwhelming urge to flee. Even Smoker, rarely one to express himself, turned his gaze toward Zoro and muttered, "A three-sword style. Indeed, it is a rarity." Nami's eyes blinked in surprise, reflecting on the unexpected number of individuals who had activated their invitations. Were these individuals truly the recipients of fate's benevolence? Linus gazed upon the bustling elven front with a sense of gratification. Suddenly sensing something, he looked upwards. Lord Fang Fan. Ah, it appears everyone has gathered. Fang Fan had directly transported back to the Glenwood, and upon seeing the assembly at the elven front, he declared, "I have come to distribute your rewards. How fortuitous that you are all here. Let us open the boxes together." He surveyed the crowd and reminded them, "Within, you may uncover an array of unexpected treasures. It is time to test your luck." With a flick of his wrist, a multitude of blazing star magic boxes materialized in the air, drifting towards the eager recipients. Notably, Smog and Buggy each had one more box than the rest. As the team captain, Buggy would receive an additional reward. With practiced ease, Buggy opened his box, revealing a rapid succession of items that shimmered for 5 seconds before erupting in brilliance. "You have received 10 special cool drinks from Celia." The red-nosed fellow eagerly examined the prize details. Celia's special cool drink instantly restores approximately 1/3 of your health. Within 60 seconds, all attributes are enhanced by 8. It appeared quite promising. Buggy immediately considered that if he could replenish his health during battle, sustaining his efforts would pose no challenge. Meanwhile, Zoro and his companions also opened their magic boxes. "Zoro, you have received 88 invitations from the Abyssal Demon. Luffy, you have obtained 358 colorless crystals." Nami blinked her large eyes, suddenly feeling a warm, lively creature in her hands. "You have acquired a pet, Yami. Yami, pet level 1. Increases maximum MP by 8 and item weight limit by 15 kilograms. Passive skill, looting, automatically tracks and collects coins and items dropped in the dungeon. Passive skill, greed, expands the range of vision." As she carefully observed the adorable yellow creature in her grasp, Yami happened to open its eyes, and an enchanting moment unfolded as their gazes met. The atmosphere was momentarily serene and delightful, if not for the exuberant shout from Sanji nearby. "Sanji, you have received Celia Clement's lingerie." Indeed, one could procure anything. Blood gushed from Sanji's nose. Thankfully, his outburst did not draw the attention of the others, as their gazes were initially captivated by the creature in Nami's hands. A pet? Such a thing exists? Nami's eyes sparkled with the prospect of coins. Automatic coin collection. WVE struck gold. Soon after, the fiery brilliance emanating from Buggy's hands blinded the crowd. "Buggy, you have obtained the Flame Breath Red Dragon." Flame Breath Red Dragon. Pet. Skill. Flame Breath. Unleashes a fiery breath upon enemies within a substantial range, inflicting fire attribute damage. Charge for 15 seconds. Evolved skill. Flame Breath. Unleash a powerful jet of fire towards enemies at a considerable distance, inflicting fire-based damage. Charging for 15 seconds grants 8 to maximum MP. 3 to attack speed, 2 to movement speed, and 2 to casting speed. A fiery dragon darts through the air, its tail sweeping with vigor, affectionately brushing against Baki's form. "How remarkable! Is this truly my pet?" Baki stands momentarily stunned, then bursts into hearty laughter. "From now on, the speed of our adventures will undoubtedly accelerate. I, the great Baki, am destined for greatness. It seems there are still 2 fortunate souls among us." The swift emergence of the pet took Fang Fan by surprise. In comparison to Bucky's fortunate find, the others' boxes appeared rather lackluster, particularly when juxtaposed with Usopp's several colorless crystals. Thus, the moment of rewards seemed to reach a conclusion, and Fang Fan was about to bid farewell when, from the depths of the distant forest, the figure of Dracula Mihawk, adorned with a black top hat and fringed with white fur, came into view. His expression remained inscrutable as his gaze swept over the crowd. Although he recognized a few familiar faces among them, he showed no inclination to extend greetings at that moment. The young swordsman exuded an imposing aura of martial spirit. While it lacked the flamboyance of conqueror's haki, everyone present felt an overwhelming presence, akin to a mountain looming over them. It was the illustrious swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. "I am Fang Fan," he introduced himself, apprehensive that Mihawk might refer to him as a swordsman. Concurrently, he noticed the eerie transformation of Mihawk's hand. The once blood-red markings had faded entirely, and subtly, the color of his arm began shifting towards white. Without a calibrator, could one truly transition towards the White King? Such was the essence of a natural sword spirit. "Have you discerned your path in swordsmanship? Excellent. You have chosen a lofty mountain. Now, resolutely ascend." Fang Fan encouraged, turning to address the others. You too, remember that the power in your hands is merely a starting point. When the time is ripe, you shall each choose a direction and walk steadfastly forward. When you are worthy of titles such as Extreme Mastery, Celestial Ascendance, Return to Origin, and Source of Knowledge, even the so-called Four Emperors and Marine Admirals will appear as mere insects in your eyes. With that cryptic remark, Fang Fan cast Mihawk's blazing star magic box away and vanished from their sight once more. These invitations are for you to share with those around you. This island feels too desolate. In midair, a flurry of invitations swirled around each individual, the quantity notably abundant, especially in front of Smoker and Tashigi, where nearly 30 invitations accumulated. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. After a moment, Zoro lowered his gaze and, with deliberate steps, approached the Thunder Ruins. Tashigi hurried over to respectfully return the sword. Wado Ikamanji. Thank you for fulfilling my wish to see it. Please, she began, but upon receiving the sword, Zoro turned without a backward glance and entered the Thunder Ruins, leaving Tashigi standing in bewilderment, her head raised in confusion. Nami, grasping the love-struck Sanji, dragged him along with a bovine-like determination as they too ventured into the underground city. Luffy and Usopp followed closely behind, all commencing their respective paths of training. Uncle Linus, we come to submit our tasks. Please provide us with the next assignment. Linus, I come to submit. Thus, Fang Fan's words ignited an even greater enthusiasm among the crowd engaged in their tasks. Observing his family's efforts, Fang Fan displayed a smile reminiscent of a diligent farmer. Onward, pirates. Borsalino, codename, Kizuru. In the realm of pirates, the naval codenames follow a convention of colors and animals. For instance, we have Green Bull, Fujitora, and Akainu. Kizaru, a former pupil of Admiral Zephyr, was deemed a monster upon his entry into the Navy. Now, in his 50s, his strength is unfathomable. With a tall and slender physique, he is perpetually clad in a yellow and white striped suit, sporting a circle of facial hair and donning a pair of sunglasses. His uniquely shaped mouth is unforgettable, often uttering the phrase, "How terrifying." Among the three admirals, the laziest one wields the fastest fruit. The coldest fruit is bestowed upon the warm-hearted, while the scalding fruit is given to the iron-willed and merciless. One cannot help but admire the brilliance of Eiichiro Oda. Renowned for his speed, Kizuru leisurely surveys the goblins around him. Enhanced goblins? Truly, how terrifying. As he spoke, radiant waves of yellow particles erupted from his hands, varying in size from diminutive to substantial, with beams of laser-like energy violently shooting forth. Whether the goblins gathered together or dispersed, all that could be perceived was a blinding surge of yellow light. And then, there was nothing more. Countless fragments vanished from the ground, and the yellow ape trembled slightly. Palusalino, level 1. In less than a minute, at the elven defense line, the silhouette of the yellow ape flickered. Ah, this must be a defense line of some sort. And ahead lies the location for task acceptance. Leisurely, with a nonchalant demeanor, he seemed to emit a multitude of radiant particles from his visage, transforming into a streak of light that darted swiftly to Linus's side. He could dine without the use of his mouth and traverse without the aid of legs, evoking envy from those around him. Ah, my good fellow, might I inquire about the whereabouts of the next monster? I have heard you possess tasks to accept. Linus was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this middle-aged man, who appeared to be older than himself. Were it not for the iron ring on his arm suppressing the ghostly hand, he would not have recognized this individual before him as a ghost swordsman. Moreover, this person seemed akin to a flash of brilliance, suggesting that his prowess was indeed extraordinary. This is what Master Fang referred to as the adventurer whose power allows for unbridled freedom. My good fellow, I perceive an extraordinary aura about you, a once-in-a-millennium unparalleled master. I have several tasks at hand. Might you consider? How astonishing it is to conceal so many tasks. Huang Yuan exclaimed in bewilderment. Perhaps I shall undertake them all. What do you think? Certainly. Borsalino, you have accepted the task, cultivation of the demon swordsman. You have accepted the task, collecting cat demon claws. You have accepted 11 the collection tasks and cultivation missions in the Forest of Gran, alongside side quests. Were all taken on by Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, level 4, yet his experience points overflowed beyond measure. After all, the prowess and rank of a Marine Admiral speak volumes, bestowing upon him an experience bar brimming with potential. Well then, I shall see you shortly, my dear Linus. His body shattered into countless particles of yellow light, a flash darting towards the thunderous ruins. What a remarkable individual, Linus mused. Before long, at intervals, The entire East Sea resonated with announcements. Record shattered. Borsalino swiftly cleared the thunderous ruins, rating SSS. Reward, 3,000 gold. Record shattered. Borsalino rapidly cleared the venomous thunderous ruins, rating SSS. Reward, 5,000 gold. Record shattered. Borsalino promptly cleared Grolaka, rating SSS. Reward, 10,000 gold. 100,000 berries. One of these announcements particularly sent a shiver through Huang Yuan's frame. In Rock Town, countless citizens and pirates gazed up at the spectacle in the sky. The content of the display was limited, yet each segment bore the same essence. The Marine Admiral appeared on that astonishing island, embodying an unmatched presence, continually broadcasting the valiant deeds of the Navy to the heavens. Navigating effortlessly through the tempest of rain and lightning, he dispatched enemies with the ease of plucking fruit from a tree. Surrounded by toxic mists, he dashed forth, mercilessly slaying the ferocious cat demons in an instant. The formidable bull-headed beast fell to a single strike from the Admiral, blood spilling profusely at the scene. Notably, these climactic moments were depicted in bullet time, showcasing Huang Yuan's heroic feats against the monsters for the entire populace of the East Sea and the pirates to behold. Countless pirates stood with parched throats and vacant stares. Is this the extent of the Navy's might? Is this the grandeur of a naval admiral? No wonder the Navy can subdue the Grand Line. No wonder pirates choose to steer clear of the Navy. What once resembled humanity has transformed into a being more monstrous than any creature. The citizens of the East Sea jubilantly cheered for their Navy, marveling at the formidable prowess of their admiral, their protector. Such strength instills an overwhelming sense of security. The impressive silhouette of the Navy has etched itself into the hearts of countless children, clad in righteous attire, vanquishing monsters with unparalleled might. What could be more impactful than witnessing such a vivid display of justice? "I aspire to become an admiral," cried one. "Me too," echoed another. In that moment, the entire East Sea resonated with fervent support for the Navy. Long live the Navy! The Navy is extraordinary. In Windmill Village, however, Marcino expressed her concerns. "Luffy, you must avoid any encounters with the Navy Admiral." The village chief, leaning on his slender cane, lamented, "Is this truly the might of the Navy's top-tier combatants?" The mountain bandit, Dayton, muttered, "Surely, that old rascal is stronger than this fellow." The Near-Sea King, a formidable warrior, terrifying indeed. At the Baratai restaurant, Zeph and others shared their worries for Sanji. Yet, as Sanji and his companions had not yet been issued bounties, they reassured themselves that all would be well. In Kokoyashi village, the villagers had never possessed such a clear understanding of the Navy's formidable strength. It became evident that the power of an admiral could reach such astonishing heights. Indeed, the Navy in our small town seems but a mere minnow in comparison. It is said that the Navy boasts 3 admirals and 1 marshal, with countless vice-admirals at their command. If the admirals possess monstrous combat capabilities, how much lesser can the strength of the vice-admirals be? In this world, despite the incessant presence of pirates at this moment, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line, the Navy ultimately holds dominion. In Lobe Town, at the Navy branch, the Weasel observed the reactions of the gathered populace from the East Blue and then cast a glance at the Navy soldiers outside, who were gazing intently at the sky. The young sailors at the naval base gazed in awe at the imposing figure of the admiral soaring through the sky. Even in their casual conversations, they found themselves discussing the lethal prowess and swift movements of the yellow monkey. This moment reminded him of the words spoken not long ago by Sengoku. "This is our opportunity. We must outpace the pirates." Though the average soldier may never ascend to the ranks of an admiral, such aspirations did not diminish their admiration for these formidable leaders. Within their hearts, the seeds of justice were sown, and one day, a remarkable sailor would emerge from the ranks of the common soldiers to usher the Navy into a new era. From the very onset in the East Blue, public sentiment began to shift. The trust bestowed upon the Navy by the populace was noticeably greater than before, and the morale within the ranks followed suit. More significantly, the reputation of the admirals held immense weight, capable of instilling fear in countless nefarious characters and deterring many from pursuing a life of piracy. In this tumultuous age, where the allure of the seas beckoned many towards a life of crime, he believed that perhaps Admiral Sengoku had discovered a path to stabilize this chaotic era. While he may not possess the insights of the higher echelons, his faith in Sengoku's strategies remained steadfast. As a seasoned vice-admiral, he held a deep-seated trust in the decisions of the admirals and the fleet admiral alike. Though his perspective was limited, he was confident that following the vision of someone standing at the pinnacle would undoubtedly lead to the right course of action. The only uncertainty lingered around when these invitations would extend to the vice admirals like himself. Had Fang Fan been privy to these so-called schemes of Sengoku, he would surely exclaim, "Pirates, how simplistic their designs are." After his moment of contemplation, the weasel sprang into action. Orders were dispatched with urgency, and the townsfolk quickly noticed the young Navy personnel who had recently arrived in Logtown mobilizing as if for a grand operation. At the base entrance, the weasel surveyed the assembled naval soldiers. "The original garrison of Logtown will leave 100 to defend the base. The rest shall accompany me to eliminate the nearby pirates." "Yes," they replied in unison. With a rhythmic cadence of footsteps, the Navy exuded composure and confidence. Rows of soldiers boarded the ironclad vessel, while crates of supplies were swiftly loaded. Was the Navy preparing to embark on a mission to eradicate the pirates of the East Blue? Speculation arose among the citizens, recalling how Smoker had actively pursued pirates during his tenure in Logtown. Before long, an ironclad warship set sail from Logtown. This is not the first vessel. Another warship has already been dispatched. The strategy of the warring states has finally commenced. Unlike the exhilaration felt by the Navy and the populace, the countless pirates in the East China Sea, who had been itching for action, were expressions of complex emotions upon witnessing the yellow ape suppressing the monster with a mere gesture. Fear gripped some. Their strength was overwhelming. No wonder pirates only sought escape upon encountering the Navy. They were simply on disparate levels. Yet, a particularly audacious pirate shouted, "Fake. This is all a ruse. The Navy is only worthy of licking the boots of our captain." "Indeed, lick my boots," roared a burly pirate, brimming with bravado. "Trash Navy. If you have the guts, come and catch us." "Captain, trouble. A Navy warship is approaching." "A warship? Is it led by Smoker from Logtown?" No, it's not. It's a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, the Weasel." "What?" The burly captain froze momentarily, before quickly regaining his composure. "What are you waiting for? Turn the ship around and flee." "But Captain, didn't you just say the Navy is only worthy of licking your boots?" "Fool. Either they lick our boots or we end up in their prison. However, Captain, that is an ironclad. We can't outrun it." The captain kicked the speaking pirate away, barking, "Idiot. Hurry and row." Meanwhile, the alert in the sky did not disturb the vigilant hawk eye in the backstreets. My intuition sensed that the young demon swordsman, once shackled by doubts, seemed to have found clarity. In a corner, GSD sat in contemplation, murmuring, "You are inherently a powerful swordsman. From your mastery over the demon hand state, it seems you have discovered your own sword path. Now, present your task." Hawkeye submitted his task, and a surge of lightning coursed through him. "Your level has risen to LV-15. Your talent is extraordinary, your sword path unparalleled, and your swordsmanship exceptional. GSD has unlocked the advancement quest, Sword Soul Advancement Task. Please collect 200 white crystal shards, craft a rectifier, and conquer the dungeon, Dark Thunder Ruins." With a required score of SSS, Hawk Eye's gaze sharpened. "Sword Soul, is this the title bestowed upon the path of sword cultivation? As the soul of the sword, one becomes mad for the sword, obsessed with it. Pursuing the ultimate, one comprehends the profound mysteries of the sword." At this moment, Hawkeye felt an intensity he had never experienced before. This iron ring demon hand was an eyesore. Everything that obstructed his path of swordsmanship was an eyesore. Only by dedicating himself to honing his skills, refining his sword techniques, and elevating his realm could he adhere to the sword path he revered. Among the young sword souls, there are many in the continent of Arad. Some possess sword techniques so enigmatic they are hailed as sword saints. The GSD ignites a surge of magic, and a series of vivid scenes unfold before the keen gaze of the eagle-eyed observer. A wandering swordsman, wielding a colossal sword that towers to the height of an adult, appears, its weight and sharpness apparent. Despite its immense size, the sword moves with such swiftness that the eye struggles to keep pace. A multitude of precise cuts coalesces in front of him, culminating in a final, devastating strike. He recognizes this as the very technique employed by Fang Fan to vanquish him. Yet, unlike before, this cloaked swordsman unleashes a swirling tempest with each swing. Another figure emerges, a knightly swordsman brandishing a short sword reminiscent of a curved dagger, exuding an air of nobility and martial prowess that captures the eagle-eye's attention. The swordsman exhibited such prowess that he did not need to execute swift slashes to accumulate strikes. His casual attacks unleashed a flurry of airborne cuts, effortlessly overwhelming his foes. Beneath him, a miniature tornado spiraled forth, preventing any adversary from approaching him even by a fraction. A rugged man, adorned in exotic attire and exuding a wild aura, stood out, He emanated an oppressive force that could be felt by all around him during both offense and defense. His weapon was not a conventional sword, but rather a stout, iron-like bludgeon, robust as a waist. Each casual blow he delivered fractured the ground beneath, each movement imbued with a weighty power. Astonishingly, this behemoth could render himself invisible, launching his assault from the skies. The impact was akin to a mountain crashing down, leaving Eagle Eye uncertain of his ability to withstand such a strike. The fourth swordsman wielded a swift blade, reminiscent of his own nocturnal weapon. He moved with the grace of a fierce dragon, leaving behind layers of afterimages as he unleashed powerful slashes, producing 4 intersecting arcs of sword energy. His sword strikes moved at a velocity 2 or 3 times swifter than those of the previous 3 warriors, and his 3-part slash could deliver 5 strikes. In the scene, they effortlessly vanquished monsters and foes many times their size. Eagle Eye's eyes glimmered with rising battle fervor. Could this be the Sword Saint? The fiery Glocka? With long, flowing hair and slender legs swathed in crimson cloth, or minimal covering on her upper body. Another human comes to meet their demise, remarked Borsalino leisurely. How terrifying. Truly a wanton woman. Perish beneath the flames. Without wasting a moment, Borsalino executed an 8-span mirror maneuver, darting to the side of Pino. Little elf. Have you ever been kicked by light? Lightspeed kick. A golden flash erupted from Borsalino's leg, unleashing a devastating force that tore Pino's form asunder. Goblins collapsed in droves, and the ground lay strewn with scattered materials and potions. You have cleared the fiery Glocka, announced Borsalino. His first completion of the fiery Glocka granted him a reward of 15,000 gold and 200,000 berries. With Borsalino's progress surpassing Eagle Eye's, his level ascended to LV-14. It was nearly time to contact the marshal. Borsalino retrieved a snail phone. Why is it a black snail that cannot be contacted? Well, since he was no longer in the office, a rest would have to suffice. Indolently, Borsalino perused the prompts, various materials and potions sweeping before his eyes. There were indeed many materials. It seemed he would need to find someone to handle them. Why, though, have we not encountered any zombies along this path? Upon reviewing his task list, Huang Yuan noted an objective to eliminate 5 famished zombies and another concerning 20 zombies, which left him perplexed. As he continued to peruse the task details, he discovered that the Dark Thunder ruins were not marked at the dungeon's entrance. Could there be some hidden intricacies within? Flipping through his records, he spotted a map of Hedenmer nestled within his backpack. A new region, perhaps? Curiosity piqued, Huang Yuan pondered the true expanse of this island. Meanwhile, at the Thunder ruins, Bucky and Alita, preparing to enter the Kano room, found themselves slumped on the ground. Bucky, gather materials quickly and restore your state, Alita urged. With their relentless use of skills combined with the slight enhancement from Bucky's pet, their progress through the dungeon was indeed swifter than before. However, their condition was far from optimal as Bucky had been frozen by frost goblins on several occasions. Had it not been for his swift consumption of potions, he might have met his end there. Just as Bucky was about to use an HP potion to regain his strength, his gaze fell upon the fake coin in his backpack. Perhaps this could be worth a try. He tossed the coin, and with a resounding chime, the anticipated thunder did not arrive. Instead, a wave of comforting power surged through him. It seemed that fortune favored Bucky after all. Ha. Alita, witnessing Bucky's sudden laughter, looked at him in astonishment. Bucky, how did you regain so much health all at once? Could this fellow be secretly hoarding a multitude of potions from me? It's quite simple. Observe this. Bucky tossed the fateful coin, and Yalida discerned its properties. After a moment's hesitation, she cast the coin into the air. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of silver lightning descended. Had Yalida not consumed the slippery fruit, which rendered anything she touched exceedingly slick, that bolt of lightning might have exacerbated her already precarious condition. What a fortunate individual! Yalida thought bitterly, wiping away the dark marks left by the lightning upon her face. Once her state had nearly recovered, the pair entered Kino's chamber. After a fierce battle, they succeeded in vanquishing Kino. In his final moments, a peculiar map emerged from his being. Buggy, with no time to regain composure, swiftly snatched it from the ground. Buggy, you have acquired the Frosty Shadowy Forest dungeon map. Yalita approached, and after reviewing the details, she inquired with confusion, a dungeon in the Frosty Shadowy Forest, one that has never been encountered before? Buggy pondered, could this be a hidden dungeon? Much like a treasure map, it may contain information leading to another trove of riches. Upon the personage of Kaino, there exists indeed a map to another dungeon. Yarlita, we shall also become celebrities. The thought of the peculiar broadcasting mechanism in the gland forest elicited a hearty laugh from Baki. This esteemed gentleman is indeed a man capable of gracing the celestial screen. Joricole Mihawk, you have accepted the class change quest, the path of the sword soul. The eagle eye meticulously scanned the quest details. What could the white crystal fragment be? And where, pray tell, is the dark thunder ruins? He had slashed his way through, paying no heed to the items that fell to the ground. Could it be that this white crystal fragment is among the potential drops in the dungeon? With this thought, the eagle eye resolved to revisit the dungeon in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. Along the way, he would inquire about the location of the dark thunder ruins. This is a finely crafted small wooden vessel, with just enough space to accommodate 3 individuals. Each of them dons a white, ghostly mask, and their exquisite suits are of considerable value. They belong to CP, a covert espionage agency under the direct jurisdiction of the world government, operating beneath Judicial Island. CP0 and CP9, each faction within this organization, executes various clandestine missions. Like phantoms, they traverse the world, tasked with eliminating all threats to the world government. In reality, when the Navy became aware of the peculiar occurrences in the East Blue, they received an urgent directive from above to remain vigilant regarding the anomalies in that region while executing their mission. When the commanding officer issued orders to trace the enigmatic figures behind Grand's Forest Island, the operatives felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. What manner of being possesses such unfathomable power, capable of projecting battles across the skies? Could there truly exist a devil fruit of such immense strength? Confusion reigned among them. But upon learning a fragment of information about Fang Fan, they were instructed to report his whereabouts immediately. The world government operatives believed they could reach Fang Fan before the Navy. Then, the man appeared. Swiftly, they contacted their superior. Once the snail phone connected, a voice inquired about their location. Commander, the target is approaching us. After a brief silence, the realization dawned upon them. They had expected him to remain elusive. Yet Fang Fan had come directly to them. At the scene, the masked CP agents could not suppress their nervousness. Commander, he is now beside me. Fang Fan descended slowly, inquiring, are you agents of the world government? The group remained silent, merely acting as eyes and ears for their superiors. Noticing the snail phone clutched in one of their hands, Fang Fan marveled at its uniqueness, a biological entity that transmits signals through bioelectric waves, truly remarkable. Taking the receiver, Fang Fan spoke softly, which CP are you from? I need someone who can converse. The operatives were taken aback by his awareness of their agency. Yet their professional training enabled them to quickly regain composure. You are Fang Fan? Indeed. You seem to be watching me. Is there something you need? The CP agents had not anticipated such directness. After a moment, one finally asked, who exactly are you? Who am I? I have traversed mountains in the demon realm, navigated through countless people in the heavenly realm. I once bore the title of the first of the virtual ancestors, also known as the Empire Warrior, the Pinnacle Adventurer, a member of the Heavenly Cowboy Group F4, and a denizen of the demon realm. However, none of that is of significance. To put it simply, I am a resident of Arad. Wait, no, I am an Aradian. Is there a country or island by that name in this world? A representative from CP3 was filled with confusion as he meticulously recalled the names of various countries around the globe, yet could not find any mention of Alard. Could it be a non-member nation? No, even if it were a non-member, such a name had never surfaced before. Meanwhile, his companions expressed skepticism, suggesting that perhaps the young man was merely speaking nonsensically. After all, how could someone so youthful possibly possess such an array of identities? What exactly is your intention? My intention? The young man replied, is quite simple, to invite more individuals to visit Gran Zhi. Is this somehow obstructing the affairs of your world government? The members of the CP organization were taken aback by the audacity of this young man, who dared to disregard the authority of the world government. Fang Fan sneered. There are plenty who have little regard for your world government. I merely count myself among them. On the other end of the line, a sudden silence ensued. It seemed there was no fault in his statement. The group found themselves momentarily speechless, unsure of what further inquiries to make. Realizing that their task was to investigate the origins and intentions of the young man, who had now plainly disclosed them. It is as if the workday has come to an end, and one should be able to depart, having completed the assigned tasks. Shouldn't the phone call be concluded? CP Agent. Fang Fan. CP Agent, do you still possess the invitation? After a prolonged silence, a single phrase emerges. Fang Fan, if you require an invitation, you should have mentioned it sooner. As it happens, I have a batch right here. Shall I send them via Shunphone or Baishur? CP Agent? Is it not customary to exhibit a modicum of politeness? Are you so direct? It appears that the young author has invested considerable effort in crafting their words. The author seeks the favor of aesthetically pleasing and charming readers for recommendations and monthly votes. The readers respond, expressing that if support in the form of votes and tips is needed, it should have been stated earlier. They offer to bestow the title of ally, whether in gold or silver. Is this the river? It is not the river. The personnel from the intelligence agency paused momentarily. If possible, just hand it to the person next to you. No need to send it to you. I had even prepared to make a trip. Fang Fan moved away from the microphone and pulled out 30 invitation cards. These 30 are for your superior, and these 3 are for you. Here, go ahead. He appeared as if a wealthy benefactor bestowing cash, exuding an air of grandeur. Activate the power above as soon as possible. The grand stage of Arad awaits those who dare to strive. With Fang Fan's figure mysteriously vanishing, the intelligence personnel exchanged bewildered glances. The world of the elite is truly incomprehensible. Can you still hear me? Quickly deliver the invitation cards. Yes. Through Smog's relentless efforts. He recently managed to elevate his level to LV10. Since he had to act alongside Dashki this time, he also brought Dashki to LV10. Having long been prompted to enter the Hertamel, Smog, after completing his tasks, entered without a moment's hesitation. As the two stepped into the town, it truly resembled an island. Not merely a town. Dashki gazed at the expansive streets and low buildings, marveling at the sight. Looking around, white walls on both sides, yellow brick paving beneath. The street was utterly pristine, devoid of any presence. The sky, a brilliant blue, seemed to herald a new dawn. Simultaneously, the image phone worm activated, transmitting frames to the Office of Warring States. Advisor Crane and Warring States closely monitored the incoming visuals. Unexpectedly, there was a hidden wonder on the island. The Glen Forest indeed held secrets. One must not underestimate Fang Fan. The A3 style houses and streets of Hertamel left Smog in awe, with neatly laid stone pavements. Although no pedestrians were visible on the streets, 3 figures could still be seen. That young man across the way is rather handsome, Smog thought, cigar clutched between his fingers. Smoke curling up, and upon hearing this, his face inexplicably flushed. Is this girl suggesting that I am handsome? Alas, my amphibious vehicle is not here. Otherwise, I would surely be more impressive. Dashki chuckled quietly, finding it rare to witness such an endearing side of her superior. Kelly, adorned in an azure miniskirt. Her slender waist accentuated by a silver utility belt, exuded an air of elegance. If the colorful ribbons of her arrows added a touch of femininity to her warrior persona, the gauntlets on her arms only served to amplify her striking presence. With hands on her hips, she proclaimed in a uniquely charming voice, I am Kelly from the Celestial Realm. Little girl, would you like to enhance your weapons? My machines guarantee 100% success. Before Dashki could respond, the warriors from the Warring States era were utterly astounded. Weapons can be enhanced. What sorcery is this? They immediately instructed Dashki to explore further. Regardless of the truth behind it, they must uncover more valuable intelligence. Smog understood well. Once a woman begins her shopping spree, it may very well be a lengthy affair. Dashki, stay put here. I shall venture elsewhere, Smog said as he continued on, abruptly arriving at a quaint little girl's general store. A young girl with pink hair adorned with a large green bow exudes an enchanting charm. Clad in a pristine white apron, she embodies the essence of a delightful maid. Her delicate and melodious voice reached Smoker's ears. Come and take a look. Upon spotting Smoker, she cheerfully inquired, Brave warrior, where are you headed? Smoker took a puff of his cigar and casually replied, Just wandering about. Do you require my assistance? She asked. Thank you, but I'm merely exploring. He responded. With a sweet smile, Karina said, Take care on your journey, and may blessings accompany you. After bidding farewell to the charming young girl, Smoker walked a distance. As he continued, he noticed the surroundings were eerily quiet. He halted, sensing an unsettling absence of people. Nearby, a collection of jars of various sizes stood haphazardly together. Just as he was about to turn away, one of the jars unexpectedly spoke. Come, let us make money with money. Smoker was taken aback. Is this thing alive? Is that a person growing beneath the clay pot? Otherwise, why would one wear a clay pot upon their head? Perhaps they are too unsightly to face others? The pots within are all treasures. Select one and see for yourself, for they are certainly not empty. Smoker paused momentarily upon hearing the elongated call, realizing it belonged to a young man. Certainly not empty? Surely, this must be a ruse. Noticing Smoker had yet to depart, the clay pot seized the opportunity. Choose one and take a look. A myriad of items await. and you might just uncover an extraordinary sword. For some inexplicable reason, Smoker felt a flicker of temptation. A fine sword is highly esteemed within the Navy, even if he did not wield it himself. Gifting it to his mentor would undoubtedly enhance his stature. He glanced at his backpack, which contained over 20,000 gold coins. Tentatively, he inquired, how much for each? 10,000 each, with no deceit, the clay pot enthusiastically replied. A rose petal delicately clasped between his lips. He promptly handed over a pot, urging, come now, give your luck a try. Why not give it a shot? I suppose trying wouldn't hurt. You purchased a clay pot from the merchant. As Smoker examined the pot in his backpack, he began to unseal it. A dazzling array of weapons flashed before him, and with his keen eyes, Smoker even discerned weapons bearing golden inscriptions. If this were a golden weapon, it would be truly remarkable. The colors white, blue, purple, pink, orange, and gold correspond to common, advanced, rare, artifact, legendary, and epic qualities, respectively. Dasky's katana appears to possess the quality of blue rarity. Should this vessel yield a golden epic weapon, even the warlords of the Sengoku period would be astir. You have retrieved a pair of tattered gauntlets from the earthen jar. Smog, with a coarse cigar clenched between his teeth, wore an unsightly expression. Did you not claim that it could produce an unparalleled sword? Ah, it is only natural to occasionally yield a few less than stellar results. Perhaps you might give it a try? Begone. Enhancement successful. Your weapon's enhancement has increased by 1. Katana 1 type, Great Sword LV5 rarity, common durability, 35 physical attack power, 51-6 magical attack power, 48-6 strength, 3 intelligence, 3 casting speed, for physical critical rate. 2 hit rate, -1 upward strike LV1 only a true warrior can wield this blade. Unknown demon swordsman. How impressive, indeed, a perfect success rate. Dasky, having just departed from Kelly, examined her katana with astonishment, but the sensation was subtle. She could indeed feel a slight increase in power emanating from the blade. Just as she left Kelly's side, Smog approached as well. Colonel Smog. Lady Kelly's enhancer truly can augment weapons, Dasky excitedly proclaimed, only to notice the icy expression on Smog's face and instinctively inquire, what is troubling you? With a stern countenance. Smog replied, hurry and find GSD to learn new skills. What is with all the questions, especially for a girl? How could you let it slip that you were swindled out of 10,000 gold coins? Do you not care for your dignity? The two strolled leisurely through the streets of Hedemir, and after wandering for a while, they finally spotted the entrance to the back alley. Upon entering the tranquil back street, Cinda coughed repeatedly. Dasky, concerned, asked, what ails you, elder? Cinda replied, oh, nothing. Adventurer, do you regularly maintain your weaponry? You must always check the durability before embarking on an adventure. Should the durability drop to 0, the equipment will become ineffective, and your life may be at stake. Really? Is that so? Dasky exclaimed, pulling out her katana to discover, indeed, its durability was merely 25. Oh dear, elder, is there any means to restore weapon durability? Leave it with me, and I shall assist in the repairs. Of course, a small fee of gold coins will be required. Smog, however, paid no heed to Cinda and Dasky, his gaze fixated on the elderly man seated in the corner. The elderly man bore 5 weapons upon his back, his eyes shrouded in red cloth. Judging by his attire, it was evident that he was not a man of considerable wealth. At first glance, his garments appeared crude and unrefined, yet Smog, with his years of experience, discerned that such plain and ordinary clothing was a result of years of rigorous training and neglect of personal grooming. The profound and unfathomable aura that enveloped him commanded respect and caution. Greetings, young demon swordsman, he said. Greetings, Smog paused, addressing the venerable blind man. GSD, are you being polite? After casually extending an invitation, Fang Fan converted all his accumulated points into invitations. There was no alternative. The current number of warriors was woefully inadequate. It was imperative to hasten the recruitment process. While delivering invitations to notable figures in the East Sea, Fang Fan encountered numerous obstacles, with his whereabouts first uncovered by the intelligence agency of the world government. Now, the Navy had also tracked his movements. After all, there were no individuals capable of flight in the East Sea. If the Navy was determined to seek him out, it would not prove to be a difficult task. Before you lies a colossal vessel, resplendent in its deep blue hue, adorned with an array of formidable turrets and towering masts that pierce the sky. This magnificent warship cleaves through the ocean with unwavering determination. It is a naval behemoth, reserved exclusively for the mightiest of officers, those of admiral rank and above. Yet, astonishingly, the bow of this formidable war machine is crowned with an endearing sculpture of a dog, complete with a collar and a bone gripped in its mouth. This is the revered naval hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. At this moment, he navigates swiftly along the Navy's designated route, propelling towards the East China Sea from the calm of the doldrums. A report. Garp's aide, Bogart, has transmitted a message from Naval Headquarters, while Garp, engrossed in his newspaper, suddenly closes his eyes and drifts into a deep slumber, his snores resonating loudly. The habit of collapsing onto the deck and immediately drifting into slumber is something the crew has grown accustomed to. Before long, Garp opened his eyes and, still in a daze, inquired, "Are we nearing the East Sea?" "Not yet, but we are getting closer." Inform me upon our arrival." "Yes." A soldier approached Bogart and whispered a few words. Bogart straightened his posture and personally returned to report, "Vice Admiral Garp, there is a man flying in the sky. According to the information from the lookout, the individual soaring above us is likely our target." Beneath his dog-headed hat, Garp erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "After searching high and low, I find him unexpectedly, as if he is dancing on the moon." He swiftly commanded, "Fetch the cannonballs." "What?" "Understood." The soldiers aboard Garp's ship were all handpicked by him, well aware of his temperament and combat style. With a bare-handed throw, he could launch cannonballs with the same finesse as tossing a baseball towards enemy vessels, achieving a speed and force that often surpassed that of a traditional cannonball discharge. Garp had previously bid farewell to Luffy in Water 7 using this very technique. If such a method could serve as a farewell, then, in line with the ideals of the monkey family, it could undoubtedly also be used as a greeting. 2 or 3 soldiers worked in unison to bring forth a line of cannonballs, while a particularly large cannonball ascended from the depths of the ship's hold. "Young man," Garp mused, "if one does not become a Navy officer, they will inevitably turn to piracy. I only wish I had grasped this truth sooner. What if family members aspire to be pirates?" Garp replied, "A loving punch will suffice. If that doesn't work, then another punch will do." Meanwhile, Fang Fan was soaring through the skies. The scene unfolds as the county magistrate finds himself aboard a train, indulging in a hot pot while serenading the air. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, startling Fang Fan into conjuring his fully developed energy shield. A pale yellow aura expands in the sky, resembling an inverted giant bowl, enveloping Fang Fan within its protective embrace. "Am I to be ambushed as well?" he muses. The terrifying blast detonates, yet fortunately, its force remains contained outside the energy shield. Fang Fan reflects, at that moment, the shell was a mere 0.01 centimeters away from me, but in a quarter of an incense stick's time. Its owner will place complete trust in me, for I have chosen to offer them a benefit. Though I have bestowed countless favors in my lifetime, I deem this to be the most exquisite. Immediately, a series of thunderous explosions follow, none of which strike the energy shield. They all detonate in the vicinity. Fang Fan's initial thought is that the one launching the shells must be a master of human outlines. However, he quickly reconsiders, realizing that the distance is likely too great and that this individual is deliberately trying to capture his attention, stirring the waters here. "Let me see who is so blind," he thinks. Fang Fan navigates through his skill library, selecting the general's skill, placing Neil's sniping ability into his skill slot. Crouching down, he activates the scope, echoing the lyrics of a song. "I send you away, 1,000 miles distant, where you silently linger in shades of black and white." In the era of Neil, perhaps it is unwise to toy with the weak from such a distance. "I send you away, 1,000 miles distant, are you still there?" The gunfire resounds. "Life and death are trivial matters. If you dare, come and face me." As the reticle adjusts, a radius of 100 miles around Fang Fan falls within his line of sight. Is that Garp? The legendary figure of the Navy, who has repeatedly cornered the pirate king Roger into dire straits, thus earning the title of Navy hero, known as Hero Garp, the Iron Fist Garp, while he hurls shells. Garp's formidable observation hockey swiftly detects that he is being scrutinized, yet he is unaware of the direction from which this gaze emanates. Upon catching sight of the orange shield in the distant sky, he instantly comprehends. Well, this lad possesses quite a few tricks. How about we have a chat aboard my ship? The Navy could use someone of your caliber. Garp seems to address the air, leaving many soldiers perplexed. An opportunity not to be missed. I have a plethora of invitations that remain unactivated. In a few swift movements, Fang Fan traverses the distance, and the soldiers aboard the warship merely perceive fleeting shadows in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a new figure appears on the deck. The well-trained soldiers do not falter in their ranks despite the sudden arrival of the stranger. Fang Fan is equally astonished by the discipline of this naval crew, truly. They're the prot-gs of Hero Garp. Garp sheds his naval coat, revealing a robust upper body, his dress shirt unable to conceal his muscular physique. The Vice Admiral remains as vigorous as ever, genuinely marveling at Fang Fan's youth and formidable prowess. Garp, a Vice Admiral of the Navy, has mastered the formidable skills of Kenbunchika Haki and Busashoka Haki to an unfathomable degree. He can sense that the young man before him is extraordinary. Fang Fan genuinely admires Garp as well. As a loyal supporter of the Navy, Garp's actions undoubtedly embody the true essence of what a naval officer should aspire to be. He possesses the strength to uphold justice, a stance that avoids the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, and the audacity to openly criticize the celestial dragons. He steadfastly adheres to the path of righteousness, maintaining a compassionate heart. In a pirate world where immense power grants license to brutality and chaos, these pacifist leaders are commendable for their dedication to protecting the vulnerable. This alone garners respect. Empathizing with their plight, Fang Fan believes he is incapable of such feats, which is precisely why he holds those who can in high regard. Thus, when Vice Admiral Garp summoned him, it was evident that there was a matter of significance to discuss. Fang Fan took the initiative to speak, surprising Garp slightly. Ha ha ha, I heard from Smoker that you. Young Fang Fan graciously gifted the Navy several invitation letters, which grant access to that enchanting island in the East Sea. Fang Fan, with an expression of realization, inferred that Vice Admiral Garp was likely interested in acquiring a few of those invitations. Indeed, these were valuable items. According to the current analysis from Sengoku, the invitations serve as tickets to enter that magical island. Should the Navy gain substantial access, boundless resources would undoubtedly accelerate their power's ascent. At that point, the Order of the Grand Line and the New World would necessitate a complete reformation. Unbeknownst to Fang Fan, Garp merely viewed Grand Forest as a peculiar resource point. He smiled and said, "In fact, I am willing to share even more invitation letters with you. Why not consider collaborating?" "Collaborate? If that's the case, please hold on." Garp retrieved a Den Mushi and picked up the microphone. "Moshi Moshi Sengoku, pick up the phone quickly." The Den Mushi instantly took on an exaggerated appearance, reminiscent of Sengoku's signature style. "Garp, why are you calling at this time? Are you in the East Sea?" "No. You didn't call us?" "Fang Fan is right beside me. He has a collaboration proposal he wishes to discuss." "Nanny?" Under a clear sky, the yellow monkey, having emerged from the blazing Glocka, strolled through the streets of Hedon Mall. Draped in a long cloak and impeccably dressed, he exuded an air of authority and charm. Observing the deserted street, the yellow monkey approached the only three individuals present. "Hey," the young man in the monk's robe. "I am Wind Fist Flow Kazamachi." "Hey," the monk-robed Wind Fist Flow Kazamachi. "Don't be shy. Do you know where to challenge the next underground city in Glocka?" Kazamachi replied with utmost seriousness. "The wind will guide you in the right direction." "Oh, then I shall give it a try." "Kazamachi?" The yellow ape activated the devil fruit, sending yellow particles shimmering in the direction of the wind, traveling southward. It was only when he realized he had crossed through a magical portal that he noticed a middle-aged man with a brown beard and a blue headscarf beside him. This man was stirring a cauldron of green potion with a stick made of an unknown material. Was he concocting poison? How terrifying. Norton, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another person, introduced himself. "I am the finest alchemist, Norton." "Alchemy? Magic?" A glimmer of curiosity flickered across his rather unseemly face. "Behold, this is my disassembly machine. It can extract small crystal shards from any weapon." He gestured to a contraption resembling a steel crusher. "Are you familiar with small crystal shards? Those square, transparent pieces?" Norton elaborated. "If you have any unwanted weapons, you can disassemble them here. I only charge a 10% fee for the shards produced." Small crystal shards? The yellow ape realized he had stumbled upon remarkable information. Weapons could indeed be disassembled? The magical portal shimmered again, and another figure appeared beside Norton. "Porcelino? Dracula Mihawk?" The two made no pleasantries. Mihawk turned to Norton and inquired, "Is what you said about disassembling small crystal shards true?" Norton halted his stirring, visibly irritated. "How dare you doubt the greatest alchemist, Norton? If you do not believe me, bring forth an unwanted piece of equipment." Mihawk glanced at his inventory and picked up a dagger that he deemed acceptable, dismissing all other items without interest. "What about this dagger?" he asked, producing the small blade. Norton took it and tossed it into the disassembly machine. "Watch closely, do not blink." With the roar of the machine, A wave of heat emanated from it. In under 5 seconds, the dagger was enveloped in a surge of warmth, a brilliant flash illuminating the scene. You have obtained colorless crystal shard X126. You have obtained red crystal shard X5. Mihawk received the notification and inquired, colorless? Red? Norton patiently explained, crystal shards are imbued with the unique magical essence contained within weapons. Regardless of their condition, be they damaged or legendary, all weapons harbor such magical properties. The different colors of the shards hold varying attributes. The red shards in your possession conceal fire magic. Both Mihawk and the yellow ape understood, and the latter, embodying his duties as a general, ventured to ask, what purpose do these small shards serve? The small shards can be synthesized into larger shards, and their attributes can be employed to bestow magical enhancements upon weapons, thereby augmenting their power. The colorless shards are essential for the release of advanced skills. Thus, the two valiant warriors are welcome to frequently attend to my affairs. Unlike Hawkeye, Kizaru has carelessly swept through, collecting numerous scraps along the way. I possess an ample supply of weapons here. Perhaps you could assist this old man by disassembling them entirely. Kizaru retrieved dozens of weapons, and Norton joyfully accepted, discarding them into the disassembly machine. I did not anticipate that this seasoned adventurer possessed such a wealth of equipment. This time, we are bound to extract a plethora of small crystals, Norton fervently assured, as the machine flickered with radiant light. Kizaru, you have acquired colorless small crystal 643. You have acquired red small crystal 173. You have acquired white small crystal 126. You have acquired black small crystal 98. You have acquired blue small crystal 104. As a multitude of small crystals was delivered into Kizaru's hands, even Hawkeye could not maintain his composure. Borsellino, grant me 100 white small crystals in exchange for my promise to assist your navy on a future occasion. How does that sound? 100 white small crystals? Are you seeking to bestow your knight with the magical power of light attributes? Kizaru inquired with curiosity, astonished that the world's foremost swordsman would actively negotiate with the navy. Trading a single opportunity to strike for 100 small crystals clearly indicates their significance to him. Considering Hawkeye's prior solitary dominance, he might possess knowledge of some hidden secrets. Once the Navy personnel arrive, with more individuals engaged in exploration, acquiring any small crystal will be effortless. However, an opportunity to witness Hawkeye in action is exceedingly rare. I agree to your terms. Do remember your promise today. Of course. Additionally, I would like to inquire about something. Are you familiar with the Dark Thunder ruins? Notification. You have entered the hidden underground city, Frosty Gloomy Forest. This is a concealed dungeon. Upon its first completion, it shall be accessible to all warriors, with a double reward for the first conqueror. After completing the Thunder ruins, Buggy restrained his eagerness to enter her tonmal, with an ample supply of fake coins. Buggy and his companion resolved to venture forth together. Yerlita, this is a hidden map. We must be cautious of the goblins within that fortress. Having endured the trials of the thunderous ruins, they have all gleaned invaluable lessons. The fire goblins and frost goblins must exercise caution against the flames and ice shards they hurl, while the seemingly ordinary goblin lieutenants should not be underestimated. For one should never fall victim to their stunning blows. Simultaneously, they must navigate the peril of being gored by minotaurs, incessantly scratched by cat demons, or rendered unconscious by stones cast by goblin throwers. The myriad of exhilarating and perilous creatures ensnares them, particularly for Luffy and his companions, who, due to their unfamiliarity with these beings, have suffered considerable setbacks. Fortunately, up until now, the main party has been spared from any significant casualties. Sensing a depletion of energy, the group promptly consumed the restorative HP potions they had received as rewards, while the ingenious Usopp discovered miraculous wild fruits, such as organic strawberries and wild strawberries, that replenish vitality. In the frosty, gloomy forest, shortly after their entrance, they found themselves encircled by a horde of green goblins, with Buggy and Arlita at the center. Surrounding them were the formidable fortress workers, Gardener Rul, Minotaur guards, and a cacophony of chaos, all converging to encircle them. This is not merely a quest for experience. It is akin to disturbing a nest of monsters. How could it be so? In the frosty darkwood, how can there be such an abundance of creatures? This is utterly abnormal. Had I known, I would have ventured to Huttonmar first. Surrounding them, frosty assaults came in waves, while spikes erupted from the ground, rendering their footing precarious. Bucky's feet fared better. In a state of fragmented fruit, he floated effortlessly in the air. Alas, Eureka was less fortunate. Although the slippery fruit allowed her to evade most attacks, it still inflicted damage that she could not entirely sidestep. In that moment, both were at a loss. Bucky incessantly hurled silver bullet daggers, but against the overwhelming numbers of monsters, it proved futile. Cursed be this plight. Faced with the relentless swarm of creatures, Bucky let out a frustrated roar. I have yet to uncover the grand treasure. How can it end like this? A barrage of frosty goblin attacks encased them in ice, leading to their eventual demise. In their final moments, Bucky and his companion despaired as they witnessed their own defeat at the hands of the monsters. Challenge failed. Hidden dungeon, Frosty Darkwood. You have entered a weakened state. At the very moment of their failure, Fang Fan received a notification. This drew Fang Fan's attention to the situation at hand. However, after observing the battle between the two, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Was the hidden map truly so challenging? He glanced at the difficulty level of the frosty, shadowy forest in the back end, and upon uncovering the truth, he nearly exclaimed in frustration. What is the situation? Why is the difficulty of the frosty and gloomy forest's initial completion so high? The hidden map is specially designed by the system. Only upon its first successful completion by someone will this dungeon become accessible to all, thus resulting in an elevation of its difficulty. This is not a setting from an online game. Only the first individual to unlock a hidden dungeon faces the torment of its hellish difficulty. Upon the completion of the initial run, this dungeon becomes visible to other players. The Frosty Dark Forest, as a concealed map, presents a formidable challenge for Bucky and his companions, who, at their current level of barely LV10, are essentially confronting the infernal difficulty of the Frosty Dark Forest. The lengthy health bar can render these players utterly feeble. Unless the likes of Kizaru and Mihawk venture into the area, it is likely that even the protagonists would perish. The Blazing Graka and the Frosty Dark Forest, along with Grand Forest, are among the most troublesome locales, with their challenges primarily stemming from the magical damage inflicted by fire and frost, which continually harms adventurers. Lacking powerful equipment and skills, the hellish difficulty of the Frosty Dark Forest leaves the group utterly helpless. Returning to the earlier inquiry, Fang Fan. Aside from assisting you in activating adventurers each month, do you truly have no other demands? Sengoku inquired with skepticism over the Den Mushi. This young man proved to be far more agreeable than anticipated. They had initially assumed that the Navy would need to pay a substantial price, perhaps in berries, to fulfill Fang Fan's conditions. To their surprise, none of that was necessary. The invitations are entirely complimentary, rest assured, Admiral Sengoku. Fang Fan assured him that he could provide the first batch of invitations immediately. However, these invitations are currently only valid in the East Sea. Thus, the soldiers you intend to activate must either be dispatched to the East Sea or directly activated by the Navy's soldiers in that region. In Sengoku's office, strategist Crane swiftly discerned some crucial information. The invitations are free. If he possesses other items, will there be a charge for those? This point is crucial. The invitation is only valid in the East China Sea. Can it be inferred that the domain of Glen Forest is limited to the expanse of the East China Sea? This point is unequivocally established by the images broadcasted from the sky, which are confined solely to the expanse of the East Sea. At present, Fang Fan's objective appears to be the extensive dissemination of this invitation, aimed at awakening a force known as Arad. Those who are activated will embark on various adventures within different dungeons, acquiring a plethora of materials, weapons, and potions. Although their understanding of Fang Fan's deeper intentions remains elusive, they find themselves unable to refuse his offerings. For what he provides is undeniably abundant, be it powerful healing potions, enigmatic professional skills, or extraordinary weapons. If the Navy does not seize these territories, they will inevitably fall into the hands of pirates, who will become increasingly formidable. Thus, the astute strategist Sengoku devised his plan, proactively approaching the individuals behind Grant's forest to gain the upper hand amidst these enticing temptations. To this end, he was even willing to intentionally cultivate goodwill with the Navy. However, for a joyful inhabitant of Alardi, along with the denizens of the demon realm, celestial realm, in the ethereal Delos, your thoughts are overly elaborate. The world government obtained the inaugural invitation letter, seized from the Navy, which was promptly delivered to the Navy's research facility. After a series of meticulous assessments, this invitation found its way to Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. In the realm of pirates, Vegapunk is lauded as the premier scientist of the world government, having advanced technology by 5 centuries, and is regarded as a genius who surpasses human intellect by half a millennium. His groundbreaking contributions include lineage factors, human gigantification experiments, and robotic modifications, each a testament to his illustrious achievements. For instance, the lineage factor was developed in conjunction with Vinsmoke Judge, who utilized this technology to establish the kingdom of clones and super soldiers. The gigantification experiment, while its success remains unmentioned in the comics, represents an unparalleled technological prowess. The robotic modifications led to the creation of the PX-5, a robot capable of apprehending millions of pirates. His esteemed title from the Navy underscores his exceptional research capabilities. After extensive study, Vegapunk arrived at a startling conclusion. This material is unlike any substance we have encountered. I advise against analyzing the powers of this invitation, Vegapunk remarked. A rare suggestion from him. If you truly wish for me to replicate such an item, it will require a substantial quantity of these invitations. Yet the complexity of duplicating this extraordinary invitation rivals that of creating artificial devil fruits. Vegapunk responded to the representatives of the world government. Have you forgotten the lessons from my attempts to manufacture artificial devil fruits? Possessing something of such extraordinary power, how could it be easily replicated? Even if I could mimic its form, it would not guarantee authenticity. Furthermore, with my current projects, I cannot spare attention for this minor endeavor. The hopeful representatives of the world government expressed their regrets upon hearing this. Since we have made contact with that individual and the invitation is willingly offered, we shall dispatch agents from the CP organization to challenge Grant's Forest. With dreams dashed, we must acquiesce to the other party's stipulations. Upon notification, the first group entering Gran Zhi's forest promptly activated their invitation. Yes, you're a Mihawk. Are you also in search of the Dark Thunder ruins? Kizaru inquired with a peculiar expression. Is it possible that even you, the first to enter Gran Zhi's forest, are unaware of the entrance to the Dark Thunder ruins? Hawkeye remained silent for a moment before he spoke. Since you are unaware, I shall inquire with others. As the yellow ape noticed Hawkeye preparing to turn away, he slowly remarked, you are rather impatient, Mihawk. I too have a mission concerning the Dark Thunder ruins. Why not journey together to seek information? The yellow ape speculated that this enigmatic Dark Thunder ruins likely required the fulfillment of certain prerequisites. Much like the brave heroes of their youth who could not confront the dragon without vanquishing a specific monster first. Hawkeye paused briefly and then replied, very well. Meanwhile, as they continued their preparations in Hedden Mall, Buggy and Eureka sat in a desolate corner of the street, their faces pale as if drained of vitality. The lonely street ambience was not conducive to their recovery, and they soon discovered that the potions they consumed had lost their efficacy. Was it possible that they had not ingested enough? Eureka, feeling at a loss, speculated, perhaps this is a consequence of our failed challenge. We should not waste any more potions. Infuriated, she resolved to remember this grievance, vowing to reclaim her honor in the future. As she began to regain some strength, she gazed vacantly at the sky. Buggy, she pondered, do you think that if we were to bring our crew into the frosty, gloomy forest, our chances of success would increase? The memory of being encircled by numerous monsters, leaving only the two of them to fend for themselves, weighed heavily upon her. I too believe that bringing them along is a splendid idea, Buggy suddenly exclaimed with a laugh. Eureka, it was I who activated this invitation for you. How could I not have thought to bring more people along? Haha, I am quite foolish. I only knew I could bring you in, not realizing I could also bring my crew. Once I have recovered, we shall venture forth. Our combined invitations should suffice to admit them. As they conversed, they noticed the yellow ape and Hawkeye approaching from a distance. Buggy attempted to feign ignorance, turning his head only to be met with a burst of yellow light, from which a rather unsavory face emerged. With an odd expression, the yellow ape greeted, ah, this familiar red-nosed fellow, have we met before? Buggy, resembling a ruffled cat, grasped the yellow ape's collar with both hands, his face contorted with indignation as he retorted, you scoundrel, yellow ape, who dares to call me red-nosed? Fang Fan had departed from Carp, leaving behind over 100 invitations. Nearly all the world points he possessed had been exchanged for these invitations. It is akin to playing Plants vs. Zombies. In the initial phase, sunlight must be utilized to foster growth. Sengoku, I shall allocate these invitations to my subordinates. Carp, while pinching his nostrils, spoke into the transponder snail. Sengoku slammed the table, causing even the little goat to cease its munching of grass. You old rascal. Your aspirations are quite lofty. This support from Fang Fan is meant for the Navy. How dare you think of hoarding all those soldiers for yourselves? Ha ha ha. What do I have to fear? Let us not forget that I previously took the initiative to alleviate your burdens by engaging with the islands of Gran Zhi, and I have sacrificed a great deal in doing so. Indeed, that little rascal Fang Fan, upon departing, made off with a bag of my donuts. My heart bleeds for it. Sengoku bellowed into the transponder snail. Absolutely not. I command you to return to headquarters immediately. What? Hello? Hello. The signal here is rather poor. Perhaps we should disconnect for now. That scoundrel Carp. The exclamation of bastard echoed throughout the Navy headquarters, prompting everyone to feign ignorance and go about their business as if they had heard nothing. Nearby, Admiral Tsuru glanced at Sengoku, remarking on the absurdity of his age yet still engaging in theatrics. Sengoku chuckled heartily, whispering to Tsuru, I hope my acting hasn't diminished. Tsuru rolled her eyes in response. In truth, upon realizing that activation must occur in the East Sea to access Grand Forest, Sengoku's first thought was to have Garp and his crew initiate the process. Should Garp return to the Navy headquarters, the world government would undoubtedly intervene. If your superior requests alone, would you acquiesce? Of course not. If the world government intends to seize opportunities from the Navy, they must first consult us hawkish generals. To prevent world government officials from meddling once the invitation arrives at headquarters, the optimal strategy is to have the Navy personnel activated early. As Garp, a longtime friend of Sengoku, understood his old comrade's intentions, the two orchestrated a performance of external compliance with military orders. This way, the world government would find themselves powerless against Sengoku and the Navy. The Navy would reap the benefits, thereby strengthening its might. With the Navy's enhanced power, Sengoku, as the admiral, could confidently pursue further ambitions. However, this necessitated pacifying the likes of Akainu and the other hawkish generals, a concern that Sengoku would need to address. At this moment, Garp beamed at the deck where a carefully selected 150 soldiers stood, each one exuding strength and determination. They resembled valiant warriors, poised and synchronized, ready to be inspected by their commander. Soldiers, your opportunity has arrived. Do you know what that invitation in your hand signifies? In unison, the soldiers shouted, No, we do not know. Garp continued, If you activate the invitation, you will be transported to an island in Grand Forest, teeming with monstrous foes. These creatures will serve as your adversaries and the measure of your strength. You have worked aboard this ship for varying lengths of time, with differing levels of prowess. Yet, upon reaching Grand Forest, you will all start from the same line. You will venture forth alone, confronting the monsters without the aid of the Navy. With an intense gaze, Garp proclaimed to the soldiers below, This is an era where strength allows for unrestrained actions. As members of the righteous Navy, while many around you succumb to the relentless wheels of time, you shall embark on the seas to seize opportunities and create upheaval in the Grand Line. Some harbor doubts about you, deeming you foolish. As naval soldiers toil endlessly for meager pay, often facing the threat of injury or disability, they are met with mockery. In this age of rampant piracy, joining the Navy is regarded as an act of folly. Those selfish pirates, in pursuit of illusory treasures upon the sea, set sail heedlessly. Yet, do you not recall the devastation wrought upon your homeland by these marauders? When the powerless cannot resist, when no one rises to halt their wickedness, and when the populace of this era is devoid of justice, who will step forth? The soldiers, fists clenched and eyes aflame with fervor, roar in unison, Navy, Navy. Carp raises his voice, further amplifying their resolve. Indeed, we bear the mantle of justice and shall stand tall. Our existence is to safeguard the people and uphold the order of these waters. Justice shall not permit pirates to ravage, nor the populace to be preyed upon. Each of you must remember, the ground upon which you stand is your Navy. How you conduct yourselves reflects upon the Navy. Your essence defines the Navy. Now, with the justice that resides in your hearts and the determination to uphold it, grow stronger. Grow stronger. For justice. Long live the Navy. The soldiers on the deck shout in unison, their voices echoing across the sea. Carp suddenly smiles, declaring that if anyone fails to grow stronger after activating their invitation, they shall taste the sting of his iron fist of love. The soldiers below tremble, their bodies shaking like leaves in the wind. Observing their quivering forms, Carp reverts to his old rascal demeanor. Young ones, activate your professions and set forth. Rays of light flicker as the latent potential of these soldiers is awakened. Par, you have acquired the skill, Demon Slash, Upward Strike. Mira, you have acquired the skill, Knee Strike, Aerial Burst. Passerby Ding, you have acquired the skill, Ascending Slash. Shadow Cut. In the East Sea, on an island governed by the world government, a cadre of specialized CP intelligence agents stands in 3 ranks. You have been entrusted with a special mission. Upon activating the adjacent invitation, you will gain skills. Your task is to ensure the government's justice is executed with utmost thoroughness. Information regarding Grand Forest has been dispatched to you. Your objective is to enhance your strength and seek out additional intelligence. Should you acquire more invitations from Fang Fan, your rank will elevate by 3 levels, granting you untold wealth and honor. Remember, once the infiltration mission commences, strive to avoid unnecessary conflicts and report daily. Work to win over the island's inhabitants to the world government. Once the covert investigations conclude, the government will reward you with promotions, and perhaps even grant you access to the Holy Land. All right, everyone, for the Holy Land. Let us depart. For the Holy Land. As the radiance flickered, the agents of the world government entered the Grand Forest. In a certain windless zone of the East Sea, the vast expanse of the sky lay still, with only a solitary warship resting quietly upon the waters. As the soldiers continuously activated their skills, individuals began to vanish from the deck. To prevent the returning soldiers from plummeting into the sea, Captain Garp had already commanded the ship to halt during his address. Bogart stood silently behind Garp, wielding a long sword, embodying the essence of a swordsman. He pondered over the words spoken by Vice Admiral Garp. If they were overheard by the world government, it was likely that the elders would seek a conversation with Garp. However, everyone aboard the warship understood Garp's steadfast character and temperament. A champion of justice, devoted to his country and its people, they all knew that Garp would never forsake justice for the sake of the celestial dragons. His strength lay in the compassion and benevolence within his heart. In order to better uphold his sense of justice, he had resolutely refused the rank of admiral. At this moment, Garp was examining the invitation letter that had been entrusted to him, along with 20 additional ones intended for the vice admirals. Bogart, you are tasked with remaining here, he instructed. Understood, Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart responded. When I return, activate the invitation and proceed. Very well. Garp then acquired the skills, Sky Slash and Tiger Strike. Garp, you have awakened the skill Straight Punch Impact. Unleash a powerful straight punch towards the enemy ahead. Capable of delivering multiple successive strikes, the final blow inflicts significant damage with a high critical hit rate. Sky Slash, unleash an attack towards the enemy with a colossal force, causing them to become airborne, though this skill cannot be used while in a release state driven by the mind of the Blue Fist Saint. Tiger Strike, seize a single enemy in front and sprint a distance before throwing them aside, inflicting multiple damage strikes on any enemies encountered during the run. As Garp was reviewing the skill descriptions, Bogart suddenly lifted his head. The windless zone remained tranquil, yet at that moment, a terrifying gust of energy swept through, as if something was rapidly piercing through the clouds and mist. This, just as Bogart was about to shout a warning, the swiftly flying object, traveling at the speed of sound, appeared before him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Bogart discerned that it was a wooden cross, soaring through the air with the intention of landing upon the formidable back of Vice Admiral Garp. What bizarre power had Garp, indeed, unleashed? As Garp ventured into the dimly lit forest, he scarcely had a moment to observe the surrounding goblins before he sensed the immense cross affixed to his back. What could this be? The nearby monsters, spotting Garp clad in naval garb, quickly converged upon him, drawing the cross from behind. Garp scrutinized it with his wide eyes. A cross? With his sturdy hand gripping the end of the cross, he swung it around with abandon. Several unfortunate goblins were struck, their bulging eyes reddening as they were felled without a sound, silenced before they could even scream. Monsters? As the information about the goblins flooded into Garp's mind, he lowered the hand that held the cross. Have the goblins ever seen fists as large as a cooking pot? With his robust and sturdy fists, he delivered a crushing blow to a goblin, draining its life force entirely. He needed to test the so-called skills of this holy warrior. As he approached the next room, 2 Minotaur sentinels materialized before him. A sweeping strike. Gripping the cross, he swung it from front to back, enveloped in a sudden crimson glow. Ah! After the cries of anguish, the ground was littered with shattered remnants. Was this cross the conduit for unleashing the powers of this holy warrior? However, it was still not as convenient as his own fists. Garp longed to discard the cross, yet each time he attempted to set it down, it would inexplicably soar back to his back. As he neared the threshold of the next room, the cross suddenly flew up, returning to its place. Garp exclaimed, "What need have I for this cross? It only hinders the speed of my punches." The persistent return of the cross to his back left Garp feeling somewhat disoriented. Meanwhile, Sangoku, aware that Garp's soldiers had entered the Grand Forest, activated the professionals among them, their blades seemingly imbued with extraordinary sharpness. Moreover, those soldiers who had awakened as sharpshooters were now armed with firearms that possessed infinite ammunition. Seated in his office, He took a rare moment to savor a cup of tea. It seemed that the Navy's logistical concerns would no longer be a source of worry for him. Since he assumed the rank of admiral, it has been a rare occasion to witness such a favorable trend in development. On the back street, Smoker, with a thick cigar clenched between his teeth, confronted GSD, the mentor of the Phantom Blade. Despite the brazen demeanor of the Phantom Blade, GSD was not perturbed by Smoker's rudeness. You wish to learn skills, as you desire. Smoker intently scrutinized GSD, eager to uncover the secrets behind his ability to acquire skills. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded into his mind. You have acquired the skill, Earthquake, Wave Blade. You have acquired the skill, Triple Slash. You have acquired the skill, Cross Slash. Smoker stood motionless, meticulously analyzing the information regarding those skills. Nearby, Dasky, having repaired her weapon, also turned her gaze towards GSD. She was initially captivated by the 5 swords behind him, and in her usual manner, she hastily retrieved her collection of renowned swords. However, after perusing through it, she found no records of any kind. Senior, forgive my boldness, but may I inquire about the swords behind you? Smoker interjected sharply. The young girl blushed fiercely. Please. Continue learning the skills. Dasky nodded vigorously and pleaded with GSD. Senior, please teach me more about the Phantom Blade skills. GSD remained utterly still, resembling a statue. As you wish, young female Phantom Blade. You have acquired the skill, Chain Slash, delivering multiple slashes to a forward enemy while sliding. You have acquired the skill, Spinning Counter, can be activated when attacked by an enemy. This skill allows you to leap behind the enemy to strike, generating a shockwave. You have acquired the skill, Soul Piercer, summons a demon to grasp the enemy ahead. If the enemy is caught, it will unleash a powerful thrust. Smoker and Dasky relayed the information regarding skill acquisition from the venerable GSD. Meanwhile, Sengoku was preparing to extract a portion of administrative personnel from the Navy to compile all information related to the Grand Forest. Suddenly, he received a report from Dasky. Skills learned from the 5 swords of GSD. Could it be that this elder named GSD is also a formidable swordsman? Sengoku pondered, deeming this possibility highly likely. He then contacted Kizaru via the Den Mushi. Once Kizaru finished reporting all the information he had gathered, Sengoku remarked, "The people in this town must also be cautious in maintaining good relations. Since your current mission is at a standstill, I suggest you further engage with that elder, GSD." Kazara leisurely conversed through the Den Mushi, while beneath him, Buggy and Arlong were in dire straits. However, Admiral, I just so happened to capture Buggy and his companion. Sengoku was taken aback. What? Where did you capture them? Are they in your custody now? On Hutton Mall Street. What seems to be the matter, Admiral? The yellow ape sensed something amiss. After all, had he merely apprehended a pirate? The Marshal's reaction seemed rather excessive. He was unaware of the agreement reached between Fang Fan and Sengoku. Yellow ape, release Buggy and his companion. I shall explain the reason later. For now, collaborate with Hawkeye to search for clues regarding the Dark Thunder ruins. Understood, Marshal. Upon terminating the communication, the yellow ape expressed in a peculiar manner. What a stroke of luck for you, Buggy, you are free. Buggy was taken aback by this statement. Just a moment ago, they had been exchanging blows. And now he was being urged to leave. Had he truly endured such a beating at their hands? Yet, one cannot resist the inevitable. Thus, he promptly made his escape. Freed, Buggy and Alrita hastily activated the teleportation power of their invitation. Before long, their figures gradually faded from the sight of the yellow ape and Hawkeye. It appeared that departing from this place was rather straightforward. Observing the spot where they had vanished, the yellow ape murmured to himself. Hawkeye remained silent, continuing his quest for clues to enter the Dark Thunder ruins. The two resumed their inquiries on the bustling streets. Upon returning to the East Blue, Buggy and Alrita felt a deep sense of reluctance. However, given their evident lack of strength, their anger was fruitless, merely a waste of time. Buggy, how should we proceed according to our previous plans? Alrita concealed her dissatisfaction, outwardly regaining her grace and confidence. Defeated by a Marine Admiral. She did not perceive it as shameful. Knowing shame is the first step to courage. Indeed, as long as we invite more pirates to the Grand Forest and diligently enhance our own levels, one day I shall defeat the yellow ape. Then let us not delay. We must set forth at once. Marines, await my vengeance. Just as the Marines ventured into the dark and dense forest, the main characters regarded the map of the Grand Forest as a sacred place for training. Thanks to Fang Fan's encouragement, Zoro relentlessly persevered in the dungeon for 3 days and nights, ultimately conquering the king-level Thunder Ruins. Meanwhile, Luffy, Usopp. And Nami had Usopp elevate the Thunder Ruins to the warrior level, while Luffy achieved the king level. Sanji and Nami, through teamwork, did not lag behind their comrades, all reaching levels above LV10. With their levels heightened, they recalled Fang Fan's words that at LV10, they could learn skills in Hertenmer. The group had no intention of grinding incessantly. The path of cultivation requires balance and moderation, especially as everyone had become exceedingly familiar with their skills. The introduction of new abilities would enhance their efficiency in exploration. The first to emerge from the dungeon and enter Hertenmer was Luffy. After all, as the man destined to become the Pirate King, his speed was not to be underestimated. Incredible, there are so many people here. Luffy gazed down the streets of Hertenmer, where the passers-by were either clad in naval uniforms or appeared as fearsome pirates. Remarkably, the naval soldiers here did not apprehend the pirates. Zoro, having mysteriously materialized behind Luffy, boasted robust arms, muscles taut and powerful. His bandana remained perched upon his head, and 3 swords hung at his waist. The earrings adorning his ears swayed with his movements, adding a touch of charm to his otherwise stern demeanor. Ha ha ha, Zoro, you have emerged too, Luffy exclaimed, playfully patting Zoro on the shoulder. Move aside. Do not obstruct our entrance into Hertenmer. From the dense foliage behind them, 2 pirates swaggered out from the ruins of Thunder, brazenly striding past Luffy. No way. We've only been here for a few days, and already there are so many people outside? Zoro and Luffy chose not to dwell on it further, proceeding into Hertenmer. The streets, bustling with groups of people, were far from the desolation of the elven defense line. After a short walk, Luffy scrutinized Feng, who was clad in monk-esque robes, and remarked, Zoro, do you know where you ought to go to hone your skills? Zoro responded. Not receiving an answer from behind, Luffy turned around, only to realize that Zoro's figure had vanished. Well, perhaps he has already found his skill mentor, Luffy mumbled, pouting, and then glanced back at Feng. Feng sensed a familiar aura emanating from the young man before him and greeted him. I am Feng of the Windfist style. With confidence, Luffy placed his hands on his hips and declared, I am Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. From you, I perceive the fluctuations of vital energy. Adventurer, do you sense the flow of the wind? Feng inquired earnestly. Luffy scratched the back of his head, pondering the flow of wind. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly clapped his hands in realization. I believe I can feel it. Every time I unleash my energy wave, the surrounding air converges towards my fists. Feng expression shifted. This seemingly ordinary young man in a straw hat and red vest was, in fact, a natural master of vital energy. Upon this revelation, Feng asked, Adventurer, have you come here to learn skills? Oh, how did you know, sage in monk-esque robes? Luffy replied with a chuckle. Feng responded quietly. The essence of combat lies in uniting with nature. Young adventurer, the wind shall guide your path forward. Luffy, you have mastered the skill knee strike. Seize the enemy ahead and deliver a powerful blow with your knee. The final strike can launch the enemy into the air. When they land, they will inflict damage on surrounding foes. You have also acquired the skill Shunpa. Swiftly move a certain distance forward. Additionally, you have learned the skill clone. Create a duplicate to confuse the enemy's attacks or block bullets after a certain duration or upon receiving a specific amount of damage. The generated clone will vanish. As Luffy sought his skill mentor, Zoro, the directionally challenged swordsman, noticed that the street he was on had become increasingly deserted. Zoro gazed intently at a wall before him, which unexpectedly revealed itself to be a dead end. At that moment, a soft and delicate voice emerged from beside him. What would you like, brave warrior? Fast forward 3 days after concluding his meeting with Garp, Fang Fan journeyed westward and arrived at Reverse Mountain. Among the wonders of the pirate world, if one were to rank them, Reverse Mountain would undoubtedly hold a prominent position. Reverse Mountain, also known as Levi's Mountain. This mountain belongs to Newton's brother, the formidable Neo by Guan. 5 rivers meander through this landscape, 4 of which flow from the East China Sea, the West China Sea, the North Sea, and the South Sea, cascading from the mountain's base to its summit. Upon reaching the apex, these rivers converge into a singular channel that leads to the illustrious Grand Line. When Fang Fan passed through this area, he could not resist exploring the 4 rivers. Naturally, he encountered pirates along the way, to whom he extended invitations. However, his true destination was a particular whale at the entrance of the Grand Line. Labu, a whale endowed with the ability to comprehend human language, possesses both spirit and emotion. As a social creature of the island, it forged a bond of friendship with the Rumbar pirates at the tender age of 1. With the demise of the Rummer pirates, leaving only Brook behind, the crew's whereabouts became shrouded in mystery. For over 50 years, Labu has languished in sorrow, relentlessly ramming against the upside-down mountain. In the original narrative, Luffy engaged in a duel with Labu to prevent him from continuing his assault on Twin Cape, resulting in a stalemate. The agreement between the man and the whale was to engage in a duel upon their return from a circumnavigation of the Grand Line. What a fortunate little creature it is. Whether in the original narrative it encountered Luffy or now meets itself, Labu's fortune remains commendable. Standing at the entrance of Twin Cape, the very beginning of the Grand Line, Fang Fan gazed upon the vast expanse of the sea below. In this boundless ocean, how could one call forth an island whale? Although he contemplated diving into the water, he momentarily forgot about the skills acquired from the toxic milk powder. Fortunately, luck was on his side, for shortly thereafter, a colossal whale, its head marred with scars and blemishes, emerged at the entrance of Twin Cape. Its size was truly immense. With a sigh of awe, Fang Fan slowly approached Labu, who was bellowing at Twin Cape. Just as Labu was about to charge at Reverse Mountain, Fang Fan deftly employed the shadowy confinement of the female ghost. Seizing control of Labu, it was evident that the entire entrance was shrouded in a vast shadow, and within the Master Ball, Labu's eyes reflected astonishment. How did I ascend to the heavens? He pondered, his large head filled with a small query. Labu, do not crash into Reverse Mountain. The members of the Lumba pirate crew have perished. Though harsh, Fang Fan felt compelled to convey the grim reality. Upon hearing this, Labu's enormous eyes fixed upon Fang Fan, seemingly inquiring. How do you know? It is true. I witnessed their demise with my own eyes many years ago. They are all gone. Tears welled in Labu's large eyes, and a profound lament echoed, evoking sorrow in those who heard it. The vastness of heaven and earth loomed, with only a solitary mountain and a fragment of sea. As the mournful wail reverberated, lingering for an eternity, Labu, there is still one member of the Lumba pirate crew who, having consumed the Yellow Springs devil fruit, died and was resurrected. The Master Ball contained Labu, who momentarily ceased its lamentation, its massive tail thrashing in the air, its enormous body writhing in excitement, as if to ask, is that truly so? Quiet, quiet, Labu, Fang Fan urged, his palm extending. The gentle green light slowly transferring into Labu's being. The injuries were indeed severe. Had it not possessed a formidable vitality, it would have succumbed long ago. Frustrated by the sluggish healing process, Fang Fan delved into his skill repertoire and summoned the abilities of a nurturing father. Holy Healing Wind, source of life. A vibrant green light surged from within Labu, a tremendous vitality spreading throughout its body. Such miraculous healing arts were nothing short of a marvel of life itself. An elderly gentleman, adorned with spectacles and shuffling in flip-flops, emerged slowly from a small room below. His hair and beard were entirely white, his chin robust, and his eyes diminutive. Though his head was balding, a vibrant crown of plumage adorned it, lending him an unexpectedly youthful appearance. Coupled with his lively crimson shirt and azure beach shorts, he resembled not a retiree from the pirate world, but rather a figure stepping back from the realm of fashion. At that moment, Labu's eyes shimmered with a touch of humanity, sensing a remarkable transformation occurring within his very being. Areas that had previously throbbed with pain and discomfort now radiated warmth. His large eyes, brimming with curiosity, gazed intently at the diminutive human before him, filled with a profound desire to uncover news of the survivor from the Rumbar pirates. It was merely a small ruse. Fang Fan humbly shrugged, the flow of energy from his hands unceasing. Young man, why not join this old fellow for a chat? He inquired with great enthusiasm. Fang Fan withdrew the Master Ball, cautioning, Labu, don't stray too far. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. With a resounding splash, his massive form descended into the water, creating waves akin to a small tsunami that forced the seawater of Twin Cape to recede. With a few swift steps, Fang Fan positioned himself in the clearing before Dr. Kuroka's. Observing the elderly man, whose age remained a mystery, Fang Fan felt an inexplicable sensation. Among the physicians of the pirate world, many possessed remarkable skills, such as a certain reindeer and a certain Trafalgar. Yet, in Fang Fan's estimation, none could rival the expertise of the elderly man before him, save for one particular which. The ability to prolong the life of the terminally ill Roger by nearly 2 months was not a skill typically found in the hands of an ordinary doctor. Are you a physician? Kuroka's inquired with curiosity. So young yet so skilled. Might you hail from that nation? I am not a doctor. I am a planner. Fang Fan replied candidly. Kuroka's furrowed his brow, his small eyes nearly disappearing. A planner? Is that someone who brings joy to others? Bringing joy, indeed, Fang Fan affirmed. Is there truly such a person in this world? To bring joy seems a mere daydream. Just as you witnessed, did I not just bring joy to Labu? Kuroka's glanced towards the sea, where a vast shadow was visibly roaming beneath the surface. You seem to know Labu's tale, young man, Kuroka's remarked. A hint of intrigue in his tone. Fang Fan smiled gently. Dr. Kuroka's, there are not many things I remain unaware of in this world. For instance, you. The keeper of Twin Cape, once sailed with Roger and possess a storied past worth reminiscing. Kuroka's, taken aback, fell silent for a moment before responding. I am beginning to believe your words. I have two purposes for being here. The first has already been fulfilled. Fang Fan smiled and spoke leisurely. Kuroka soon realized and tentatively inquired, is your second purpose to admire the medical skills of this old man? He continued, you may be disappointed. For I intend to remain here at this Twin Cape for the rest of my days and have no desire to venture out to sea. No, Dr. Kuroka's. I do not wish for you to become a pirate, Fang Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. The people of the pirate world have been greatly stirred by Roger's words. A group of individuals, instead of diligently building their lives, opts to embark on perilous adventures at the slightest provocation. Even wives are willing to raise their children alone, supporting their husbands in their quest for adventure. It is astonishing how wives and children encourage men to seize and pillage, all under the guise of pursuing freedom and dreams. I merely wish to invite you to visit an island. Have you ever seen the spectacle in the sky over the East Sea? What do you mean? The island that has suddenly appeared in the East Sea belongs to me. I simply wish to invite you to stroll about my island. Indeed, just a casual visit. Perhaps to activate a few skills along the way. So you are the one behind that island, Kuroka's exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such extraordinary strength and a remarkable background. Regardless, I must thank you for coming all this way. However, I must reiterate, I intend to spend my remaining years safeguarding this place, bringing my life to a close. Seeing the other party still decline, Fang Fan remained unfazed. Here is an invitation. Whenever you feel bored and wish to visit the island, simply activate the power within it. Fang Fan, undeterred, sent the invitation through the air. Then turned to face the sea. Beneath the surface, a colossal figure glided gracefully. Giant whale-like creature detected. Projection anchor point for the Titan Leviathan has been established. It is time to set sail towards the Sky Island. Otherwise, it may be too late for the arrival of the Sky City. Fang Fan called out to the sea. Laboon, come here. I will take you to find Brook of the Rumar pirates. Perhaps we might encounter his spirit. On the tranquil surface of the sea, countless bubbles erupted, and the water churned as a vast shadow expanded, eventually breaking through the surface. Laboon emerged with his enormous whale head, quietly listening to Fang Fan's words. Are you willing to accompany me? In the vast expanse of the sea, a resounding whale's song echoed through the heavens, heralding the audacious presence of the buggy pirates. With their flamboyant antics, they basked in the limelight of the East Sea, invited by none other than their captain. Renowned pirates from across the East Sea flocked to Grand Forest. The East Sea had become a tempestuous arena in recent days. The newsbird's reports on Grand Forest had even tempted some pirates from the Grand Line to retrace their steps, eager to behold the legendary island said to be accessible only to the mightiest. As images of the sky became increasingly frequent, the ordinary navy and pirates, under the moniker of Morgans, gradually captured the public's attention. The footage displayed ordinary Navy soldiers wielding their sabers, leaving behind purplish-black marks as they sent monstrous foes hurtling through the air. A colossal, bull-headed beast, reminiscent of a sea king, was struck down by a Navy soldier's knee, only to be dispatched further into the sky by a well-aimed gunshot. More astonishingly, a Navy officer descended from above, piercing the air with his sword, unleashing a shockwave that lifted the creature from the ground. With swift, decisive strikes, he exhibited a speed akin to that of a shaving razor. The clash of swords conjured cross-shaped slashes that pierced the air, while some invoked eerie red formations that left gray cat demons trembling in fear. Moreover, a Navy soldier wielding a pistol stomped down upon the massive bull-headed beast, methodically firing shots that extinguished its life. Reports cascaded like snowflakes across the seas, reaching both the Grand Line and the New World. Newspapers disclosed revelations from pirates, identifying these as the skills of ghost swordsmen and sharpshooters. Terms such as knee strike, aerial bullet, and ghost slash permeated the discussions, while the New World remained relatively undisturbed. The pirates of the Grand Line were increasingly intrigued by the developments. When did the Navy soldiers become so formidable? In Alabasta, amidst the rain, Crocodile, with his slicked back hair and a prominent scar across his face, exuded an intimidating presence, adorned with an earring and a cigar in his mouth. The notion of new abilities rivaling or even surpassing the powers of devil fruits perplexed him as he perused the headlines, skimming over the images above. The newspaper featured a photograph capturing a Navy soldier wielding a cross as he forcefully struck a monstrous creature. Other pages displayed silhouettes of Navy personnel adeptly handling their weapons, effortlessly subduing the beasts. What schemes were the Navy concocting? As the smoke from his cigar billowed, his fierce visage was shrouded in mystery. In the depths of the Devil's Triangle, a figure of imposing stature, with a fiery green mane and a countenance reminiscent of a demon, observed the newspaper with keen interest. His forehead bore 2 horns, complemented by pointed ears and sharp teeth. His neck was adorned with cross-stitched scars, and he was clad in a bat-collared shirt and Gothic attire. The Navy's actions in the East Sea were indeed elusive. He gazed intently at the showcase techniques, murmuring to himself, "If only the shadows of those Navy soldiers could be harnessed for my own purposes. Lord Moonlight Moria, do you wish to visit the East Sea as well?" "No. We must first gather a sufficient number of shadows. The East Sea can wait for another time." In a tavern of a certain pirate town, a man with several missing teeth spoke. He was rugged in appearance, with a robust physique and a dense covering of hair on his body. His skin was a deep tan, his hair black and tousled, secured by a bandana. On his left hip, he bore 3 flintlock pistols, while a bottle of strong rum was tucked into his right side. Ha ha ha. What an amusing skill. This ocean has now presented me with yet another intriguing prospect. The East Sea, such an interesting place. Perhaps I might find a companion who meets my expectations. Hee ha ha ha. The East Sea briefly found itself enveloped in a state of grandeur, primarily due to the imposing presence of the heavens, with the admirals of the Navy present. Who would dare to act recklessly? Furthermore, the Weasel had personally taken action to conduct a large-scale purge of pirates. Now, the mere mention of Vice Admiral Weasel's name sent shivers down the spines of pirates throughout the East Sea. The East Sea, already dubbed the weakest of seas, saw the eradication of significant pirates, leaving only a few notable names: Luffy, Buggy, and the crew of Alrita. Only those pirates who had ascended to the heavens had the right to be called great pirates. Although the peculiar sound of reward notifications had long since faded, the populace remained entertained, often discussing the techniques employed by those above. In a certain town of the East Sea, a group of children chased each other with wooden swords. "Behold my ghost slash. Taste my triple slash. You are all weaklings, witness my floating bullet." The children raced past a man dressed in a military green coat, his short hair slicked back and devoid of eyebrows. The situation was changing rapidly. Monkey D. Dragon had initially intended to send Luffy off to sea, but now that Luffy was training in the forest of Gran, he too remained concealed, observing from the shadows. In his hand, he held an invitation letter seized from the Navy, which he secretly dispatched back to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. At this moment, the Revolutionary Army had just overthrown the brutal regimes of several nations, yet their strength remained insufficiently robust. They could only amass power in secrecy. Perhaps this invitation could bolster the might of the Revolutionary Army. To be honest, he yearned to meet the person behind the forest of Gran, yet alas, he had not found the opportunity. He had observed the changes within the Navy with keen clarity. If such a situation were to spread throughout the Grand Line, then, if this situation were to proliferate across the Grand Line, where would that leave our world government? In CP3, a certain official reported with a grave expression. His call directly reached the 5 elders, accusing the Navy of their actions. The Navy brazenly amassed power in the East Blue, disregarding our CP organization as allies. The 5 remained silent, offering no response. After a prolonged pause, one of the 5 elders remarked coolly, "Does the Navy exhibit rebellious behavior?" To which the official stammered, "Well, no." The elder continued, "In that case, why waste your breath? The resources acquired by the Navy through their own efforts, in a sense, alleviate our burdens." The CP officials found themselves at a loss for words, having initially sought to confront the Navy but instead ended up embarrassed. After hanging up, the elder gently closed his eyes. They were well aware of the incompetence exhibited by the CP organization. Individuals of excessive cleverness do not suit the ranks of CP, while employing foolish imbeciles poses the drawback of requiring instruction in every matter. Meanwhile, after several days of searching, Kizaru and Dracula Mihawk found themselves at an impasse. Neither the various underground cities nor the indigenous people of Hedemir had any information regarding the Dark Thunder ruins. Due to pressing matters at headquarters, Kizaru promptly returned to Marineford the following day. Dracula Mihawk, however, continued his solitary stroll through the bustling streets of Hedinmer. Among the throngs of people, many recognized him as one of the 7 warlords, the infamous Mihawk. Yet, none dared to approach him. He walked on until he spotted a tall, bald man clad in monk's robes. Before the bald man stood the individual for whom Shanks had wagered an arm, grinning broadly with hands on his hips. I am Wind Fist Flow, Windjun. I am Luffy. He. I am entering the training ground. Behind Windjun. A closed blue door slowly swung open as Luffy strode confidently inside. At that moment, Mihawk suddenly recalled that he had indeed overlooked this place. He approached Windjun, who stood with arms crossed. I remember you, the demon swordsman. Have you come to the training ground to duel? Is there already a duel taking place? Indeed. Then, may I also enter the training ground? Windjun's expression remained unchanged. Entry was certainly permitted. However, you are not fighters, thus a fee is required. Mihawk, perplexed, questioned. Messages from below indicated that the clown buggy and the iron staff-wielding Alrita possessed numerous invitations. If they could seize those, it would increase the number of skilled individuals among them. Beneath the vast canopy of the sky, a multitude of Navy officers, empowered by their formidable skills, ascend the firmament of the East Sea with the prowess of their profession and the rudimentary techniques of the 6 styles. The synergy of their mysterious abilities renders the battlefield as desolate as an uninhabited realm. In the midst of this chaos, 2 pirates navigate through a marsh thick with poisonous mists. One adeptly leaps, unleashing radiant star-like projectiles that repel the white cat demon, while the other, with nimble footwork, performs a series of rapid somersaults, reducing the cat demons to mere fragments. Once inconspicuous, these pirates now command the attention of the entire East Sea, rendering anonymity unattainable. Whispers of the notorious clown buggy circulate among nearby pirates, with a bounty of 100,000 berries for his capture. Within the confines of a clandestine CP base in the East Sea, the personnel of the CP organization spring into action. At the helm is Junio Sills from CP3, a user of the shell fruit, who fixates intently on the footage of the celestial spectacle captured on his phone. The imagery flickers on, revealing a Navy officer wielding his fist with valor, launching relentless iron-fisted assaults. The final strike, akin to the swing of a mighty hammer, descends upon the colossal bull-headed beast with a thunderous blow. This robust group of burly soldiers swiftly captivated the hearts of countless maidens from the East Sea. At times, their adversaries were humanoid monsters, and the seemingly slender naval officers would hurl them forward, resulting in the monsters meeting their demise in a gory spectacle. Observers witnessed a naval officer standing amidst a forest engulfed in flames, brandishing his blade upward, conjuring a gust of sword wind. Subsequently, a circular wave of energy ensnared the monster, and in a swift motion, it perished. Sears gazed on with a cold demeanor, warning the Navy not to become too complacent. For there would come a time for their lamentation. In the East Sea, on a particularly clandestine island, aboard a pirate ship, within mere days, Buggy had earned the moniker of Captain Buggy among the East Sea's pirate leaders. Every captain who had ever received a bounty exceeding 1 million was drawn into his crew. Though his ranks comprised merely a handful of misfits, Buggy's vanity was thoroughly gratified by the flattery he received. Captain Buggy, let us witness your floating dagger performance once more. The pirates clamored during their feast. Very well, I shall indulge your request. Buggy, the disgraced marksman, affixed floating bullets to his daggers and fired them casually, striking a piece of chicken thigh which then danced momentarily in the air. Before the chunks of meat could descend, a barrage of daggers shot upward in a straight line. It was the Buggy version of a Gatling gun, with one hand gripping a specially designed silver Gatling dagger while the other pressed the trigger. The rapidly spinning chamber scattered the handles of the daggers like discarded shells upon the deck. Under the fearsome barrage of daggers, the chicken thighs soared into the sky once more. Truly, the prowess of Captain Buggy is unmatched. Cheers to his extraordinary marksmanship. The pirates cheered, reveling in the moment, while even your leader gracefully sipped her wine. Listen well, once Captain Buggy receives more invitations, each of you shall have the opportunity to enter the Grand Forest, where potions and weapons abound. At that moment, Buggy faintly recalled Roger's words, yet they morphed into Fang Fan's voice. My potions, weapons, and skills? Fang Fan tilted his head with a crooked smile, the curvature of his lips evoking envy from the recently returned crooked-mouthed Dragon King. If you desire them, seek them out. I have concealed everything within the underground of the Grand Forest. The pirates continued their revelry, clinking glasses, exchanging toasts, and joyfully indulging. For the monotony and tedium of the sea were momentarily forgotten in the joyous celebration. In this regard, the red-haired swordsman holds the most authority for 3 days and nights. The revelry shall not cease. For 3 days and nights, joy relies solely upon the festivities. Esteemed guests, Captain Buggy has yet another announcement to make. With a hint of inebriation coloring his cheeks a deep crimson, Buggy, his torso and limbs rarely unified, declared, "I have obtained a hidden map that even the Navy has failed to uncover, a colossal secret indeed. If you swiftly enhance your levels, then I, Captain Buggy, shall lead you to explore the concealed dungeons. This hidden map, though challenging, offers bountiful rewards." A chorus of tipsy pirates cheered, "Long live Captain Buggy." Amidst the twilight-like illumination and the serene ambience of the tavern, one solitary soul, so single dog long, received an invitation to partake in a drink at the Sasha Tavern. In the past couple of days, upon returning to Hedden Mall, I effortlessly made my way to the tavern. To my astonishment, the usually directionally challenged Solon was uncharacteristically adept at navigating. What drew him to Sasha's tavern was none other than the delightful allure of her exquisite wine. The grape wine crafted by Sasha possesses the remarkable ability to restore a portion of one's vitality and heal wounds, while also dispelling any disorienting ailments. "Why not indulge in a drink at my tavern before you depart?" Sasha Elman beckoned. This exquisite wine not only rejuvenates the spirit but also captivates Zoro with its remarkable flavor. Naturally, the artisan behind this delightful beverage has also caught Zoro's attention. Clad in a flowing crimson gown that accentuates her alluring figure, she exudes an aura of nobility, elegance, and beauty. Her golden tresses are elegantly coiled, revealing her refined and pristine nature. With delicate, elongated ears and arms as pale as lotus petals, she embodies both grace and allure. The gentle demeanor she presents, coupled with a mature yet bashful charm, renders her both dignified and enchanting. Any glance from a certain observer might well result in an overwhelming rush of blood. Moreover, what consistently draws Zoro to this tavern is the sight of a man seated in a shadowy corner, donned in a black coat and wielding a colossal sword. Zoro, trusting his instincts, believes that this man's swordsmanship is extraordinary. Having witnessed the prowess of Mihawk and the marvels of other masters, Zoro refrains from challenging every skilled swordsman he encounters. This man, frequently seen indulging in drink, has yet to exchange a word with Zoro, but after each adventure, Zoro finds himself returning to this establishment. Today, he once again spends his gold on wine. Seizing the opportunity, the enchanting Sophia greets him. "Welcome, young Zoro. How have your recent endeavors fared?" She gazes at Zoro, swirling her wine glass. Her fiery red lips brush against the rim, allowing the deep crimson liquid to cascade over her porcelain neck, descending to reveal her astonishingly smooth skin. In her tranquil moments, she resembles a languid dove, while in motion, she embodies the elegance of a delicate rabbit. Her simple gestures cause the youthful Zoro to instinctively turn his head away, gripping his sword tightly. "Oh, attempting the Graco warrior level difficulty, are we? Truly commendable, young Zoro," Sophia remarks, her eyes narrowing with a smile as she retrieves a pouch of gold from beneath the counter. "This is your reward for collecting the purple grapes last time. It is not counted as part of your tasks." Zoro, however, does not accept the gold, instead inquiring, "This time, I shall forego it. I wish to learn about the swordsman in the corner." Sophia chuckles softly, continuing to swirl her wine. "To inquire about the legendary swordsman Aganzo. Dear Zoro, this amount of gold is insufficient." Zoro is momentarily taken aback by her words. "The sword saint, Aganzo? A figure of such renown, is he stronger than Mihawk? Then please convert all my gold into wine," he replies. Sophia, maintaining her composure, retrieves the gold, glancing at Aganzo and then back at Zoro. Hesitating, she states, "Young Zoro, did I not inform you that to become a more advanced demon swordsman, you must seek out the GSD elder in the back streets to learn new skills?" Roronoa Zoro's face flushes with embarrassment. 3 days. Who knows how he managed to spend those days on Heddenmer Street before delving into the depths of the underground. Having departed from the Sashia Tavern, Zoro strolled aimlessly down the street, a bottle of wine in hand. Ever since a considerable influx of both Navy personnel and pirates had descended upon Huttonmar, the once desolate streets now echoed with the hurried footsteps of passers-by. Furthermore, at Sengoku's behest, some Navy officers brazenly set up stalls in the middle of the thoroughfare. This stall undoubtedly required a special application. It was during the application process that Sengoku truly grasped the implications behind the phrase, "The invitation is complimentary." The operating license for the Hutton Mall stall, numbered 001, bestowed upon the Navy's Dasky store the right to conduct business, accompanied by this certificate. The fee, 100,000 gold coins or 2 000,000 berries. To obtain a mere license for operating a stall demands an exorbitant sum of 2,000,000 berries. Undoubtedly a scheme for profit. Yet, could Sengoku dare to forego it? He could not. They were collecting various colorful small crystals and an assortment of HP potions. A female Navy officer at the stall called out, drawing the attention of passing pirates. The Navy was purchasing small crystals? Did they not have enough personnel for that? The implication of her cry suggested they were indeed interested in acquiring the small crystals we possessed. In an instant, several pirates turned their gazes toward them. Zoro, leaning against his sword, ambled over to the stall. His previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically. It's you. It's you. Daisuke and Zoro exchanged astonished glances. So, you are Roronoa Zoro, the pirate. In the past 3 days, the Navy has thoroughly confirmed the information regarding the pirates of the Sky Veil. The Straw Hat Pirates have become a household name in the East Blue. Daisuke exclaimed in anger, "You deceived me," confronted by the face of a former friend. Zoro gritted his teeth and replied, "I never claimed to be anything but a pirate." "Who deceived you?" "You did. Let's duel. If you lose, you must hand over your prized sword to me." "Who would duel with a woman like you?" "Why should I give you my sword upon losing?" "Roronoa Zoro, you scoundrel." "What did you say, female Navy officer?" In an attempt to assert dominance, the two drew closer, their foreheads nearly touching, eyes locked in a fierce gaze, tension palpable. Suddenly, the bustling crowds of Hurtenmer Street came to a standstill, their attention fixated on the two engaged in a heated exchange. The two individuals, one a naval officer and the other a pirate, were keenly aware of their surroundings. In mere seconds, Daisuke found herself retreating, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Meanwhile, Zoro, casting a casual glance, noticed that his former target had slipped through a small blue door. There lay. "Stop. Don't walk away." Without paying heed to Daisuke, Zoro strode towards Winzen. The essence of combat lies in becoming one with nature. The young swordsman seemed eager to engage in a sparring match. Observing Zoro's departure, Daisuke resolved firmly within herself. She must challenge Zoro to battle and secure the coveted word of the way. Is that possible? Of course, but first, payment is required. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, downing several gulps of wine. A man of means is a true man. A man without wealth finds life burdensome. Youngster, we welcome your return. Just remember to bring your purse next time. Thanks to the regulations established by the Grand Forest Navy, which forbids direct conflict between government personnel and pirates within the city, the trading of various materials proceeded with remarkable ease. At the Navy's stall, most items consisted of mission materials, such as goblin bones, rusty plates, and lava carbon. However, the most sought-after item was undoubtedly the small crystal shards. With the likes of Kizaru and Mihawk having reached level 18, the news of their class transition task spread swiftly among the Navy and subsequently reached the ears of pirates. Upon learning that these transitions might require small crystals, demand surged, rendering them a hot commodity. Daisuke stood guard at the Navy stall, her gaze fixed on the weapon she held. It had now transformed into a level 10 autumn leaf blade, enhanced to 7. The young girl had achieved this enhancement in one go, seemingly validating Kelly's assertion, "My enhancement furnace boasts a 100 success rate." Had she not run out of gold and lava carbon, she would have continued to enhance further. As the day's market hours drew to a close, Daisuke glanced over at a nearby general goods stall. "Sister Kanina, I have come to see you." Daisuke, a skilled socializer within the Navy. In recent days, the local inhabitants of Hutton Mall's main street have become quite familiar with one another. The stoic bald Master Function, the fiery and warm-hearted Sister Kelly, as well as the clever and virtuous young girl Kanina, who runs a small grocery store. Through their conversations, Daisuke learned that Kanina's mother was unwell, while her father and brothers were preoccupied with their own tasks. Kanina harbored a deep desire to earn money to purchase medicine for her mother. The young Kanina diligently managed her little shop all on her own, and upon learning this information, Daisuke made it a point to visit her grocery store regularly. "Just pick anything, Sister Daisuke," Kanina said, her large eyes narrowing into a playful squint, her adorable smile captivating even the passing sailors, who gazed at her with hearts in their eyes. "Ah, after tasting the handmade bread you've crafted, that flavor is simply unforgettable. It's hard to believe that someone so young could create such an extraordinary taste," Daisuke exclaimed, like an excited young fan, surrounding Kanina with admiration. "Hee. This is my secret recipe. So, would you like some more?" Meanwhile, in the treacherous ruins of the thunderous Toxic King, Sanji and Nami finally emerged. At that moment, Nami appeared significantly more competent than she had 3 days prior. Once a cunning thief, Her demeanor had transformed dramatically after the battle she had faced. Now, as she became familiar with magic and its powers, she could walk with ease, but when she ran, her feet seemed to lift off the ground as if carried by the wind. Sanji, do you know who your skill mentor is? He ignited a cigarette, pondering the notion that a skill mentor was likely someone well-versed in martial arts. Nami considered this and nodded in agreement. Let us split up and search. We shall reconvene here once we've acquired our skills. All right, Sanji replied, and the two parted ways in Norton, with Nami moving forward. Not far ahead, a girl with short, light golden hair leaning against a cross caught her attention. Before her stood a young warrior clad in armor, wielding a shield. The golden-edged silver shield and greaves, complemented by a supple leather cuirass and a silver belt, were striking. She donned short crimson shorts, and her delicate cape drew attention, particularly due to the adorable teddy bear doll adorning the towering cross behind her. Brother Neobus, I must find you, the girl murmured, a self-encouragement as much as a soliloquy. Nami, another beauty, sensed the depth of stories within her. Compelled, she approached without waiting for an invitation. Greetings, I am Galantis, the girl introduced herself, casting a glance at Nami. I am Nami. If you happen to encounter someone named Neobus, please do inform me. Should I come across him, I shall, Nami replied courteously. Suddenly, the keen gaze of a little thief cat caught sight of the wooden chest behind Galantis. Ah, this chest contains formidable weapons. If you possess proof of vanquishing demons, you may exchange for them. Galantis unabashedly opened her weapon chest, bathing the vicinity in a radiant golden light. This is a golden epic weapon. Having emerged from the magical portal, Sanji, clad in a sharply tailored suit, bore the marks of 3 days of battle. A fleeting glance revealed a tall, graceful figure that sent his heart racing. Her brown hair was striking, and the goggles perched atop her head enhanced her spirited appearance, with a statuesque form and harmonious proportions. Beneath her blue dress, her long, elegant legs were on display. Sanji adjusted his tie, brushing dust off his attire. Even before he approached, he was captivated by the melodious yet languorous complaints of the lovely lady. Humph, I wish to learn magic as well. In a flourish, Sanji produced a rose seemingly from thin air. Ah, fair maiden, I happen to know a magician. Kelly Dreddy, adorned in black attire, also took note of the fighter, her mature voice piercing Sanji's heart. How wonderful it would be if energy could be infused into bullets. Lovely lady, my name is Sanji, he said, bowing politely as he presented the rose. I am Kelly from the Celestial Realm. Is this for me? Indeed. What a pleasure to meet you. Such a courteous and handsome young man, Kelly praised, resting her hand on her enhancer. Would you like to enhance your weapon? My enhancer guarantees 100% success. Beautiful Miss Kelly, please feel free to strengthen my gauntlets. Remarkable. All weapons are above level 50. Nami's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, as if she longed to abscond with the wooden chest belonging to Galantis. Rows of gleaming swords and staffs, their attributes undeniably extraordinary, caught her attention. Various firearms, though appearing diminutive and compact, emanated a terrifying power that she could sense through the chest, given her specialization in magic. Her gaze descended to the weapons wielded by the sorcerers, where one item in particular captivated her interest. Willie's chanting staff type, staff level, 55 rarity, epic durability, 35 physical attack, 543 magical attack, 687 independent attack, 360 intelligence, 63 casting speed. 5 sorceress, female, Jack Bomb 2 sorceress, female, Frost Snowman 2 sorcerer, male, Magic Ice Ball 2 sorcerer, male, Nether Fire 2 additional attributes. When casting skills, there is a 2 chance to render all teammates invincible for 7 seconds, ineffective in the duel arena. When casting skills, there is a 2 chance to grant all teammates a berserk state for 7 seconds, ineffective in the duel arena. When casting skills, there is a 2 chance to place all teammates in a disguised state for 7 seconds. Willie was as nagging as my mother. Yet I couldn't bring myself to dislike him, for he genuinely cared about me, especially when I was tasked with gifting something to Neve. Such formidable attributes. How I wish to wield one in the future. Nami felt a surge of aspiration, simultaneously noting the 2 magical skills. I must learn these skills promptly. Just as she resolved to turn away, she collided face first with a Navy officer. With gray hair and beard, his robust figure adorned in a splendid Navy cloak. The officer stood before her. Little girl, are you also a cleric? Carp, clutching a bag of donuts with remnants lingering at the corner of his mouth, regarded her. The Navy? Nami instinctively recoiled, eyeing Carp warily. Do not be afraid, young lady. We are the Navy. She took a cautious step back, her grip tightening around her magic wand. The only beings permitted in this place, aside from the Navy, were pirates. My apologies, I assumed you were an ordinary person. He chuckled heartily. What a peculiar old Navy officer. Nami carefully backed away, and seeing that Carp did not pursue her, she sprinted off, passing through a magical portal and arriving at the main street of Hertenmer. To her astonishment, she witnessed Sanji handing over handfuls of gold coins to a woman in a blue dress. Rushing over, she overheard her exclaim in surprise, "Incredible! It's reached 5. Let us push for 6. That previous failure was merely an accident." "Hello, Kelly," Sanji said, pulling out another handful of coins. Kelly, smiling brightly, accepted them and counted, saying, "Sanji, your gold is no longer sufficient for another enhancement. We welcome your next visit." "Hello, Kelly. I will seek you out once I have accumulated enough coins." Sanji cheerfully accepted his boxing gloves from Kelly, and upon donning them, he radiated an aura akin to a volcanic eruption. With the splendid gloves enhanced by the beautiful Miss Kelly, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me. This power surged within me like boiling water. Steam escaping from Sanji's nostrils, his body emanating an intimidating energy. However, Nami observed Sanji handing over coins to another woman, who appeared to do nothing more than provide a simple maintenance for the gloves. Nami realized that this woman might very well be a fellow practitioner. One steals while the other robs, yet neither has crossed into a different trade. As she approached, Nami took the initiative to greet her. "Hello there. What were you just doing?" Having just concluded a small transaction, Kelly was in relatively good spirits. "Enhancing weapons, young sorceress. Do you wish to enhance your staff as well?" Kelly enthusiastically suggested. "My enhancers boast a success rate of 100%. Nami, with a bright smile, replied, "Oh, I too would like to enhance mine. But could you perhaps make it a bit cheaper? If it were more affordable, I would enhance several times." Kelly hesitated for a moment, considering that her business had only just commenced. "Young sorceress, how much of a discount do you desire?" "The standard enhancement fee is 1,000 coins. 500. Not feasible. 800. 250. How could that be? Bargaining by half is unheard of. 700. 125. Young sorceress, have you lost your mind? If you bargain like this, I might as well enhance for free." "For 2 weapons," Kelly exclaimed, her surprise evident. Sanji, oblivious to Nami's increasingly frenzied demeanor, inadvertently noticed a little girl in a green dress and white apron at a nearby stall. How adorable! Sanji's body whirled like a tempest, propelling him at lightning speed to Kanina's side. "Come and take a look. Choose one, but I detest merely browsing or credit purchases," Kanina said with a sweet smile, her green bow atop her head rendering Sanji utterly defenseless. "I must purchase immediately." Sanji selected 2 items with his remaining coins, only to discover that he could afford only a single ordinary antidote for blindness. Ordinary antidote for blindness removes the blinded state. "May light be with you, Kanina Raminis." Kanina took a piece of bread from the shop behind her, taking small bites and savoring it. "That will be 500 coins. The once starry-eyed Sanji suddenly returned to normal upon seeing the food. The aroma of malt. Kanina blinked with her large eyes. "A connoisseur, I see. Little Galandis, our navy shall certainly keep an eye out for information regarding Nerbus. As soon as we have news, we will send someone to inform you." Galanthes expressed her immense delight. "How wonderful. Thank you, dear cleric." "Haha, it is quite all right. I merely wish to learn more about the cleric's job change. Might you be so kind, young Galanthes, to enlighten me?" Kappa the Donut attentively directed his gaze towards Galanthes. With utmost willingness, Galanthes, as a descendant of Shapiro Gracia among the 5 saints, possessed an extensive understanding of the various domains of the cleric. Unable to extricate herself from her overwhelming responsibilities, she earnestly hoped to find an individual among the clerics she had mentored to assist her in locating her brother. The news regarding her brother, Naba, brought her great joy. Upon reaching level 18, the cleric is faced with 4 distinct choices. As Galandis closed his eyes, Carp felt an influx of vivid imagery flood his mind. These visions were precisely what the newly established Bureau of Naval Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistical Support required for its research. In the first scene, a holy warrior emitted a low growl akin to that of a beast, radiating light, surrounded by numerous blue and green sigils of energy. It seemed he was chanting an incantation, as a translucent white shield enveloped him, and a formidable cross loomed behind. A golden sphere pulsating with energy reminiscent of divine light shimmered, while blue lightning streaked down from the heavens, and a golden energy cross surged forth from his hands. To Karp's astonishment, the warrior wielded a colossal energy hammer, bringing it down with earth-shattering force, causing it to splinter. A a radiant golden orb, akin to the sun. Ascended slowly, while golden-red formations on the ground cast the fleeting shadows of angelic spears. In an instant, the luminous golden sphere transformed into a dark purple hue, unleashing countless beams like cannon fire, devastating everything in their path. The second holy warrior was encircled by a halo of radiant energy, wielding an enormous battle axe. With powerful, sweeping motions, each strike was imbued with a palpable sense of force and intimidation. Descending from the heavens, his axe struck the ground with such might that it shattered the earth beneath him. Following closely was an enigmatic dog, its body as black as coal, with mystical golden accents at the edges of its form. As the warrior swung his axe, the creature clamped onto the enemy, refusing to relent. Seizing the moment, the warrior unleashed a tempest of blows with his axe, each strike falling like a torrential storm. He then hurled the axe, and with his extraordinary strength, a rotating wheel of light immobilized the foe, eliciting cries of anguish. The scene grew even more terrifying as the warrior stood firm, channeling an unknown technique. Unleashing an endless stream of blue light from his hands, talismans were cast forth, and a fearsome sphere of black energy roared with winds and thunder, dazzling the eye and quickening the heart. A colossal white creature on the ground pushed a white energy orb back and forth, and when it struck the earth, flames erupted in a fierce blaze. In the final tableau, behind the warrior, an octagonal energy formation with red-edged blue sigils materialized, from which vibrant red and blue energy firebirds surged forth. As the entire formation transformed into a gigantic avian entity, it swooped down with a thunderous presence, accompanied by the ominous swirl of thunder dragons, an awe-inspiring sight. The third priest, enveloped entirely in darkness, emerged as if racked by immense suffering. Subsequently, his form swelled, transforming him into a beastly demon. Grasping his foes, he dragged them across the ground like a ferocious black beast in a savage assault. Behind him lurked the shadowy figure of a demon, its spectral hand visible as it assisted in seizing enemies. A howling vortex of black energy erupted, the fierce winds generated during his onslaught carving a tapestry of crimson and ebony in the air. Upon glimpsing the final silhouette, Karp felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a disconcerting sense of infatuation. Since his decision to pursue solitary training at the exit of Hertenmer, Usopp's prowess had surged remarkably. Benefiting from the innate mechanical aptitude that many boys possess, he displayed exceptional talent while manipulating the pursuer robots. Naturally, Usopp lacked the audacity to dismantle the pursuer, yet he had perfected the timing of its explosions. Now, he could synchronize with the robot's detonations, inflicting tremendous damage upon the monsters. Relying primarily on the pursuer for damage output, his movements became swift and agile. He would consistently lure monsters into a confined space, then coordinate with the robot's explosions to vanquish his adversaries. This innate mechanical aptitude seems to be a natural gift bestowed upon Usopp. After several days of diligent training, he has ascended to level 11, intending to pause briefly to acquire new skills before resuming his practice. What a lively scene it is. As Usopp enters the main street, he cannot help but marvel at the bustling activity around him. How impressive it is to witness the Navy and pirates coexisting without interference. Truly, this is an extraordinary island. With his goggles perched atop his head, his gaze stretches far into the distance. His eyes scan the street, where he immediately recognizes his skill mentor among three individuals. The magazine at her waist is unmistakably conspicuous. To his surprise, she is a beautiful mentor. Is that Zoro? What is he staring at? Lost in thought against the wall. And Sanji appears to be assisting that young girl. With cooking? Nami? Usopp peers further ahead, but still cannot catch a glimpse of her figure. But never mind them for now. I must first learn my skills. Once I acquire my new abilities, I am certain the Graka warrior level will be within reach. As he approaches Kelly, she too recognizes Usopp as a sharpshooter. What a peculiar marksman he is, carrying a slingshot at his hip. Usopp's eyes light up. It is the first time someone has shown interest in his galactic slingshot. This is a specially crafted slingshot, with an attack range that rivals that of firearms. Kelly smirks slightly, as the sight of this sharpshooter reminds her of a certain odd individual who, despite possessing a perfectly good gun, chose to wield a dagger instead. Mentor, I am here to learn sharpshooter skills. Kelly, noticing Usopp's approach, takes the initiative to introduce herself. I am Kelly, your mentor for the sharpshooter profession. As she raises her hand, Usopp feels a surge of information flooding into his mind. Usopp, you have learned Silver Bullet, Flamethrower, and Stomp Shot. Flamethrower, using the M3 flamethrower. Unleash flames upon your enemies, capable of executing multi-hit attacks that are unaffected by obstacles. Stomp Shot, stand on an enemy in front of you and fire. causing damage to surrounding foes while simultaneously immobilizing the targeted enemy. As Usopp peruses the details of his skills, he suddenly feels a tap on his shoulder. Who could it be? Meanwhile, as Buggy prepares with increasing thoroughness, he is ready to lead all the activated pirate captains to challenge the hidden underground dungeon, the frosty, gloomy forest. The potions are all prepared. The individual who purchased the thawing potion has returned. Captain Buggy, we are ready to set sail. With his red nose prominently displayed, Buggy stands confidently before the crowd. With his arms outstretched, he tosses a dagger into the air, and it spins gracefully like a juggling ball alongside Jennings. Once everyone has reported, the gun and dagger return seamlessly to their rightful places. All right, Captain Buggy's grand adventure in the frosty, gloomy forest begins. Baki initiated a team of 8. Seeking consent for the invitation, the group, numbering 7, followed in Baki's footsteps, advancing into the depths of the Glenwood forest. As they delved further, the surrounding brown, withered trees and lush green grass gradually became cloaked in a layer of frost. Yalada, trailing behind Baki, cautioned the others with important reminders. Be vigilant. Once we enter, we must launch a fierce assault in one direction. We cannot allow ourselves to be encircled. Yalada reiterated her warning, and soon, they passed through a magical portal. You have entered the hidden map, Frosty Gloomy Forest. Without waiting for further comments, Baki boisterously proclaimed, Cursed monsters, it is I, Baki, who has returned to exact vengeance. He charged ahead, donning the Jennings, significantly enhancing his damage output. Simultaneously, his pet, the Flame Dragon, unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, amplifying Baki's assault to an astonishing degree. In a state of silver bullets, he executed aerial strikes, followed by the green mechanism dagger. While Baki unleashed his skills, Yalada wielded a wolf-toothed club, thicker than her waist, and commanded, Demon swordsman and fighter, follow me. Her long skirt danced and her hair flowed as she, like a thorny rose, surged forth from the encircling monsters like a keen arrow. Earth shatter, wave sword, mountain crumble strike, cross slash, demon slash. The captains behind them, though not swift, kept pace. Some unleashed silver glimmers, others executed cross slashes, while some performed upward thrusts and moonlight strikes. Although their coordination was not flawless, their damage struck true against the minotaurs and goblins. By targeting a single direction, they swiftly created a breach. Yes, as expected of me. The ambush in the first chamber has been dispelled. The remaining challenges are trivial. Baki shouted with exhilaration, let us defeat them. Charge forth. For gold and Yalada. What defines a man's combat? Should this question be posed to Carp, the answer would undoubtedly be a punch. The romanticism of these rugged warriors derives from the visceral clash and tumult of bodies in combat. Every strike lands with palpable force, each blow drawing blood. In the scene, the cleric forsakes his weapons, driving them into the ground like stakes. The weapons stand firm, casting a green luminescence over the vicinity. The cleric's fists radiate a brilliant blue light, striking as swiftly as lightning, each movement executed with precision and without hesitation. More importantly, each punch connects with a resounding impact, complemented by a fluidity and footwork that renders him nearly elusive in close combat. Each technique flows seamlessly, akin to a dance, with every advance and punch reminiscent of the wind chasing the lightning. Carp, unable to contain his enthusiasm, feels a stirring in his fists. The blue-fisted cleric, depicted in the imagery, unleashes a flurry of punches at an astonishing speed, moving with a spectral grace, augmented by an enigmatic holy light, generating a whirlwind-like boxing technique. Such a robust physique can unleash such velocity, deepening Carp's fascination with this vocation. Galantis, the young girl, eagerly elaborates. The Blue Fist Saint is a cleric who embraces the eradication of impostors as their creed. They are like the wind, masters of the fist, having forsaken the cultivation of holy light to uphold their inner sense of justice, instead honing their physical strength and combat skills, employing tactics most common among boxers. Everywhere the Blue Fist has battled bears the mark of a Tempest-esque fury. On the continent of Arad, there exists a legendary Blue Fist Saint named Tadabena. Should you encounter him in the future, please convey my regards. Carp, you have accepted the Blue Fist Saint class quest. Upon receiving the class transition notification, Carp felt a rush of excitement, only to suddenly realize a pressing concern. Does this mean I must also await news from the Navy's Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Department regarding the Dark Thunder ruins? Fang Fan, perched upon Rab's back, also noted Carp's acceptance of the class transition. The trio of sewer lords, as referred to in Arad, might just shine in this world of pirates. Carp had once dabbled in the Blue Fist himself, but, regrettably, he abandoned it due to lack of skill before awakening. He had witnessed the prowess of a formidable blue cat. And a saying circulated among the denizens of Arad, with the addition of green light, the side strikes, a gentle breeze blows. And those who lie down have won 4th place but lost 8th. Now, with Carp's righteous tempest surging, countless pirates may find themselves brought low. The activation speed remains somewhat sluggish. The initial phase is manageable, but if he must continue to send invitations on his own thereafter, it would be akin to chasing the horizon without ever reaching it. Method gently touched his nose and reopened the planning system interface. As he flipped through the information on the invitations, he finally spotted a small note. The first job changer will trigger the automatic distribution of invitations randomly in the sea area where the dungeon is located. The first job changer. Fang Fan murmured, as there had been no news from the Dark Thunder ruins, and no one had received the peculiar stone to initiate the quest. Observing the fewer than 300 warriors, he understood that in the initial phase, haste was futile. Meanwhile, in Marin Vondo, the newly established Navy Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Department was dedicated to managing information related to activated professions in the Navy and the Forest of Graelin. Sengoku picked up a file, its cover boldly inscribed, Complete Profession List of the Forest of Graelin. Demon Swordsman, male and melee swordsman with exquisite magical skills. Known to transition into Sword Soul, Berserker, and a mysterious unknown profession. Demon Swordsman, female a female swordsman of exceptional swordplay, known to transition into Sword Master, and a mysterious unknown profession. Gunslinger, a shooter utilizing martial arts and firearms, known to transition into Gunner, and a mysterious unknown profession. Cleric, a practitioner of justice, known to transition into Nun. Martial artist, utilizing various body parts to execute martial arts against foes, known to transition into Free Fighter. Adjacent to this was the complete compendium of potions, materials, and monsters from the Forest of Graelin. All information collected by the Navy from the Forest of Graelin would be compiled here. Report, the transition information for clerics has been updated, came the announcement. The information regarding paladins, exorcists, avengers, and blue fist saints had been relayed through Carp's snail phone. After reviewing the details of the 4 professions, Sengoku inquired further, "Is there still no news regarding the dark gloomy forest?" "None," came the reply. Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. There must be some crucial information they were overlooking, or perhaps they had yet to uncover it. If the sounds from the Dark Thunder ruins remained elusive, Sengoku would have to consider withdrawing a portion of the Navy from the island. As the level reached LV-18, the experience bar had evidently become more resilient, making progression significantly more challenging. Moreover, the Navy had tasks to fulfill. Idling on the island without increasing their strength was not an option. Yet at this moment, the capitalist Buddhist Sengoku decided to wait a little longer. He would telegraph Carp, informing him that he would return to the headquarters, as the emperors of the New World had begun to stir. Outside, a messenger knocked on the door. "Report to Marshal Sengoku, the soldiers returning from the Forest of Graelin, as per your orders, have arrived at Training Ground Number 7. "Excellent. Go inform Instructor Zephyr of this news and instruct him to head there," Sengoku commanded. "Yes, sir." With a resounding thud, the office door closed. Zhang donned his long cloak and personally made his way to Naval Training Ground Number 7. He was eager to witness firsthand the remarkable skills of the first batch of exemplary level 18 naval soldiers. Eagle Eye, with an impassive expression, carried a black blade on his back, exuding an aura of a formidable swordsman that set him apart in a sea of mediocrity. The expansive training ground, with its freshly laid wooden floor, gleamed with cleanliness. Surrounding the area were sandbags and an array of exercise equipment, where numerous naval soldiers could be seen displaying their muscular physiques, fervently engaged in rigorous training. At the back of the training ground, a substantial section was elevated, featuring an additional layer of flooring that rose above the main level. Upon this layer of flooring, a square fighting platform rests, where Luffy, clad in a crimson vest, lies sprawled. The battle has concluded, and the young fighter is spent. Han Bing, brandishing a 2-meter-long halberd, crouches with a formidable presence, his muscular physique bearing the scars of countless battles. The ice upon the fighting stage remains solid, showing no signs of melting away. Luffy, panting heavily, has lost his fighting capability. "Train harder and return to challenge me," Han Bing declares, sheathing his weapon before descending from the platform. His gaze sweeps across the crowd, landing squarely on Hawkeye. "Not bad, Sword Demon," he remarks. Mihawk remains impassive. As Han Bing approaches, their eyes meet. "Though your level is quite low, if a fight were to ensue, I dare say adventurers of the same rank would not stand a chance against you." Elevate your level. I hope to encounter more intriguing individuals like you at the upcoming Sioux Ancestor Yellow Dragon Conference. With that, he slings the halberd over his shoulder and departs the training grounds. As the figure of Han Bing recedes, Hawkeye scans the surrounding Navy personnel and the exhausted Luffy on the fighting platform, his interest waning. He had anticipated the encounter with the swordsman, yet found himself underwhelmed. Luffy, having regained some strength, slowly rises from the platform. I'm so hungry. Dragging his weary body, Luffy makes his way down. Sanji, I need to eat. Zoro? Usopp exclaims in surprise as he turns around. Usopp, have you completed your skills? Of course. The sharpshooter's skills are quite impressive. How about you, Zoro? Usopp inquires instinctively. But Zoro turns his head away. Usopp contemplates, perplexed. Zoro? Zoro replies, I implore you not to ask such questions. It's disheartening. At that moment, he catches sight of Luffy, who is slumped with his head down, looking lethargic and clutching his stomach as he exits the training area. Luffy? At the entrance of the training ground, Luffy spots Usopp and Sanji in the distance, his eyes lighting up. Zoro, Usopp, he calls out. But his brief surge of enthusiasm deflates like a punctured balloon. Luffy, what happened? Are you poisoned? Usopp inquires with curiosity. Zoro, understanding the situation, thinks to himself, this guy is probably just hungry. At Kanina's general store, Sanji is busy packing a batch of his special cakes. Thank you for the ingredients, Kanina. You're welcome. I must thank you, Sanji-kun, for improving my recipe. I will await your next visit. Take care on your journey. Waving goodbye to Kanina, Sanji encounters Zoro and Usopp once more, completely oblivious to the notification. Kanina's fondness for you has increased by 10. Hey everyone, are you all hungry? Come and try my specially crafted handmade cakes. At Navy Base Number 7, the soldiers, initially engaged in physical training, have now collectively entered a state of repose. On the stands, among the high-ranking officers, aside from the mission-bound Kazan, both Kizaru and Akainu are present at the training ground. It is indeed unfortunate that Kazan was unable to witness this remarkable display. Kizaru, with his legs crossed and beneath his orange-tinted sunglasses, draws the attention of the crowd, who instinctively overlook his peculiar manner of speaking. Admiral Kizaru, you have personally activated that enigmatic invitation. Do you endorse such power? The Navy adheres strictly to orders. Once a plan is established, particularly by the hawkish commanders, they execute it with unwavering commitment, never questioning the validity of the orders. Conversely, the Doves may exhibit a degree of personal judgment and subtle suggestions when it comes to certain commands. Among familiar faces in the arena, questions arise without reservation. The two factions of admirals within the Navy headquarters align on broader strategies, demonstrating complete unity and loyalty, yet their execution may diverge significantly. The Grand Forest Plan devised by the warring states has sparked skepticism regarding the true potency of the invitation letters. Once you witness it, the clarity will unfold. On the training grounds, two demon swordsmen, a fighter, a sharpshooter, and a clergy member bearing a cross stand ready. They are the Sea Army de la Sea Army of their respective professions, handpicked by Carp. Notably, there is not a single sharpshooter among the soldiers aboard Carp's ship. Though some hail from the East Sea, most of them being Carp's own crew. Zifa, with his flamboyant purple hair and a physique as robust as a bull, wields the formidable iron wall crusher with ease, rendering it as light as a toy. Amidst the naval officers adorned in their navy coats and formal attire, Zifa casually drapes himself in a black overcoat. At this juncture, Edward Weevil has yet to be appointed as one of the 7 warlords, and the instructor Zifa remains unperturbed by the Navy's intentions. Ein and Benz are still within the ranks of the Navy. On the stands, Sengoku gestures, prompting the soldiers responsible for the sparring to assume offensive positions. Sporting black sunglasses, Zifa grins broadly and declares, Sengoku, allow me to personally assess the power of the activated invitation letters. Both Sengoku and Kazara turn their attention to Zifa, intrigued by his enthusiasm, as he adds, I too wish to comprehend this power, akin to that of the devil fruits. In training ground number 7, numerous soldiers in training eagerly gaze at the imposing figure of the Navy's chief instructor, Zifa, as he leaps down from the stands. Like Carp, he is a legendary figure within the Navy. More than half of the current vice admirals are his disciples, including the admirals Kizaru and Akainu. The activated soldiers share in the excitement, calling out to Chief Instructor Zifa as if he were a beloved idol. Were it not for the strict discipline of the Navy, they might have rushed forward to engulf him in admiration. Soldiers, unleash all your strength and attack me, commands Zifa. On the training grounds, a demon swordsman raises his hand, and a circular crimson mark envelopes the area beneath them. The activated soldiers instantly feel a surge of power coursing through their bodies, their minds becoming increasingly clear. The sharpshooter's attack reaches Zifa first. Feigning a bullet wound, Zifa merely feels a slight discomfort in his chest. However, his entire body unexpectedly levitates, catching him off guard. Several melee fighters rush towards Zifa. The demon carves purple streaks through the air, while a kick lands against Zifa's calf, further propelling him into the air. A cross follows, and a powerful strike ensues. The tiger assault manifests, resembling a small buffalo lifting a great lion. After a brief forward momentum, Zifa lands steadily on the ground. Not bad at all. A tremendous force surged forward, compelling him to employ his razor-sharp blade to deflect it. Several individuals closely pursued. Unleashing a series of slashing strikes with the sword, the silver light cascading from the blade as 3 consecutive cuts were executed without reservation. Among the naval commanders, some who favored the sword fixed their gaze intently on the ghostly swordsman. Such an extraordinary sword technique, at the level of a rear admiral, was deemed beneath their regard in terms of damage and destructive power. However, for the naval soldiers, should this technique be disseminated throughout the Navy, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly increase by at least 50%. It appeared to be a force derived from ghostly hands, propelling them to wield this unique swordplay. Observers also noted the female ghost swordsman, whose movements were as agile as a serpent, swift and decisive. The eyes of some female naval officers in attendance sparkled with intrigue. Zephyr was compelled to retreat. Though unscathed, the mere act of being shaken was a noteworthy achievement. Instructor Zephyr, be cautious. Oh, is there a special technique at play? The demon swordsman of the Navy tightened his grip on the katana and swiftly thrust it upward, successfully ensnaring Zephyr. Wave splitter. The circular arc of the attack cleaved through Zephyr's form, and for the first time, a hint of pain registered upon his formidable frame. As the ground trembled with the release of the attack, several individuals hastily distanced themselves. The marksman's grenade was hurled unhesitatingly toward Zephyr and the demon swordsman, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Both the Navy and Zephyr remained entirely unharmed. How could they emerge unscathed? Fire Mountain exclaimed in astonishment. Zephyr, enveloped in an aura of power, could naturally withstand such a blast. Yet, how could that Navy man, devoid of any such aura, remain completely unscathed? Sengoku fixed his gaze intently on the demon swordsman, recalling the skill description sent by Garp, which notably indicated, this skill possesses an invulnerable effect that envelopes the entire body. The mere mention of this was enough to command the attention of all present. What an intriguing technique. Zephyr couldn't help but commend. A Navy officer who had recently activated his invitation could master such a magical ability. The power of this invitation was indeed remarkable. As the wave splitter concluded, the marksman, augmenting his bullets with silver, struck Zephyr once more. In a state of levitation, he slid beside Zephyr, thrusting his knee into him, while drawing forth a silver, long-barreled machine gun from an unknown place behind him. The deafening roar of the Gatling gun erupted. Flames spewed forth as the barrel whirled, and bullets rampaged. The soldiers present were left in awe. Ein, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them and exclaimed, such a massive and lengthy machine gun. Where on earth did he produce it from? On the training ground, Zephyr deliberately chose to test them, refraining from blocking the bullets. A commendable weapon indeed. The reflection of the Gatling gun danced in his dark glasses as he suddenly raised his hand, catching a bullet deftly. Yet before it could touch the ground, a silver metallic box moved autonomously before him, toppling over. Boom. The explosive sound left the generals in the stands momentarily stunned. The power exhibited here far exceeds my expectations. Ain, flustered with concern, exclaimed, Teacher Zifa. Her long, slender legs were about to propel her forward, but she was halted by Benzi. Ain, you must trust Teacher Zifa. However, did you not notice that the teacher has not instructed us to approach? Benzi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he observed the few individuals present. The potency of this mysterious invitation should not be underestimated. Zifa's lips curled into a smirk, pleased with the chaos. I revel in explosions. Do not urge me to cease. The tumultuous baptism of gunfire and flames prompted Zifa to reflect nostalgically on his youthful battles beneath the setting sun, a poignant reminder of his lost youth. In his moment of distraction, the sharpshooter stealthily closed in beside him, and before Zifa could regain his footing, the gunman executed a precision stomp, pinning Zifa to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Zifa's expression darkened, his eyes narrowed behind his dark glasses. He had let his guard down. No longer holding back, Zifa activated his observation haki. consciously preparing to counter their assaults. However, he was taken aback as the others began to synergistically employ abilities that rendered him immobile. The female ghost swordsman of the Navy unleashed her soul piercer while her companions initiated ranged attacks. The Navy brawler executed a suplex and knee strike, with allies simultaneously launching ranged assaults. The sharpshooter employed a stomp and barbecue technique, while others continued their ranged onslaught. Bura-bura-burup. Hee. Who is the unfortunate soul clashing with my new recruits? Came Carp's hearty laughter over the transponder snail as Tsuru answered the call. Tsuru hesitated before responding. It's Zifa. Zifa's countenance grew increasingly grim, yet a surge of exhilaration welled up within him. This generation of the Navy may very well become the finest I have ever led. The surrounding chill is oppressive. Moments ago, monstrous roars and the tumultuous crashing of waves threatened to tear everyone apart. However, after vanquishing several creatures in the adjoining chambers, a sense of exhilaration surged among the group. A feeling akin to the certainty of achieving a 13 enhancement lingered in the hearts of Bucky's crew. Have the young ones recuperated? Bucky inquired, adjusting his jester's cap while brandishing his Jennings. They had pushed through perilous encounters and finally arrived, unscathed, before the Lord's chamber. The low shrubs glistened with a pristine frost, while the grass and colossal stones, along with the occasional blue-tinted frost blade, posed significant challenges. Yarlita poured a vial of novice HP potion into her mouth. Esteemed colleagues, our success hinges on this moment. Forward, with Bucky leading the charge. As they traversed the flames of the magical portal, the monsters within the room immediately sensed the intrusion. The chamber housed no other creatures but frost goblins and a singular figure. Was that a human? Aside from the color of his attire, this lord bore an uncanny resemblance to the fiery Beanos, while the frost krat held a staff that shimmered with a captivating blue magical glow. Bucky was immediately drawn to the staff in her grasp. How splendid it would be to detach the gem from its top. Perish. The frost krat twirled her staff, unleashing an ice spike attack, and the ground became littered with golden marks. Not good spread out, as the scenes upon the sky's canvas unfolded. A bounty notice for the East Sea Pirates emanated from the Navy headquarters, reaching the entirety of the Grand Line. Inspired by the captivating collection displayed in the sky, Bucky acquired a new title, Flying Knife King, Jester Bucky, wielder of the Splinter Fruit, professional sharpshooter, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Yarlita, the Iron Rod, user of the Slippery Fruit, professional ghost swordsman, with a bounty of 22 million berries. Unbeknownst to them, their bounties had surged dramatically, and their likenesses had spread across the seas, with the new bounty notices drifting across the oceans and the Grand Line. Reports regarding the sky's canvas had also reached the hands of countless pirates. The weakest of seas? No, that era has passed. Gazing upon the exaggerated headline, countless pirates were stirred by curiosity, only to discover that the sky over the East Sea was adorned with the silhouettes of pirates engaged in battle. Among them, one individual donned the attire of a circus clown, his prominent red nose capturing attention. The daggers he hurled in combat seemed to possess a magical quality, levitating monsters and enveloping them in lightning. Mysterious silver self-propelled boxes, grenades, and flamethrowers were present, alongside a formidable long-range gun that defiantly shot into the sky amidst the roars of colossal beasts, all provoking a sense of wonder. Particularly, trailing behind Buggy was a small creature resembling a serpentine worm, whose fiery breath elicited agonized cries from the monsters. What could this be? A companion aiding in battle? Perhaps a novel type of pet? Observing the myriad of captured silhouettes, the pirates could not resist the urge to delve deeper. Simultaneously, a plethora of questions arose. What is a demon swordsman? What is a sharpshooter? And what of the robust and lengthy green machine gun? In East Sea's Windmill Village, the regular patrons of the bar, including Makino, took note of the bounty placed on Luffy and his crew. Monkey D. Luffy, the rubber fruit user and fighter, boasted a bounty of 40 million berries. It could be said that no pirate in the East Sea had a higher bounty than his, at least on the surface. The report indicated that the bounties of Luffy's companions followed. How impressive! It seemed they had all been rewarded. The crowd marveled. Blackleg Sanji, fighter, bounty, 10 million berries. Demon Sword Roronoa Azaro, demon swordsman, bounty, 22 million berries. Sniper Usopp, sharpshooter, bounty, 10 million berries. The report featured extensive introductions to Luffy's companions. Blackleg Sanji ascended the sky with his ferocious kicking techniques, having once dispatched a vicious cat demon with a single blow. At the Baratai restaurant, Zeph leaned against the ship, a bounty notice for Sanji resting on the table behind him. Having watched Sanji grow from childhood, Zeph felt an innate pride for him. The villagers of Kokoyasi discovered that a silhouette of Nami could be seen on Sanji's bounty notice. Had Nami truly set sail to become a pirate? No. She had ascended to the mysterious island in the East Sea and appeared in the sky. In an instant, the villagers were torn between joy and sorrow. In Syrup Village, Kaya placed Usopp's bounty notice on the table while holding a newspaper in her hands. Usopp, you will surely become a brave warrior of the sea. She gazed at the bounty poster, which depicted Usopp wearing goggles amidst the chaos of an explosion in the demise of Kainoa. The girl's smile had never shone as brilliantly as it did today. At the Kinjutsu dojo of Gungshiro, he witnessed Zoro ascend against the backdrop of the sky, his bounty exceeding that of all but the captain, causing his eyes to narrow with intrigue. Zoro, your journey is still a long one. Reflecting on the formidable swordsmanship he had sensed from Fang Fan, Gungshiro held great expectations for Zoro. Indeed, even without the additional skills and techniques of a demon swordsman, Zoro had demonstrated remarkable prowess, executing numerous counterattacks and combos through his own swordplay, creating captivating moments. This audacity is beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals. Ultimately, it is still his fault for failing to locate GSD. In this new world, Shanks perused the newspaper, which was filled with news from the East Sea. He had been waiting for Luffy to set sail, and he did not overlook a single punctuation mark in the reports. A ghost swordsman? A sharpshooter? A fighter? The East Sea, this grand forest, brings forth an abundance of surprises. Simultaneously, his gaze was fixed upon the red-nosed figure on the reverse side of the paper. Buggy, I did not expect you to still be in the East Sea. What can elicit a knowing smile from a man, if not another man? Upon seeing this former comrade from his internship, Shanks could not help but smile faintly. You have all activated that invitation's power, acquiring a certain profession. As he spoke, Shanks directed his attention towards the East Sea. On a certain island in the first half of the Grand Line, a young man ran joyfully, clutching a bounty notice. His back bore a skull design, a purple skull adorned with a white mustache. In his other hand, he held an orange cowboy hat, whose brim displayed a unique badge with expressions of both joy and sorrow. A skull tag was tied to his arm, and a red bead necklace adorned his neck. Clad in black shorts and shoes, Luffy, I have finally seen you set sail. Port Gas D. Ace chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted. At this moment, even the restaurant owner chasing after him for payment, along with the enforcers seeking retribution, appeared much more amiable. You have also found your companions. As Ace continued walking, he accidentally knocked over a stall belonging to a roadside vendor and hurriedly bowed to apologize. After helping to pick up the scattered items, he once again fled in a frenzy. First, he would visit the East Sea to see this reckless younger brother of his. The thought of his brother brought a gentle warmth to Ace's expression. On Head and Mall Street, the main characters had finished their secret cake. Luffy, content, patted his belly, exclaiming how delicious it was. Stretching, he declared to himself, all right, next, I shall confront that fire-wielding woman. Leaving the others behind, he dashed towards the Grand Forest. Usopp and Zoro also set forth, continuing their journey of training. Sanji, not having seen Nami for a while, decided to return to the place where they had parted ways to await her return. Meanwhile, Nami stood at the entrance of a certain magic shop, having just completed her training in the skills of a sorcerer. The girl from the demon realm, possessing all things magical, must not disappoint the expectations of Aunt Katie. Curiously, Nami inquired, Aunt Katie? Who is she? Shalon, with her languid charm, adorned by a blue rose atop her head and a shoulder-bearing gown, her silvery tresses subtly gathered, exuded an allure reminiscent of a dark enchantress. Yet, within this mature and sophisticated woman resided a soul of uncertain age. Noticing Nami's dazed demeanor, Shalon gently shook the wine glass in her hand. The assertion that all things magical converged in her presence was no mere boast. As the president of the Hertenmer Magic Guild, Shalon harbored a concealed brilliance. She had traversed the realms of magic and once whispered to Katie, the world's magical energy amounts to one stone. Helder alone claims 8 doubts. I, Shalon, possess 1, and the remainder is shared among other sorcerers. When you return to the magical realm, you shall understand. For now, continue with your adventures. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Zifa found himself on the verge of being overwhelmed by the marksman's barrage. After witnessing all the soldiers' techniques, he ceased to hold back, slightly channeling his 3-color haki. In an instant, he evaded the attacks of several adversaries. Well done, Sengoku pronounced from the stands, bringing this assessment to a close. All naval soldiers were instructed to keep today's proceedings confidential. All right, resume training. Sengoku turned to head back to his office, followed closely by the admirals. In that moment, any lingering doubts regarding Sengoku dissipated, replaced by sheer admiration. Amidst his worries, Zifa realized the true fool was himself. Witnessing the tangible power stemming from the invitation could undoubtedly elevate the Navy's strength at its foundational level. In Sengoku's office, once the admirals were seated, Zifa entered. Adjusting his frog-like glasses, Sengoku surveyed the room. Who else doubts the power of the invitation? Sanji, hold on, let me test my new skill first, exclaimed Nami. Grasping her staff eagerly, her voice a low chant, Goblin. A blue magical circle materialized before her, and upon the six-pointed star, a docile green goblin gradually took form. What? Recognizing the creature as a goblin, Sanji stood frozen, ash falling from his lips. Can we really summon monsters to assist us? Nami beamed at her summoned Helder, who stood barely at her thigh, wielding a thick, dark club. Ah! Helder shrieked, charging towards the crimson goblin, raising his club high, and with a swift motion, sent the goblin into a daze, stars swirling around its head. Sanji stood in shock, jaw agape. Nami, filled with delight, leaped in joy, exclaiming, at last. I possess a powerful skill. Observing Helder's valiant display against the foe, she could not resist adding, let us try this again. The shadowy cat demon moved with the swiftness of the wind and the speed of lightning, leaving behind only a fleeting black silhouette. Flames coalesced as Jack unleashed a bomb from Nami's hands, resulting in a violent explosion that significantly depleted the goblin's health. The damage was indeed formidable. With a sturdy tank, a brave warrior, and powerful ranged attackers, the situation was looking promising. The protagonist group, in their pursuit of mastery, resolved to conquer all the dungeons. Having just acquired new skills and accepted a plethora of quests from their skill mentor, they engaged in a relentless series of battles. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku cast a gaze towards Zifa. How does it feel after the trial? The eyes of the other admirals were also fixed on Zifa, eager to hear his insights. No one dared to question the judgment of the chief instructor of the Navy headquarters. The common techniques need not be mentioned. Their moves were elusive, their skills unfathomable, making it both frustrating to be struck and unbearable to refrain from countering. Zifa provided an example, referring to the swordsman's swift three-slice technique. Ah, the three-slice cut. Sengoku interjected. Indeed, if this technique were executed by a Navy officer proficient in the shave technique, its speed and lethality would be greatly enhanced. As for other moves that resembled magic, Zifa paused, his expression turning grave. You may not perceive it from a distance, but the synergy of those few techniques. You should know which ones I refer to. Sengoku opened a drawer, revealing the comprehensive skill compendium of Grant Forest, which had long been prepared and distributed among the officers. Each received a copy: the male swordsman's wave split, the female swordsman's soul piercer, the sharpshooter's barbecue and ground shot, the fighter's knee strike and back throw, and the cleric's tiger assault. Sengoku directly highlighted these skills, and Zifa reviewed the information, his keen eyes scanning beneath his dark glasses. Indeed, these techniques can be comprehensively promoted among our soldiers. Amidst all the attacks and explosions, as the professionals unleashed these skills, my conqueror's haki momentarily faltered. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but after several attempts, I realized that my observation haki, armament haki, and even conqueror's haki all briefly lost their efficacy. Sengoku's demeanor also grew serious as he recounted Garp's warning. Garp had previously mentioned in a document that certain skills appeared to possess invincibility effects. The room fell silent. Could it be true that such invincible skills existed? The naval commanders were rife with skepticism. Even if an invincible skill were real, would anyone willingly share it with others? Borsellino, you have activated the power of the invitation. What are your thoughts? The yellow monkey, busy grooming his nails, looked up. It's truly terrifying, the power of the invitation. Speak up. The numerous naval commanders restrained themselves from taking action, yet they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. The ghost swordsman's wave split, of which I am well aware, emanates a light wave that even I, a user of the shining fruit, cannot perceive. Perhaps. Kizaru revealed his left arm, placing the iron-ringed ghost hand restrainer upon the table. This ghostly hand indeed possesses extraordinary power. Suddenly, everyone recalled the enigmatic and miraculous emergence of Gran Forest. Discovering such a peculiar invincible technique only added to the possibility of its truth. The discussion regarding the invincible skill reached a temporary conclusion, as the imperative to fully implement the power of the invitation letter urged everyone into action. Indeed, Sengoku proclaimed with unwavering authority, from this moment forth, Everyone should prepare to activate the invitation letter. Garp is en route, and he will take charge of activating the tasks at hand. The allocation of the first batch of invitation letters will be determined by a draw. In the frost-laden, shadowy forest, the terrifyingly dense ice spikes had already claimed 4 or 5 lives. They had perished due to their inability to evade, transformed into ice sculptures, and subsequently succumbed to the continuous damage of the freezing. Am I dead? One captain of a formidable pirate crew pondered, bewildered. How could he still speak if he were indeed deceased? To his astonishment, he discovered that although he had perished, he now observed the battle in a spectral form. GGG Ghost? Buggy exclaimed in fright, momentarily forgetting the threat posed by the nearby Frost Claw, retreating to her side. Johnny, Lawson, are you truly dead? Alrita shouted. In their team state, they could see the condition of their companions and hear their voices. WWW, we don't know, they stammered. Nearby pirates, while evading danger, were equally terrified. Can the dead still converse? Brooke remarked, not only can the dead speak, but they also wish to see what color your underwear is today. Calm down. Their ability to speak indicates they are not truly dead. Let us not forget, in the event of a failed challenge, we emerge in a severely weakened state. Since they have not completely failed, they must be in a unique condition, Alrita analyzed coolly. Hearing this, Buggy casually patted the shoulder of the person beside him. Haha. Lord Buggy has long anticipated this. I was merely testing your reactions. Now, let us continue and defeat this ice woman. Just as Buggy finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Alrita and the remaining captains standing together, poised. What is the matter? Why have you stopped attacking? His oversized head floated over to Alrita's side. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed their gazes shifting back and forth between his head and torso. What the hell? Suddenly, a chill coursed through Baki's small feet, prompting him to tremble and glance at his own form. Beneath him, a dense circle of golden markings encircled his body. Freeze. The icy staff in Krat's grasp twirled, releasing a crystalline, profound gem that emanated a blue frost. In haste, Baki fragmented into countless pieces, akin to a house bursting apart, with all fragments soaring into the air. As the ice spikes launched, Baki realized his legs had yet to fully disintegrate. This is bad, there's no time. Gritting his teeth, he executed a knee strike, while the green mechanism dagger followed suit. Thud, thud, thud. The ice spikes descended, striking Baki's legs with a series of clangs. Yet, the anticipated pain and freezing effect never manifested. Remarkable. Truly worthy of Captain Baki. He himself was utterly astonished. Who am I? Where am I? At CP-3's base in the East Sea, relying on information gathered from his subordinates, their focus turned to the potions native to the Gland Forest. Entry-level potions, novice potions, wild strawberries, mutated strawberries, and organic strawberries. They noted that these potions and berries possessed formidable restorative effects, far surpassing the existing array of healing remedies, labeled as stamina restoratives. In cases of severe injury, the recovery effects of such potions would directly target the wounds. The experimental results of sample number 3 were in. Junio Sears, the head of CP3, gazed at the researchers. The response was direct. Taking wild strawberries from the Gland Forest as an example, its composition is. Do not burden me with the details. Succinctly present the conclusion. Understood. The potions from the Gland Forest and the fruits dropped in the dungeons possess tremendous restorative efficacy, especially suitable for rapid replenishment of status and stamina during combat. Sears inquired, in full force, how many of these potions can our people currently procure? Very few. The potions can only be exchanged for completing tasks. Purchasing them directly from the apothecary on Hertimer Street is exceedingly costly. Money is never an issue. As the head of CP3, the foremost lapdog of the Celestial Dragons, do we lack funds? Inform our personnel in the Gland Forest that we are prepared to procure a batch of 10,000 novice potions with gold. Sears felt a surge of confidence. If these potions reached the Celestial Dragons, given their nature, they would undoubtedly appreciate them. As a subordinate, one must always consider the desires of their superiors. Moving forward, I shall strive to gather even more superior potions, earning the favor of the Celestial Dragons. Immersed in his splendid reverie, his assistant hesitated but ultimately spoke up. Commander Sears, our gold reserves are limited, I fear. Then seek the Navy to exchange, trade berries for gold. Commander Sears, although the naval invitations far exceed our own. Given the current circumstances, might they refrain from selling gold to us? Sears scoffed disdainfully. Let our men clandestinely trade with the naval soldiers. Surely this way, no one would be the wiser. He sneered. Even if the Navy possesses more invitations than we do, what of it? Soon, we shall possess an abundance of invitations. Indeed, the entirety of Grand Forest may very well fall under the dominion of Lord Sears. Ha ha ha. The sky was of brilliant azure, as a peculiar flock of birds traversed the heavens. At the forefront, one bird donned a distinctive white beret, with a small brown satchel slung across its neck and body. Within the bag were numerous fresh-wanted posters and the latest newspapers. The leading news bird gazed upon the sea, where a whale occasionally submerged and then breached the surface. Its immense form sent forth countless sprays of water, creating ripples that spread in great circles. The whale joyously leapt across the water, when suddenly, the newsbird noticed a human figure behind it. Could it be that the human below was waving at him? Adhering to the principle of open commerce, the newsbird swooped down. It snatched 100 berries from Fang Fan and left behind a newspaper before departing. Not bad at all. It was filled with news from the East Sea. Fang Fan perused the articles briefly, then began to ponder. The phrase sky curtain was quite well chosen. The author should consider giving Morgansmore additional prominence. Adjusting the glasses perched upon his nose, he mused thoughtfully. Upon reflection, he realized that the Sky's audio broadcasts were limited to first contacts. Otherwise, it was merely a repetitive cycle of a few images, and once concluded, they vanished. Grand Forest offered only a handful of maps, especially now that the zombies had yet to emerge. The population was sparse, and the hidden maps were unfolding at a sluggish pace. As he contemplated the progress, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face upon observing the advancements of Bucky and his companions. It seemed they were on the verge of victory. On the screen, Bucky wielded a flamethrower in one hand while grasping a green dagger gun in the other, unleashing a frenzy of attacks. Yalida and her allies encircled Kra, skillfully coordinating their abilities in a remarkable display that astonishingly reduced his health to a critical state. Time was of the essence. The adversary would retaliate upon nearing defeat. Yalida's voice rang out in warning, and indeed, the group continued their relentless combination of strikes, causing the Frostcraft's body to emit a blinding flash of white light, scattering them apart. May you perish beneath the icy spikes. With her ice staff raised high, the spikes fell like a torrential downpour, relentless in their assault. The sound of clashing echoed incessantly. Yalida and her companions hardly had time to evade. Quick, take the potions. I have no potions left. Neither do I. It's over. In that critical moment, Bucky hastily tossed a few coins into the air. Throw this. He too cast a coin of fate, watching it spin in the air. Meanwhile, the icy spikes beneath Yalida and her comrades activated, and at that precise moment, a thunderous boom erupted as several silver streaks of lightning appeared. The icy spikes becoming the final straw that would break them. Under the electrified state, the damage inflicted by the spikes was even more severe. In this wave, aside from Buggy, everyone else fell victim to the ice spikes. How infuriating. Buggy, enduring the onslaught of ice spikes, grenades, pursuers, and floating projectiles, unleashed a barrage of attacks. Barbecue, stomp kicks, and Buggy's signature spinning kicks swirled like a tempest, striking rapidly. Die. Under Buggy's relentless assault, the Frost Claw succumbed, unwillingly collapsing. Congratulations to Captain Buggy and his team, including Arlita, for successfully completing the hidden map, Frosty Dark Forest, earning 100,000 gold coins and 1,000,000 berries. Congratulations to Captain Buggy. The familiar voice announcement echoed across the skies of the East Blue 3 times, ensuring that no one missed it. Whether Navy, pirates, or ordinary citizens, everyone was astounded by this broadcast. ISNT that the great pirate Buggy? He cleared the hidden dungeon. What is a hidden dungeon? Fool, it's a dungeon that others cannot find. How impressive. 100,000 gold coins. How long would it take to count that? And 1,000,000 berries. The crowd began to chatter, their eyes fixed on the scenes in the sky. They saw Arlita and her companions being struck by lightning, pierced by ice spikes, and frozen in blocks of ice. They also witnessed a few unmatched moves, as they toyed with a blue humanoid monster amidst the clashing of blades. The final moment captured was of several individuals struck down by lightning, with Buggy unleashing his power. In that moment, his comical figure appeared grand and formidable to the spectators. The pirates in the East Blue who had not been captured exclaimed, "Is this the power of the great pirate, the Flying Knife King, the sharpshooter Buggy? Majestic." As everyone reappeared at the entrance of the Grand Forest dungeon, Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. He looked at Arlita and the others, marveling. "You aren't in a weakened state?" Arlita's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Buggy, you truly are remarkable." Indeed, as expected of Captain Buggy, The crowd raised their swords and pistols, cheering in unison. With a graceful sway of her hips, Arlita approached Buggy. She increasingly felt that this clown-like man was surely favored by the goddess of fortune. She had used the fate coin before, and 7 out of 10 times it had resulted in lightning. Yet, this man before her had never encountered even a single lightning strike. Meanwhile, on the sea, Fang Fan noticed the newly unlocked mail feature as the number of participants increased. Without hesitation, he sent Buggy and his crew their rewards. Buggy of Grand Forest immediately received a notification. You have new mail, please check it. Mail? Buggy looked at the others in confusion. Did you all receive a mail notification? After checking, everyone confirmed they had received it. Could there be something inside? As Baki pondered in confusion, a radiant flash emanated from Yalata's hand, revealing a square box, the Blazing Star Magic Box. Yalata, her voice infused with joy, reminded everyone of its significance. What? Baki exclaimed, initially bewildered, before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, my friends, this box can yield any treasure, even genuine resurrection items. He proudly announced to the crowd. Now, it is time to test everyone's luck. One by one, they opened the box. You have received Master S contract for 3 days. You have received automatic repair for 5 days. You have received special cake from Celia for 10 days. Yalata chimed in. You have received the divine gift box of the demon swordsman. The items they obtained appeared in their backpacks, and with their prior knowledge of the game, they understood the significance of their acquisitions. Only Baki remained perplexed, staring at his box opening prompt. 2 items were standard. Yet the last left him utterly bewildered. You have received the complete guide to deception in a rod, volume 1 after 2 or 3 arduous years. One returns to the state of being unfold. P.S. Come, those who have been deceived, line up neatly, and let us chant together, fraudsters, orphans. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku observed all the voice broadcast information collected by the Navy. Through comparison, they finally grasped that only by clearing the new dungeons would the sky screen actively announce their achievements. Occasionally, there would be snippets of thrilling footage, albeit silent. However, with the new dungeons, could it be that the clown Baki truly had struck gold? Hundreds of their Navy personnel had never encountered any clues regarding hidden dungeons. Yet this clown Baki had directly cleared one. Furthermore, judging by the number of individuals who had cleared it, the difficulty of such dungeons must be considerable. Report. We have just received news that our personnel have discovered a new dungeon entrance at the entrance to the Forest of Gran. Upon investigation, they confirmed that the dungeon was the Frosty Dark Grove, which Baki and his group had successfully cleared. Sengoku, with wisdom gleaming behind his frog-like spectacles, promptly issued orders. Instruct the Navy under Admiral Karp to immediately explore all relevant information and resources regarding the new dungeon. Report any findings without delay. Understood. The office doors opened and closed again. Admiral Tsuru entered the freshly renovated office of the Navy Headquarters Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, placing a stack of documents gently on the desk. This is the order of activation invitations for the Vice Admirals. Additionally, Tsuru glanced up at the long nameplate hanging in the office. Couldn't the name of this new department be a bit more concise? Sengoku replied nonchalantly. That's not an issue. We can amend it next time. He took the document, and before he had a chance to read much, he suddenly inquired. What is that rascal Smog up to? Ah, he is still gathering information in Hedenmer. A chuckle escaped his lips. Your timing is impeccable in an inconspicuous corner of Hedenmer. A goblin leaning on a cane smiled broadly. Here is the hardener you requested. Smog handed him a pile of the most basic hardeners, while he himself received a batch of novice HP potions. Simultaneously, completing the task contributed a small increment to his experience bar. He held a thick cigar between his lips, his muscular chest well-defined and prominent. May I inquire about some information regarding Hedenmer? Certainly, adventurer. I am but a benevolent goblin, and my mood is particularly splendid today. Please, ask away. Clad in a long yellow robe with white hair and beard, Sherlock Gorin displayed an air of calmness, embodying honesty. He naturally did not mind revealing a bit of information, for Lord Fang Fan had never instructed him to withhold details about Arad. I will disclose only a modicum of fundamental information, and the fee will be most reasonable. There shall be no issue. A goblin, like you, can conduct business in Hedenmer? Sherlock, suddenly irate as if someone had stepped on his tail, retorted, What is wrong with goblins? Can't we engage in commerce? This is discrimination. He then rambled on about how benevolent goblins could also be accepted by humans, claiming to be unique among mutated goblins. The air was thick with the smoke of Smog S cigar, infused with a lively atmosphere. Can you divulge more about the Forest of Gran? Oh, of course. Provided you offer this kind goblin a sufficient amount of gold coins. Sherlock rubbed his hands together, and Smog produced around 500 or 600 gold coins. Oh my goodness. You humans are truly stingy. Only 563 coins. Sherlock snatched them eagerly, clutching them tightly in his palm before swiftly stowing them in his pocket. Heaven knows how his tiny hands managed to grip the coins so firmly. In consideration of the gold ahem, I shall share some information about Hedinmer. Hedinmer serves as the capital of the principality known as Mar, situated in the heart of the Arad continent. Once a vast desert, it transformed into a fertile oasis suitable for habitation due to certain circumstances. As merchants continued to converge, a grand city gradually emerged. To the east lies the Bay of Pharaoh, extending westward past the Stru Mountains until it borders the realm of Shuzu. To the southeast, the Aphili Mountains serve as a dividing point, adjacent to the kingdom of the Dark Elves. Traveling eastward from Hedinmer, one will behold the vast expanse of the sea, which marks the western coastline. Along this western shore stands an extraordinarily towering structure known as the Tower of the Sky. To the north, it meets the snow-capped mountains of the Bantu tribe, and further north and west, the horizon is dominated by the boundless ocean. After absorbing this information, the warring states felt an unprecedented weight upon his mind. How can this still be considered an island? Information about nations and continents has emerged. Yet, this so-called Mar Kingdom had never been mentioned before. Has an entire country truly materialized out of thin air? This is utterly bewildering. If a nation truly exists, what does the existence of Fang Fan signify? Is he perhaps a diplomatic envoy? Countless speculations flood the mind, yet none can unravel the enigma. Presently, the naval officers collaborate with them, uncertain whether this is a judicious decision or a grave mistake. The advisor, Crane, too wears a furrowed brow. What if this so-called island of Grand Forest is, in fact, a fragment of a larger continent? Crane suddenly posed the question, prompting warring states to lift his gaze. Shaking off his previous despondency, upon realizing something, he promptly activated the communication device to ascertain the island's dimensions. In short order, the figures were relayed. And upon comparing the estimated areas of various underground cities, he was astounded. The discrepancy was nearly 20-fold. This island, appearing so diminutive, could indeed accommodate such a multitude. Perhaps, as you suggested, this island conceals an entirely different nation within its bounds. At this moment, Smoker leisurely traversed the bustling streets of Hertonmel on his beloved Bylan amphibious tricycle. A small stack of gathered intelligence lay upon his vehicle. Logically, the naval headquarters soldiers could have undertaken this reconnaissance. However, Smoker insisted on personally executing this errand, citing the swiftness of his cherished Bylan as his rationale. He would never admit that he was reluctant to return to the East Blue and face Vice Admiral Mongoose. Having resorted to such a tactical retreat, the young man across from him was rather handsome, a fact that made Smoker blush at Kelly's sultry voice. Though he wished to feign ignorance, catching a glimpse of his ruggedly handsome visage in the motorcycle's rearview mirror compelled him to retrieve a comb from his inner pocket. With one foot on the ground and the other upon the tricycle, he styled his hair while indulging in a cigar, his attire casually unbuttoned, exuding an effortless charm. "Greetings, Kelly." With sparkling eyes, Kelly responded, "Hello there, gallant swordsman. Care to enhance your weapon? My equipment boasts a success rate of 100%. Suddenly, Smoker recalled that Dasky had fortified her weapons here on several occasions. Her blade radiated a mesmerizing brilliance, captivating all who beheld it. Many naval officers affectionately dubbed her Dasky the Shining Sword. "Well then, allow me to give it a try," he declared, confident that a handsome individual would be favored by fortune, unless, of course, he lacked sufficient charm. The sounds of crashing waves and splashing water filled his ears as Lobby cleaved through the sea, sending ripples cascading outward. Fang Fan gazed at the system log with exasperation, which indicated, Buggy has unlocked the complete guide to deception from the Starfire magic box. By the heavens, this system must be a farce. If it can produce something as bizarre as an undergarment, then a guide to deception is hardly surprising. Speechless. Yet, Fang Fan could not help but marvel that among the myriad of gaming deceivers, the infamous scammers selling toxic milk powder stood out the most. Phishing websites lure you in with promises of prizes, only to deliver a mere 1 gold coin and a colorless escape artist. Annual packages come with lavish gifts, while a sky-high lottery tempts you with no room for negotiation. A single misplaced zero in a transaction brings nothing but regret for one's lack of discernment. Regular payouts lead to the banishment of players, only to switch channels and continue the deception. He vividly recalls the morning spent reporting those who lured others into traps after being scammed himself. Scammers, the bane of DNF. However, amidst the deceit, there are also those who offer their assistance for free. Not only do they guide you in acquiring gear, navigating mechanics, and performing enchantments, but Fang Fan has encountered such mentors and eventually became one himself. It is these feelings of defiance, gratitude, and companionship that accompanied Fang Fan through his youthful years. With the aim of purifying the gaming environment, he contemplated compiling a tome of deceitful techniques. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. Venus's severed arm has endured through time, and for a decade, the scammers of Arad persist. He is, after all, a planner who brings joy. What constitutes a joyful planner? What embodies a joyful planner? The joys and sorrows of the people of Arad cannot be overlooked by a pirate. Therefore, Baki, you bear the hopes of countless individuals in Arad. We eagerly anticipate your performance. Just as Fang Fan was lost in thought, Laba guided him closer to an island. This is a volcanic island adorned with lush greenery, where craters are scattered throughout its expanse. Gigantic white dinosaur fossils give the island an exceptionally primal appearance. As he rose, preparing to set foot on the island, he suddenly noticed several masked figures standing upon a military vessel not far off. As the ship approached slowly, Fang Fan squinted his eyes. The cannons atop it were swiveling, aimed directly at him. Sensing the palpable hostility emanating from them, curiosity piqued within Fang Fan. Glancing behind him, he realized he was alone. Were they coming for me? On the deck of the warship, the leader exuded an unruly aura, his powerful upper body resembling that of a mighty black bear. Surrender all your invitation letters. Fang Fan found this rather amusing. These individuals were truly accustomed to being arrogant. With a slight lift of his gaze, he spoke. People from the world government? Enough nonsense. Will you comply or not? As he spoke, the leader's muscles bulged violently. His hair grew wild. His features distorted, resembling a wolf dog. Fangs bared, drool dripping. He emitted a low growl akin to a beast. A hound fruit user. The others behind him similarly activated their abilities, each with fearsome, beastly visages. Fang Fan exhaled softly. No one appreciates barking dogs. In that case, let us fight until you yield. The group leapt and danced through the air, swiftly charging forth. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped in an aura of dominance. Casting a quick glance at his skill bar, Fang Fan removed all skills except for his invincibility, replacing them with his signature abilities. Instantly, his black hair was cloaked in white, and a communicator appeared on his chest. In his left hand, he wielded a hefty firearm with nonchalance. System, grant me another Naro time space. Deducting 399 world points. Fang Fan grimaced in pain, watching as half of his recently accumulated world points vanished in an instant. However, his spirits were lifted upon beholding a colossal object in his hands, reminiscent of a precious vessel. The Nalo space-time, resplendent in golden hues, shimmered brilliantly, with a faint blue edge evident at the cannon's mouth. The long-desired equipment had finally come into his possession, and he could not resist glancing at its attributes. Nalo space-time type, hand cannon level, 75 rarity, epic durability, 3838 physical attack power, 1425 magical attack power, 617 independent attack power, 572 strength, 97 satellite ray skill level, 3 ancient particle cannon skill level, 3 satellite ray duration, 5 seconds satellite ray attack power, 15 satellite ray cooldown, minus 30 ancient particle cannon main cannon duration, 1. 5 seconds ancient particle cannon main cannon attack count, 6 ancient particle cannon attack power, 15 ancient particle cannon cooldown, minus 30 hello, calling the old ship. Please respond. Khalat's former subordinate, Labu, retreat. With a swift flick of his tail, Labu vanished from the surface of the sea. Relying on his mastery of the 6 styles and haki, Ziki Faizi surged forward, just as his fist was about to collide with Fang Fan's face. Fang Fan drew his laser cannon, thrusting it directly towards Ziki. He sensed the imminent danger, but it was too late to execute the shave technique. A beam of light pierced the heavens, akin to a luminous pillar spanning the ocean, traveling straight from one end to the other. The light flickered, tapering from broad to narrow, startling the nearby birds and beasts, who lifted their heads to gaze around. A searing heat radiated from Fang Fan's skin, prompting the trained individuals to disperse hastily. Having consumed the hunting dog fruit, Faizi felt the sting but seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. His fists were potent and his kicks swift. The relentless barrage of strikes rained down upon Fang Fan. and they believed at the very least he would be forced to retreat a few steps. Yet, Fang Fan stood resolute, as immovable as an iron stake. Soon after, the onslaught from the others fell like rain upon him. How could this be? He appears as slender as a monkey. Where does he find the strength to withstand our blows? In their astonishment, they suddenly noticed a peculiar yellow energy membrane enveloping the area. A mental shield. It's my turn now. Fang Fan spun around with a powerful kick, his foot connecting with the chests of several adversaries. While a grenade, thrown unbeknownst to him, detonated with a thunderous roar. The explosion sent them soaring into the air, and Fang Fan seized the moment, executing 2 swift backward jumps to create distance. With a flick of his fingers, he declared, "All right, baby." The originally azure sky lay tranquil and devoid of any disturbance. Suddenly, a beam of light descended violently, akin to divine retribution, striking the southern edge of the small garden island. The terrifying laser, resembling a celestial ray, crashed upon the coastline, unleashing countless white vapors. The once sandy shore, now swept clean, was left with a residue as red as molten lava. Faizi and his companions felt as though they had entered a furnace, an intense burning sensation enveloping their bodies. They were forcefully pinned to the beach. And as they attempted to move, the radiant beam split into 6 robust lasers that spun in unison. At the center lay a core of purplish-red energy, surrounded by a circle of blue energy rays. One individual, having fallen into the sea, lay incapacitated. Faizi and his companions, after much effort, managed to rise, only to find that with every step they took, the lasers followed suit. Reluctantly, they swayed amidst the beams, finding it equally arduous to remain motionless. Cursed fate. The group activated their devil fruits, transforming back into human form to minimize their exposure to the lasers. Faizi, enduring excruciating pain, cast a malevolent glare at Fang Fan, wishing to rend him asunder. Fang Fan, from his elevated position, pressed his thumb against his middle finger, producing a crackling sound from his joints. With an air of arrogant nonchalance, and having concealed his heavy artillery, he queried in a haughty tone, "What is 1000-7? Faizi, his eyes filled with fierce malice, stifling the pain, let out a derisive laugh. "Dare to oppose the world government, and you will ultimately succumb at its feet." Another crack echoed as he pressed his ring finger. "Heh, what is 1000-7? Faizi would never yield." Drool dripped from his mouth, and the earlier bravado was now reduced to a desperate struggle against the relentless satellite rays. With a snap of his fingers, the satellite ray re-emerged, and another formidable beam sliced through the sky, descending like a judgmental sword. "What is 1000-7? Before Faizi could respond, someone nearby could not restrain themselves. 999. 993. Heh, what is 993-7? The robust beams of light to the south of the small garden prompted the 2 giants engaged in combat on the island to cease their rest. They grasped their dilapidated weapons, moving their colossal forms. The surrounding trees appeared as mere underbrush, and the 2 simultaneously ascended to the summit, gazing at the blinding rays. They both realized that outsiders had indeed set foot upon the small garden island. Dongli, clad in warrior armor and donning a helmet, wielded a massive longsword in his right hand and a round shield in his left. With a long beard reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu, his stature was imposing. Could this commotion be the work of the Navy? On the other side, Brokey donned a cloak, his chin adorned with a long beard, and atop his head sprouted a pair of formidable horns. His large, round eyes bore a striking resemblance to the fierce Zhang Fei, and his physique appeared rather corpulent. What was this beam of light descending from the heavens? Was it a manifestation of human technological advancement? The 2 individuals covertly peered at the scene, where the robust beam of light from the small garden island stood out against the azure sky and the ocean, akin to a radiant sun. Nearby, the pirates, particularly those with keen eyesight, were all captivated by this spectacle. How peculiar it was for a blue light to appear in the sky. Some rubbed their eyes repeatedly, fearing they were mistaken. Could it be that the elusive small garden island, once entered, one could never escape, was now heralding the emergence of some treasure? Some pirates, with whimsical imaginations, commanded their ships traversing the route to the small garden to set forth in the direction of the blue luminescence. Meanwhile, those on other routes, a few fortunate enough to catch sight of the beam, were left perplexed by this extraordinary phenomenon, yet due to the distance and lack of a permanent compass, they could not pursue this path. However, there existed an exception, the formidable users of devil fruit powers. Ha ha ha, is this light guiding me onward? A burly man with a short beard sat calmly on a simple wooden raft made of several logs, munching on a cherry pie. Perhaps there, he would encounter intriguing companions. In a certain naval division, those who observed the anomaly of the small garden island immediately transmitted photographs back to the naval headquarters. Before long, in Marineford, the Strategic Logistics Department of the Navy received these images, which quickly found their way into the hands of Sengoku. What is this? Was it not stated that no documents unrelated to the Green Forest were to be transmitted? Sengoku furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Report. The Intelligence Department deduces that the activity captured in these photographs is likely related to Fang Fan. Based on the comprehensive analysis of various sources by the Naval Intelligence Sector, the fleeting light from the small garden island and the descending beam of light aligned perfectly with Fang Fan's trajectory upon departing the East Blue. Sengoku understood instantly. Lasers could not possibly be in the possession of pirates. Aside from Vegapunk, such technology could not emerge from anywhere else. Thus, the truth was singular. Understood. You may proceed. Sengoku scrutinized the photographs meticulously, his gaze gradually deepening. After receiving their reward, Buggy and his companions squatted on Hutton Mall Street. Your leader approached Buggy. Buggy, please assist me in opening this box. She swayed her slender waist, handing the artifact box of the demon swordsman to Buggy. Behind her, even Buggy's fiery dragon poked its head out, adorably gazing at Yarlita. Well, since you place such trust in me, I shall oblige. With immense pride, Baki tossed the box into the air, his hands swiftly reaching to catch it. Witness, my dear spectators, the moment of fortune has arrived. What treasures shall be revealed? The box shimmered rapidly, and in a flash of brilliance, a stunning pink artifact emerged before everyone's eyes. Phantom Blade type, Great Sword level, 20 rarity, artifact durability, 50-50 physical attack power, 312 magical attack power, 234 independent attack power, 148 strength. 19 additional skills, Male Demon Slayer, Great Sword Mastery 2, Male Demon Slayer, Cross/2, Female Demon Slayer, Summon Magic, Serpent Blade 2, Female Demon Slayer, Mastery of the Great Sword of Destruction 2, Female Demon Slayer. Serpent Blade, Break 2. Did you see my sword? It was the one that cast afterimages during its swings. Shadow Blade Master, Shadow Flick. Yarlita grasped it, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. The attributes were indeed formidable, and her skill levels had ascended by 2. She was no longer a naive novice. The higher the skill level, the greater the damage inflicted. This extraordinary artifact has been imbued with numerous skills. Although it requires a level of 20 to wield, he has already reached level 15. Lucky Buggy. I am steadfastly devoted to you. The appearance of the artifact incited cheers among the crowd, and under the flattery of several captains, Buggy strutted with pride. At that moment, however, Luffy, who was already at level 12, emerged from the frost-laden, shadowy forest. As he passed by Buggy and his entourage, their chatter ceased, and they fixated their gazes upon him. Buggy momentarily froze, then swiftly donned a menacing expression, his head darting towards Luffy. Got you now, Straw Hat. Buggy boasted with unparalleled arrogance, elated beyond measure. Oh heavens, which angelic maiden has bestowed upon me this sweet revenge? Today, not only did I clear the dungeon for a reward, but I also uncovered this divine artifact. Now, this loathsome yellow-skinned monkey has finally fallen into my grasp. Are you the clown Buggy whom I knocked away? Luffy asked. Buggy, seething with rage, leapt up and whispered menacingly near Luffy's ear. Straw Hat, keep your eyes peeled. It's 8 of us against you. 8 against 1? Luffy glanced at the others and noticed they had formed a circle, encircling him. As they rolled up their sleeves, it was evident they were about to make a move. Luffy, too, prepared for a confrontation, both parties ready for battle. However, an unexpected announcement caught them off guard. Private duels are prohibited in Hedenmer. Violators will be expelled from Grand Forest. Buggy clenched his teeth in frustration. He truly could not afford to disregard this warning in such a place. Curse be it. Next time, luck will not be on your side. As Buggy turned, he collided with a figure, clad in a black gothic top hat, with a cross-shaped blade. Mihawk regarded Buggy with an impassive countenance. Mihawk? Your weapon, Bronze Short Sword 7, has been successfully enhanced, Kelly announced cheerfully amidst the clamor of machinery. Smoker, having set down his hefty cigar, felt an immense sense of pride. The bronze short sword now emanated a faint, ethereal glow, appearing strikingly radiant. Its attributes had markedly improved, promising a swifter pace in dungeon runs. If enhancement could indeed augment the speed of clearing dungeons, it would be prudent to include this in the report, suggesting that all Navy personnel have their weapons enhanced at Kelly's. Just imagine if every soldier wielded a weapon enhanced to 7 or even higher. Tasks and dungeon runs would be completed in record time. The more Smoker contemplated this, the more sense it made. Conversely, if everyone possessed 7 weapons and he too was merely at 7, it would diminish his distinguished aura. Just 7? I shall continue to enhance. Carrie attempted to remind the young and dashing ghost swordsman, although my machine guarantees 100% success, the risk of failure increases with further enhancements. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Smog placed the cigar back into his mouth, exhaling clouds of smoke. Proceed. Carrie cast him a knowing glance and activated the machine, which emitted a continuous roar. Instead of producing a weapon that gleamed more vividly, the once radiant glow diminished to a dull sheen. Enhancement failed. Your bronze short sword 4. Continue. Enhancement successful. Do not stop. Failure. Again. Success. Your gold is insufficient. We welcome your next visit. Smog's expression darkened, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart. How could he be out of gold so swiftly? After all, he had over 50,000 gold coins stored with the Navy. Carrie smiled warmly. Take care. Smog stared at his 6 blue steel short sword, momentarily at a loss for words. After all that effort, he had yet to reach 7. It seemed he would need to report to the marshal to request additional funds for weapon enhancement. Hawkeye regarded the clown buggy and suddenly recalled that this absurd man had recently cleared a hidden map. Could the Dark Thunder Ruins also be a hidden map? After searching for clues regarding the Dark Thunder Ruins tirelessly, he had found no leads. Buggy, how did you discover the hidden map? Hawkeye inquired with an air of indifference, his tone casual yet commanding, as if a king were questioning his subject. Why should I tell you, you bastard? Buggy retorted fiercely, his comical face drawing closer to Hawkeye. Having learned that one could not act recklessly in town, his courage had swelled. Hey, Buggy, everyone is curious about how you found the hidden map. Luffy clapped his hands and asked quietly. Buggy's head suddenly floated back onto his body, and he whispered, Well, I found a hidden map while grinding and then. His head floated away again, rushing to Luffy's side. Bastard, why should I tell you? But you just did, ha ha ha. Luffy laughed heartily, finding Buggy to be quite the entertaining character. Meanwhile, Hawkeye pondered, perhaps the key was to continuously grind to uncover hidden dungeons. This is indeed a grand undertaking. Luffy? Usopp emerged from the forest of Glen and beheld a throng at the entrance. Disregarding Buggy and the others, he approached Luffy's side and leaned in to whisper, Luffy, I've stumbled upon a peculiar stone that might lead to a treasure of gold coins. Shall we embark on an adventure together? As he spoke, he produced an irregularly shaped stone. This strange artifact emanated an enigmatic aura. Perhaps it would be wise to consult the well-versed Shinda, as it could unveil unforeseen escapades. Haha. Usopp, let us embark on our quest. With that, the two linked arms and vanished into the magical portal leading to the backstreet. Meanwhile, the silhouette of Mihawk subtly faded from view, poised to await the discovery of information regarding the Dark Thunder Ruins before making his approach. In the backstreet, one could occasionally spot a soldier or two from the Navy, either accepting or reporting missions, or honing their skills at the GSD. Clutching the stone, Usopp had yet to pose his inquiry when Shinda, with an urgency in his aged voice, interjected, Adventurer, how did this come to be in your possession? Elder, I chanced upon it in the dungeon. Usopp began. To be honest, this is the hammer I lost many years ago. Abruptly, Shinda turned away and rummaged through the corner of the hearth, retrieving a stick. The stick, no more than the length of an arm, is thick at one end and slender at the other. This is the handle of the hammer, my young friend. You have assisted me in retrieving my beloved hammer. Yet I possess little to offer in return. Sindar rummaged through the weapons chest behind him, discovering a tattered scroll made of cowhide within a small hidden compartment. Recently, many adventurers have inquired about the Dark Thunder Ruins. This map is of little use in my hands and would serve you better. Usopp reached out to take it, noticing it prominently marked, Hidden Map, Dark Thunder Ruins. How remarkable, a new dungeon. Does this mean we can conquer it and earn rewards that resonate throughout the heavens? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rolled up his sleeves, tugging Usopp towards the dungeon entrance, exclaiming joyfully, Adventure, adventure. Haha. Wait, Luffy, let go of my strap. It's caught in an awkward place, on the small garden island. As the colossal satellite beam vanished, the beach appeared as if draped in a layer of molten lava. The scalding red sand mingled with the remains of innocent creatures, a chaotic blend of black and crimson. The few who had accompanied Fayez were reduced to charred remnants, leaving only Fayez himself, clinging to life. Had it not been for his superior mastery of haki, surpassing that of others, and his proficiency in the formidable technique of life restoration, he too would have succumbed to the grim fate shared by the debris around him. At this moment, his clothing was entirely singed away by the intense heat. Their warship, too, was obliterated in an instant by a super bomb that descended from the heavens. A grave miscalculation. This young man possesses strength that likely rivals the monstrous beings of the New World, far beyond the capabilities of these high-ranking spies to contend with. He summoned the essence of life, enduring excruciating pain, and vanished into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Fang Fan leisurely strolled through the quaint garden island, sipping on the primordial coconut juice and nibbling on ancient berries. Only then did he meander back to the shoreline, where lava glided effortlessly across the tranquil sea, soaring over 20 meters above the water's surface. Upon entering the water, he created towering waves that surged high into the air, delighting in his newfound freedom. Fang Fan released several streams of life essence, initiating a gradual healing process as his long-standing ailments began to dissipate. Labu, now not only larger than depicted in the original narrative, emanated an imposing aura that instilled fear. Unlike the initial portrayal, which relied solely on his colossal size to command attention, the influence of the celestial beast anchored within Labu began to subtly shape his very essence. As we prepared to depart, Fang Fan suddenly sensed the presence of a third human on the island, in addition to the two giants. Indeed, someone was there. A thief, perhaps. Marshal D. Teach approached slowly on a bamboo raft from the eastern coastline. Fang Fan recognized him immediately, the infamous Blackbeard, with his dark hair, chest hair, and beard, who was portrayed as invincible in the original tale. How has this fellow appeared here now? He recalls that he was supposed to encounter Luffy only before reaching Sky Island. Is it the butterfly effect? The luminous column in the sky? Is it your doing? Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily. Daring to roam the seas alone signifies that he shares a similar confidence in his own strength. Would you be interested in becoming my companion, Blackbeard? I shall lead you to conquer these vast waters. Having acquired the dark fruit, Blackbeard possesses both ambition and formidable power. What he currently lacks is fame, which is why he seeks companions to achieve a monumental feat, for instance, hunting down pirates worth over 100 million. Initially, he had heard rumors about Sky Island and intended to search for the legendary gold, but he was later captivated by reports from the East Sea. As he journeyed, he now finds himself drawn to the satellite rays emitted by Fang Fan. That thunderous, towering beam of light is indeed quite conspicuous. Those endowed with such abilities must undoubtedly join my Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard, you are acquainted with me? Blackbeard Teach flashed a toothy grin, laughing heartily. Since you are aware of my identity, why not come aboard? If your strength proves commendable, I might grant you the position of first mate. He noted that the ground was still searing hot, suddenly intrigued by Fang Fan's prowess. The robust beam of light. He had never heard of a devil fruit that manifested as a pillar of light. Could it be a newly emerged devil fruit? Fang Fan's expression became inscrutable as he fixated on the few missing teeth. Suddenly, he recalled the scar at the corner of red-haired Shanks' eye. A mark left by Blackbeard. Might these missing teeth be the result of red-haired Shanks' blow? Indeed, it is quite possible. Blackbeard, seeing Fang Fan's silence, assumed he was deep in thought. Regaining his composure, Fang Fan raised his gaze and inquired, "Are you certain you can best me as my captain?" Ha ha ha. Blackbeard chuckled, setting aside the prowess of his physical skills and haki. After all, he had consumed the power of the dark fruit, the nemesis of all devil fruits. His confidence had never been so unwavering. Ah, so this is your concern. Blackbeard leaped from the bamboo raft, carelessly abandoning a bundle on the shore beside him. A brazen smile stretched across his face. As your future captain, I deem it essential to enlighten you. Clenching his fist tightly, a dark aura enveloped his hand like a flowing tide. The power within him surged forth unrestrained, awakening the slumbering beast within. I, Blackbeard, am not merely boasting when I say I can be your captain. The dark waters surged forth, emanating a formidable pull from Teach's very being. This technique is specifically designed to counteract the abilities of those who wield devil fruits, regardless of the type of power one possesses. Losing the capabilities granted by a devil fruit renders them significantly diminished. In this realm, where not everyone excels in physical combat or haki, the majority struggle to fully harness their devil fruits. On the vast ocean, Blackbeard has managed to gain an advantage over countless pirates with just one move. Unfortunately, the intense gravitational pull leaves Fang Fan's form utterly unyielding. He strides forth, preparing to lift a heavy weight. Beside him, a machine, half his height, materializes out of thin air. Shaped like a beige cylinder, it is supported by a sturdy base that upholds the entire apparatus. The top of the cylinder is recessed, resembling an antenna receiver adorned with numerous miniature laser emitters. As Fang Fan presses the activation button, the circular opening unfolds, and a surge of distorted energy rapidly takes shape. A dark red vortex twisting the fabric of space, unleashing a gravitational force rivaling that of black water. Gravity, you see, is within my grasp, as while Blackbeard's smile gradually freezes. This is utterly unscientific. In the Great Route, at the naval base of a certain division, the sounds of hurried footsteps coalesce into a cacophony, while the alarms pierce the heavens. The entire base operates like a colossal machine, functioning manically at this moment. Hurry, soldiers. Activate all vessels at once. We must encircle the vile pirate crew and ensure they do not escape. The nefarious pirate crew comprises nearly 1,000 ruthless individuals, each one a perpetrator of arson, murder, and pillage. Their captain, the infamous Babeltau, carries a bounty of 180 million berries, while the other officers are also criminals with bounties exceeding 10 million, surrounded by even more savage and bloodthirsty henchmen. This band of miscreants has swelled in number, thriving on theft and slaughter. The Navy has recognized this malignant growth. Originally, the pursuit of the villainous pirate crew was assigned to the Squirrel, but due to an unexpected transfer to the East Sea, they narrowly evaded capture. Seizing the opportunity without naval pursuit, these rogues plundered a town. Just as they prepared to retreat, they encountered Carp, leading a squad of adventurous naval officers to mobilize others in the fleet. In a concerted effort to eradicate the pirate crew, Sengoku specifically reached out to the naval personnel at the base. The warships cleave through the waves, with the pristine naval flag billowing, its emblem of a dove grasping a wrench symbolizing justice fluttering in the gusty winds. On the deck, Carp peers through a telescope, surveying the ravaged town. Thick smoke billows and flames rage in the distance. Even before approaching the town, the stench of blood permeates the salty sea breeze. Houses lie in ruins, bricks shattered into heaps. Corpses litter the ground. A once beautiful town has been reduced to a shell of its former self. Despite Carp's extensive experience, witnessing such devastation causes his fists to clench involuntarily. Not a single one of these vile scoundrels shall escape today. His aide, Bogart, remains behind to advance to level 18, leaving a new face at his side. Admiral Carp, the personnel from the base have already mobilized and secured their escape routes, comes the report. Excellent. These wretches deserve to descend into hell. At the town's harbor, a throng of pirates frantically haul food and riches onto their ships. Beautiful women are also seized, awaiting a lucrative sale. Those who struggle violently are ruthlessly slain. The harbor resembles a hell on earth, layered with flesh and blood. In the world of piracy, there are those who set sail for their dreams, deserving the titles of navigators and adventurers. Yet, there are also many who venture forth to satisfy their own selfish desires, ambitious individuals and fugitives. Hurry, lads. The Navy is approaching. Several pirates urge their comrades, abandoning the remaining 50 or 60 who have yet to board. As the ship departs the harbor, it immediately enters the Navy's encirclement. Babel, babble, babble. A mere handful of decrepit vessels dare to encircle the illustrious Captain Babel. The captain of the nefarious pirate crew, with his tongue lolling, surveyed the surrounding navy. Merely 3 warships, despite the potential of their combined artillery, we remain unperturbed. How foolish of the Navy to dare encircle us. Several prominent officers clamored, proclaiming their intent to eliminate this contingent of sailors and demonstrate their might. Though Tao Babel was indeed ruthless, he was not devoid of cunning. He swiftly observed that while other vessels had encircled them, one warship had boldly advanced alone. This vessel, resembling a dog-headed warship, pales in comparison to their pirate ship in size. Yet, the audacity of the opposing crew to approach directly is astonishing. He seized his telescope, adjusted it, and focused on the enemy warship's gangway. Upon spotting a figure standing there, a saying immediately came to mind. Dog-headed clothes and dog-headed hats, the dog-headed warship must quickly flee. Is that Vice Admiral Carp from the Marine headquarters? Before long, Carp raised his hand, and a throng of naval officers brandishing pistols surged onto the gangway. Such a distance, and they dare to advance with sidearms? Rumors suggest that Vice Admiral Carp is a hero of the Navy. Could he truly be a commander blind to tactics? Is he intending to assault us with mere pistols? The surrounding pirates erupted in raucous laughter. Such folly. It is utterly preposterous. The villainous pirate crew, emboldened by the size of their ship, which was fortified with steel plating, regarded Carp and his men with utter disdain. On Carp's command, he declared, "All hands, M137 Gatling guns, open fire." A dozen marksmen moved in a coordinated manner, intermingling as the Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of ferocious firepower. The deafening roar of the Gatling gun belched flames as a barrage of bullets erupted forth. Babel Tao was momentarily taken aback. From where had the Navy sourced such thick, lengthy barrels? Yet his response was swift, commanding the navigator to steer, utilizing the side plating to shield against the hail of bullets. The distance closed. They were on the brink of boarding combat. And the villainous pirate crew had never shied away from close quarters. Kill. Suddenly, a thought struck. Why did Vice Admiral Karp send his gunners ahead? The officers at the base were perplexed, and the commander took up a telescope to survey the unfolding melee. What was Vice Admiral Karp attempting? A group armed with firearms charging to the front lines to engage in combat with those wielding blades? It is akin to a doctor neglecting their noble duty of saving lives, instead brandishing a syringe and confronting others with aggression. Is this appropriate? Wait, those armed Navy personnel. They seem different. What? Let me take a look. The Navy headquarters, under the leadership of Sengoku, has completed part of its military affairs. The potions procured through Gran Tesoro have enabled some injured soldiers to recover ahead of schedule. In the long run, this not only saves considerable expenses but also enhances the combat effectiveness of the Navy. Everything is shifting towards a more favorable direction. Having served as a naval admiral for many years, he has dedicated a significant portion of his life to the noble cause of the Navy's justice. In this tumultuous era of rampant piracy, his greatest desire is to witness the resurgence of naval power, thereby bringing an end to this chaotic age of pirates. Here in Grand Forest, he glimpsed a flicker of hope for the Navy's revival. Before his retirement, he yearned for his aging body to still shine and contribute meaningfully. The rare moment of tranquility was abruptly shattered by the report from a messenger. A suggestion from Smoker had been received. Taking the document, Sengoku adjusted his frog-like spectacles and began to peruse its contents. A proposal for weapon enhancement alongside a funding request? It meticulously detailed the process of his enhancement, accompanied by various recommendations. After prolonged contemplation, he inscribed 2 words on the report. Read. Rubbing his temples, he retrieved a bag of senbei from the bottom drawer. Tearing open the packaging, he seized a piece amidst his busyness. It seems he must re-establish contact with Fang Fan. If he could exchange berries for gold coins, that would be even better. Should Fang Fan overhear this, he might be compelled to sing a tune. Fang, the diamond leg, would exclaim, the method of spending. While Fang, the iron head, would retort, truly absurd. You have entered the hidden map, the Dark Thunder Ruins. Both Luffy and Usopp received such a notification. Upon their entrance, they found themselves ensnared in a formidable circle of monsters. The zombies, having detected the intruding humans, emitted a guttural growl. Ugh. A horde of zombies closed in, posing a grave danger. With arms that extended with ease, Luffy seized a branch, propelling both himself and Usopp into the air. Is this a zombie? So many. Usopp's face turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Below them, the zombies, draped in rotting flesh with bones that were white tinged with black, had eyes filled with darkness. Luffy, slapping his forehead in realization, chuckled. So many zombies. He observed as the zombies attacked, scratching, grabbing, and biting, with some moving swiftly. Luffy, have we stirred a nest of zombies? What should we do now? Luffy, donning a pair of gloves, scanned the multitude of zombies. He noted that when the zombies clustered together, they would indiscriminately devour anything in their path. Furrowing his brow in deep thought, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. Ah, I've got it. Luffy clutched his straw hat tightly as he leapt down from the tree. He arrived at the outskirts of the horde of zombies, where the grass lay barren. A solitary zombie stood there, dazed and motionless. Luffy dashed towards it, gripping its arm with one hand and its ankle with the other, seizing this sluggish creature. With remarkable flexibility, he spun the zombie around, his arms extending further with each rotation, resembling a colossal windmill. The sensation of the spinning zombie was most palpable for Usopp. It began with a gentle breeze, which gradually intensified into a refreshing gust, ultimately transforming into a fierce whirlwind. In a climactic moment, Luffy became a tornado, sweeping into the throng of zombies, sending a multitude of them careening away. Usopp, emboldened by the spectacle, suddenly recalled that his silver bullets might possess enhanced efficacy against these dark, undead monstrosities. He slid down from the tree, unleashing his silver ammunition. The slingshot propelled bullets relentlessly. And as he observed the lengthy health bar diminish and the gradual healing process, a shiver ran down Usopp's spine. Why not wait for Zoro and Sanji to join him? Could he and Luffy truly manage this alone? As Luffy gradually came to a halt, the encircling horde of zombies was disrupted, allowing him to assume a defensive stance. With long-range energy waves and close combat knee strikes and kicks, Luffy engaged the zombies in a fierce battle, employing the skills of a seasoned fighter. Usopp began to notice that the zombies struck by the energy waves seemed to lose vitality at an accelerated rate. Luffy, strike each zombie first with your light orb skill, he instructed, withholding the explanation that light-based attacks inflict greater damage on undead creatures. Trusting his instincts, Usopp observed that the monsters hit by Luffy's energy attacks suffered even greater damage from his subsequent strikes. Serendipitously, the energy waves had a chance to inflict an electrified status on the monsters, resulting in increased damage. Amidst a throng of white zombies, a few red, ravenous zombies mingled. One particularly blood-red hungry zombie thrust its hands forward, releasing a black energy sphere that glided ominously toward the ground. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. He had expected the dark sphere to pass harmlessly beneath him. To his dismay, the sphere struck him directly, plunging him into darkness. "Oh no, Usopp, I can't see," Luffy cried, flailing helplessly in his blindness. "Wha, Usopp?" Ignoring the surrounding hordes of zombies, he suddenly fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. "Wha, I'm blind. I can never see you again. Pull yourself together, Luffy," Usopp encouraged, his heart swelling with emotion. His foolish captain truly cared for him. "I can never see you again, my beloved mate. How painful. From now on, the joy of eating meat is halved." Usopp's eyes widened in shock. From his perspective, Luffy was merely enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Reflecting on his own experiences, he quickly gleaned the truth. He had endured being knocked unconscious by the boulder of Gracca, struck by goblin stones, frozen by ice blocks from blue goblins, gored by a minotaur, poisoned by the claw of the toxic Cat King, and scorched by the magic of Binochu. These painful memories sparked a revelation within him. "You have merely entered a state of blindness. You will recover soon." With determination, Usopp fired a floating projectile that sent a nearby zombie flying. As he withdrew his flamethrower, he glanced at his backpack. Normally, a level 15 adventurer would possess at least 40 to 50,000 gold coins. Yet, Usopp lamented over his meager sum of a little over 6,000 coins. However, his collection of potions was neatly arranged in rows: 6 bleeding antidotes, 7 disorientation antidotes, 12 freezing antidotes, 13 burning antidotes, 4 poisoning antidotes, and an impressive 30 blindness antidotes. Behind the uneven array of potion bottles lies a multitude of sorrowful tales, each poignant enough to bring one to tears. "Luffy, throw it." A vial of potion to restore sight was cast forth. At this moment, Usopp felt an immense sense of relief, having meticulously studied the information on abnormal states after suffering numerous setbacks. He discovered that in the enigmatic battles within the Grand Forest, one need never fear permanent injury or loss of limbs. Any wounds sustained would merely result in blood loss, deducting from one's stamina. Excessive blood loss leading to exhaustion would force a return to the town. Armed with this knowledge, he swiftly overcame his fear of battling the zombies. Luffy caught the vial by instinct, and upon its use, the world was illuminated once more. Salvation at last. A terrifying gravitational pull coalesced into a dark crimson vortex, twisting ominously as Teach's eyes widened in alarm. As Fang Fan released the lever, the energy vortex rolled forth like a sphere, hurtling towards Teach. Danger. His instincts warned him that the fearsome machine before him could inflict harm. Hehehe. Teach ignited with battle fervor, bellowing, "Dark hole." Blackbeard Teach altered his attack, causing a violent explosion to erupt around him, absorbing the massive damage inflicted by the dark hole. The minor pain from the residual damage was doubled, eliciting a grunt from Blackbeard. "Huh, impressive power," he conceded, momentarily acknowledging the strength of his opponent. Could this young man before him be from the future kingdom of Barkamura? He speculated within, unleashing the dark hole towards Fang Fan. "All attacks will return to you." Like a flood of darkness, the shadowy vortex surged forth, scattering debris. Fang Fan marveled internally, realizing that the dark fruit could even absorb explosions, truly a game-breaking devil fruit. He expanded his psychic shield, compressing the explosive damage of the quantum cannon, entirely blocking it. Simultaneously, he withdrew all skills related to the rifle. His right hand morphed grotesquely, a network of crimson veins sprawling across his arm. An aura of demonic energy coalesced around him. Had his essence transformed? Damage was absorbed by the dark fruit, nullifying the rifle's attacks. Fang Fan donned the skills of the Devil May Cry, and though he wielded no blade, this did not hinder him from unleashing a formidable array of attacks. He raised his spectral hand, releasing intricate formations. To Teach, it appeared that as his opponent raised a hand, concentric circles of green, purple, and blue began to overlap upon the ground. At the center of these circles, a greenhorn creature, a malevolent spirit, and a ghost entwined, indistinguishable from one another. What is this? Cautious as ever, he immediately withdrew. Yet as he leapt, a small purple specter materialized behind him. What is that? A purple specter, ethereal and insubstantial, clung to his shoulder with tiny hands that resembled tendrils. It felt as though he were firmly anchored in place, unable to stir even the slightest bit. Teki summoned the dark pathways of his abilities. Yet the phantom behind him remained unyieldingly detached. He unleashed his domineering aura, striking the specter with a blow, only to find his efforts fruitless. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly transformed into a statue of ice. The system promised to grant access to all skills, yet it also devised a skill bar for him. While it was one thing to provide a skill bar, it was quite another that only the first awakening and its preceding skills were illuminated. Had he possessed second or third awakenings, would there be any need for such tedious delays? Disregarding Blackbeard, he tossed aside an invitation letter and mounted Labu, making his way towards the Sky Island. The zombie map was set to launch, yet the Sky City had yet to materialize. This simply could not stand. The sharpshooters approached the vessel of the evil pirates first, and upon landing, they simultaneously unleashed their pursuers beneath their feet. Armed with flamethrowers, they aimed directly at the pirates. Charge forth with me. Let these useless navy know what it means to be a pirate. With gunfire erupting and blades drawn, they surged towards the navy. Die, shouted one pirate, swinging his weapon at a sharpshooter. However, before he could close the distance, the silver metal box beneath him toppled to the ground. With a thunderous crash, everything below him vanished, leaving only a mosaic scattered across the earth. The pirates behind him halted abruptly. When did the naval firepower become so fierce? The sharpshooters surged forward, leaving the ghostly swordsman behind in a state of disbelief. A cadre of ghostly swordsmen executed a triple slash, cleaving directly from the deck of the warship to that of the notorious pirate ship. Among them was a naval officer skilled in the art of shave, moving like a specter as he traversed the length of the ship with a horizontal slash, sending the gunners above flying. Those who fired from the shadows became his primary targets. The effectiveness of the levitation rounds was extraordinary. Karp's keen eye for strategy was evident. The short cool-down of the levitation rounds consistently left foes inexplicably airborne. In that fleeting moment of suspension, the pirates were rendered utterly helpless, transforming into live targets for the Navy. Some naval officers, adept in leg techniques, capitalized on the sharpshooters' knee strikes, spinning kicks, and rapid kicks, preventing the swordsmen from even drawing their blades. The knee strike induced levitation, the rapid kick pushed foes back, and the spinning kick caused significant stagger, nearly driving the pirates to madness. What began as a gunman-esque role had evolved into a display of swordsmanship. The sudden bombardment of grenades, the silver pursuers, and the advancing naval soldiers miraculously held their ground. What manner of weaponry did these sailors wield? Self-propelling bomb boxes, levitating bullets, and flamethrowers and machine guns seemingly summoned from thin air. Had the Navy developed new weaponry? Yet, what astonished the officers was yet to come. From the Navy emerged a throng of soldiers armed with blades. One officer raised his hand, and a crimson, monstrous specter materialized, inscribing a red circle upon the deck. The morale of the sailors within the circle surged dramatically. One officer, stepping with a moonwalk, leaped into the air, his long sword aimed at the pirates below, plunging down with ferocity. On the deck below, over a dozen pirates were caught in a shockwave that sent their weapons flying and their bodies soaring. Though they were mere ordinary naval soldiers, wielding their swords unleashed flames akin to yellow sword energy, emitting dark purple slashes. Babeltar sensed something amiss. Babel, Babel, are you not moving yet? His subordinates immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the battling professionals. One cadre wielding a long sword approached a ghostly swordsman with a devastating strike. If this blow landed, even a colossal sea beast would be cleaved in two. Yet, the ghostly swordsman advanced rather than retreating, seizing the moment, raising his long sword. The wave splitter was unleashed. What? The violet wave not only dissipated the cadre's strike into nothingness, but also ensnared him. Soon, the sharpshooters in the rear unleashed a torrent of gunfire and flames without mercy. A horde of mere foot soldiers dared to confront our esteemed officers. The swordsmen among the officers have finally descended into the fray. The sharpness of their blades' aura extends beyond the swords themselves, reaching a distance of 1 or 2 meters. The long swords slice through the air, descending with ferocity. The marksmen are not fighting alone. Behind them, 5 or 6 combatants activate their swift steps, rushing to the side of the marksman and unleashing their duplicate skills. For translucent figures suddenly materialize, intercepting the majority of the oncoming strikes from the swordsman. Some of the impacts land upon the marksman, eliciting muffled groans. I truly believed you to be invulnerable. It seems you are still mere flesh and blood. The pirates, armed with long weapons, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. In the rear, more than 20 burly men, each shouldering a cross, joined the battle. They focused on their comrades, wielding what appeared to be glowing green orbs, casting forth blessings and slow healing spells. The wounds of the injured soldiers began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The officers shouted in a frenzy as everything before them defied logic. Each of them was seasoned veterans of the Navy, robust in physique and rich in combat experience, as steadfast defenders and executors of justice. Had it not been for the need to demonstrate the most effective battle formation, they would have been the first to charge into the fray. When their turn came, they targeted the formidable officers wielding swords, approaching with their crosses to deliver swift, empty slashes. The officers' speed was unparalleled, their fierce attacks striking the bodies of the clergy, yet were initially repelled by a barrier of crimson light. Body of dominance. Their previously unstoppable assaults failed to claim even a single Navy soldier. This cannot be. The band of pirates remained oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. The clergy, clutching their crosses, ascended into the air before plunging downward with fierce intensity. The falling phoenix hammer crashed onto the deck, shattering it entirely. The pirate at the epicenter was obliterated, leaving a mosaic of destruction in his wake. The officers, struck midair by various techniques such as the air slash and knee strike, found themselves suspended in the void, only to be lifted skyward by a barrage of several machine guns. Those who floated became living targets, beset by the combatants' aura waves, machine gun fire, flamethrowers, seismic sword strikes, and the devastating Diamond Eagle tread, among other formidable techniques. Among the naval forces led by Carp were male fighters, demon swordsmen, sharpshooters, and holy warriors. Their coordinated assault caught the pirates completely off guard. Since you dare to charge forth, let you all perish here, he declared, activating his devil fruit powers. His muscles swelled, and his hands pressed firmly to the ground. A green hue manifested upon his skin, and his limbs grotesquely expanded, particularly his massive thighs. Carp had fixed his gaze on Barba, a toxic frog still foolishly leaping about. With a powerful leap, his dog-headed cape billowed in the air. The cross behind him was firmly gripped in one hand. The ordinary clergy initiated the falling phoenix hammer, plunging downwards with their cross. Carp unleashed his falling phoenix hammer, descending from the heavens with his cross. As the formations along the beach dissipated, Blackbeard finally emerged from his frozen state. Driven by ambition, he gazed in the direction where Fang Fan had departed. Recalling the peril he had narrowly escaped moments ago, Blackbeard's countenance darkened ominously. For over 2 decades, he had bided his time to acquire the dark fruit. He had believed that with the fruit, he would reign supreme among the devil fruit users, only to discover that there existed another devil fruit capable of countering even the dark fruit. This led him to question the validity of the legend. Could it be that the dark fruit was not capable of countering all devil fruits? If that were indeed the case, then his years of forbearance would have been in vain. With this thought, Blackbeard clenched his fists tightly. He had endured so much in pursuit of the dark fruit, only to find it disappointing. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the anger only fueled his thoughts. The immense aura he exuded involuntarily radiated with his fury, causing the colossal dinosaurs on the island to flee as if confronted by a formidable foe. This overwhelming presence lasted for over half a minute. A raucous laughter erupted from Blackbeard, his expression suddenly contorting into a grimace. Even if the power of the dark fruit was diminished, it could still assist me in acquiring a second devil fruit. I, Marshal D. Teach, shall never succumb to fate. As long as I find a sufficiently powerful second devil fruit, I, Blackbeard, will surely conquer these seas. I shall become the supreme ruler of these waters. A once aimless soul has rediscovered his dream. Regaining his composure, Blackbeard noticed the invitation left behind by Fang Fan upon his departure, initially dismissing it as mere litter. The exquisite craftsmanship caught his attention, prompting him to approach it. He read the words inscribed on the invitation. Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you seek true adventure? The meaning of life, adventure? Originally intending to walk past it, he suddenly reached out and grasped the invitation. Would you like to activate your profession? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Blackbeard chose yes. Teach, you have learned the skill front kick, back kick. You have comprehended the skill poison bottle throw. Hurl a poison bottle at an enemy in front of you. You have awakened the passive skill toxic resistance. Through the cultivation of poison, increase your own resistance to toxins. The information flooding his mind caused a brief mental overload for Teach. Skills? Could it be? Huh. How intriguing. So that was the effect of those colorful circles earlier. Teach glanced at his waist, where a new bottle had appeared alongside the rum. He retrieved the poison bottle and hurled it with force, striking a nearby tree. An unsuspecting seabird fell to the ground. The purple toxin stained the bird's feathers. Within mere moments, what had once flapped its wings began to stiffen. The effect is quite impressive. Another means of subterfuge has been added to my arsenal. As the new poison bottle reappeared beside the rum at his waist, he once again readied the vial. This time, he did not discard it. Instead, he poured a small amount into the palm of his hand. A fierce burning sensation surged through him as the potent corrosive venom began to erode his skin. Yet, miraculously, after merely peeling away a few layers, the toxin transformed into an ordinary purple liquid, leaving no discomfort in his palm. Placing the vial back beside the rum, he fixated on the invitation in his hand, his mind sifting through the information pertaining to the Glenwood Forest. In that moment, he gradually began to comprehend that the spectacle unfolding in the sky above the East Sea was, in fact, a vivid portrayal of the battles in Grand Forest. Is this what the invitation referred to as adventure? Blackbeard, with his large eyes gazing into the distant heavens, recalled the astonishing images reported in the newspapers. Mighty adventurers vanquishing formidable monsters, conquering levels to attain glory that resonated throughout the East Sea, along with gold and rewards. The entire East Sea, encompassing all naval forces, pirates, and the populace, would bear witness to your pinnacle moment. Is this not precisely what I desired? Haraha. This vast ocean grows ever more intriguing. Blackbeard reached for his waist, his craving for alcohol overwhelming him, as he retrieved a bottle and poured its contents into his mouth. Ag. The anguished cries echoed across the beach, startling the nearby birds and insects. Soon, a raucous laugh erupted into the air. Teach proclaimed, Grand Zhi, witness the might of Blackbeard. Burp. What? All the senior agents dispatched have lost contact? Junio Sears, the current commander of CP3, realized that those seeking trouble with Fang Fan had vanished. And he understood that the situation had turned dire. The lack of communication did not necessarily imply total annihilation. Sears speculated. Before promptly commanding, send a team to Little Flower Island to investigate what transpired. We must see the living or the dead. He issued a serious command. But before his subordinates could respond, someone interrupted him. No need. A languid voice resonated as a figure entered Sears' office. The newcomer sported purple hair, dark circles under his eyes, and was clad in a suit, gripping a long sword. Spandam? You worthless CP5 agent, did you not just receive orders to retrieve CP9? How dare you disturb my affairs? Spandam's face was half concealed by a bandage-like mask. The order from the 5 elders is to extract personnel from our CP organization to investigate Fang Fan, yet you. He arrogantly leaned closer to Sears. You did not even consult us and sent someone over directly. Sears, it seems you do not regard me, Spandam. With any respect, it is no wonder you find yourself unfortunate. The individuals you dispatched proved utterly useless and were annihilated. What? How do you know? Sears exclaimed, staring at Spandam in disbelief. Spandam smirked sinisterly and leaned towards Sears' ear. Because I had someone tailing you. You ought to inquire within the entire CP organization. Aside from the director, who dares to claim credit for the achievements of the Spandam family. I am but a dog of the celestial dragons, while you, Sears, are not but a mere shadow. Sears' expression darkened. Your Spandam family is truly shameless. Those who followed them, if they were to seize the invitation or even discover the means to obtain it, would ultimately be reaped by Spandam and his ilk. While he and his subordinates toiled, others would bask in the glory. This is quite outrageous. Thank you for the compliment. But unfortunately, the individuals you dispatched were utterly inept. Therefore, I feel compelled to inform you that there is no need to send anyone else to find them. Spandam exuded an air of immense pride. Sears retorted in anger. This is a task assigned by the esteemed 5 elders. How dare you treat it so carelessly? Carelessly? I assure you, I have not acted with such frivolity. The 5 elders instructed us to ascertain information regarding the disturbances in the East Sea and that mysterious invitation. Unlike you, I have not come up empty-handed after a lengthy search. Spandam produced an invitation from within his garments, saying, You should take a page from my book and send 2 individuals to infiltrate the Navy. This way, whatever information you desire about the invitation would be at your disposal. As he spoke, the soldiers and assistants who had been behind Sears unexpectedly moved to stand behind Spandam. Oh, and regarding the research on those potions, I shall take charge of that as well. It would make a splendid gift for Garrus Saint. Sears gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You scoundrel." "Haha. I appreciate the praise. It is an honor." Once again, the islands came into view, and this one should be Gaia Island. Utilizing the dog system, I arrived at Gaia Island without a permanent pointer. The sailors are well aware that Gaia Island and the Sky Island, perched at an altitude of 10,000 meters, are essentially the same landmass, shaped like a skull. Due to the upsurge of ocean currents nearby, half of Gaia Island was thrust into the sky, along with its indigenous inhabitants, animals, and ancient relics, all transported to the Sky Island. The portion that ascended represents the skull's head and face, while the segment remaining on the ground symbolizes the skull's teeth. When mentioning Gaia Island and the Sky Island, Fang Fan recalled the enormous stones from the pirates' tales. The historical narrative claims these stones are indestructible. Had it not been for the dog system, Fang Fan might have indeed sought to uncover the truth behind the One Piece. After all, he was curious about the blank history depicted in the original work. Dog system, it's time to work. System, please show some respect. Can't you say something nice about your system? Fang Fan paused momentarily, acknowledging the diligent dog system. System, locking onto the sky tower, deploying anchor point. Initiating deployment. Observing the obediently functioning system, Fang Fan felt a surge of pride. On Gaia Island, the treasure hunter Wendland Kirik lay in the comfort of his home. The day transitioned from cloudy to sunny, with temperatures ranging from 23 to 27 degrees Celsius. It was indeed a splendid day for treasure hunting at sea. But prolonged exposure to the ocean had rendered his body unwell. Thus, he was taking a day off at home, reclining in a comfortable chair with a cup of coffee. Suddenly, the coffee on the table trembled and spilled, while the iron hooks and nets hanging on the wall began to sway and fall. An earthquake? As soon as the words were spoken, the light on the wall fell with a resounding crash, shattering into countless fragments upon the ground. The bed, the windows, and the entire house trembled violently. He hastily rose and rushed towards the door. The entire island was swaying. At that moment, the residents of Gaia Island, as well as the pirates who were present, flocked to open spaces. Just when everyone believed it to be an earthquake, someone shouted, "Look at the sky." The rumbling sound echoed across the heavens and the sea surrounding Gaia Island. Suddenly, a colossal circular tower, reminiscent of a mountain, materialized in the air near the northwest of Gaia Island, radiating a dazzling glow that obscured its walls. The coastline to the northwest was enveloped in a peculiar force. And just as the crowd anticipated the author to elaborate further, the tremors abruptly ceased. The glow diminished, allowing the populace to finally discern the true form of the circular tower. Its sky-blue body shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. As one gazed upon it, countless arched stone doors adorned the tower, stretching endlessly into the distance. A tower had descended from the heavens? Countless residents and pirates stood in stunned silence, repeatedly rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not mistaken. Is this truly the world I once knew? Some audacious pirates speculate that it may be the work of a certain devil fruit user unleashing their powers. Yet, which devil fruit possesses such extraordinary abilities? Let us ascend this tower. Perhaps the fabled land of gold lies above, they urged one another. Bold pirates began to approach the skyward city. Suddenly, a construction barrier materialized at the base of the tower. The entrance was firmly sealed, and the surroundings were devoid of life. Those nearby attempted to enter the tower, but before they could reach the door, they were repelled by a peculiar force. Some tried to breach the skies, yet as they soared toward the archway, a luminous barrier thwarted their advance. It became evident that the towering edifice was enveloped by an enigmatic power. What manner of tower is this? And why has it manifested here? As the pirates and townsfolk pondered, Fang Fan surveyed his accomplishments with a satisfied nod. I am truly capable. His gaze shifted toward Luffy and his companion, who were engaged in combat against the zombies. The dark, thunderous ruins were shrouded in a sinister mist, creating an eerie ambience, as if one were alone in a desolate graveyard. In the underground realm, hordes of zombies and cursed feline specters could not impede Luffy and his allies' progress. With a flexible rubber battle axe, Luffy gasped for breath as his elongated rubber leg descended from above, cleaving a bull-headed monster in two. Usopp, having set aside his flamethrower, collapsed to the ground. After a relentless battle, they discovered that their skills had inexplicably been rendered ineffective. Ultimate technique, infinite bullets. With a single strike, he vanquished the final creature, and the once crowded chamber transformed into an expanse of emptiness. Luffy, do you have any strength left? Of course. The two had fought valiantly, and during their journey, they had consumed a restorative item. Otherwise, they would have surely been exhausted by this point. as they were on the brink of confronting the Lord. It was imperative to be in top condition. Usopp glanced at his backpack again. His habit of casually collecting materials had resulted in an assortment of random items in his pack. In search of recovery, his gaze fell upon a peculiar coin. No. I can't use this unless absolutely necessary. I might end up regretting it. He understood all too well that relying on his luck with this coin could lead to his demise. Suddenly, he noticed a new item in his consumables. Meat piece. Instantly restores 40 of health, but consume with caution. In the eerie depths of Arad, a place so foreboding, one might wonder how such morsels of meat could be found. Usopp murmured as he retrieved a chunk of meat, yet before he could even examine it, Luffy's head darted forward as if propelled, his jaws opening wide to take a bite. With the meat firmly clamped between his teeth, his head returned to his body, and he began to chew voraciously. Delicious. Usopp, you've hidden meat from us, Luffy exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight. It seemed all was well. Usopp cautiously took a piece for himself and began to eat, but after only a few chews, he suddenly felt dizzy and a bitter taste filled his mouth. Luffy, why do you have 3 heads? He exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Usopp, you are truly humorous. Luffy chuckled as he finished the meat. He turned to Usopp, saying, Usopp, I want another piece. Is one enough? Yes, Usopp. Usopp. Huh. Usopp, why are there bubbles coming from your mouth? Fang Fan watched this scene in silence, unsure of what to say. The likelihood of poisoning from the meat was merely 2%. And yet Usopp had encountered it. Such misfortune was truly remarkable. However, he had never underestimated Usopp, despite his seemingly unfortunate and despondent demeanor. There were several occasions when this man had turned the tide for the Straw Hat crew during their darkest moments. Ignoring these thoughts, his gaze shifted to another robust stock of leaks. From the playback records, he had observed that Blackbeard Teach, upon entering the dim forest, arrogantly rubbed his hands over the dark pathways, dispatching monsters without even employing any skills, utilizing the powers of his devil fruit. He had not needed to utilize the skills of a fighter, as his experience skyrocketed. Soon, he adapted to this monster slaying and leveling up paradigm, continuously accepting tasks from the Elven defense line, rapidly advancing to level 10. The instant he entered Hedenmer, his characteristic laughter attracted the attention of a nearby passerby. Hee. It seems I've stumbled upon something extraordinary. So many Navy officers are gathered here. If each of them possesses such unique skills, the strength of the Navy will become truly formidable. Would a powerful Navy be tolerated by the world government? Certainly not. The reality is, as the 5 elders reprimanded Akainu, the Navy is merely a dog under the world government's command. A disobedient dog. How could the world government possibly tolerate its existence? To teach. It seemed as if the dog was feasting on the meat laid upon the table, an act that would undoubtedly incite the wrath of its master. He could guarantee that if the 5 elders were to discover that Sengoku was clandestinely training Navy soldiers in this extraordinary skill, it could very well cost Sengoku his position as fleet admiral. Come, let us make some money. Choose one, young adventurer. None of them are empty. Blackbeard was also drawn to the peculiar calls and approached. Selling jars, was it? He glanced at the jar held by the potter, and information about weapon jars flooded his mind instantaneously. Though he held disdain for the use of any weapon, his profession seemed to necessitate one. Thus, he was not averse to drawing forth a weapon to stylishly tuck into his belt. Inside, one could discover various treasures. Choose one, and you shall not be at a loss. The potter continued to entice him, and Blackbeard produced a handful of gold coins, scarcely counting them, and placed them on the box before the fire jar. I wish to open 10. Oh, it seems we have a big spender here. But the amount of gold in your hand is insufficient. The fire jar rubbed its hands together as 10 jars were lined up. Blackbeard did not even blink, emptying all his gold coins. Haha, is this enough? Of course, your jars are ready, the potter responded enthusiastically. Today was indeed fortuitous. He had initially thought it would be yet another day without sales, yet here was someone willing to purchase jars. Ever since he had tricked a man in a white jacket on the West Coast, all young men in white clothing had instinctively retreated 3 paces upon seeing him. Days had passed without a single sale, while his neighbor Kelly had nearly earned enough to act freely. He pondered his own meager earnings. With that thought, he regarded the imposing figure of Blackbeard with increasing admiration. Aha, I shall now open them all. Blackbeard smashed open the first 9 jars in one go, and the original 9 clay jars transformed into 9 spheres of light, each dazzlingly showcasing an array of weapons. You have obtained worn boxing gloves. You have obtained Eastern staff. You have obtained 9 Blackbeard remained unfazed, showing no sign of discontent at the lack of valuable items. Haha, now for the final jar. Let fate decide whether Blackbeard shall don a weapon. With a decisive blow, Teach shattered the barrier, revealing the glimmering weapon within the orb of light. As the final flash illuminated the surroundings, the weapon imprinted itself in Teach's vision. Blood Shadow Claw Type. Claw Level. 20 Rarity. Artifact Durability. 39 Physical Attack Power. 260 Magical Attack Power. 256 Independent Attack Power. 148 Strength. 19 Intelligence. 10 HP Recovery Rate. 5 Attack Speed. 1 Additional Skills. Fighter, Female. Poison Application 1. Fighter, Female. Moon Snatch Flame 2. Fighter, Male. Poison Bottle Toss 1. Fighter, Male. Moon Snatch Flame 2 once. Someone had toyed with me using this cursed hand. Now, I wield it to toy with others daily. Princess of the Stinking Sewer, Paris, he chuckled. To think this is an artifact beneath the epic tier. It seems fate has destined me, Blackbeard, to don such a weapon. He accepted it with satisfaction, carelessly discarding the other broken remnants behind him. As he departed from the pyre, the main street was alive with the hurried footsteps of young adventurers passing by. Among them were a few pirates, but the majority were naval soldiers. They rushed past, yet their conversations revolved around news regarding the Mar Kingdom. Catching the attention of the newly arrived Blackbeard. Does the great Mage Mar truly exist? He pondered. To transform deserts into lush lands. Could this grand sorcerer also be a wielder of a devil fruit? After all, devil fruits and skills are not mutually exclusive. Perhaps he genuinely isolated the sky sea above us through magic. Shouldn't the ocean reside below? Is there truly an ocean above? No. Perhaps there really is an ocean in the sky. I heard from little Dasky, relaying tales from Admiral Smoker to Sherlock, that our skill instructor Kelly fell from the heavens. My heavens, how could one survive such a fall? Fool, have you never entered a weakened state? Those endowed with skills, at least on this island, are immortal. They merely enter a state of weakness at worst. As Blackbeard searched for a tavern, he discreetly gathered snippets of information from those around him. To his astonishment, after wandering back and forth, he could not find a single tavern. I am from the Windfist style. If only my energy could manifest in. Just take a look. The cacophony of greetings faded into the background as he traversed through a magical portal. He could scarcely believe that this town lacked a tavern entirely. Upon turning onto the back street of Hedinmer, he finally spotted a woman clad in a red gown, elegantly holding a goblet, leaning against the doorway. Today, I truly long to indulge in a drink. Her languid voice and captivating allure drew Blackbeard's gaze towards the Moonlight Tavern. So it was here. Striding forward, he pushed open the wooden door and entered. Inside, he glimpsed a couple of pirates, but no naval soldiers were present. The moment he stepped into the Moonlight Tavern, a warm and gentle melody enveloped the space, immersing all within in an atmosphere of serene tranquility, offering unparalleled relaxation. Bang. Bartender, a glass of rum. He slammed his palm on the counter, calling out to the empty liquor cabinet, his voice booming enough to stir the flames in old Mr. Cinda's furnace outside. However, the response came from behind. None available. Bang. Then a glass of Bink's fine wine. None of that either. Soria, swirling her wine glass, suddenly approached Blackbeard. His eyes widened in amazement. Besides the alluring depths of her features, her pointed ears were equally captivating. This is not something a normal person possesses. Hilarious. With those pointed ears, regardless of the drink. Quickly bring forth a glass. Adventurer, let us indulge in a cup of wine. She retrieved a goblet from the counter and poured a glass, handing it over. As Tiki took the glass and drank deeply, a figure suddenly entered through the doorway. Soja, my dear proprietress, do you believe these materials are sufficient for you to brew some new wine? Tiki downed the entire cup in one go, and after setting it down, he gazed in astonishment at the female naval officer beside him. Clad in a naval uniform, she wielded a long sword that shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if it were radiating light. So much? Soja's lips curled into a smile as she received a large batch of Rami flower leaves, wild strawberries, and purple grapes from Dasky. I cannot thank you enough, Dasky. This is my token of appreciation. Dasky, Soja's fondness for you has increased. You have received 10,000 gold coins and a substantial amount of experience. You have obtained Soja's special gift, explosive shells, incendiary bottles, darts, boomerangs, and a frisbee. The young girl was utterly delighted. Others had never bestowed upon Dasky any special gifts. Proprietress Soja, do you require any additional materials? Not at the moment. These berries will suffice for me to concoct beverages for some time. Soja stored the items away. while the ammunition and incendiary bottles she provided made Tiki's heart race with excitement. Goodness, this pointed-eared woman is indeed a hidden arms dealer, selling wine while procuring various munitions. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Should I extend an invitation for her to join my crew? Yet, perhaps it is best not to. The pointed ears suggest she possesses little combat prowess. Inviting her into my burgeoning pirate crew could allow her to craft cocktails for me. Upon reflection, Teach turned his gaze towards Sasha, realizing that the pointed ears held some utility. Meanwhile, Dashki promptly documented the acquisition of this batch of explosive bombs and incendiary bottles, forwarding the information to the Naval Strategic Defense Assurance Bureau. The warring states promptly reviewed the documents. The explosive bomb, a projectile that detonates upon being thrown, causing minimal damage but requiring caution to avoid being thrown back. Do not approach, guardian of the great tree, Rodan. The incendiary bottle, a vessel containing flammable liquid, typically paired with explosive bombs. I desire another billion bottles of Adian. Darts, iron cross-shaped darts with limited lethality. How come we have never utilized these before? 7 million Arad warriors. Frisbee 1, the first generation of Frisbees with negligible damaging capacity. Who turned on the light, blinding my eyes? Miss 1, Kage. It seems prudent to allocate a portion for testing. If deemed suitable for the Navy, then every naval soldier should be equipped with some. Warring states pondered, simultaneously noticing additional information. Who are Rodan and Adian, and what does Miss 1, Carlo, signify? Perhaps within the dungeons, these items could serve some peculiar purpose. Contemplating this, he issued a directive to procure the collection. Report. Enter. Recently, a mysterious tower had emerged on Gaia Island. Although Smog's level had been delayed due to his endeavors in gathering information in Hertenmer, he had ascended to level 16 through his own prowess. Having just emerged from the frosty, gloomy woods, he sped towards the backstreets of Hertenmer on his beloved motorcycle. As he listened to the familiar sound of honking, Sherlock's sturdy frame suddenly trembled. Sherlock, here are the goblin hand bones and tattered scraps you requested. Smog handed over a pile of quest materials, a modest amount of experience, and a paltry sum of gold as a reward, yet his expression remained unchanged. The task of gathering materials is typically undertaken collectively by their naval personnel. However, in order to fulfill Sherlock's assignment, he must personally procure goblin shards and tattered cloth. This endeavor is driven by the potential to enhance Sherlock's favor. Alas, the lengths to which he has gone to elevate the favor of this cunning goblin are considerable. He has traversed the depths of the dungeon numerous times. Yet, the results are inconsistent. Sometimes his efforts yield an increase in favor, while other times, there is no indication of progress. For instance, this occasion yielded no feedback, leaving Smog perplexed. Why is it essential to cultivate favor? Because only through familiarization can vital information be extracted from Sherlock's lips. Thus far, their knowledge of the Duchy of Mao is rather scant. They are aware, for instance, that when in alliance with the Dark Elves, they referred to this region as Bel Mao, meaning the land of the good people. Additionally, it is known that there exists a mysterious Bantu tribe to the north of Hutton Mao, with which the Duchy of Mao seems to have engaged in conflict. These artifacts have always been of great significance during the Warring States period. Once again, I am reminded of the foolishness of my kin. Upon witnessing these relics, I find myself grateful to have arrived in this human settlement. Oh, my foolish highness. If only you could heed Sherlock's counsel and refrain from ruling the goblins with such cruelty, perhaps a magnificent goblin kingdom would flourish throughout Arad. How truly lamentable. Smog gazed at Sherlock with eyes alight, unable to part with the goblin bones and fragments, which he carelessly tossed into the wooden chest behind him. Suddenly feeling a pang of regret, could this old goblin be losing his mind? Another batch of fresh hand bones. So, adventurous smoker, what tidbits of information do you wish to uncover this time? Sherlock rubbed his hands together, knowing that even the slightest morsel of information about the continent of Arad could yield endless piles of shattered bones, a most lucrative endeavor indeed. I seek to learn more about the rulers of the Duchy of Mao. No geographical information this time? As you wish, adventurer. A surge of information swiftly flooded his mind, and Smog began to peruse it meticulously. It turned out, this truly was a nation. The Duchy of Belnau, where the king and queen serve as the heads of state, wielding supreme authority to appoint and dismiss officials, summon, halt, approve laws, and declare war or peace. The current queen is named Scotty Baroya Mal, the most sagacious monarch in the history of the Duchy of Belal. Once the daughter of a wealthy merchant, she later wed the crown prince of the duchy, becoming a princess. after her frail husband ascended to the throne. She governed the nation in his stead. Tragically, her husband passed away shortly after their marriage, but Scotty, with her decisive execution and a blend of firm and gentle political tactics, quickly garnered the support of the nobility who backed her, ultimately securing the throne and becoming the Queen of the Duchy of Belle-Isle. During her reign, her wisdom and compassion garnered her widespread adoration from the people, and she was frequently seen throughout the duchy. Given that Hedemol is the capital of the duchy, why have I yet to see the queen? Smaug suddenly found himself perplexed. The streets were eerily sparse, with only a handful of souls wandering about. Was it not said that there were 800,000 warriors of Arad? How could there be none in Hedemol? Curiosity about the tales of these 800,000 warriors filled him. Years later, when he would reflect on why his own household was in such dire straits while explaining to his grandson, he would recall the doubts of this day. He would fondly stroke his grandson's head and respond, "All questions and answers begin with a girl saved from an explosive individual and a rubber monkey." In the Dark Thunder ruins, the two finally completed their rest. "Luffy, this is the domain of a hidden map's lord. We must be exceedingly cautious," Usopp cautioned gravely. "If we cannot pass through, we shall forfeit our rewards." "Yash, I understand," Luffy replied, picking up his straw hat and placing it firmly upon his head. The duo traversed through the flame-colored magical portal and instantaneously arrived in the Lord's chamber. As they entered, the ghastly cries of zombies echoed ominously. A sea of them loomed before them, an endless tide of terror. "Luffy, this is terrifying." Usopp's cowardice resurfaced, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This is indeed a den of zombies. What perplexes Usopp even more is that both of them have their backs turned towards him. Upon entering, they do not charge at him like the previous zombies did. It is as if the two had not been discovered at all. Luffy's fists collided. What a chance. Ugh. Usopp hurriedly covered Luffy's mouth, but was swiftly shaken off. "Usopp, why are you covering my mouth?" The intense inquiry hung in the air, the atmosphere in the room eerily suspended. The zombies momentarily froze in place. However, this was merely a foreboding of terror. In the next instant, all the zombies that had their backs turned to them ominously pivoted around. The skulls were infused with dark energy, and grotesque flesh hung from their faces, rendering their visages hauntingly horrific. Even though they had encountered many zombies moments before, this sight sent chills down one's spine. Usopp felt a frigid dread enveloping him, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. LL Luffy. Usopp, gripped by fear, clung desperately to the sealed magical door. Trembling as he gestured towards Luffy's back. Look behind you." Nanny?" Luffy, nonchalantly, turned to gaze. The throng of zombies had turned around, suddenly locking onto the two of them, surging forth with frenzied intensity. Several of the zombies charged with a speed akin to a wild boar, limping yet ferociously advancing. "Ah, this is bad." Instinctively, Luffy swung his arm, seizing a branch of a large tree, his body soaring through the air and landing on the tree. That was close. "Ah, Usopp." He suddenly glanced towards the encroaching horde of zombies, where the ravenous ones had swiftly approached. At that critical moment, Usopp recalled his skills, launching an airborne shot that struck the foremost zombie, propelling himself forward, barbecue at the ready. The following zombies surged in a chaotic wave, clawing and biting, yet failing to grasp Usopp's form. "Usopp, I'll pull you up in a moment." Luffy stretched out his arm, but before he could reach Usopp, the zombies had completely engulfed him. "Usopp!" Luffy shouted in terror, just as he believed Usopp would be overwhelmed and perish under the onslaught. The horde of zombies slowly parted. In that place, there was no trace of Usopp. Luffy glanced back and discovered that Usopp, with the agility of a marksman, had deftly maneuvered through the encircling horde of zombies. "Ha ha ha, that is my Usopp," Luffy exclaimed as he leaped down from the tree. Just as he landed, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of the magical gate, startling him. The pursuer had self-destructed. Luffy was thrilled to realize that Usopp had not only charged out, but had also left a trail of devastation behind. Truly, he is a companion I admire. A multitude of zombies collapsed, only to rise again almost immediately. The extensive health bar of a single pursuer was insufficient to inflict any significant damage. Usopp, panting heavily, was on the brink of despair. Had he not thrown all the meat chunks to divert the zombies' attention, he might have been utterly overwhelmed. "Luffy, you see it too, right?" Luffy replied earnestly, "Yes, I see that the first few zombies are moving quite swiftly." Usopp retorted, "You fool. I'm referring to the human girl lying on the ground behind us." "Human girl?" Luffy turned his head and his jaw dropped in astonishment. "Oh, why is there a beautiful female zombie lying on the ground?" Meanwhile, Usopp had drawn out his minigun and commenced a frantic barrage at the horde. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Luffy, listen closely. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. That on the ground is a human girl. Oh, really? Luffy abandoned Usopp and hurried to the side of the girl in the green dress, lifting her up to behold a face that would haunt the dreams of countless warriors. No way. She is not a beautiful zombie. Celia, in a daze, felt someone assist her upright and gradually opened her eyes. After several attempts, a smiling face adorned with a straw hat came into focus. It was the Straw Hat Boy who had saved her. Thank you for your bravery, Celia began. But just as she was lifted, Luffy tossed her aside, and she landed unceremoniously on the grass. Oh no, Usopp is fighting alone. He is in danger. Usopp, I'm coming to help you now. The voice faded into the distance as Celia was left lying on the ground, staring blankly at the dark, ominous sky. Rendered speechless, Celia thought to herself, wait a minute, why is this generation of warriors not as foretold in the prophecy? Usopp, ever the strategist, engaged in a tactical retreat, though the flamethrower and the machine gun managed to fend off a portion of the relentless horde. A greater number of zombies skillfully circumvented the flames and bullets, surging forth from the flanks. When an adversary drew near, Usopp resorted to hurling grenades to send them flying. The moment his special rounds and silver bullets became available, he unleashed them without hesitation. On several occasions, he found himself ensnared and bitten, a consequence of his greed for the silver bullet's devastating impact. His basic attacks could rival the explosive damage inflicted by his pursuers. How vexing. I should have anticipated this. Silver bullets, imbued with holy attributes, inflict significantly heightened damage against the undead. Another volley of silver bullets rained down, and the foremost white zombies succumbed to the assault, ultimately shattering into myriad pieces. 3 black energy spheres rolled forth from the mass of zombies, while Usopp's barbecue remained on cooldown. Gritting his teeth, he approached one of the zombies, driving his knee into it and pinning it beneath his foot. The Milky Way slingshot unleashed another barrage of bullets. The poor fellow still struggled with the pistol, a peculiar sight indeed. At that moment, Luffy charged forward, delivering a powerful rubber cannon blast that sent a ravenous zombie hurtling away from Usopp. Usopp, I'm here to assist. A wave of energy emanated from his palm, striking 3 or 4 zombies and causing their health to recede. Utilizing energy waves and erratic rubber attacks from a distance, he thwarted several hungry zombies from closing in. Seizing the opportunity, Usopp targeted the electrified zombies, unleashing a frenzied output from the machine gun at point-blank range. Despite their fervent efforts, both warriors bore numerous tears in their garments from the zombies' claws. They continuously consumed restorative items, clinging to the meager strength they regained, determined to endure. How strange. Where is the boss? In this final room of the map they had traversed, a boss must surely be present. Yet here, in the hidden realm, suddenly, Usopp recalled the formidable minotaur of the murky forest, the thunderous cane of the ruins, and its neighbor, the poisonous cat king. The shape of a boss was unmistakable. The exquisite lords, Graka's Usada, the fiery Graka, and the frosty dark forest lords, were equally easy to identify. It was as if they wore I am boss on their faces. However, this zombie lord, Luffy, be cautious. The boss may be concealed among the horde. Yosh. Understood, Luffy replied, delivering a knee strike that felled another zombie. Warriors, you cannot hope to vanquish these zombies in this manner. The lively words suddenly reached the ears of Usopp and Luffy. The already recovered Celia stood behind the two. After lying on the ground for quite some time and realizing that her companions had not approached, she quickly got up, for the ground was rather cold. If the bone collector did not appear, we would not even be able to leave a room. Celia observed the two as they relentlessly battled the zombies, simultaneously casting a blessing upon them and explaining, this place was once a sanctuary for the elves, but a great fire caused them to lose their homes. In order to protect the forest of Gran, all the elves sacrificed themselves to restore the ancient magical array of the forest. The bone collector appeared out of nowhere, bringing with him an eerie black mist that began to envelop the area. The remains of the elves were resurrected as zombies by the bone collector. We stand upon the very ground where the elves once prepared the magical array. The bone collector intends to exploit the damaged array to continually revive zombies and create an army of the undead. With a powerful strike, Luffy dispatched several zombies. Yosh. So as long as we can defeat all the zombies, we can get out of here, right, Usopp? Usopp felt as if he could explode with frustration and nearly shouted at Luffy, silencing him with a finger pressed against his lips. Celia, too, regarded the crimson-clad warrior with astonishment. So, After all my explanations, you didn't absorb a single word, did you? Pray tell. How can we find the bone collector and escape this place? Usopp unleashed a pursuer beneath his feet, swiftly kicking a nearby zombie away while skillfully maneuvering to maintain his distance. All you need to do is protect me while I repair the magical array here. And everything will be resolved effortlessly, Celia said with ease. At that moment, Usopp took a closer look at Celia. At first glance, the figure appears to be a girl clad in a green dress. However, she is actually adorned in a green top complemented by red lace and a white skirt. Her well-proportioned legs are straight and rounded, and at her feet, she wears a pair of tawny boots that exude an air of charm. What astonishes him most are the girl's eyes, which shine like two rubies. Red eyes? This leads him to ponder another question. Before their arrival, how did this defenseless girl manage to venture into this place alone? How did she get in? Furthermore, she had fainted on the ground, and curiously, the surrounding zombies merely encircled her without lunging at her. Surely, it cannot be that these zombies refrained from attacking such a lovely young girl. Thus, the truth must be singular. Usopp turned to Celia and asked, "Can you truly restore the magic circle?" Celia's red pupils gleamed with mischief as she replied in her enchanting voice, "Of course, adventurer, as long as you can ensure I am undisturbed by the zombies, especially the grave robbers from the Bone Abyss, I will successfully restore the Grand Magic Circle." Usopp's skepticism had diminished by half. And considering the facts before him and his deductions, it appeared they had no means of escape for the time being. Luffy assumed a fighting stance, his fists meeting. "All right. As long as we knock away all the zombies near the Pretty One, we can get out, right, Usopp?" Usopp, wielding the flamethrower, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Captain." Celia sighed, placing her hand on her forehead in exasperation, saying, "Warrior, my name is Celia Kluman, not Pretty Zombie. While I appreciate the compliment, what on earth is it to refer to a youthful and charming maiden as a pretty zombie?" Luffy, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Then, Celia, please commence the restoration of the magic circle. I assure you that no male zombie will come near you." Celia responded, "So, you still believe I am a female zombie, don't you? Right?" As Luffy and his companion struggled to clear the zombie-infested terrain, the battle in the East Blue gradually approached its conclusion. With the entrance of Carp, the once formidable evil pirates began to suffer a one-sided defeat. The sharpshooters initially showcased their extraordinary skills, followed by the sword-wielding fighters who, supported by the holy practitioners behind them, and in concert with the martial artists and marksmen, secured their footing upon boarding the pirate ship. Utilizing their invincible skills to evade the pirates' widespread assaults, they weathered the aftermath of combat with sheer resilience. Although they were indeed a formidable force within Carp's ranks, possessing commendable combat prowess, they had not yet awakened their vocational skills, which resulted in injuries during the skirmish. Yet now, this assembly of level 17 and level 18 elites, while some bore wounds, had not lost a single soul. Various HP potions rendered them capable of enduring fatal injuries, inducing a state of weakness that was promptly addressed by nearby naval comrades. What once would have resulted in severed limbs had merely slowed the naval force's ability to draw their weapons and engage in combat. With a single dose of potion, they would emerge as men ready to fight anew. Thanks to this extraordinary capability, the Navy found themselves in an inherently invulnerable position. Moreover, those officers who had mastered one or two techniques of the 6 forms exhibited commendable prowess in battle. Their confrontations were documented by the recording snail and sent to the Navy's Strategic Defense Bureau for in-depth analysis. What astonished Carp the most were the naval officers bearing crosses. They could advance to strike fiercely with their crosses, or retreat to heal the wounded and restore their comrades' vitality. The skill known as slow healing had nearly captured Carp's heart. He vowed that even if the cross were to be lost in the future, this slow healing could never be forsaken. Carp, with his arms crossed and his imposing frame firmly planted on the deck, was a formidable sight. The fierce wind rustled, causing his cloak to billow dramatically. The remaining task of apprehending the pirates was gradually transferred to the soldiers stationed at the base. The naval soldiers there gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the Navy of our department? Their combat style is truly formidable. The burly man with the cross on his back charged into the throng of pirates, his fist striking with ferocious intensity, while the cross swung with powerful force. At this moment, how does one don a white coat and rush to the nearby medical station to tend to the wounded? Has the esteemed doctor from headquarters lost his composure? Or have the pirates become too feeble to wield their blades? Truly, what a breathtaking battle it has been. Vice Admiral Garp, Commander Jonathan of the G8 Navy base, adorned in his naval cloak, stood before us. This middle-aged man, with his bushy brows and prominent mustache, has been a close friend of Admiral Akainu for many years. Though he appears easygoing and carefree, his intellect is sharp and he is adept in strategy. Witnessing this extraordinary clash, he recalled a conversation with Akainu from not long ago. The iron curtain of justice shall descend upon the vast seas at the hands of the Navy. At that time, he believed his old friend was merely uttering the usual slogans of justice, but it now seemed there was a deeper meaning behind those words. Ha ha ha, Jonathan. This is the Adventurer Navy. Are you envious? Garp, beneath his cap, humorously pinched his nostrils. I've heard that the strength of the Adventurer Navy is derived from their invitations. Indeed, look closely. This. Garp produced his invitation from his pocket and graciously extended it. This particular invitation, known as the Adventurer's Invitation, grants access to an island called Grand Forest. Garp revealed nothing hidden, for according to Sengoku's plan, everyone would eventually have their opportunity. He also shared some insights regarding Huttenmal, when suddenly, someone approached from behind. Vice Admiral Garp, a call from Admiral Sengoku. The aide arrived, clutching a snail phone, which Garp accepted with a booming voice. Moshi Moshi, Sengoku. Garp, I have received your battle report. You are now to prepare to undertake the tasks of the other Vice Admirals navigating the Sky Island route. And remember to investigate the situation at Gaia Island. The details will be transmitted shortly. Sengoku paused. If you encounter Fang Fan, please convey a message for me. The Navy wishes to discuss a business matter with him. As the call concluded, Jonathan smiled at Garp. What a splendid assignment, Vice Admiral Garp. You shall have the opportunity to explore the scenery. Garp laughed heartily. You rascal, had it not been for you and Jessica insisting on remaining at this base, the headquarters might have been willing to keep you here. Garp's gaze then shifted towards the distant Marineford. You are aware of the new department at headquarters, the Navy Strategic Defense Support Bureau? They are in dire need of personnel. Hina has been lamenting to me about handling all the documents and materials alone, hardly affording herself a moment's respite. Indeed, she is a busy bee. Jonathan lamented that one of the three admirals languished in lethargy. Another was slothful and prone to slumber, and as for his dear friend, regardless of whether it was Sengoku, Tsuru, or Garp, the ages of these three admirals were evident. The undeniable reality of the Navy's generational gap was a predicament they could not evade. The younger generation seemed devoid of individuals with monstrous potential. Garp had long recognized this truth, diligently training Luffy in the ways of a Navy soldier from a young age. Were it not for Shanks intervening, perhaps the strongest Marine, the Straw Hat Rear Admiral, would have been born. What? Why not an admiral? The bloody lesson from Black's rescue of his mother warns us. Some seemingly unremarkable mid-ranking officers may very well represent the pinnacle of combat prowess. The fists of the monkey family have never adhered to reason. When discussing combat strength, Garp once remarked during the Marineford War to Sengoku, if you keep me like this, I fear I may not restrain myself and end up eliminating Akainu. The heroic Garp of the Navy forged his reputation through sheer physical might. His strength may not be ostentatious, yet he undoubtedly stands among the elite. You mentioned that an invitation can induce an extraordinary state within a person. Why not allow Tsuru to activate an invitation as well? Surely, the headquarters would not be lacking in such a token. Upon hearing this, Garp burst into laughter. Of course the headquarters is lacking, but Tsuru-chan didn't draw the lucky lot. Jonathan understood Garp's implication all too well. Sengoku even contemplated having Tsuru activate her position first, but she shot him a disapproving glance. Want to take away my vacation? Not a chance. In Marineford, at the Marine Instructor's office, Sengoku sent over the naval combat records from this operation, and upon reviewing them, Zephyr found himself deep in thought. After a while, he summoned his beloved students. Unpossessed long, ocean blue curls, dazzling eyes, and legs that seemed to defy nature. Ryoso sported an impressive topknot, robust as an ox. A quintessential tough guy appearance within the Navy. Binz, adorned with a red headband, was clad in form-fitting leggings and sleeves, his physique resembling that of a red-legged wasp. Teacher. They greeted in unison, as Zephyr adjusted his inverted triangular black glasses, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing that Zephyr was in good spirits, the trio felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. Now, take a look. As instructors within the Navy, share your thoughts on those adventurous Marines under Garp's command. He had misplaced a document, and the three exchanged glances. Ryoso approached the desk and picked up a file, immersing himself in its contents. In the desolate realm of Dark Thunder, the magical aura emanating from Celia began to influence the surrounding zombies. A blue magic circle materialized around her. At that moment, A suffocating aura of darkness surged, causing Luffy and his companion to feel the hairs on their arms stand on end, a chill sweeping over their bodies. How cold it is! Usopp exclaimed, unable to restrain himself from rubbing his arms, only to be struck by an energy orb from a nearby zombie, plunging him into darkness. Hastily, he consumed a vial of blindness-repelling potion. Luffy, be cautious and avoid the zombie's magical orbs. No sooner had he spoken than a zombie with unkempt hair caught Usopp's attention. Unlike the others, this particular zombie remained unfazed by the battle provocation from Luffy and his friend. The zombie clad in white approached, an icy chill enveloping the air. The temperature plummeted once more. Luffy and Usopp, one channeling a wave of energy, the other wielding a flamethrower, were jolted by the ominous text appearing above the lengthy health bar. The Zombie King, Bone Prison. Beneath Bone Prison, a blue crystalline ring materialized at his feet. And as he advanced rapidly, an invisible aura of coldness surged forth. Before Luffy could react, he was transformed into a solid block of ice. Luffy! Usopp cried out, maneuvering the flamethrower towards Luffy's icy form. Yet, every 2 seconds, the flames extinguished. The cooldown phase had arrived. With a low growl, Bone Prison summoned the surrounding zombies, who echoed his roar and surged toward the ethereal figure suspended in midair, as if compelled by the Zombie King's command. In a crucial moment, Usopp's pursuing robot, seemingly guided by an unseen hand, toppled over toward Luffy. With a resounding crash, Luffy broke free from his icy prison. His reflexes were remarkably swift. He crossed his palms, exclaiming, "Elastic rubber zombie net." His hands descended like a fisherman's net, ensnaring a multitude of approaching Syria's unsuccessful zombies. "Well done, Luffy," Usopp cheered. With a vigorous motion, Luffy flung the captured zombies far away, understanding that they needed to immobilize the zombies to effectively utilize their skills. They paid close attention to the special effects of their abilities. Usopp executed a swift kick to repel, while Luffy utilized blinding sand and rigid kicks. Their teamwork proved effective, preventing Bone Prison from breaking through their defenses. Seizing the opportunity presented by Bone Prison's temporary blindness, Luffy's arms extended wildly. Twisting and entangling, he shouted, "Elastic rubber rocket cannon." The rapid rotation of his arms, combined with the elasticity of rubber, sent Bone Prison hurtling to the edge of the room. At that moment, Syria's magical incantation reached a critical juncture. Bone Prison was sent crashing again, his roars intensifying. It seemed he realized that if he did not unleash his full strength now, he would have no chance left. His growl escalated from low to ferocious, as if a switch had been flipped within the zombies, causing them to tremble with anticipation. In the next instant, all the zombies, akin to having imbibed a red potion from the neighboring Snowman brothers, became remarkably agile. At Bone Prison's command, the entire room of zombies erupted into a frenzied charge, rushing forth once more. This was perilous. Previously, the pace was unhurried, and through the means of cooling, skills could be alternately utilized to repel the advancing zombies. Yet at this moment, hordes of the undead surged forth with lightning speed, and Usopp envisioned his own body being torn asunder by them. Time seemed to suspend, stretching infinitely. He recalled a past encounter, when he was relentlessly pursued by a colossal boar. That night, his disheveled form was a sight to behold. How could a great warrior of the seas allow himself to be distracted at such a critical juncture? He resolutely vowed that they must not break through. Usopp's inner cosmos of determination ignited, a blazing fire enveloping his entire being. Just as he prepared to embrace his fate with composure, Luffy's arm wrapped around Usopp's waist. Another encircling the slender form of Celia, his head darting forward, his neck grotesquely elongated. Luffy's voice resonated through the air. "Stretchable rubber man, flying vehicle." Luffy intended to grasp a branch with his teeth while pulling both of them aloft. The ingenious monkey D. Luffy sank his teeth into the branch, his jaw locking around it, ready to haul Usopp and Celia to safety. However, Celia, ensconced within a magical circle while chanting her spell, found her form immovable under Luffy's frantic pull. Despite Luffy's fierce grip on the branch, the bark began to splinter under the force of his bite. Soon, the elasticity of rubber caused Usopp to be drawn upwards, yet Luffy's other hand struggled to budge Celia. "Usopp, you weigh more than an elephant. I can't lift her." Celia's incantation faltered momentarily, but fortunately, she regained her composure, the essence of her magic intensifying. In this moment, Usopp had just been pulled onto a branch, and the poor tool tree could no longer bear the weight of its age, collapsing under the strain. The once sturdy trunk disintegrated into splinters in Luffy's mouth, leaving him without a place to brace himself, and he was perilously close to falling. The human cart was on the verge of toppling. Below, The zombies were inching closer to Celia's ankle. Should any one of them make contact, her incantation would be abruptly interrupted. This was dire. Luffy's eyes widened in alarm as he realized a zombie was about to succeed. In a moment of desperation, he stretched his arms upwards, wrapping around the thick branch, while his legs extended downwards, ensnaring Celia's waist, like ropes binding tightly. He shouted, stretching rubber drag. Once again, Luffy's makeshift vehicle roared to life as he grasped the branch with all his might, pulling with all his strength, legs entwined around her waist. This time, he exerted every ounce of his power. Celia had been focused on her incantation to restore the magical array, nearing completion, when suddenly she felt a constriction around her waist. A tremendous force tightening around her, making her waist shrink by half. Fortunately, Celia was no ordinary human beauty. Otherwise, Luffy's intervention could have concluded the story prematurely. The instant her legs were tightly wrapped, her incantation was abruptly interrupted. The power of the magic array dissipated, and she felt as light as a leaf. Luffy having pulled her through the air. Riding on Luffy's express, she found herself back on the branch. Calm. Our rod is so beautiful, yet I am so irritable. This is not good. Celia Crewman, the beloved and gentle girl in the hearts of Arad's warriors, was striving to maintain her sweet and innocent facade. With her melodic voice, she smiled and said, Adventurer, I asked you to keep the zombies away from me. If they come close, it will disturb my restoration of the magical array. What about you? A foreboding sensation welled up within Usopp as he sensed an impending quarrel between the two. The bone prison was still observing from below. Upon hearing Celia's words, Luffy paused momentarily before responding with utmost seriousness. Indeed, you see, I haven't let the zombies near you. Luffy scratched his head bashfully, appearing nonchalant as if to say, no need to thank me. Celia, suddenly recalling Luffy's earlier promise of not allowing zombies to approach, questioned, So? You took me away from the magic array? How am I supposed to restore the magical array now, brave warrior? A sense of exhaustion washed over her as she lamented, not long ago. A simple request for 2 goblins from Goj would have summoned countless warriors eager to fight for her. Yet now, she found herself not only toiling but also rendered speechless by the adventurer's antics. In this generation of adventurers, one cannot help but ponder the perplexing circumstances. Among those sharing this sentiment, there exists another soul, who, unlike the bewildered Belia, bears a hint of realization. The skeletal figure among the zombies lifts its gaze. Its hollow black sockets fixated on the silhouette of Luffy above. High-level assistants often manifest in the most unassuming manners. After a flurry of activity, the young man, who lacks magical prowess, ingeniously devises a means to thwart the sorcerer's efforts, halting the restoration of the magic circle. It seems he was misjudged. This seemingly unmagical human is, in fact, an ally. Following a brief exchange, Sengoku gazes upon the photograph of the Sky City laid before him. The Navy's envoy has reported, a repulsive force emanates from the Sky City, rendering it inaccessible. Beside it lies a distant photograph capturing a colossal whale, upon which stands a young man. Fang Fan's origins remain shrouded in mystery, yet he wields such extraordinary power. Clearly, further engagement with the nation of Belmar and Fang Fan is imperative. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Sengoku's office bursts open as Zephyr strides in, accompanied by his 3 esteemed disciples. Sengoku regards Zephyr with curiosity. What brings you here? Zephyr, with his flamboyant purple hair gleaming and a robust demeanor, enters with a smile, taking a seat and producing a document from his cloak. It bears the title, Analysis and Exploration of Adventurer Navy Skills, Recommendations for Seamless Skill Integration. Behind him stand Ryoso, Benzi, and Ein. Zephyr tosses the document onto Sengoku's desk, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Zephyr, extend an invitation. Navy documents are always succinct and to the point. As Sengoku scans the succinct contents of the skill analysis report, he arrives at the concluding proposals. It outlines specific skill combinations for various professions, such as the demon swordsman's upward thrust followed by a flurry of slashes and culminating in the cross slash, demon slash, and earthquake wave sword. Each profession is prominently listed, although the skill connections are concise. The identification of such numerous skill combinations from existing abilities already signifies a level of expertise. Furthermore, it presents collaborative combinations between 2 professions, such as the Holy Knight's synergizing with the sharpshooter's floating bullet, allowing foes to experience the delight of weightlessness in midair. Zephyr even suggests categorizing these skills into types, such as control skills and offensive skills. There are also multi-skill collaborations, When the demon swordsman employs his wave slash to control foes, the martial artist's energy wave, the sharpshooter's mechanized gun, and the Holy Knight's demon hand all converge upon the enemy simultaneously. This collaborative skill set has been validated in Carp's recent battle. One can only commend the esteemed commander of the Navy. The synergy and connection between the skills, if the naval soldiers can accurately seize the opportune moment, will herald the swift demise of countless pirate minions. This is an analytical exploration of the skill levels of adventurers and naval soldiers, which alone has the potential to elevate the combat prowess of the naval ranks to a terrifying degree. In the battles among pirates, it is a clash of soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, where the lower-tiered fighters are often sidelined. The disparity between the lower and upper echelons is akin to the difference between paradise and the New World. However, this gap is gradually narrowing. If the lower-tier soldiers can coordinate effectively, they may earn the right to survive amidst the confrontations of the strong. With time, as they continue to enhance their abilities, the notion that many ants could bring down an elephant is not entirely implausible. The officer-level adventurers have already mastered one or two techniques from the 6 styles. If the skills of the lower-tier soldiers require quantitative enhancement to bolster the overall strength of the Navy, then the skill integration at the officer level represents a qualitative transformation. It is well understood among the seafarers that the Navy's dominion over the vast seas is partly due to its monopoly on the 6 styles. The offensive techniques of the gale foot and the finger pistol, the defensive maneuvers of paper drawing and iron block, the movement techniques of shave and moonwalk. Zephyr has specifically noted that officers who have mastered shave and moonwalk possess greater potential when executing their skills. While executing the moonwalk, they can simultaneously draw a machine gun or a crossbow, unleashing a rain of silver blades from above. The effect of the silver blades will be striking, generating a tremendous shockwave. To exaggerate, if your moonwalk is sufficiently proficient, the falling phoenix hammer could descend with the force of a nuclear bomb. Coupled with the high-speed movement of shave, advancing into the enemy's rear, the techniques such as the split wave slash, barbecue, or knee strike become formidable skills that are difficult for even the top-tier warriors to counter in their first encounter. Zephyr provided numerous examples, and Sengoku observed intently. After the presentation, he turned to Zephyr. "Do you wish to activate an invitation?" Noticing the 3 individuals standing behind him, he added, "For them, including myself. You know their potential is fairly decent." Sengoku deliberated for a moment, recognizing the significance of this research report. Zephyr first presented him with the document before proposing his condition. Setting aside the fact that he is the chief instructor, the analysis and summary alone could be worth several invitation letters. Yet, currently, the resources are scarce. At present, only one invitation remains, which was originally intended for Commander Crane's activation. Zephyr was somewhat surprised to learn that there was indeed only one. Was it not said that Sengoku had a collaboration in place? Sengoku replied with resignation. "There is really only one. The others have all been activated. So you need to consider whom among the 3 should receive it." Zephyr fixed his gaze on Sengoku for a moment. One invitation would suffice. And as for whom it should go to, he smiled and turned to the 3 individuals behind him. "Zayuza, do you desire this adventurer's invitation?" "Zephyr-sensei, I truly wish for it. Will you grant it to me?" Shiozua felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he was the student most cherished by his teacher. "So happy?" "Teacher Zayuza, of course, I am delighted. You are getting ahead of yourself. I intend to activate this invitation myself." Shiozua fell silent. Benzi and Ein puffed their cheeks, managing to suppress their laughter. Sengoku looked at Zayuza in bewilderment, realizing that a familial drama was unfolding between the teacher and his students right before him. However, he refrained from commenting, as he initially believed that all 4 of them would benefit from it. Instead, he found himself somewhat astonished. Is this truly the Zephyr he once knew? Has he taken to jesting? As a young lady, Ein too has sensed the transformation within her manner. Ever since Edward Weevil's assault on the naval training vessel, Zephyr has been engulfed in guilt, remorse, and regret. That incident looms over him like an ominous shadow, creating an enduring pall over their teacher-student relationship. Since then, Zephyr has preferred silence, his demeanor becoming increasingly despondent and lackluster. If the original narrative were to unfold, it would be expected for Zephyr to establish a new navy, transforming from a pacifist admiral into a pirate bent on world destruction. However, perhaps witnessing the resurgence of the Navy has rekindled a flicker of fighting spirit within him. As Ein gazes at Zephyr's silhouette seated before her, an indescribable joy wells up within her heart. "Teacher Zephyr, I shall undoubtedly follow in your footsteps. The invitation for adventure awaits me." On the Grand Line, at Baldiago Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, A special envelope was delivered to the reception area a few days later. Clara arrived to retrieve the message. There was a letter addressed to Sabo, personally. Clutching the letter, she approached the office of the Revolutionary Army headquarters and pushed the door open. Mr. Sabo, the leader has sent you a letter. Clara raised the letter in her hand, her large, bright eyes shining with excitement, her adorable short hair standing out amidst a throng of burly men. Sabo looked up. A letter from the leader? Where has it come from? Clara glanced at the return address. East Blue. Sabo paused in his task, taking the letter and beginning to read. He quickly picked up a recent newspaper, murmuring to himself, East Blue, is it this invitation bears incredible power, devoid of side effects. Arranging for a comrade to activate the invitation and set foot upon an extraordinary island. These are the original words of the leader. His judgment is still trustworthy. However, arranging someone to activate the invitation's power is beyond his capability. The 4 captains are currently engaged in missions outside, making it difficult to recall them. Sabo surveyed the entire office, and after a week of observation, it seemed that none were suitable. Sabo-kun, did the leader say anything? Sabo fixed his gaze on Keela for a moment, remaining silent. What is wrong, Sabo? Do I have something on my face? Keela, puffing her cheeks, touched her face, prompting Sabo to chuckle. You're still laughing. Keela pinched Sabo's cheek, exasperated. Sabo hastily clarified, there is a mysterious invitation, and I wish to assign you this task. Is that so? Sabo mentioned the East Sea in the invitation. Keela took the invitation, and the activation prompt echoed directly in her mind. Sabo, are you certain you want me to go? Keela squeezed his face even harder in her frustration. After all the trouble I went through to be by your side, now you want me to undertake a mission. You big oaf. You big oaf. You big oaf. Important matters should be repeated thrice. Sabo, feeling somewhat apologetic, rubbed his face. Alas, there truly is no one else available, and Hack must train the soldiers. Keela understood that plans often falter in the face of change. What more could she say? Yes, you have learned the skill Heaven Strike and the magical Star Bullet. You have awakened the talent skill, Contract Summon, Mecha Heater. Keela's expression turned from confusion to excitement as more information flooded her mind. Sabo-kun, it seems I have learned something extraordinary. In the Dark Thunder ruins, the power of the magic circle was about to be activated, and the rushing zombies were charging forward. Now, as the magic circle's power dissipated, they suddenly found themselves unable to halt, piling upon one another in chaotic layers. Bone Prison, however, paid no mind to this. He looked up at the 3 individuals in the tree. Logically, if he had not disrupted the restoration of the magic circle, the zombies would have overwhelmed and torn apart the adventurers, or the adventurers would have repaired the magic circle, allowing him to clock out. What on earth was happening now? Furthermore, are you going to repair it or not? The zombies are getting anxious. What should we do? We can't just stay here indefinitely. Usopp felt a twinge of worry. What if they truly couldn't find a way out? Would he have to endure the days of survival among the withered trees alongside the captain and the beautiful girl? Celia was also growing anxious. The hidden map's first exploration had hit a snag here. If someone was in this map, others would be unable to enter this dungeon. Days had passed, and she was filled with anxiety as she gazed upon the throngs of zombies below, each capable of shattering her magic with a mere swipe. She found herself at a loss, although lying on the ground would render her safe from their grasp. The restoration of the magic circle would be thwarted by the relentless undead. Without the ability to mend the magic circle, her escape from this predicament was impossible. How she longed for the comfort of her Gran Zhi home, bright and spacious, filled with so many thoughtful warriors, each possessing a melodious voice and remarkable talents. Luffy turned to Celia and inquired, Hey, can't you restore the magic circle? Continue your work. The zombies below cannot reach you. Just as Celia was about to respond that she could not, for the restoration spell could not be interrupted. A thought struck her as she glanced at the bone pit below, and then at Luffy. Indeed, who decreed that the incantation for restoration must occur on the ground? The air was a viable option as well. Furthermore, it was entirely impervious to interruption. With this realization, Celia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Adventurers, could you elevate me into the air? As long as I can chant the restoration spell above the magic circle, it can be done from above. In the air? Usopp instinctively thought of various methods to keep someone airborne. Knee bumps, levitating shots, and barbecue. However, none of them offered lasting solutions. Luffy scratched his cheek, surveying the surroundings. When suddenly, inspiration struck. I've got it. Celia's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched Luffy leap from the branch. During his descent, he took a deep breath, inflating his abdomen like a balloon. With the flexibility of a rubber balloon, He extended his arms to grasp the branches, his legs similarly elongating to wrap around them. He transformed into a springy mass, his stomach resembling that of a soccer ball, while his limbs coiled around the branches. The side of his puffed cheeks appeared rather comical. Yua, hurry and push her up. Celia's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the scene unfolding before her. This iteration of the warriors is indeed rather unique. However, how on earth can I descend? Usopp approached Saria and cautioned her, be careful. I shall assist you in getting down. With a powerful knee thrust, he propelled Saria into the air, where she soared gracefully from the branches, catching a floating orb that carried her forward for a brief moment. Saria, filled with trepidation, gazed at Usopp and exclaimed, Warrior, is this what you call assistance? As she noticed him preparing to draw his machine gun, Saria decisively tilted her body, subtly using the momentum to propel herself. She traced a flawless arc through the air, landing securely upon Luffy's abdomen. Once she steadied herself, she immediately began to chant a restoration spell. These two faces, Celia, have etched into my memory. Meanwhile, the bone abyss below suddenly appeared bewildered. What sort of sorcery is this? Can the magic array truly be repaired in such a manner? As the incantation to restore the magic array was activated, the horde of zombies seemed to be reinvigorated, moving restlessly back and forth in place. The zombies pondered, where is the one who repairs the magic array? Below, the zombies clawed and gnawed at the air, while the power emanating from the magic array grew ever more potent. The bone abyss was at a loss. Such a sophisticated operation is truly beyond their reach. A mysterious circular tower has emerged on Gaia Island, soaring into the clouds, seemingly endless. Its pale blue sheen is accentuated by a series of arched doors tightly sealed on each level, presenting an oddly enchanting sight. The onlookers outside are utterly oblivious to the wonders hidden within, and the crowd surrounding the tower grows ever larger. Some speculate that the legends of the Sky Island are indeed true, suggesting that this is the gateway to such a realm. Others propose that the tower has risen from the sea, a remnant expelled by some colossal sea deity. Surely, treasures must be concealed within. Numerous pirates have begun their quest to discover a means of entry into the tower, igniting a fervor across Gaia Island. Attempts have been made to bombard it with cannons. Yet no signs of any damage remain. What sensational news this is. The newsbird Morgans has flown in personally, his camera clicking incessantly. First, a mysterious island appeared in the east blue, and now another on Gaia Island. There must be a connection between the two. It must be the handiwork of that formidable figure behind Gran Zhi. One wonders if the Navy will place a bounty on him. This news is bound to create another stir. Who might ascend this tower? Ha ha ha. What headline should I use? The reappearance of mystery, the tower that reaches the sky. That title would be splendid. Morgans eagerly predicts that this time, the news will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Meanwhile, in the divine realm of the Sky Island, Appiato. For centuries ago, it was originally part of Gaia Island's land of gold. Due to a cataclysmic upsurge of ocean currents, it was thrust into the White Sea, becoming a sacred island. The so-called Land of Gold is the lost ancient civilization of Mont Dora, which vanished 800 years ago. Today, this place is forbidden to commoners. A sanctuary for the divine, referred to as the Holy Realm. From the moment the Sky City emerged, the god Enlil sensed the commotion. After his subordinates reported their inability to approach amidst the futile thunderous strikes, he personally ventured forth to investigate. The tower rises majestically into the heavens, and even from its pinnacle, one cannot discern the terminus of the cylindrical structure. Is this truly the power of humanity? Upon realizing that he could not contend with the tower himself, he commanded everyone to keep their distance. The emergence of this circular tower, could it potentially disrupt the construction progress of one's arc phrases? Enlil languidly reclined within his temple, his gaze fixed upon the sky tower. Suddenly, his heart's network sensed the approach of several warriors from Skypiea. The battle demon Weber, shouldering a lengthy and blazing cannon, sped forth, trailing a tempestuous cloud. Behind him, the long-haired Lachi, her tresses dancing in the wind, cautioned. Weber, Aisha mentioned that even the deity Enlil merely glanced at this tower before departing. Our presence here may serve no purpose. Aisha, the little girl among the Scythian warriors, endowed with formidable observation haki since birth. Weber's expression turned grave. I am aware. Yet witnessing this matter firsthand is imperative. After examining the surroundings, they discovered they could not inch closer, nor discern anything noteworthy. The descendant of the great warrior Karl Glara. The battle demon Weber. Who is he? The battle demon steadied his blazing cannon, instantly on high alert. There is no need for tension. I harbor no ill intentions. The sky tower, a sudden archway swung open, and Fang Fan emerged from within. He surveyed this rugged band of warriors, each wielding heavy weaponry akin to rocket launchers, and a smile blossomed within him. A cadre of naturally powerful fighters, indeed a promising harvest. Fang Fan felt a sense of camaraderie towards these heavily armed warriors. Do you wish to enter this tower? The battle demon Weber furrowed his brow, the tattoos at the corners of his eyes amplifying his warrior aura. Do you know me? I am certainly acquainted with you. The man who has defied numerous lightning strikes and emerged unscathed. The genetic makeup of individuals in the pirate world is indeed remarkably extraordinary. Ordinary people, as long as they do not suffer the loss of limbs, can miraculously heal. To my recollection, aside from Zephyr, who lost an arm, and Zephyr, who sacrificed a leg, there are no other individuals with disabilities among the vast multitude of pirates. The sheer number of pirates makes it implausible for simple medicinal bandaging to facilitate such rapid recovery. Not every ship is equipped with a talking reindeer possessing medical knowledge. The only plausible explanation lies within the unique food chain of the pirate world. Whether it is the meat of colossal sea kings or ordinary meats, the nutrients provided to individuals are typically stored within the human body, while not immediately apparent. They become distinctly noticeable during and after battles. In the original work, Usopp and Zoro sustained injuries that nearly rendered them incapacitated, yet with mere application of medicine and bandaging, they managed to endure. Luffy's recuperation relies heavily on medical intervention to regain his breath, with the remainder dependent on his voracious consumption of meat. Otherwise, it would be difficult to account for the astounding regenerative abilities exhibited by each pirate. Fang Fan speculates that the systems binding to the pirate world may be attributed to certain underlying reasons. The war demon Weber observes the newcomer, his burning cannon poised for action. There is no need for such tension. If I truly intended to strike, not only would you be powerless, but even that thunder-wielding individual, the so-called god Enel you speak of, would not stand a chance against me. Enel, a formidable character who ruthlessly dismantled his advantageous hand of 2 kings and 4 twos. That lad, if I may say, merely schemes the surface of the lightning fruit's potential, employing electricity, heat, and a lackluster form of martial arts, devoid of any understanding of hockey. The only technique that could be considered a development of the fruit is the Raijin. Other techniques, such as the so-called thunder metallurgy, are a convoluted matter. The magnetic induction of lightning and its immense power have gone entirely untapped. The mere mention of Enel prompts Fang Fan to ramble on endlessly. The storyline in the Sky Island arc of the pirates is exceptionally engaging, although Enel's defeat can be attributed to Luffy's protagonist aura. However, it is also closely tied to his arrogant personality. With the mightiest fruit in his possession, clad in ostentatious attire, he embodies the essence of a delinquent, indulging in a delusional self-identity. The realization that rubber can insulate against lightning must have been shocking enough to make his eyes bulge. This is not unlike a child brandishing an AK-47 in front of a group of adults, reveling in their own bravado, while harboring unrealistic dreams of lunar voyages. Indeed, while pirates should possess dreams, they ought not to indulge in fantasies. As Fang Fan uttered these words, the battle-hardened Weber and Riki immediately heightened their vigilance. Riki promptly warned, "Weber, step back. Divine retribution is imminent." Before she could finish her warning, a thunderous crash reverberated through the sky as a brilliant white lightning bolt descended upon Fang Fan, akin to a heavenly punishment. The terrifying lightning unleashed an unearthly radiance, forcing Riki and Weber to shield their eyes while retreating. I almost overlooked the fact that your haki, or rather, your observation haki, enveloped the entirety of Skypiea. Fang Fan squinted, his gaze fixed on the luminous flash of lightning. The towering figure of Enel materialized, his elongated earlobes cascading down to his shoulders, adorned with square-shaped golden earrings. His head was wrapped in a scarf, concealing his light-colored hair, which, upon removal of the scarf, revealed a rather matronly hairstyle. Although he belonged to the Burka tribe, he possessed no wings. Instead, he bore a large taiko drum upon his back. To exude the appearance of a deity, he donned golden bracelets and anklets, with gold rings adorning his big toes, preferring to walk barefoot. To dare speak ill of the divine behind his back, Enel lounged lazily atop a tree, appearing as though he had just awakened, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. By the way, did you construct this towering edifice? Fang Fan remained silent. Is it not unbecoming for a child to be so arrogant? Most likely, such hubris arises from idle time. What should be done? A good thrashing ought to suffice. With a swift transition to his stainless steel abilities, he closed his eyes. Do you dare strike me with lightning? You may be electricity, you may be light, but today, I shall demonstrate that I am the one true myth. The intent to kill surged forth. Fang Fan's demeanor transformed dramatically, as a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted around him, akin to blades and swords slicing through the air, impacting the surroundings. The fierce winds howled, causing the blades of grass to sway violently. Like the release of Conqueror's Haki, a tempest of thunderous energy enveloped him, sweeping away all in its path. As Fang Fan's presence became truly unparalleled, while it is true that abilities may only be employed up to a certain level, the power within Fang Fan was undeniably that of a true Third Awakening. NLS's previously languid expression abruptly solidified as his observation Haki detected the extraordinary energy pulsating within Fang Fan. This surge of power rendered the lightning within him uncontrollable. Contemplating the mysterious origins of his opponent, he surmised that their strength was extraordinary. Swiftly, he drew his weapon to engage, simultaneously unleashing his most formidable technique, the Thunder God. Enveloping himself in crackling lightning, Enel's form swelled, resembling a deity of thunder, his hair dancing like lively bolts of electricity, surrounded by a radiant aura of lightning. The thunder roamed around him like serpentine dragons, its brilliance dazzling and resplendent. Nearby, the intense luminescence engulfed the surroundings, the thunder blindingly bright. The war demons, Luffy and his companion, hastily shielded their eyes, while Fang Fan smirked, crookedly remarking, "So, you are the Thunder God, are you?" Darkwave Eye. Suddenly, a shroud of darkness enveloped the majority of the Sky Island, an endless void descending, causing the trees and grass to vanish from sight. In this peculiar setting, the onlookers could only see one another. Despite the pervasive darkness, their forms remained visible to each other, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Enel's vigilance heightened, while Luffy stood in utter astonishment, unable to restrain his exclamation, "Is this truly a power that a human can possess?" Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Fang Fan brandished a short sword, executing rapid slashes. His strikes were as swift as the wind and as electric as lightning, resembling the lethal arc of a sword's edge, while the lightning will surge forward, seeking to devour Enel. The newly transformed Thunder God unleashed a staggering 100 million volts, and Fang Fan could not withstand it. As the ruler of thunder, how could he possibly be harmed by lightning, allowing Enel's electric assault to wash over him? His lightning wings unfurled behind him, flapping with the swiftness of the wind and the fervor of fire. On the ground, the lightning erupted like a thunderclap. In front of him, the electric light slashed horizontally with each swing. The rapid flashes produced by his strikes moved so swiftly that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Stainless steel? You don't even call me Brother Thunder Emperor. Everything transpired in an instant, a whirlwind of wind, thunder, and fire, with lightning illuminating the scene. Initially, one could still glimpse the flickering wheel and the flapping wings of electricity. Ultimately, the dazzling display of lightning became overwhelming, rendering the onlookers unable to keep pace, as they could only observe the wheel rolling and spinning, relentlessly pursuing Enel. In sheer terror, he cried out, "How can this be?" Before he could even activate his elemental transformation, he found himself ensnared by a circle of white light, the crackling sound of electricity reverberating throughout the dark shroud. The unmatched wave continued to draw him in, leaving Enel unable to break free. Just as the sensation of being trapped began to dissipate, his entire body was suddenly seized by an overwhelming force. In the midst of it all, a circular array of purple-black emerged, slowly rising with Fang Fan at its center. The immovable king formation. The deep purple flame orbs ascended, pulling Enel's entire thunderous form into the air. The flame orb spun violently, causing Enel's eyes to bulge and blood to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Nearby, Weber's gaze was intensely fixed, his spirit ignited by the fierce battle between Fang Fan and the others. With a stern expression, he seemed eager for everyone to recognize him as an emotionless warrior. However, as Fang Fan executed his mesmerizing technique, rendering Enel utterly defenseless, Weber could no longer maintain his composure. He was fully aware of Enel's formidable power, having witnessed it firsthand. Yet, the enigmatic young man was so skillful that Enel appeared almost unrecognizable. Meanwhile, the narrator, Luffy, felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that the Sky Island was on the verge of welcoming a new ruler, one even more powerful than before? In the East Sea, life was treating Buggy and his crew, including Alrita, quite well as they confidently returned to Hertenmer. After days of exploration, they had become acquainted with most of the Hertenmer residents. Recently, they had visited the Wind Chime Arena, where although their subordinates were ultimately defeated, they had witnessed the impressive prowess of the skills displayed. Combos, counterattacks, and invincible moves, each executed with deadly precision. Having recognized the strength of these skills, They sought information on ways to enhance their equipment. You must advance into the dungeons. Your levels are too low, they were advised. Indeed, Captain Alrita. We will surely gather more gold coins. Wishing you and Captain Buggy success in strengthening your weapons. Among this group, the highest-ranked individuals were naturally Baki and Yalada. Both at level 17, capable of easily transitioning to a new class. The rest were mostly around levels 12 and 13. Upon Yalada's command, everyone dispersed to delve into the dungeons and slay monsters. Yalada and Baki, however, made their way to the enhancement station where Kelly awaited them. "Ah, warrior. Are you here to enhance your equipment as well?" Kelly greeted them with a cheerful smile, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the abundant gold beckoning her. "Enhance my pistol," Baki declared, producing his Jennings J22, which Kelly accepted with a knowing glance. As the skill mentor for sharpshooters, she instantly recognized the origins of the firearm. It was crafted by that individual. Though it lacked sophistication, it was still a respectable weapon. However, it paled in comparison to her own psychic revolver. Nevertheless, as a gracious host, she regarded Baki and suddenly recalled, "Oh, I recognize you. You're that clumsy dagger marksman, aren't you? Have you decided to switch to a handgun?" Under normal circumstances, Baki would have confronted her with indignation, questioning her audacity to challenge him, the esteemed Baki. Yet, in the presence of Kelly, his mentor, he chose to remain composed. Meanwhile, Yalata, with one hand resting on her slender waist and the other hefting a massive sword, smiled and said, "Miss Kelly, let us commence the enhancement without delay." Kelly, exuding charm and allure, assessed Yalata with a keen gaze. In their hearts, both women echoed the same thought. Let us see how this unfolds. Yalata fixed her gaze on Kelly, for she had long learned that in Hedinmer, there existed a weapon enhancement machine overseen by the sharpshooter skill mentor. To her knowledge, someone in the Navy had successfully enhanced a weapon to 9 after several attempts. The probability of successfully enhancing a weapon diminishes as one progresses further. This incident occurred on Hutton Mall Street and was inadvertently spread by the fire cupping technique. It is said that this 9 weapon has also cost the Navy a considerable sum of gold coins. In other words, the ability to enhance the weapon in the later stages relies heavily on fortune, and luck is precisely what Baki possesses. Carefree in her operations, Kelly calmly reminded, "Please hand over the furnace rock carbon and gold coins. Any excess will be refunded." She activated the enhancer, and a resonant hum echoed through the air. Once the switch was flipped, a multitude of gold coins would flow into her pockets. What could be swifter than this method of acquiring wealth? Furthermore, this enhancer was salvaged by Kelly from the vicinity of the Isle of Forgotten, and even she, a being from the celestial realm, remains perplexed by the machine's operational principles. This is not merely an enhancer. It is truly a treasure trove. Due to the age of the machine, as enhancements progress, it will particularly caution the warriors of the risk of weapon fragmentation. Yet, some obstinate individuals refuse to heed this warning. Amidst the thunderous roar of the machine, the message of a successful one enhancement resounds. Shortly thereafter, Jennings J22-2 success. Jennings J22-6 success. Kelly remained silent, continuing her enhancements. Jennings J22-7 success. A hint of astonishment crossed Kelly's face as she silently marveled at the fortuitous luck of this red-nosed character. Jennings J22-8 success. Stealing a glance at the operational interface, she noted that the success rate parameters were indeed accurate. Logically, there should have been a failure by now. Jennings J22-9 success. Kelly's expression shifted. This streak of luck seemed rather excessive. Surely, a 10-weapon couldn't manifest this swiftly. The thresholds of 7, 10, and 13 are marked by 3 critical lines. Achieving 7 is a fundamental operation. Regardless of luck, one can typically reach this point. Attaining 10 requires a modicum of fortune, as it is not easily accomplished at this stage. As for 13, it demands far more than mere luck. It necessitates the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance. Haha. We've caught up with the Navy's weapon. However, our aim is to surpass them. The red-nosed Baki laughed heartily. For this enhancement endeavor, they have pooled a considerable amount of gold coins. Continue for me. The machine whirred to life, the sounds of processing echoing around. Jennings J22-10 failure. A smirk suddenly grazed Kelly's lips as she glanced at Yalada, a sense of pride swelling within her. Such is the sound of a properly enhanced weapon. Your leader remained unfazed. Indifferent to Kelly's gaze, she placed her trust in Baki. At the Soja Moonlight Tavern, Blackbeard Teach made it a point to indulge in a couple of drinks each time he finished a quest. This was not solely due to the tavern's alluring proprietress. There was another reason. one could often observe a myriad of naval officers and pirates coming and going, and occasionally glean bits of information. The Moonlight Tavern now bustled with far more patrons than before. It was unclear when the streets had begun to attract a new breed of adventurers, neither pirates nor navy. These individuals appear to be the indigenous people of this nation. One can even observe a soldier or two clad in uniform passing through Hedden Street. Sasha, with 2 glasses of exquisite wine in hand, watched intently as Blackbeard, bare-chested and with sleeves rolled up, approached the corner of the tavern. She delicately sipped from her glass. Her crimson lips pursed, casting her gaze towards the direction in which Teach had walked. That corner had always been the domain of Aganzo. Although Blackbeard's ability to discern individuals was rather mediocre, he possessed a keen eye for recognizing strength. Since entering the Moonlight Tavern, he had immediately taken note of the silent man in black attire who consistently drank alone in the corner. This can primarily be attributed to Aganzo's formidable, oversized sword. It is rare for an ordinary individual to wield such an extravagant weapon. Conversely, those who do are undoubtedly extraordinary. With a thud, 2 goblets were set down, and the despondent Aganzo lifted his gaze to the figure before him. A burly man with a black beard and a sizable belly, adorned with 2 claws at his waist, settled into the seat opposite him. A swordsman, drinking alone? At first glance, one might mistake the words for an opening line from a barmaid. Aganzo remained silent, his fringe obscuring his profound gaze, while the stubble on his cheeks spoke of life's hardships. Naturally cautious, he preferred tranquility and solitude, always maintaining a vigilant stance toward strangers. A born adventurer, he often frequented desolate and serene locations to investigate peculiar phenomena. The incident at the Sorrowing Cave had transpired after he received a commission to probe the extraordinary. The death of Lucy weighed heavily on his heart, compelling him to seek solace in the Moonlight Tavern. There, the drink of Blackbeard lay on the table, yet Aganzo merely cast a glance at it and said nothing further. Ha ha ha. What a cold-hearted fellow, Blackbeard mused, indifferent, for he had no need for a despondent wretch as a crew member. Rising, he swaggered out of the tavern with confidence. No sooner had he departed than Dasky entered, pushing the door open. Ever since she had inadvertently caught sight of the broad longsword by Aganzo's side, she found it impossible to forget the imposing blade. Each time she passed the Moonlight Tavern, she could not resist stepping inside, if only to gaze once more at the uniquely shaped sword before departing. Soja observed keenly, noting how Dasky's gaze invariably drifted towards Aganzo's magnificent sword upon entering. Those unaware might easily assume that the young lady had taken a liking to Aganzo himself. Amused by this thought, Soja couldn't help but smile. Not only is Aganzo himself captivating, but even his sword possesses the allure to entice young maidens. The adage that a man at 40 is like a flower holds true. If one is so enamored with that sword, why not approach to take a closer look? Sophia suggested. Suddenly, Dashki's face flushed crimson, as her secret had been unwittingly revealed, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is it really that obvious? Be confident. Just drop the hesitation, Sophia encouraged. Dashki's cheeks reddened further, for this particular interest of hers had often been a source of jest from Smog. In the past, she would have eagerly rushed forward to inquire about the great sword, but after an incident with the elder GSD, she resolved not to ask others to showcase their weapons without proper decorum. Since I'm so curious, merely approaching for a glance should not offend anyone, Sophia reasoned, swirling her glass with poise. Then I shall simply move closer to observe. Without uttering a word, Dashki decided after a brief moment of contemplation. As she approached the imposing sword resting beside Aganzo, she adjusted her glasses and began to examine it closely. The entire hilt of the great sword was as long as half her forearm, and near the hilt, 2 pairs of robust, pointed teeth adorned the blade. She could not comprehend the rationale behind such a design. The blade was thicker than any great sword she had ever encountered, its silvery edge gleaming with a luminous sheen, while the entire sword exuded a rustic, substantial gray texture. The immense sword exudes an extraordinary sense of oppression, one that would likely render an ordinary person incapable of wielding it even with both hands. Yet, Dasky had witnessed this seemingly despondent swordsman effortlessly lifting the blade with a single hand. It was as if she were drawn irresistibly closer, inching nearer and nearer. Are you gazing upon my sword? Suddenly, Aganzo's voice broke the spell that had ensnared Dasky, who was lost in admiration of the weapon. Startled, she tumbled from her chair. I am so sorry. I couldn't help but be captivated by your magnificent sword. Her instinctive apology came forth, her cheeks flushed like a child caught in wrongdoing. Aganzo cast a casual glance at his sword, seemingly indifferent. Instead, He placed the great blade upon the table without uttering a word and drained his drink in one swift motion. At this moment, Dashki observed with greater clarity. The intricate textures and the sharpness emanating from the blade created an illusion of taut skin as one drew nearer. It felt as though, with closer proximity, a chill would emanate from the sword. May I make a rather impolite request? Dashki adjusted her glasses, mustering the courage to speak. Could I touch it? As Celia's incantation became increasingly obscure and challenging, the magical array of the Dark Thunder ruins gradually revealed intricate magical sigils. Arcane energy swirled in the air, with luminous points converging within the array. The ground began to manifest substantial hexagram magical markings, while the sky was shrouded by a colossal hexagram. The previously missing segment was now slowly restoring. From the Dark Thunder ruins, a vast magical array ascended, gradually expanding as countless tendrils of dark energy began to disperse in a singular direction. When the hexagram aligned with the one above the entirety of Grand Forest, the magical array was finally restored. Simultaneously, the previously bewildered zombies in the vicinity became motionless. In a blinding flash, the Bone Abyss zombies transformed into wisps of white smoke, dissipating into the air. The vanishing dark energy would subsequently regenerate a domain of Bone Abyss. There, the numerous brave warriors would soon hear the echoes of their anguished cries from the zombie dungeon. In the air, Celia, taking advantage of the residual power of the magical array, descended gracefully. Luffy, with an elongated rubber arm, ensnared Usopp, and the two plummeted to the ground together. In the east blue, the sky screen, which had long been silent and devoid of the resounding voice that echoed across the sea, finally erupted at this moment. The entire East Blue, accustomed to various combat scenes, turned their gazes skyward simultaneously. Luffy and Usopp had accessed the hidden map of the Dark Thunder ruins, earning a reward of 300,000 gold coins and 3 million berries. Another hidden map? Luffy? That straw-hatted boy? The sky screen began to broadcast the duo's triumph, depicting Luffy and Usopp besieged by hordes of zombies, as they leapt and darted, continuously evading and engaging the undead. The emergence of these zombies instilled fear in countless citizens, causing many to seek refuge in nearby hiding places. Indeed, this world is beset by the existence of zombies, and their numbers are alarmingly vast. The populace is gripped by both astonishment and terror. The two individuals who have passed through the perilous ordeal can only engage in a relentless struggle against the horde of the undead. What if the zombies were to emerge? As the scene shifts, we find Luffy and Usopp coordinating their efforts. Luffy unleashes his energy wave punch, crackling with electric brilliance, while Usopp brandishes his green machine gun, its muzzle blazing like a dragon. The silver robot beneath them stands with an imposing grandeur. A myriad of peculiar stances and close combat techniques unfolds, captivating the eyes of numerous pirates and onlookers alike. There stands the explosive Usopp and the illustrious Straw Hat Luffy. Some have recognized the identities of the two engaged in battle with the zombies, for they are among the few formidable pirates of the East Blue. Those familiar with Luffy fixed their gaze anxiously upon the unfolding scene, fearing any news of his potential injury. The scene transitions once more, this time revealing the Bone Prison's chilling presence as a palpable frost spreads ominously. When Luffy is encased in ice, the hearts of those in the East Blue who know him leap into their throats. Fortunately, Luffy soon breaks free from his frozen state, allowing their hearts to settle once more. This time, Celia captured the attention of the populace in the East Sea. Her refreshing appearance and enchanting, tranquil visage, particularly as she sang independently, gradually perfected the magical array upon the ground, mending the peculiar formation of the sky. Countless individuals, young and old alike, were drawn to this charming maiden. It was evident from the scene that it was Celia's power that enabled Usopp and Luffy to traverse this strange realm. Dayton, on the mountain behind Windmill Village, wore a face of trepidation as she expressed her concern. It appears Luffy must extend his gratitude to that lovely young girl. At the tavern's entrance, Makino lowered her clasped hands in prayer, fixating on Celia's gem-like red eyes and delicate features. She resolved to remember this girl always, hoping that one day she would have the chance to properly host her. Those acquainted with Luffy have discreetly noted the girl who rescued him. The reactions to this scene in the sky were naturally varied. The Navy, upon receiving the news, promptly transmitted the footage to the Naval Strategic Defense Bureau. Upon learning of the information regarding the transfer, Sengoku immediately connected the image snail to his office. Carp's grandson, has he truly unlocked a hidden map? A hidden map. And it's his first completion. The rewards are indeed substantial. Sengoku recalls that Fang Fan had previously distributed an item known as the Blazing Star Magic Box to the adventurers. Buggy has summoned a living pet. He is confident that, in the near future, Fang Fan will release another wave of gifts. This is the conjecture made by their Naval Strategic Defense Bureau in order to activate this mysterious power for a greater number of individuals. Fang Fan and the individuals behind him are implementing certain incentive measures. At present, the purpose behind Fang Fan's actions remains unclear. However, as previously analyzed, this enticing trap is one that their navy will inevitably fall into. With the map of the Dark Thunder ruins now unveiled, it signifies that job transitions can commence. What does this transition signify? The Naval Strategic Defense Bureau has also conducted an analysis on this matter, from the perspective of various skills associated with the profession. One or two skills often belong to the same faction or category. Transitioning implies relinquishing skills from other factions, yet it also signifies mastery over a specific category of skills. Specialization denotes enhanced power, especially for those adventurers who have awakened their innate skills. It is likely that transitioning marks the true commencement of their adventurous journey. The astute Sengoku promptly dispatched a command to Kizaru, instructing him to pause his current tasks and return to the forest of Gran via invitation to fulfill his job transition quest. Simultaneously, he contemplated that the first person to complete a particular quest would be granted the chance to resonate across the skies of the East Sea. Might it be that the first to transition would also receive such an opportunity? Sengoku mused, finding the possibility quite plausible. He picked up the office phone and called Kizaru. On the warship where Kizaru was stationed, a phone worm resembling Sengoku, complete with frog-like glasses, suddenly vibrated. Brew, brew, brew. Upon hearing the sound, Kizaru rummaged through his belongings, discovering several phone worms of mismatched colors. Burgess, my phone worm. Burgess looked at Kizaru with disdain, exclaiming, honestly, old man, isn't it right on the table? Kizaru glanced over slowly and, in a nonchalant manner, picked up the phone worm. Ah, so it was on the table. Sengoku's expression darkened upon hearing this. For someone of your stature, to be perpetually misplacing a phone worm is quite embarrassing for a vice admiral. Kizaru, unhurried, held the phone worm while leisurely attending to his nails in his chair. Moshi Moshi, Admiral Sengoku, is there a task at hand? You should hurry. If there's a mission, do issue it promptly, as I'll be off duty in half an hour. I have no desire to converse with you. The line fell silent, and 3 seconds later, Sengoku finally spoke. You may commence your job transition task now, immediately, go and complete it. Oh, is there news regarding the Dark Thunder ruins? If my conjecture is correct, the first individual to complete the job transition quest will be granted an opportunity for a sky curtain announcement. Sengoku paused momentarily. For receiving such an announcement signifies a substantial reward. Thus, you comprehend the implications of my words, do you not? Kizaru's body trembled slightly as he tossed aside the nail clipper onto the table, glancing at the time with a wry smile. Marshal, before the end of the day, you may hear the sound of the sky curtain announcement. In the main office, Sengoku stared at the din mushy in silence for an extended period. He truly wished to smash the phone. A new map heralds the promise of experience and new loot. This notion is not only understood by the naval adventurers, but also by the daring pirates. At this moment, the pirates and sailors still in Hedenmer are flocking towards the Dark Thunder ruins. More experience and equipment await. Furthermore, the materials can be sold for a profit. Alas, the young pirates have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The sovereign of the depths of Grand Tesoro is not easily vanquished. The Bone Abyss spirit proclaimed, as long as it is not a high-level maneuver, I can entertain you all. In the sky island of Appiato, Fang Fan moved with the swiftness of light. His strikes so rapid that only a blur of flashes could be seen. The thunder enveloping Enel resembled tattered garments, revealing numerous wounds beneath. His once imposing figure had shrunk to half its size, his nose crooked and 2 teeth missing. The headscarf that had been tied around his head was long gone, leaving his hair disheveled. He was utterly devoid of any semblance of dignity, reduced to a state of utter disarray, as countless peculiar eyes emerged from the shroud of darkness. Raki and Weber felt their hair stand on end, a palpable sense of impending danger swelling within them. They wished to retreat, yet beneath the encompassing darkness, where could they possibly flee? The densely packed eyes of fluctuating energy resembled the dark gaze of hell, yet also bore the radiance of righteous judgment from the heavens. With a resounding crack, the entire curtain of darkness shattered like a mirror, accompanied by the explosive bursts of the eyes. The terrifying detonation caused Enel, who lay on the ground to spit blood once more. Even the Enel of the original narrative had never been reduced to such a pitiful state by Luffy. Wake up. I know you're not dead yet. Fang Fan retracted his murderous intent, delivering a kick to Enel. Lightning flickered across his chest as Enel electrocuted his own heart. Observing this scene, Weber and Raki were almost compelled to fire another shot at him. How is it that he remains unscathed? Upon regaining consciousness, Fang Fan no longer exudes the arrogance he once possessed. Fist, after all, is the sole criterion for discerning truth. Do you claim ignorance of thunder and lightning? Anilu recalled the flashes of electric light that had just struck, falling into a contemplative silence. Facts outweigh rhetoric. Defeat is simply defeat. Fang Fan feigned an air of mystery, chuckling. It's the same thunder. Do you wish to know the reason behind my remarkable display? Anilu raised his head, a flicker of confusion evident in his weary eyes, and murmured, Why? I shan't divulge that to you. Anilu, I think I shall remain on the ground. Fang Fan turned his gaze towards the battle-hardened duo, Weber and his companion, and earnestly inquired, So, do you two now believe what I have conveyed? Luffy regarded Fang Fan with an inscrutable expression. This enigmatic man bewildered her utterly. Was her beating of Anilu merely to compel herself to accept his words? This is indeed quite peculiar. Come now, trust my words. Activate the power above. And I hope you will become competent gunners. He spoke directly, and 2 invitation letters floated before the 2 individuals. Oh, by the way, there are still a few people in the village. 10 more invitation letters soared forth. Amidst the astonished and puzzled gazes of Weber and his companion, Fang Fan's figure ascended gracefully. Activate your profession promptly. Strive for an early awakening, he teased, a smirk playing on his lips. I have sown a seed, and it has finally borne fruit. Today is a momentous occasion. On the ground, Anilu, who had thought he could sneak away, raised his golden spear, preparing to depart. To his surprise, a portal suddenly opened high in the sky tower. Fang Fan's voice echoed from within. Anilu, are you not coming in? Must I invite you? Anilu grasped his golden spear tightly, feeling reluctant to be summoned so. Yet, his body obediently transformed into a streak of lightning, entering the sky tower. Only Weber and Luffy remained, bewildered and at a loss. Weber, perhaps we should return to the village and deliberate further, Luffy cautiously suggested, but Weber dismissed her. No, you should return first with these mysterious invitation letters. I have decided to activate this power. From the young man's intentions, it appears he is indifferent to his own strength. No matter how powerful one becomes, it pales in comparison to his might. That fearsome man's sole purpose seems to be to compel us to activate these mysterious invitations. Weber took the letters, and information flashed through his mind. Soon, a skill notification appeared. You have learned D-Bash, aerial shot. You have awakened the talent skill, gremlin machine gun. Do you wish to enter the Twilight Forest? Yes. Do you wish to continue enhancing? Proceed with caution. Enhancement carries a risk of failure, carry kindly warned, yet Baki hesitated not. A mere failure in enhancement, it does not preclude further attempts. Let us proceed. In a fragmented state, Baki pressed the confirmation button with one hand. The machine hummed and whirred, and this time, the wait felt interminable. A radiant light erupted, and the entire Grand Forest resonated with an announcement. Baki's weapon, Jennings J2210 enhancement successful. First 10 weapon enhancement achieved. Reward, 200,000 gold coins. 2,000,000 berries. In the sky, the imagery of Baki's enhancement replaced the previous scenes of Luffy and the others completing their quests, the announcement echoing across the East Sea. Weapon enhancement? What is this? Weapons can be enhanced? The multitude of bewildered individuals, unfamiliar with the intricacies of dungeon weaponry, has inadvertently intensified the public's curiosity regarding the figure of Buggy the Clown. The revelation that successful enhancements yield such a considerable sum of berries and gold coins is astonishing. I have heard whispers that members of the Navy have begun to amass gold coins, suggesting that these coins may soon become a sought-after commodity. Additionally, some have taken note of the Navy's clandestine movements. Sengoku, upon receiving news of Buggy's successful enhancement to 10, is increasingly convinced that the first individual to undergo a job transition will indeed have the opportunity for a voice announcement. Haha. Little did I expect not only to avoid a loss in gold coins, but to actually profit. Kelly, too, gazes in astonishment at the sight of this red-nosed, bumbling marksman. At this moment, it has indeed come to fruition. Yalida observed the astonishment etched upon Kelly's visage with a knowing expression. How amusing, indeed. Yet, since rewards are still within reach, How could the esteemed Baki possibly forego the opportunity to continue enhancing? The risks of weapon fragmentation loom, yet Baki, undeterred, withdrew every last coin from the package. Fragmentation holds no terror for his weapon. He pressed on with the enhancement. Kelly, both astonished and exasperated, thought to herself, "Young man, you are utterly oblivious to my circumstances." Yalta discerned the underlying meaning of Kelly's expression. The odds of her machine achieving success with further enhancements were dishearteningly slim. However, "Dear Gunner Instructor, you remain blissfully unaware of Baki's fortuitous streak." Buzzing sounds echoed as 11 enhancement failed, followed by 10, and then another failure ensued. After several unsuccessful attempts without any fragmentation, Baki found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Sweat beaded upon his brow, tension mounting with each failed endeavor. Fast forward 8, fast forward 20. Having endured numerous enhancement failures, Baki's weapon had dropped in level 3 times, yet it never fell below 9. Ultimately, just before his coins were fully expended, he achieved a 12 success. A weapon radiating with a crimson glow materialized from the machine, and even Kelly gazed upon it with envy. What a remarkable enhancement, achieved on what could be considered a low-tier weapon. However, this low-tier distinction only applied to someone as worldly as Kelly. Baki paid little mind to such nuances. Wielding the highly enhanced Jennings transformed his very presence. It was the singular 12 weapon in the entire pirate realm. Ha ha ha. Now, in this vast pirate world, who could possibly surpass the weapon enhancement of the illustrious Baki? His laughter boomed, filled with pride, as he beheld the exaggerated attributes of his enhanced weapon, tugging Yalta along. "Yalta, let us test this gun of mine. How could Baki have enhanced his weapon to 12? Is there no justice?" Nami exclaimed, delivering a swift strike that felled a bull-headed guard. With a mere 6 weapon, Sanji's damage already exceeded normal limits. What would a 12 weapon yield? The thought of such power infuriated Nami further. That red-nosed Baki, how can he be so fortunate? I must enhance my own weapon to at least 10 to keep pace. With a determined focus, Nami, upon entering the arena, turned to Sanji and sweetly implored, "Sanji, could you lend me your coins for a moment?" "Of course, Miss Nami. Feel free to take them," he replied, still dazed, with blood not yet wiped from his nose, lingering in a half-drunken stupor. Nami clenched her fists, recalling the recent encounter with the fiery Joel D. Roger, where they had narrowly escaped disaster. "You fool. If you remain paralyzed before a monster, I assure you, I will pummel you into a pig's head." "Nami-san, I am a man who upholds the chivalric code and would never lay a hand on any lady," he retorted, especially not on one dressed so provocatively. With his eyes shut, he was aware of the constricting fabric. Upon opening them, the same narrow material greeted him. Shaking his head vigorously, he sought to regain clarity. Yet that persistent fabric remained a haunting image before him. Upholding chivalry? You certainly refrained from striking when you faced Pyrosh. You nearly pressed your entire body against him. To see the boss without attacking is one thing, but to run directly into a meteor and be incinerated is utterly disgraceful. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, Nami pondered the situation. On Heddenmer Street, many were stuck on their class transition quests, reportedly hindered by the Dark Thunder ruins. However, upon witnessing Luffy and his crew conquer the challenge, it was certain that more would soon transition. In her view, their skills were already impressive without transitioning afterward. They would undoubtedly acquire even more formidable abilities. Time to level up. Before her were white stone pillars, tapering from narrow at the base to broad at the top, with a pale hue harmonizing with the irregular blue and deep blue stones of the ground, creating an expansive and luminous atmosphere. The seemingly narrow tower concealed an unexpectedly vast interior. Beyond the arches lay a canvas of white clouds against a blue sky, revealing distant landscapes. To her astonishment, this tower offered a view of the outside world, while the outside remained oblivious to its interior. Enel was taken aback by the peculiar tower, while Fang Fan busied himself with system notifications, exchanging for more invitations. He arranged for the invitations to be packaged and set for automatic random distribution. Simultaneously, he prepared the collective rewards and the Blaze Star Magic boxes, ready to send them out with a single click. Upon checking, nearly 2,000 individuals had activated their classes. The quantity is neither excessive nor insufficient. In a short while, we can commence the first endeavor. From this moment forth, you and Nairu shall work for me. Fang Fan paused momentarily and added, "Do not claim that I have not afforded you an opportunity. Whenever you believe you are capable or feel that you have refined your abilities sufficiently, I shall permit your departure." He tossed an invitation letter towards Nairu and commanded, "Activate it, complete your class transition, and then return to me. Eniru, a character whose potential is squandered by the protagonist, can only lament his premature appearance. Fang Fan deliberately intended to mold him into a subordinate, tasked with addressing matters he could not attend to personally. An endeavor requiring personal involvement is destined for an unfavorable conclusion, is it not, Zhuge Liang? Under a shared roof, one must lower their head. Eniru clutched the invitation letter tightly. Once I ascend to true divinity, I shall ensure your suffering is profound. The steadfast Eniru silently gritted his teeth and vowed that one who dares to summon a deity must pay the price. A surge of information flooded his mind, and after perusing it, he chose to accept. Subsequently, a notification resonated. You have acquired the skill, gun poke, stab. Gun poke, an upward thrust that sends enemies into the air. Stab, a standard thrust with the gun's tip directed forward. You have awakened the innate skill, magic gun launch. Channel your essence into the gun's tip, then hurl the magic spear. At the moment of class activation, an extraordinary power surged through the golden spear in his hand. It was not of thunder and lightning, yet undeniably present. His mind expanded with numerous fixed shooting techniques, leaving him utterly astonished. What manner of strategy is this? Enel, akin to a youthful lad reveling in his cherished toy, feels the tumult of combat coursing through his veins. His spear dances, slicing through the air with a flourish. A flurry of gunfire erupts, a tempest of thunder, his moves both exquisite and dazzling, unmistakably belonging to a force of formidable prowess. Combat? Indeed, it is only within the crucible of battle that one can ceaselessly transcend oneself. Soon, I shall vanquish this scoundrel. How infuriating! What a disgrace! How could I have been ensnared by such power? No, it is not enchantment. I merely borrow his strength, albeit temporarily. Indeed, the divine Enel, shall never be a slave. Life on Skypiea is irretrievable, yet he remains oblivious to the secret teachings I have clandestinely constructed. Await my return. Soon, the deity shall cleanse all disgrace with a deluge of thunder. Ha 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 ha. Contemplating this, Enelu's lips curled into a sudden smile, brimming with confidence. Fang Fan observed this individual, who one moment was gritting his teeth and the next wore a sinister grin, now radiating self-assurance. With a sigh, he lamented the vexations of youthful idealism. Fortunately, time was abundant for the young dreamer. The future stretched long ahead. System. Is it necessary to expand the White Sea 1,000-fold to accommodate the Titan of the Celestial Veil? Indeed. Isn't the Titan capable of floating? Fang Fan inquired with curiosity, recalling that the Titan of the Celestial Veil traversed the sky, sea, while in an aerial state. Although it was under the control of Lotus, its inherent ability to levitate was indisputable. The small whale you selected requires water. Suddenly enlightened, Fang Fan realized the plan was to nurture it in water before releasing it. The true Titan of the Celestial Veil could not simply materialize at once. For now, Lab would serve to create a FAAD. Once the time was right, Lab could be withdrawn. It made sense. After all, Lab was not a creation of Terra technology and could not instantly possess the ability to float. The Titan of the Celestial Veil, dwelling in the sky sea, would likely find the diminutive White Sea insufficient for even a simple turn. Only by expanding the sky sea to a considerable size could the colossal form of the Titan be accommodated. Fang Fan surmised that, at that point, a significant portion of the Grand Line sky would be enveloped by the White Sea. In the world of Arad, the sky sea resembled the White Sea, suspended in the heavens. It was delineated by the great Mage Mao, with the celestial realm above and Arad below. The intricate details were beyond exploration. Yet the ocean of the celestial realm was, in essence, the sky sea of Arad, where Kelly and the sharpshooter had once descended from above. Summoning Lab. Its size had now surpassed that of large marine creatures. Upon its arrival, it filled the entire room. Ah, you've grown. Lab, remain here for now. When the time is right, I shall introduce you to Brook. Brook was likely still in a spiritual state, once he had found his corporeal form. They would seek him out. At this moment, Brook should have located his skeleton. However, his shadow was taken, remaining trapped in Moria's grasp. In order to summon the colossal beast of the heavens sooner, Fang fabricated a small lie. Glancing once more at the planning interface, he noticed that Celia and Luffy had also emerged. Ah, it is time to showcase true skill. At the entrance of the Hertun Malgrand forest, the group emerged from the dark, thunderous ruins, finally stepping onto the main street. The instant Celia appeared, her form began to radiate a peculiar magical luminescence. She cupped her hands, gathering the soft glow into her palms. Luffy, startled, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Girl, quickly covering his mouth to avoid uttering the wrong name again. Celia, your light is shining. Celia was taken aback by Luffy's words, her scalp prickling. You dare call my magical glow a light? Luffy, that is magic, akin to what Nami wields. Usopp corrected Luffy, who, upon hearing this, became even more excited. That's amazing. I want to learn. Usopp facepalmed, exclaiming, aren't you already capable of channeling energy? Luffy pouted, insisting, well, can't I still want to learn magic? Then go to Fang. Fine, I'll go. You go first. I won't go. It's not like I want to learn magic. Celia observed the two bickering, feeling sidelined. Am I, Celia, once again left in the shadows? With countless warriors around, if it truly comes to that, we might as well switch. How can I, Celia Cloman, be disheartened by an eccentric adventurer? With a smile on her lips, the brilliance in her hands intensified. As the light expanded, the entire Hurt Unmal engulfed in its glow. The once mysterious island of Grand Forest, now revealed, was enveloped by a radiant aura that spread like a canopy. The magical power emanating from the system swiftly surged forth, manifesting countless tiny points. Adventurers, fate shall ultimately lead us to encounter one another. Beneath the celestial canopy, a charming and exquisite visage emerged, a delicate nose, alluring cherry lips, and a sweet smile that caressed the senses like a gentle spring breeze. Her silver-gray bangs accentuated her pure and enchanting appearance, adding a unique charm. Her ruby-like bright eyes sparkled with clarity, ensnaring the hearts of all who beheld them. Across the vast East Sea, countless citizens, pirates, and Navy personnel felt a delightful aura wafting past them, a splendid yet solemn essence, reminiscent of the intoxicating scent of love. Simultaneously, they witnessed behind the girl in the sky a civilian struck by an invitation letter that had descended from the heavens. Startled, he felt a jolt as a blood-red light flickered upon his right hand. Black and green energies intertwined, and the crimson hue vanished. In his hand, a wooden staff materialized, and he realized with glee that he had mastered the long-desired skill of Ghost Slash. It is a technique of the Sky Canopy Navy. He looked up, catching a glimpse of his own reflection in the celestial expanse, and waved excitedly. This is an opportunity to unveil oneself across the vast East Sea. There are pirates capturing a mysterious black flying object, and upon mere contact, they are immediately enveloped by an enigmatic force. Some find themselves wielding a pistol. Others grasp a spear, while a few brandish agile daggers. A deluge of invitations, accompanied by the radiant figure of Celia, ascends into the sky, scattering across various locales. Greetings. I am Celia. The once encompassing sky over the East Sea now transforms into a phantom of her visage, soaring alongside the invitations throughout the Grand Line. Though the message gradually fades, the pirates in the earlier segments of the Grand Line vaguely hear these two phrases, I am waiting for you here. The further one ventures from the East Sea, the fainter the voice becomes. Within the Grand Line, many begin to question whether they are merely hallucinating. But upon realizing that those around them are experiencing the same auditory illusion, doubts arise. Indeed, someone is whispering in my ear. Captain, there's a mysterious invitation on board? It's radiating light. What? Bring it here for a closer look. Similar scenes unfold aboard countless pirate ships and within coastal towns. Some activate the power of the invitation upon touching it, while others, despite receiving it from others, find no immediate response. Pirates unfamiliar with the invitation's significance, discovering it to be of no use, carelessly discard it into the sea. However, those with even a modest understanding of the East Sea's movements, even if they or their companions fail to activate the invitation, choose to keep it hidden away. Throughout the earlier segment of the Grand Line, a greater number of individuals, caught off guard and unprepared by the Navy, activate their roles within the underground city. These individuals primarily consist of ordinary citizens and the lower-tier scoundrels of the pirate world, resulting in a significant influx of novice adventurers into the shadowed forest. Within this enigmatic woodland, those who successfully navigate its challenges are filled with uncontainable joy. This power is akin to that of the devil fruit, remarkably convenient. The invitations activated by common folk, tailored to their latent combat potential, see the emergence of the demon swordsman and the divine gunner as the predominant classes, followed by the brawler and the magic gunner, with the night stalker and mage being exceedingly rare. At the elven defense line, the adventurers emerging from the shadowed forest are unable to restrain their emotions. They are ordinary people, oppressed by pirates, bullied by tyrants, and scorned by nobles, having suffered various injustices solely due to their perceived weakness. Yet, from the moment they activated the power of the invitation, everything changed. although Fang Fan issued the invitations randomly. Not everyone possesses the opportunity to harness the power contained within. Those whose desire for battle is weak, accustomed to a life of lethargy, find their invitations nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. Finally, I possess the strength to rise. The Black Blade Pirates await my mastery. For I vow to plunder you all. Some, upon receiving the gift of fate, ignite long-simmering desires for vengeance. The fabled powers of destiny whispered throughout the East Sea, now I too can wield the skills of countless naval soldiers. Such a magnificent gift. Some perceive this as a serendipitous encounter, their ambitions quietly blossoming. To grow stronger, to venture forth, to seize treasures, and to become the pirate king. Others deem it a free gift from fate. Rather, it is a precious offering from a girl named Celia. Countless pirates begin to dream of intertwining destinies with her, the one who grants them the chance to access extraordinary powers. To them, she is the beacon of hope for the powerless ordinary folk. Celia, I shall not squander the strength you have bestowed upon me. Celia, await me, for our reunion is nigh. After leveling up, countless individuals secretly vow, I shall quietly elevate my abilities and astonish everyone, while some, emboldened by newfound powers, choose to return to their ships or towns to flaunt their prowess. The majority sees the opportunity to fervently level up, with one skill already proving formidable. Who would not desire to learn more powerful techniques? In the blink of an eye, the elven defense line becomes a bustling hub, teeming with fresh faces. Upon emerging from the shadowed forest, Linus's guidance leads to an array of collection and training tasks, each intricately interwoven. The citizens and pirates of the East Sea exhibit the greatest enthusiasm, having witnessed the strength of adventurers and harboring a thirst for skills that surpasses all others. Comparable to the powers of the devil fruit, I am determined to cultivate my abilities to profound heights. The devil fruits are rare and costly, intangible and elusive, akin to legendary artifacts. However, skills and invitations are visible and accessible to all. After witnessing the vast and boundless ocean, who would still harbor interest in an unreachable lake? Today, even an admiral of the Navy cannot deter our ascent. The Grand Line, with countless newsbirds carrying fresh tidings, soars across the globe. The populace marvels at the information they convey. The recent changes in the Grand Line are certainly not to be approached lightly. A photograph taken from afar reveals the Sky Tower, a colossal pillar rising majestically between heaven and sea. The people are in awe. The first half of the Grand Line, renowned as a paradise, has unexpectedly undergone such peculiar transformations. Is the uncontrollable climate and environment of the new world destined to spread to this haven as well? The allure of free power, a gift of fate, the mysterious invitation? If the earlier revelations regarding the Sky Tower piqued the curiosity of many pirates, the current report on the invitation has incited a frenzy among countless seafarers, a force that does not conflict with the power of the devil fruits. A free strength attainable by anyone. Many viewers of the report were skeptical, questioning the existence of such power. Yet, as images of numerous Navy personnel and pirates wielding skills surfaced, along with intricate details of Navy operations against pirates, the public began to ponder, is there truly such a quick and potent source of power? Have we not already seen many in the Navy utilizing it? That girl named Celia in the skies, could she be the one responsible? The immediate reaction of the people was one of furrowed brows. What is the true intention of this pirate named Celia? The public's response was one of astonished curiosity. But the reaction from the world government and the Navy was markedly different. The five elders held a CP0 investigation report in their hands, meticulously detailing the extensive training of Navy adventurers orchestrated by Sengoku behind their backs. The number of adventurer Navy personnel, their professions, and levels, as well as information regarding the newly established Navy Strategic Defense Bureau, were all meticulously recorded. Aside from the information regarding Hedenmer that was not uncovered from Sengoku's office, all other intelligence from the Naval Warfare Bureau was contained herein. Elders, look. Sengoku's actions are utterly outrageous. In CP5, Spandam, through the use of a telephone worm, shamelessly discloses various transgressions of the Navy to the five elders. Having previously failed in extorting the Navy, he seizes the opportunity to betray them, especially as Morgan sensationalizes the reports. From the onset of his attempts to bribe the Navy, it became evident that the high moral standards of the Navy were not the issue. Rather, the stringent discipline within the Navy deterred many from clandestinely engaging in illicit activities. After his initial bribery attempts failed, he resorted to intimidation and coercion, only to be swiftly uncovered by hawkish commanders. What he intended as a covert operation to acquire more invitations from the Navy backfired, leading to his own exposure. In a fit of rage, Spandam seized the chance to investigate evidence of the Navy's insurrection. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Navy had indeed been secretly mobilizing troops and activating invitation skills without the knowledge of the Five Elders. The sheer magnitude of the Navy's invitation capabilities left Spandam taken aback and filled with envy. How much potion and how many coins is this? The Navy did not inform the Five Elders and unilaterally enhanced their military strength, which is a blatant disregard for the Five Elders. Spandam is still stirring the pot. While each of the 5 stars remains in a tacit silence, the CP0 agents also refrain from speaking. The atmosphere suddenly turns still. Spandam senses an unusual tension. Shouldn't the 5 Elders be praising me at this moment? The Elder with the sword finally breaks the silence. Spandam, aren't you supposed to be executing a covert mission for CP9? Oh well. Spandam is at a loss for words. He cannot disclose to the 5 Elders that he came to seek credit. In truth, they are well aware of Spandam's incompetence. Sengoku's unilateral activation of the soldier's abilities is, in fact, a serious act of rebellion. How could a Marine Admiral fail to report such a significant military enhancement? It is utterly outrageous. But is Sengoku afraid? Not in the slightest. The Navy's budget diminishes year by year, even as military operations proliferate. The Celestial Dragons do not receive their annual gold in full. If the amount falls short, they can only allocate less to the Navy. They even justify it by saying, "It's your Navy's incompetence that has led to such a meager sum this year." On one hand, they are tasked with suppressing this chaotic era, and on the other, they are denied funding. So, are the 5 Elders exploiting our Navy? Sengoku has the 5 Elders figured out. Even if the Navy grows stronger on its own, the 5 Elders will not take action against them. To the 5 Elders, their own pet dogs are sharper. As long as they hold the reins, all issues can be managed. At most, the 5 Elders will scold Sengoku harshly, and Sengoku can merely clean his ears and continue with his plans. Given the current trend, the mysterious invitation's power will soon be seized by the masses and pirates. Before the masses and pirates gain control, the Navy has already taken the initiative. Moreover, they possess an abundance of detailed information. This time, the Navy is not only blameless, but has also performed admirably. Spandam, the instigator, truly understands nothing. Focus on your own duties. Others will handle the rest. Yes, sir. Spandam reluctantly hangs up the phone. Although he gained nothing, at least the 5 Elders did not pursue the matter. He continues to have Sears send someone to make contact. Hiranuma Masato, dressed in a black suit with a head of white curls and a bushy white beard, reflects on the situation. Despite Spandam's assistance, Sears has not received any feedback from the assassination team. However, given the displayed strength of the opposition, the chances of success for the assassination appear exceedingly slim. That man has only had contact with the Marines' Carp. There is no need to send anyone else for an assassination. Let's invite him for a discussion instead. Keiki Zengu possesses long, straight white hair and a similarly lengthy beard. There is no doubt that, at any cost, that enigmatic power must remain under the control of the 5 Elders. The commotion from the East Sea must be addressed. For discussions have now commenced upon the high seas regarding a certain woman named Celia. This woman is likely an accomplice of Fang Fan. Are you suggesting that they serve the same organization? It could not be more evident, as they are both issuing invitations. What differentiates them? Of course, there is a distinction. Fang Fan has provided the Navy with a substantial number of invitations, which could be construed as aiding their personnel. As long as they engage with Fang Fan, they can devise a means to connect with the individuals behind him. This presents a viable path. That woman, Celia, has audaciously distributed invitations without permission. Not only does this affront the world government and the 5 Elders, but she has reaped not a single benefit from her actions. This is akin to how, in the realm of trivial advertisements, Fang Fan first delights his subordinates, subsequently distributing them one by one. And what of Celia? She indiscriminately disseminates her messages without permission, scattering them haphazardly. Thus, let us issue a bounty of 300 million for Celia, shall we? Agreed. Agreed. The sum of 300 million serves as a signal, intended to reveal to those behind Fang Fan the choice at hand, whether to collaborate with him or to heed the erratic calls of Celia. They have made their selection. It now rests upon the opposing party to decide. Upon receiving Celia's bounty notice, the Navy found itself in a state of bewilderment, and warring states nearly succumbed to the urge to call the 5 Elder Stars to inquire about their reasoning. However, he refrained, realizing that such an action would only invite reprimand. The Navy's extensive activation of invitations could not possibly escape the notice of the 5 Elder Stars. Thus, it was better to adopt a stance of ignorance. Let them issue their bounties as they please. His primary concern now lay in the sudden proliferation of invitations appearing along the first half of the Grand Line, making it impossible for them to collect them in time. Despite their intentions, it was far too abrupt. Initially, he had believed that only Fang Fan would issue such invitations, yet now another contender had emerged. One capable of distributing them in abundance without restraint. Logically, the individual he had engaged with, Fang Fan, was the true master of Grand Forest. What is the sudden emergence of Celia all about? Could it be that the individuals behind the invitation are divided into factions? If that is indeed the case, then although the Navy has gained the upper hand in this wave, they could swiftly find themselves surpassed with a moment's carelessness. Much like the devil fruit. If someone activates a formidable power through the invitation, then the Navy. A sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Sengoku's mind. His meticulously laid plans had been disrupted. He opened a drawer to reveal an invitation he had never examined before. At this moment, he took it out and held it in his hands. Smoker. Your actions must be expedited. In the rain-soaked Alabasta, Crocodile, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, scrutinized the contents of a newspaper. Celia? An invitation? Miss All Sunday. What is your take on today's newspaper? In the shadows, Robin donned a white evening hat and, like Crocodile, wore a white fur-trimmed coat. Her cool purple skirt and top were indeed well suited to the significant temperature fluctuations of the desert. Boss, under Baroque Works, someone has already activated this invitation, she remarked, presenting an invitation delicately to Crocodile. His face, rigid and devoid of expression, bore a pronounced scar across it, with lifeless eyes that rarely blinked. Clenching an expensive cigar between his lips and draped in a black coat, he received the invitation, the information contained within causing his gaze to sharpen. Adventure? What genuine adventure is this? It is merely child's play, he scoffed. I, Crocodile, have traversed much of the Grand Line. What adventures have I not experienced? Once I locate the king of the underworld, both the Navy and the pirates will tremble beneath my feet. Boss, should we continue to monitor this? Robin, ever the diligent secretary, offered a friendly reminder. No need. Inform everyone that if anyone wishes to pursue the adventurer's invitation, they may proceed as long as they continue to fulfill the tasks assigned by the organization. There is no need to impede them. He does not entirely disregard this power. After all, even the Navy employs it on a large scale. Let us not forget our purpose for coming to this country. Crocodile seemed to be reminding Robin, as much as he was reminding himself. Amidst the throngs of new adventurers gathering at the Elven defense line, Fang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction as he witnessed the once crowded scene of the line now mirrored among the pirates. Back then, countless figures of ghostly swordsmen and sharpshooters overlapped, interspersed with fighters and clerics. Without their costumes, they all appeared as if molded from the same template, indistinguishable from one another. The current Elven defense line, however, showcased adventurers clad in diverse attire, yet wielding wooden staffs and pistols in an exceptionally uniform manner, making it hard to fathom that such a dense crowd belonged to the same profession. Some pirates, after traversing the shadowy forest, were exceedingly exhilarated. The power of the mysterious invitation indeed proved extraordinary. If one were to attain success in training here, upon returning, could they potentially eliminate their former captain? At that time, the treasure and the ship would be entirely theirs. Even more audacious pirates contemplated making a move against the nearby adventurers right at the Elven defense line. After all, each person now held gold coins in their possession. This is far more valuable than berries. However, thus far, no pirate has dared to cause a commotion upon entering. Opportunities to grow stronger are rare. By merely biding one's time and continuously developing, there will inevitably come a chance to outmaneuver others. Is there anyone in possession of a pistol or perhaps a rifle? I am willing to offer 120 gold coins for one. I possess a level 5 katana and would trade it for a pair of usable brass knuckles. As for the sky tree prayer beads and cleric weaponry, are there any clerics present? I will exchange 100 gold coins for such items. Amidst the throng of sword-wielding gunmen, someone shouted into the crowd. Unwanted equipment was being discarded, and as the first person called out, the crowd became uncontrollable. A practice spear was offered for sale. Claimed to be for a mage. Is there anyone interested? Others, having acquired peculiar weapons, looked on in confusion. What manner of weapon is this? A broom? Can a broom truly serve as a weapon? To sweep someone into the refuse? A scythe? Is this not a farming tool? A cleric wielding a scythe? Carrying it to reap wheat? What? Is this not merely a thicker rolling pin? And you dare tell me it is a blunt instrument for a sword-wielding ghost? This is absurd. Do not think that picking up a branch qualifies it as a club. A sword-wielding ghost would never resort to using a wooden stick. The arguments continued, each point of contention varying among the disputants. Earlier, someone traded with my blue-clad ghost swordsman, but I mistakenly offered you a stick mint for a mage. Not for your ghost swordsman. Is that person still around for a retrade? Who was it that mistakenly exchanged a dagger for a short sword with me? Damn it. I am a ghost swordsman. Is the person who just traded with me still here? I am seeking to acquire 3 cat demon claws for a quest. Is anyone present with extras? Voices intertwined chaotically, yet within this disorder emerged a peculiar semblance of order. Those engaged in trade congregated in one area while teams formed in another. Some were just short of the necessary quest items, while others had fortuitously gathered them. In this mutual willingness, the simplest and most genuine exchanges transpired. How charming are these individuals, how sincere and pure their dealings. No tricks, no deceit. Each party obtaining what they required. Form a team, form a team. A compliant ghost swordsman is needed for the thunderous ruins. Newcomers can join if they possess HP potions, common adventurers are preferred, and the Navy can assist. The Naval Brothers here are forming teams to grind for equipment. Clerics from the Navy will bless our weapons as we tackle the venomous thunderous ruins together. Adventurers clad in naval uniforms, bearing crucifixes or wielding katanas. Melded into the cacophony of team formation. Following the directives of the warring states, they sought to engage the common adventurers, aiming to elevate their favor. What could be more gratifying than providing timely assistance to those in need? Thus, as an increasing number of ordinary adventurers gradually align with the Navy's stance. Bolstered by the influence of the celestial display, the Navy's might and power will ascend to an unprecedented zenith. For the common adventurers, the Navy's assistance is naturally timely and considerate. Meanwhile, the agents of the world government are clandestinely at work, subtly courting every adventurer they can, promising them the opportunity to join the CP organization. For pirate adventurers, this presents yet another avenue and choice, which is undoubtedly appealing. In a fleeting moment, all newly activated adventurers have become coveted assets in the eyes of both the Navy and the world government. With 300 gold coins, one can acquire HP potions for newcomers and summon the Phantom Swordsman to conquer the thunderous ruins. Whether one is a Phantom Warrior or a gunslinger, there is a place for all. The Phantom Swordsman is currently among the most populous classes of novice adventurers. The Thunderous Ruins map is notorious for its stormy Kino, which summons lightning that moves erratically. The Phantom Swordsman can approach and inflict damage on Kino, unlike the sharpshooters who often struggle to strike the swiftly moving overlord. Any adventurer who has engaged in battle just once or twice will recognize that melee damage is particularly effective against this Kino. Consequently, most sharpshooters prefer to team up with Phantom Swordsmen or martial artists to tackle this map. Moreover, within the toxic Thunderous Ruins, the Toxic Cat King frequently resides in the marshes, making the sharpshooters a more formidable force against the overlord from a distance. The two teams, being good neighbors, have become the quintessential choice for facilitating pirate formations. Only through mutual collaboration and close coordination can the assembled teams conquer the two dungeons. The atmosphere was bustling and chaotic, teeming with throngs of people. Upon emerging from the Toxic Thunder Ruins, Hila was astonished to find that, in the brief span of her dungeon run, the elven front had transformed into a veritable sea of adventurers. With her round, wide eyes, Hila appeared utterly adorable, her charming face slightly puffed with frustration. The rapidity of this change was astonishing. She gazed ahead at the multitude of adventurers and suddenly noticed several individuals slumped on the ground at the entrance. Their eyes were devoid of light, their bodies weak, resembling limp fish. Thunder. The sky rumbled ominously without warning. It was terrifying. And I was unceremoniously sent back by the lightning. Lacking powerful weapons, how could one possibly contend with Kano? Curse be the circumstances, for the sake of seeing Celia. I must defeat the thunderstruck Kano. I swear it. Some were disheartened, others complained, yet some, undeterred by their failures, began to study the instructions within the invitation on how to grow stronger. There were myriad ways to enhance one's abilities, leveling up, changing equipment, learning skills, and more. However, at this stage, whether in a team or solo, the only option was to push through with relentless fervor to grind for gear. Reaching level 10 would allow one to escape this place. Fate will ultimately lead us to meet. Celia, await my arrival. I am grateful to Celia for bestowing upon me this strength. I shall come to find you. Just level 10, with the Demon Slayer in hand, I shall ascend. Listening to the adventurers rushing toward the Grand Forest, Keela's small head was filled with great curiosity. Celia, who is she? While she had been deeply engrossed in her dungeon run, it seemed she had heard a voice saying, "Hello, I am Celia." At that moment, she thought she must have been imagining things. No, I must quickly complete my tasks and reach level 10. I need to deliver the latest intelligence to Sabo. At last, I can rid myself of this peculiar adventurer. A smile graced her lips as she withdrew her magical energy. The outer barrier of the Grand Forest, which had once kept intruders at bay, had suddenly vanished. What was once an inaccessible realm was now an island open to all. However, this revelation would not be discovered for several days. Celia returned to her fairy tree hollow. Her earlier performance had concluded, and it was time to seek Fang Fan for a chicken leg. Meanwhile, Dasky, having thoroughly enjoyed a Ganzo's sword, was left astounded upon receiving the news of the successful enhancement to level 12 that had echoed through the sky. This is 12, just one step away from 13. Previously, I couldn't even reach 10, and I shattered one of my weapons, although the Navy's coins cover the expenses. The thought of such a fine weapon reduced to mere shards causes Dasky immense heartache. Pirate Buggy, with your 12 weapon, how many weapons have you broken? Alas, if only Sister Kelly could enhance for free. As Dasky exited the Moonlight Tavern and turned onto Hedenmer Street, she was astonished to discover a robust tree beside her. The tree's hollow pulsated with a blue hexagram, exuding an air of mystery. Was it there before? Should I take a look? Just as Dasky was preparing to set up her stall, she first caught sight of the elven tree where Celia resided. But then her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure. At the entrance of the Forest of Gran, there stood a man with purple hair, sunglasses, and a mechanical arm on his right side. That man. Dasky recalled Smoker mentioning the chief instructor of the Navy headquarters, the mentor to countless naval commanders, Zephyr. Has this distinguished gentleman also arrived at Hedon Mall? Zephyr, clad in a naval uniform, with his cape billowing behind him as if animated by an unseen breeze, emanates such a formidable aura that the surrounding pirates cannot help but cast their glances in his direction. This Navy is exceptional. These little pirates are utterly incapable of discerning Zephyr's true identity. Upon his first arrival in Hertenmer, Zephyr surveyed the scene through his inverted triangular black sunglasses. The majority of the passers-by were, in fact, naval soldiers. This indeed brought him great solace. It is quite rare to witness even pirates dutifully adhering to the rules here. Although they are of a lesser caliber, the thought that each possesses remarkably peculiar skills suggests that they could potentially wreak havoc in the future. However, he finds himself powerless in this regard. Initially, upon learning that he could not take action against the pirates, Zephyr remained silent. Yet, as he mastered one marvelous skill after another, he began to grasp the significance of Sengoku's compromise. What was the purpose of the relentless training endured by the naval soldiers? Day and night, exposed to the elements? Was it not to ensure that every naval soldier could overpower any pirate they encountered? Presently, that group of adventurous naval soldiers could easily suppress the lackluster pirates plaguing the first half of the Grand Line without breaking a sweat. As for these adventurous pirates, he cast a discerning glance at the unremarkable rogues beside him. Their rate of advancement would certainly not surpass that of the Navy. He firmly believed that, under Sengoku's strategic guidance, these were trivial matters that did not require the concern of an instructor like himself. Wenjin, the skill instructor for martial artists. Zephyr sought out a naval soldier to inquire about Wenjin's whereabouts. Dasky, noticing Zephyr pass by, quickly bowed and greeted him. Senior Zephyr. Ignoring Dasky, Zephyr continued directly towards Wenjin, leaving her to rise and observe the two men. When an expert makes a move, there is no room for error. Zephyr had spent his life in combat, possessing an astute eye. Upon encountering this monk-like man, seemingly an unremarkable bald figure, he sensed an unusual force enveloping him. The energy known as Kenbunchaku was profoundly intimidating. The observation haki captured the air surrounding him, sending a shiver down his spine. My combat power is only 5,000. This Wenjin lad possesses at least 20,000. It is not that Zephyr underestimates himself. Rather, he is acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. He believes that few in the world surpass him in training. Yet, at his current age, he feels a sense of helplessness regarding combat capabilities. He could not shake the uncanny feeling that this man before him could see through his techniques. No wonder this bald-headed individual, despite his youth, had become a skill instructor for martial artists. I am Wenjin of the Windfist School. Wenjin scrutinized Zephyr from head to toe, then spoke earnestly, irresolute. Elderly martial artist, have you come to learn combat skills? Zephyr, his mechanical arm began to emit a soft glow, steaming slightly. Learn combat skills. A sudden smile crept onto Zephyr's lips. He had always been the one to instruct others, never expecting that today he would be the one receiving guidance. At his age, he had gained a certain clarity. Without further thought, he replied directly, "Yes, I have come to learn combat skills, as you wish." The wind's intensity should not be underestimated, as this man's right arm nearly rivals the girth of his entire waist, exuding an aura of dominance with every movement. Clearly, he is no ordinary adventurer. Zephyr, you have mastered knee strikes, throws, and stealth grappling. Throwing, executing a kick on an enemy and, upon impact against a wall or the ground, they will release a shockwave. Stealth grappling, while dashing, you can stealthily grapple an enemy, allowing you to utilize specific skills while in this state to grapple them as you glide. Zephyr pondered over this information, casting a glance at his mechanical arm. Grappling enemies. With this mechanical arm, do I still need to grapple? He lifted his arm, only to be met with a sudden notification: arm malfunctioning. You have acquired the skill steel muscles, fortifying your body to be as resilient as steel, thereby enhancing your physical defense and vitality. Isn't this akin to the armament hockey? Filled with curiosity, Zephyr activated the armament hockey while simultaneously employing steel muscles. In an instant, the distinction between the two became apparent. Armament hockey envelopes the body in an impenetrable hard shell, while steel muscles enhances the inherent vitality of the muscles, fortifying the interior. The two do not conflict. In fact, they can mutually augment one's defenses. Excellent. Having tested his skills, he turned his gaze towards the training grounds behind wind's intensity. According to naval intelligence, numerous skilled fighters were honing their abilities within. The training ground for fighters is a special venue where other adventurers must pay to enter. Perhaps within lies the training methods of the Hedenmer people. One of Zephyr's purposes for coming to Hedenmer is indeed this training ground. After all, he is inherently a combat instructor dedicated to research. As he peered inside, the door to the training ground swung open. A bare-chested Blackbeard, clad in a flowing white robe, emerged with an air of nonchalance, a confident grin plastered across his face. He had just engaged in a fierce battle inside, evenly matched with another. Ah, is that not Admiral Zephyr? A rare sight indeed. Zephyr was not particularly familiar with Blackbeard, who at this time was not widely recognized. However, Blackbeard was well aware of Admiral Zephyr's reputation, having once stood toe-to-toe with Whitebeard in fierce combat, showcasing formidable strength. Unfortunately, after losing an arm, his prowess began to wane. Utilizing his observation hockey, Zephyr discerned the man's capabilities. At the very least, he possessed the strength of a vice-admiral. Zephyr furrowed his brow, questioning, a pirate adventurer? He observed Blackbeard as he strode past him and Feng. Upon reaching Feng, he paused momentarily, his teeth slightly ajar, yet his words were crystal clear. Feng. One's aspirations should not be confined to a mere training ground. Should you come to this realization, feel free to seek me out. There will undoubtedly be a place for you as the first mate aboard my ship. Despite the unsuccessful invitation to Feng, Blackbeard remained undeterred, extending similar invitations to the formidable adventurers within. Alas, they all exhibited little interest. Unfazed, Blackbeard understood that finding a satisfactory and competent companion was no simple task, and he possessed ample patience. However, the continuous rejections served as a stark reminder that his renown was still insufficient. Zephyr paid little heed to this peculiar man and entered the training ground without a second thought. As Blackbeard ambled down the street, he suddenly gazed up at the sky. A thought striking him: if only he could be announced on the celestial screen, his fame would gradually ascend. What a splendid notion! Just as this idea materialized, the sky above Grand Forest illuminated with the announcement: Borsellino has completed the Sword Soul Clash transition, becoming the first to do so. Rewarded with 500,000 gold and 5,000,000 berries. Blackbeard exclaimed, truly remarkable, the Navy. His fists clenched tightly, an aura of dominance emanating from him, though it dissipated in an instant, restoring his previous defiance. Just you wait. The celestial screen continued to showcase the speed of the yellow ape, leaving many puzzled about the nature of this class transition. Could it possibly allow one to shift from wielding a sword to a firearm? While some were perplexed, others were filled with curiosity. Buggy, who had been enjoying a shooting spree, was also captivated by the resounding announcement alongside Yerlita. A class transition? He glanced at his status, level 18, on the verge of ascending to level 19. He recalled that one could transition at level 18. Is it indeed a transition at level 18, Yerlita? With a gremlin machine gun in hand, Buggy unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the zombies. their health plummeting under the relentless assault of his 12 weapon. Yerlita executed a flurry of slashes, dispatching 2 zombies with ease. Indeed, a class transition signifies more skills. Buggy. Once we finish this round, let us embark on a new quest. Yerlita beamed with confidence. Post-transition, they would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Yet, the question lingered, would new maps emerge? More skills? Bakina, with a lamentably impoverished imagination, finds it utterly inconceivable to envision the skills that may emerge in the future. He resolves not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. At this moment, his sole focus is on completing the job transfer quest. Under the silver bullet state, his handgun attacks render the bone abyss powerless, immobilizing its entire form. The combination of Bakina's silver bullets and his own extraordinary damage output proves to be insurmountable for the creature, which cannot withstand the tremendous onslaught. The two swiftly conquer the challenge, clearing the battlefield before hastening back to Hut and Mal. Meanwhile, the emergence of the first job transfer has deepened the understanding of the Navy's formidable prowess among many. In the footage, those zombies with elongated health bars and swift movements exhibit no capacity for resistance before the yellow ape. It is rare to witness the yellow ape being captured by any zombie. Before the Lord, the yellow ape employs the powers of the glint fruit, effortlessly dodging the attacks of a ghost swordsman while unleashing a relentless barrage of lasers from the air. The concentrated lasers rain down like a hailstorm, causing the zombies below to collapse in a matter of moments. Thus, the bone abyss meets its demise at the hands of the yellow ape's superior tactics. Many have recognized the advantages of aerial assaults. However, for the vast majority of ordinary adventurers, the ability to fly remains a distant aspiration. Within the Dark Thunder ruins, throngs of level 15 and 16 adventurers surge in, only to retreat in droves shortly thereafter. The only discernible difference is that while they entered upright, they emerge lying down. At the entrance to the Grand Forest of Hut and Mal, numerous adventurers are left with a plethora of questions. What has led to such a multitude of individuals lying at this entrance today? Has everyone been rendered weak by their encounters within the Dark Thunder ruins? Upon witnessing a large group of disheartened souls sprawled together, one cannot help but inquire aloud. Exhaustion sometimes follows excessive adventuring. With aching backs and legs, they appear utterly drained, as if their very essence has been siphoned away. Could it be that you were simply lacking in skill? Nonsense. Did you not see the 2 Navy members still lying there? Is the Dark Thunder ruins truly that formidable? Some express skepticism, questioning the apparent difficulty based on the naval admiral's battle performance. The admiral's attacks by UB-2 against the Bone Abyss yield cries of defeat, and thus, the task is completed, with the yellow ape claiming a reward of 500,000 gold and 5 million berries. See? It's quite simple, isn't it? The feeble adventurers on the ground cast sympathetic glances at this self-assured fool, underestimating the Bone Abyss. Prepare to find yourself weakened. At that moment, a man with fair skin, bare-chested and adorned with a headscarf, whose earlobes cascaded to his shoulders, sauntered past an adventurer while yawning. He ambled lazily, exuding an air of lethargy, shouldering a golden lance. He strode purposefully towards the entrance of the Dark Thunder ruins. Yet another fool marching towards his demise. Suddenly, Enel halted, his gaze shifting to the side, surveying with disdainful arrogance. How could mere mortals comprehend the might of a deity? A crackling arc of lightning enveloped him, and had he been in the Sky Island, the very heavens would have roared. However, this was that wretched place, and he dared not unleash his full power. Like thunder striking the earth, he transformed into an unparalleled bolt of lightning, dashing towards the Dark Thunder ruins. I, the divine Enel, scorn to mingle with you insignificant ants. From a distance, a voice echoed, startling the crowd into bewildered exchanges of glances. A deity? What lunacy is this? Yet, the recent display of crackling arcs and flashing sparks was indeed captivating. How absurd he managed to impress them. Meanwhile, in the back streets, Smoker approached Sherlock once more to glean information. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had discerned that this astute goblin merchant relished collecting various trinkets and materials. Nevertheless, what truly captivated him were the treasures of human gold and jewels. This time, upon catching sight of the gold adorning the Smoker model vehicle, Sherlock's eyes sparkled with delight. Smoker, I never anticipated you would present me with this treasure. The elder Sherlock, brimming with excitement, nearly rubbed his hands together in glee. Smoker, I shall accept the gold trinkets you bear, yet this time, I shall not exchange them for intelligence. Sherlock placed his hands atop his cane, adopting an expression of earnestness. Smoker, seated atop the bison, raised his leg to dismount. Oh, then you must possess something even more splendid to show me? The astute analysis of the naval battle indeed proved insightful. It is only when avaricious merchants behold sufficient profit that they are spurred to take further action. Allow me to grandly present to you the voucher. More precious than gold coins. Let the clever old Sherlock elucidate the remarkable utility of the voucher. As he retrieved a box from behind him, he continued. Are you familiar with the Blaze Star Magic Box? This is something that can be procured with vouchers. Smoker was well aware of the Blaze Star Magic Box, having recently heard the Warring States Marshal speak of it. This time, Admiral Kizaru received a reward email containing a total of 20 Blazing Star Magic Boxes. The utility of point vouchers extends beyond mere purchases. Let us take a look at the goblin's treasure chest. As he retrieved the box and began to open it, he remarked, what can be acquired with point vouchers is not necessarily obtainable with gold, such as this. Sherlock produced a vial of a mysterious potion, its crimson exterior strikingly captivating. Smoker stared intently. Ancient Elf's secret elixir, when consumed. It doubles the dungeon experience gained by adventurers for 1 hour, usable once per day. An essential potion for leveling up. Those who have used it know its worth. Smoker was taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with such a potion. Does this imply that with this upgrade, the speed will surpass that of others by a factor of 2? What a remarkable advantage. For their navy, this is akin to receiving timely assistance in the midst of a snowstorm. The general of the Warring States would surely be dazzled by such a sight. Simultaneously, his gaze returned to the enigmatic chest belonging to Sherlock, which had never been opened. The costumes for the demon swordsman, male and female, the gunslinger, male and female, the brawler, male and female, the wizard, male and female, the magic gunner, the night stalker, and the guardian, as well as the advanced costumes for the demon swordsman, gunslinger, and guardian, all lay within. The resurrection coin. Upon use, it allows a deceased character to revive on the spot, fully restored to health. How can resurrection be deemed cheating? The Arad resurrection coin for warriors. Warehouse upgrade ticket LV1. Enhance your storage space. I promise to safeguard it well, brave warrior, Soraya Cloman. The horn of the Glen Forest. A horn used to make announcements to everyone, which vanishes after a single use. Collect air conditioners, computers, refrigerators, and please re-enter the content. Later, with Remy's assistance and the stall trading permit, Smog found himself in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, could this goblin belonging to Sherlock have pilfered Fang Fan's little treasury? Wasn't Fang Fan the master of the Glen Forest? Could all of these be sold? Sherlock chuckled, sensing Smog's confusion. Of course, my smoky friend. Without Master Fang Fan's permission, how would I dare sell such fine goods? Moreover, Master Fang Fan has stated that once the first person purchases from my general store, the items within will immediately gain a new function, a marketplace. At that time, everyone will be able to make purchases, and as the one who initiates this, you shall receive a special discount voucher and a premium costume gift box permanent. Smog was filled with anticipation, his eyes drawn to the gift box. Demon Swordsman Costume. This set includes an upper garment, lower garment, headpiece, skin, hat, face accessory, neckpiece, belt, and shoes. Upon wearing, the character will receive attribute or skill enhancements based on the equipped parts, without set attributes. The duration of use offers 3 options, 7 days, 30 days, or unlimited, permanent. As he scrutinized the costume set, the image of a demon swordsman appeared vividly in his mind, with white hair and a resolute visage. The upper body was clad in a white-gray vest, exuding strength and explosive power with muscles prominently displayed. The lower half matched in color with robust trousers, connected to elongated round boots, thoroughly concealing the thighs. A crossbelt adorned the waist. While a wooden staff was held in hand, this was the initial appearance of the demon swordsman costume. Isn't this precisely my style? Smoker was taken aback, his breath quickening. How remarkably handsome. 39.99 points. I shall first procure an ensemble for myself. He dismounted from the bison, emptied his pockets entirely, and exchanged 80,000 berries for 8,000 points. Simultaneously, he glanced at the resurrection coin. 20 points each? Let me acquire 100 of those. With Remy's assistance, he instantly regained a third of his health. At 10 points each, he purchased 100. The remaining points were all spent on the Blazing Star Magic Box. In his backpack, Smoker opened the fashion gift box and donned the attire at once. His appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. The previous Smoker, clad in an old jacket, black trousers, and leather boots, was far from striking, merely durable. Upon donning the accoutrements of the ghost swordsman, A remarkable transformation enveloped him, imbuing his demeanor with an air of formidable majesty. The once brazen and reckless bravado began to dissipate, revealing a more composed essence. It appeared that he would need to petition the warlord of the Sengoku for a modest allocation of funds once again. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the blazing star magic box nestled within his backpack. It was time to test the mettle of his character. Shall I open the blazing star magic box 10? Yes. He was rewarded with 10 servings of Celia's special cool drink, along with various other items. Congratulations. You have received a 10 enhancement voucher. The 10 enhancement voucher allows one to elevate a weapon's power to level 10 without any adverse effects. Nearly a 10, it was. But it seemed adequate for a valiant warrior of Arad. Smorg reflected, this item must be worth a substantial amount of military merit. Weber hoisted the burning cannon upon his back. The robust barrel evoked a mix of reverence and curiosity among onlookers, particularly among fellow marksmen, who wondered why their own backs bore no such formidable weaponry. The sight of his petite white wings added to the intrigue. Were they perhaps activating their powers incorrectly? Some gazed at Weber's bare upper body, utterly perplexed. Brother with the grand chest, what is this peculiar appearance? Quite unique, I must say. A garment would be fitting. Don't you think? Initially, Weber, fresh from the depths of the Azure Sea, found himself disconcerted by the curious stares of the populace. Yet, as he grew accustomed to their bewilderment, he found himself questioning their strength instead. Were all these denizens of the Azure Sea so formidable? At only level 10. He marveled at the breathtaking displays of combat prowess overhead, particularly the naval forces, whose might seemed excessive. However, despite their strength, the rivalries among them were equally fierce. The Navy, the pirates, the adventurers, they were all entrenched in a perpetual struggle for dominance amidst the abundant treasures of the Azure Sea. Moreover, he discerned that the location he had arrived at, even within the Azure Sea, was a unique realm, teeming with conflict and well-suited for warriors. As a formidable combatant from Sandia, he resolved to enhance his prowess for the safety of his homeland. He silently vowed to grow stronger, with levels and equipment being paramount considerations. Earlier, upon hearing discussions of 12 weapons, he had taken a keen interest in the firearms wielded by marksmen. Rifles, automatic pistols, revolvers, crossbows, and hand cannons all captured his attention, particularly a hand cannon he spotted at a naval stall. He promptly expended his hard-earned coins to acquire a surprise goblin cannon. Once I secure a pink tier hand cannon, I shall proceed with the enhancement. Weber had just finished repairing his weapon and was about to depart from Cinder when he was unexpectedly jostled by a fiery cannon behind him. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a swordsman clad in a belly-bearing tunic, adorned with 3 swords at his waist. Wasn't he, I suppose, to seek out GSD? How did I end up at the doorstep of the Moonlight Tavern? Zoro, the notorious navigator of the Thousand Sunny, a level 18 Spectre swordsman yet to locate GSD, muttered to himself. Relying on his exceptional swordsmanship and the demon-slaying skill, he had ascended to level 18. Oh, did I bump into you? My apologies. Zoro turned to Weber and offered a courteous apology. Weber paid little mind, merely hearing Zoro repeatedly murmur, where on earth is that old man GSD? Wasn't he, it said, he was near the Moonlight Tavern? Could this swordsman be blind? Is not the esteemed GSD elder right there in the corner? At this moment, Zoro realized that he could no longer rely on his own instincts and needed to inquire from others. He turned to the nearby Sindar and asked, Elder, do you know where the GSD elder is? He is just to your right, Sindar replied. Zoro expressed his gratitude with a brief thank you and then turned to head leftward. The young man, often lost, was seen by Cinda several times, and this occasion compelled him to peek over curiously. Zoran approached the left side, only to be met by an impassable wall. After surveying a few directions, he retraced his steps through the magical portal beside Weber, returning to Huttonmar Street. Not long after, his figure reappeared in the back alley. HM? Still no sign of GSD. With one hand resting on his sword and the other scratching his head, Zoran felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Indeed, one should not readily trust the words of unfamiliar elders. After searching fruitlessly for so long, he regretted ever asking him. Cinda remarked, Am I to blame? She turned to the seated GSD beside her and could not help but speak up. Old friend, this young sword master requires some guidance. Without lifting his gaze, GSD, burdened by 5 weapons on his back, had one of his katana dart forth like a bolt of lightning. The emerging blade radiated an unmatched aura of sword intent. And in an instant, Zoran, sensing this force, tensed like a cheetah, instinctively placing both hands on the hilt of his sword. Simultaneously, A purple gleam suddenly flickered past the ghostly hand he bore, exuding an otherworldly charm. There was no intent to kill. Zoran narrowed his eyes at the distant weapon, furrowing his brow. It was then he noticed an elderly man in the corner, blindfolded and adorned with 5 weapons. His tattered coarse garments reminiscent of an ascetic. He approached slowly, deep in thought. "You are GSD." GSD gradually raised his head. The cloth obscuring his eyes could not conceal his vision. In an unexplainable way, Zoran felt another pair of eyes observing him. "Young Swordmaster. You carry the essence of the specter." Zoran was unsure if it was his imagination, but he sensed the elder scrutinizing the 3 swords at his waist twice. 3 identical katana weapons. Quite a rarity. GSD continued, "Young Swordmaster, you have reached the threshold for a class change. Embrace your destined vocation. Do you accept the Ghost Cry class advancement quest?" Without hesitation, Zoran affirmed and seized the opportunity to declare, "I wish to learn skills." "As you wish." You have acquired the skills, Wave Splitter, Triple Slash, Moonlight Slash, Silver Blade Drop, and Cross Slash. Zoran's eyes widened in awe as he perused the descriptions of these techniques. His heart brimming with admiration. Truly, these are exquisite skills, more refined and formidable than his own sword techniques. They are not mere fluctuations of sword intent or slashing strikes, but rather fluid combinations of agile movements and extraordinary magical techniques. Could it be that the techniques of great sword masters are this vibrant and diverse? As Zoro prepared to embark on his class transition quest in the Dark Thunder Ruins, both Luffy and Usopp had similarly accepted their own transition tasks. Usopp glanced at the mission briefing. Collect 50 zombie arms in exchange for a mechanical shell at Cinda. The thought of confronting that terrifying horde of zombies sent shivers down his spine. After accepting the task, he approached Winzen, hoping to team up with Luffy for the endeavor. Yet, Luffy's presence was nowhere to be found. He had dashed off like the wind towards the zombie underground city. Must I undertake this transition quest alone? He pondered, questioning whether he would be the one gathering zombie arms or if the zombies would instead be collecting his. Meanwhile, Buggy and Alrita emerged from the Dark Thunder Ruins, only to be startled by the scene outside. Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are there so many lying on the ground? Have you all failed the dungeon and entered a weakened state? A pirate recognized Buggy and exclaimed, "You are the infamous pirate Buggy, wielder of the 12 weapon." Initially indifferent to the identity of the newcomers, the crowd suddenly turned their attention upon hearing the name. The notorious pirate, Buggy. Buggy was taken aback, realizing he had become quite renowned. Has my fame truly grown so vast? He then burst into laughter, proudly declaring, "Yes, it is I, Captain Buggy the Great Pirate." Buggy reveled in this moment of glory, a pinnacle in his life. Yet he was unprepared for the throng that surged towards him, nearly overwhelming him. "Captain Buggy, help me. Take me under your wing. I wish to join your pirate crew." "Great Enhancer Buggy, lend me your aid and teach me the ways of weapon enhancement." "Captain Buggy, save me. I cannot withstand the challenges of the Dark Thunder Ruins any longer. I have entered a weakened state twice and have been warned that I cannot enter the dungeon today. Captain Buggy, please assist us. Our old sow is in distress and has fainted." The crowd surged toward Buggy, each hoping to catch his attention and be heard. As the first pirate adventurer to enhance his abilities to level 12, glimpses of Buggy could still be seen against the backdrop of the sky. To the pirates, Buggy stood as a paragon of piracy in the Grand Forest. With the real deal right before them, how could they let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Meanwhile, Buggy gazed at the approaching throng, still in a state of bewilderment. "Captain Buggy, let us behold the weapon you have enhanced to level 12. Enlighten us." "Captain Buggy, might you lend us some gold for enhancements? We shall repay you promptly upon exiting the Grand Forest." Captain Buggy. Surrounded by the eager crowd, Buggy instinctively leaned back, activating his dismemberment ability, causing his head to detach and soar above the masses. The fervor of this wave of fans is undeniably exuberant. Could it be that their enthusiasm has reached an overwhelming peak? The cacophony of voices intertwined, creating a scene of palpable chaos. Captain Buggy. Buggy, his head as large as a basin. At this pivotal moment, Yalita emerged like an elegant and beautiful Tyrannosaurus, deftly extricating adventurers from the throng. She forged a path through the crowd, and as she approached Buggy, she hurled 1,000 gold coins skyward in a spectacular display. "Gather the coins. It's raining gold." At the entrance of the Forest of Glen, the air was enveloped in a shower of golden light, with countless coins cascading from above. The sound of coins clinking upon the ground resonated like a symphony, captivating both the eyes and ears of all present. The pirates eagerly bowed their heads to collect the coins, hastily stowing them away in pockets and bags. Yalata swiftly grasped Buggy's hand, and together they dashed through the crowd. Buggy, we must hurry. Thankfully, this tale is a serious narrative, otherwise one might envision Yalata pulling Buggy along, his body trailing behind, while the melody of You Are My Destiny played in the background. They continued running until they reached the training ground of Wind Chime, where they finally paused. That was close. We nearly got surrounded. Yalata remarked gracefully as she adjusted her sun hat. Captain Buggy, let us not forget the purpose of our outing. She cast a flirtatious glance at Buggy, emphasizing that advancing their classes was indeed the right path. Buggy, stroking his chin with a pensive expression, conceded, You make a valid point. How could I allow such distractions? As he made his way to Kelly to accept the quest, he turned to Yalata and said, You should also take on a class advancement quest. Let us meet back here shortly. With these instructions, I watched as Kelly floated away. At that moment, a figure clad in blue trousers and a yellow belt, riding a lion named Ricky, came galloping towards us. Captain Buggy. A surprised Buggy turned to see Machi. Did you not go to recruit people? Have you found anyone? The Buggy pirates had not completely disbanded. He intended to continue his treasure hunting aboard the pirate ship. After harnessing the power of the invitation, he had been leveraging his advantages to gather pirates. He sought to recruit anyone with sufficient strength. I swear I shall become the man who discovers the grand treasure. He had dispatched Machi to the East Sea to recruit and expand the crew, eagerly anticipating the day they would once again storm the Grand Line. We found some. But our gold is insufficient. What? Have you spent it all? Indeed, not a single coin remains. Machi, riding the curious lion Ricky, surveyed the surroundings. In that case, you may take this gold to use. Buggy reluctantly extracted most of his coins, his mind racing with thoughts. It is time to procure some gold. Just as he pondered how to acquire funds, his mailbox suddenly pinged, indicating a new email. Upon opening it, he discovered it was the reward from his previous ascent to the Sky Curtain, 20 blazing star magic boxes. What a marvelous treasure this is. With a mere thought, shall I open the Celestial Star Magic Box 10? No, I shall open them all at once. Your request has been denied. Each person is permitted to open only 10 Celestial Star Magic Boxes per day. What? The expression on Baki's jester-like face was one of utter disbelief and shock at such limitations. Very well, 10 it shall be. Let us proceed. You have acquired colorless crystal shards 635, blue crystal shards 341, Arad stall permit 1. You have also obtained red crystal shards 236. How disappointing. Just a collection of useless items, Baki lamented, dismissing their significance. Instead, he noticed beside him the complete guide to deception in Arad, tricks, and how delightful. His smile gradually twisted into something more sinister. You have received white crystal shards 253, 2 Demon Blade Master S artifact weapon boxes, and a Holy Order artifact weapon box. Congratulations, you have obtained a rare pet gift box. Rare pet gift box. It contains an exceedingly rare pet. The yellow ape exclaimed with a peculiar expression. How terrifying. So many gift boxes. Typically indifferent, the yellow ape felt a flicker of excitement in this moment. Life is akin to a box of chocolates. You never know what you will taste next. He set the weapon boxes aside and focused intently on the rare pet gift box. Shall I open the rare pet gift box? The yellow ape replied, yes. A radiant light enveloped the entire naval vessel, casting a divine glow. Although it was daytime, the sky shimmered with a sacred golden hue. Congratulations. You have acquired the pet legacy spirit beast, the radiant holy Qilin. As the brilliance subsided, a miniature adorable creature appeared on the yellow ape's desk. It was merely the size of a fist, covered in golden fur, its 4 legs shimmering with electric light, and its back ablaze like ascending stars. With a deer's head and a lion's tail, its mane flowed without wind, revealing sharp teeth that displayed an enchanting yet fearsome aura. Upon its emergence, a mere breath released an electric light akin to flames, igniting 2 nearby naval documents instantly. Oh. Through his yellow sunglasses, Huang Yuan meticulously examined the information regarding his pet. Illuminated Sacred Qilin type. Rare pet level. 1 pet attributes. Strength 30, Stamina 30, Intelligence 30, Spirit 30, Attack Speed 3, Casting Speed 3, Movement Speed 3. HP Max 15, Physical Attack Power 10, Magical Attack Power 10, Independent Attack Power 25, Physical Critical 7, Magical Critical 7. Critical Damage 10, Dual Arena 5, Pet Skills, Blessing of the Qilin. Upon casting this skill, a blessing effect is obtained, increasing attack speed and movement speed by 10 for a duration of 20 seconds. Holy Light. The sacred Qilin liberates itself from confinement, unleashing divine power. Random lightning strikes nearby enemies, inflicting a binding effect, while simultaneously bestowing a sacred aura upon the character, enhancing strength, intelligence, stamina, and spirit by 50, as well as increasing attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 3. Attack power is augmented by 10 fixed damage, percentage effective, lasting for 20 seconds. Have you seen my brother? He mused, gazing affectionately at his adorable beast. How terrifying. How could my pet be so diminutive? He recalled Buggy's serpent-like pet, which was at least as thick as a human calf. How had it come to him? He glanced at his pet's description and discerned that the rarity of a rare pet lies in the fact that level 1 and level 50 signify two distinct states, mature form and juvenile form. The difference between the juvenile and mature forms is akin to that between a robust orange tiger and a diminutive orange kitten. Wang Yuan fixated on his pet, murmuring softly. A Qilin, is it? Reader, I am Gang. Thus, the question arose, what shall I feed you? Perhaps it would be prudent to consult General Sengoku. He retrieved a golden telephone bug from his pocket, finding it oddly colored. Digging into his trouser pocket, he extracted another, only to discover it was also incorrect. Where had his communication telephone bug gone? Just as Huang Yuan contemplated abandoning the call to open another artifact weapon gift box, the second telephone bug on the table suddenly rang. The telephone bug donned a pair of frog-like spectacles, its expression reminiscent of the illustrious Admiral Sengoku. The leisurely Kizaru picked up the receiver, Moshi Moshi. Kizaru, you performed admirably this time. Sengoku, in his capacity as leader, promptly acknowledged the efforts of his subordinate. Have you received the rewards that Fang Fan dispatched? Kizaru, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, cradled the radiant holy Kirin in his palm, which was nibbling and licking at his thumb. Yes, Marshal, he replied, his fingers curling around the Kirin like claws. The creature rested its forelegs upon Kizaru's thumb, gnawing with increasing fervor. What are the rewards? The rewards consist of boxes. The Kirin exhaled a spray of shimmering light toward the thumb, causing radiant sparks to scatter. Kizaru's expression morphed into one of intrigue. This Kirin's abilities seem akin to my own Pika Pika no Mi. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the table, bellowing, Borsellino. Answer me with sincerity. You imbecile. A vice admiral ought not engage in such an effective communication. Huh? Kizaru, startled by the sudden roar, slowly distanced the receiver from his ear. How terrifying, Sengoku. After a brief pause, he inquired, Moshi Moshi, Sengoku, are you still there? Sengoku squeezed a solitary word through gritted teeth. Speak. The reward is the Blaze Star Magic Box, which contained a pet gift box, 2 weapon gift boxes, and various small crystals. Kizaru smirked. I have already opened the pet box, and the creature that emerged was quite astonishing. He flicked his finger lightly, propelling the juvenile Kirin from his hand. Contrary to expectations, the creature did not tumble to the ground. Instead, the flying Kirin halted mid-air, performing an elegant hover, golden light coalescing beneath its feet as it descended. With a few graceful leaps, a small golden cloud formed beneath it, cradling its form. It fixed its gaze upon Kizaru. Standing resolutely, the holy Kirin declared, Marshal, I have dispatched the divine weapon boxes, and may I inquire, Sengoku, how do you typically feed your goats? Sengoku instantly understood. This was a question regarding pet care. Do you have any information on pets? Please hold on. I shall send it to you shortly. After receiving the information regarding the pets transmitted by Kizaru, the Naval Headquarters Naval Warfare Bureau also received details concerning job changes in the Sword Soul. Job changes are a pivotal choice that all adventurers must confront regarding their skill direction. For the Demon Swordsman skills, they have discerned 4 distinct paths: Blood Summoning, Sword Mastery, Wave Magic, and Space Demon. Judging from the introduction to the Sword Soul, Kizaru's chosen path appears to align with Sword Mastery. The Sword Soul, also known as the Weapon Master, meticulously calibrates the power of the demon hand, unleashing lethal strikes through exceptional swordsmanship and diverse weaponry. Additionally, they wield a mysterious type of weapon, the lightsaber. Is this akin to the Amatsukami wielded by Borsellino? Upon reaching this point, Sengoku felt a wave of confusion. If that were the case, the lightsaber would indeed be overwhelmingly powerful. The Sword Soul excels in delivering rapid and relentless strikes to incapacitate opponents, with the potential to awaken later as the Sword Sage. He glanced at his skill panel. Talent, Swift Shadow Hand. A unique skill of the Sword Soul that reduces weapon switching cooldowns. Talent, Mastery of the Lightsaber, enabling the use of lightsaber weaponry to strike foes. Talent, Proficiency in Lightsabers, which enhances physical attack, magical attack, and accuracy when wielding lightsaber weaponry. Should proficiency reach a certain level, additional effects may manifest. Upon reading this, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail, and after a pause, Kizaru's voice finally came through. Borsalino, could you procure a few lightsabers and deliver them to the Naval Warfare Bureau? Kizaru, who was leisurely playing with the Kirin, glanced at the clock with a calm demeanor. Sengoku, I'm off work now. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Sengoku muttered, I wish I could smash this transponder snail. Meanwhile, Nami and Sanji emerged from the entrance of Grand Forest, surveying the desolate landscape before them, filled with uncertainty. Are these individuals all in a weakened state? They pondered, recalling that Luffy and the others had just cleared a hidden map. Did these people fall victim to the Dark Thunder ruins? Before unlocking the Dark Thunder phase, they seldom witnessed anyone enter a weakened state. The astute Nami quickly connected the dots, feeling a surge of anxiety regarding this new map. We must be cautious. At a critical moment, I'll let Sanji take the lead. The two passed through the magical portal at Norton's location, with Sanji heading to Windstorm for his job change quest, while Nami hurried to the Magician's Association to meet with Shalon. Oh, I didn't expect you to grow into an independent magician so swiftly. Such talent is rare, Shalon remarked elegantly, holding a glass containing an unknown magical beverage, exuding a rich and sweet aroma that wafted towards Nami every time she approached. She gazed intently at this first magician to undergo a job change. Master Shalon, I am here to change my job. I'm aware. Let me first assess the magical talent that lies dormant within you. Shalon closed her eyes, and a gentle stream of magic flowed into Nami through her brow. Nami's lips curled slightly, caught in a blend of tension and anticipation. After a moment, she exclaimed, Ah, it seems you possess the innate talent of an elementalist. Will you accept the task to transition into this role? Nami curiously inquired. Elementalist? Master, what profession is that? Shalon smiled enigmatically. After all, she was the first mage Nami encountered since her arrival here, and such inquiries were easily addressed. She summoned her magic, transmitting a vivid scene into Nami's mind. An elementalist appeared, charmingly agile, casting spells at an astonishing speed, conjuring 6 towering ice walls in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the explosive power of a jack-bomb surged forth, accompanied by the shadowy feline specter of the night cat, and bursts of fiery flames clashed with solid blocks of ice plummeting from above. Meteorites rained down, and a magical black hole materialized, leaving Nami utterly dazzled and entranced. How formidable! The silver lightning crackled fiercely, the orange flames roared with intensity, the deep blue-black hole exuded an air of mystery, and the sight of the blue ice sent chills through her very core. A tapestry of colors intertwined, a confluence of elemental magic condensed, as thunder clashed with fire. Flames met ice, revealing an undeniable strength. Observing the elemental skills, Nami realized that upon embracing her new role, her magical prowess would likely ascend several tiers. Simultaneously, she took note of her professional information. Elementalist, originating from the ancient organization of elementalists in Talakuta, a lineage of true mages. What does lineage signify? Nami pondered, though she refrained from further questioning. The warriors of Arad were well aware that other mage transitions often struggled against hordes of monsters, or were outmatched by those who transformed. Some even faltered against chaotic drivers or those who shouted while clutching dolls. Could they truly be called mages? In contrast to those aberrations, the luminary truly embodied the essence of a mage, firmly believing in the power of elements and wielding their forces to cast spells. Nami silently recited this thought. Though she did not fully comprehend it, it seemed to carry an air of significance. Herd had mentioned that she was truly an extraordinary elementalist. Nami accepted the task and bid farewell to Shalon. Upon returning to Hutton Mall Street, she was astonished to find Usopp and Sanji standing together. When did these two become a couple? Wasn't Usopp supposed to be on a mission with Luffy? After casually greeting them, Nami turned to the duo and inquired, Have you both accepted your job change missions? Indeed, I have transitioned to the role of a mechanic, while Sanji has taken up striking. Speaking of job changes, Usopp felt a surge of confidence. Fang Fan once expressed his envy of Usopp's profession, emphasizing the remarkable prowess of a mechanic. He had witnessed the extraordinary skills that came with the mechanic class, the bizarre robots with immense functionality and astonishing destructive power. Yet, after witnessing the might of an elemental mage, Nami was equally confident, asserting that a master of elemental forces was second to none. Since they were both venturing into the dark and thunderous ruins, why not join forces? Nami's suggestion was met with Sanji's enthusiastic approval. This dungeon is challenging. We should certainly tackle it together. Usopp nodded in agreement, only to notice a sudden smirk on Nami's lips. However, before we enter the dungeon, there is one matter to attend to. What is it? Nami turned towards Kelly with assuredness, declaring, I intend to enhance my equipment to level 12. Nanny, have you lost your mind, Nami? Do you possess a divine artifact? If it's ordinary gear, there is no need for such a risky enhancement. Usopp quickly interjected, worried about Nami's impulsiveness. Sanji, beside them, took a deep drag from his cigarette, contemplating the situation. Indeed, Nami-san, once I help you secure a divine artifact, we shall enhance it to level 12. Usopp hesitated momentarily before finally voicing, Nami, if you require assistance, I have 10 Starfire boxes. He considered his own misfortune with the boxes, realizing he had never procured anything worthwhile. Perhaps he could open them for Nami, hoping to yield a divine artifact gift box. However, Nami simply smiled mischievously, seemingly unfazed. With a twinkle in her eyes and an enchanting demeanor, she playfully retorted, who says I lack a divine artifact? Lifting her garment, she revealed a staff. Moon of Magic Flames type, staff level, 15 rarity, Lord artifact durability, 28 physical attack, 209 magical attack, 263 independent attack, 112 intelligence, 16 mage, female. Jack's explosive bullet 2 mage, male, spiraling fire shield 2 when casting skills. There is a 5 chance to unleash a meteor strike on the nearest enemy within a 300 px radius. Perish beneath my meteor, blazing Pinocchio. Sanji was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to smoke. When did you acquire this staff without my knowledge? Nami chuckled. While you were enchanted by Pinocchio, I discreetly acquired it from her. Sanji exhaled a long puff of smoke, contemplating the notion of touch, whether it be to touch or to be touched. He mused how splendid it would be if the roles were reversed. Little did he know, had the roles indeed been reversed, this tale would unfold as an entirely different narrative. Meanwhile, the determined Nami approached Nami's side, with Usopp and Sanji hastily trailing behind. With an air of confidence, she declared, I intend to enhance my staff. The imposing aura suggested a distinct air of disdain, as if one were to imply that a lack of enhancement equated to a lack of respect. Kelly observed Nami sprinting towards her, instantly recognizing the formidable sorceress who sought to bargain for her enhancements. I must inform you, there are no discounts available here, Kelly remarked. Upon hearing this, Nami felt slighted. Yet with unwavering confidence, she replied, this time, it is unnecessary. Kelly responded, as long as you are pleased. Meanwhile, as the crowd busily engaged in their class transitions, the astute Dasky, having concluded her stall, was taken aback by a sudden revelation. To the right of the magical portal descending from the backstreet stood an enormous tree. Its presence a mystery that had seemingly appeared without notice. Dasky, who had been vigilantly observing the transformations of Hertenmer Street, was left in awe by this unexpected spectacle. When did this transformation occur? How could I have overlooked such a change? As she closed and opened her eyes, a magnificent tree emerged. Was it magic? She scrutinized the scene before her. This majestic elven tree possessed a hollow, where a shimmering blue magic pentagram coalesced at its entrance. What could lie within? Was there anyone there? Dasky called into the hollow, yet silence enveloped her for what felt like an eternity. So, was it deserted? Dasky found herself in a dilemma. Should she linger outside or venture inside for a closer look? With boldness, Dasky stepped into the elven tree, and instantly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Contrary to her expectations of a dim, damp space, she was greeted by an expansive and luminous interior. Hello, I am Celia. The figure before her declared, standing gracefully and offering a gentle greeting. Her smile narrowed her eyes, conveying a silent warmth. A beautiful life begins with a smile. Was she the guardian of this enchanting tree? Dasky was awestruck by the lavishly adorned chamber within the hollow. It was not only spacious and bright but also featured exquisite carpets, immaculate in their cleanliness. The walls, adorned in shades of pink and azure, were complemented by minimalist yet elegant columns that exuded a sense of grandeur. Is this truly within a tree? It seems rather illogical. Is it a luxurious chamber that has sprouted a tree, or is there a room nestled within the tree? Upon entering, to the left is a rusted iron chest resembling a dilapidated warehouse, while to the right stands a mail receptacle. Greetings. My name is Dasky. How rude of me to gaze at your room so intently that I forgot to respond. Dasky's cheeks flushed slightly as Celia, with her dulcet voice, remarked, this is my room. Whenever you feel weary from your adventures, you are welcome to visit me. You may also utilize the nearby warehouse and mailbox. Celia approached the warehouse and opened it, stating, "Every adventurer is permitted to use this warehouse. The items you store within can only be seen and retrieved by you. Isn't that quite convenient for adventurers?" Celia, like a seasoned salesperson, wore a mysterious smile. Dasky, standing nearby, stammered, "Yes, it is convenient." She struggled to articulate how timely this warehouse had arrived. Finally, there was a place to store the surplus materials and various consumables accumulated by adventurers. How splendid! Carrying an excess of equipment can indeed be burdensome. At times, one must even enlist a companion to bear the load. You see, it currently accommodates only 10 items. But if you purchase a warehouse upgrade tool from the marketplace, you can expand your storage capacity. This means you can hold even more items. Does that not enhance convenience? Dasky adjusted her glasses and asked, Celia, where is the marketplace? For minor transactions, you can simply summon the marketplace directly. But for substantial purchases or physical trades, you must seek out old Sherlock in the back alley to gain entry. Acquiring items from the marketplace requires point tokens. Celia elucidated the origins of the point tokens and added, "I must let you in on a little secret. Adventurers who purchase recharge tokens today will receive an additional 300 tokens. Oh, Dasky was taken aback. Recharge? It only costs a small amount of berries. Celia puffed out her cheeks adorably. Do you wish to have your own private resting room? Look over here. She guided Dasky to the left wall, where a magical door suddenly appeared. Celia stood at the entrance and announced, for just 999 point tokens, you can acquire a private resting chamber. Inside, you can recover from fatigue more swiftly, gain an additional 10 experience points while dungeon delving, and enjoy a boost of 5 to your stamina and strength. In short, having this will ensure that your adventures are worry-free, making them all the more convenient and expedient. Should you choose to recharge at this moment, an additional warehouse upgrade tool shall be bestowed upon you. Departing from Sherlock, Smog is attired in the garb of a spectre swordsman. Beneath the cool aesthetic lies a physique of solid muscle, with weapons deftly arranged on the Bylan vehicle, while a finely forged katana now graces his back. Concurrently, he notices a premium attire gift box in his possession, leaving him in a state of contemplation. To open or not to open, that is the dilemma. This dilemma did not trouble him for long. As he rode his beloved bicycle, the rhythmic sound of doo-doo echoing along the way. Suddenly, a battalion of soldiers appeared on Hutton Mall Street, seemingly out of nowhere, clad in uniforms of a pale hue. Their attire was strikingly adorned with vivid red accents at the arrows and sleeves. They donned magnificent hats, and the resounding thud of their black military boots against the ground resonated powerfully. Smog brought his motorcycle to a halt, his gaze fixated on the commanding figure in front of the soldiers. This individual was draped in a white cloak, their entire head and face shrouded, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. With weapons slung across their back, they exuded an air of mystery and formidable strength, commanding an imposing presence. A contingent of soldiers on Hutton Mall captivated the attention of numerous pirate adventurers and naval explorers, as it was the first time many had encountered the indigenous inhabitants of this enigmatic island. The appearance of a military force raised questions. Could it be that the Grand Forest is not merely a solitary nation? Such an orderly patrol had never been witnessed in any other realm. Ah, behold the captain at the forefront, his head entirely shrouded in cloth. Could it be that he is too unsightly to face the world? Begone Neff. Such impudent adventurers. As Begone approached the notice board to the right of the magical portal, he made a casual gesture, and the soldiers beside him vanished from sight as if cloaked in an optical illusion. The pirates stood in stunned silence. What skill is this? The art of vanishing into thin air. The soldiers have disappeared, yet their leader, Begone, remains. He affixes a notice to the bulletin board, and then stands quietly beside it. What news has been posted? The crowd immediately gathers around, with Smog also descending from Bilong to take a closer look. Upon first glance, one may be taken aback by the perplexity of the text. What is this writing? It is utterly incomprehensible. What? You cannot decipher it either? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I have been here pretending to understand, merely curious about the content above. Alas, is there anyone who can fathom the meaning of the words written above? How is it that even a naval officer cannot grasp it?
Is the writing merely a haphazard collection of words? Begone also sense a hint of something amiss. This is not right.
I have pasted the version in the language of this world. Begone peered out to check again. Oh dear, I made a mistake. Let us try again. He promptly affixed the notice he held, now comprehensible to all. The Dark Thunder ruins stirred with activity. accompanied by the terrifying roars of undead creatures echoing from the foothills of the Forest of Glen. This evening, the Adventurers Guild issued an announcement seeking formidable adventurers to assist in defeating the zombies. Adventurers are to collect zombie skulls and arms. In return, the guild will reward them with a suitable class change weapon, no limit on the number of participants. Class change weapon, enlightened series weapon at the bottom of the notice board. The first standardized weapon for each profession post-class change was displayed. Enlightened lightsaber type, lightsaber level, 18 rarity, rare standardized class change weapon durability, 35-25 physical attack power, 225 magical attack power, 187 independent attack power, 100 hit rate, 1. 0 additional skill. Demon Swordsman's uppercut. When attacking, there is a 2 chance to stun the enemy for 2 seconds. However, in the duel arena, it lasts only 1 second. Though this is a creation of my youth, its power remains commendable. Cinda expressed disbelief at being tasked with defeating zombies. A rare weapon reward, indeed a coveted prize. Yet, one must be capable of overcoming the zombies. After a failure or two, many cease to challenge them again. Now, facing the prospect of not only greater experience, but also a weapon reward for defeating zombies, Smog approached the task with deliberation. He refrained from rushing into battles, instead reporting the information he had gathered to the Naval Warfare Bureau after completing his class change at GSD. Just as he contemplated venturing alone into the Dark Thunder ruins, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming noise at the entrance to the Forest of Glen. Among the cacophony, one voice stood out distinctly. Captain Bucky, the 12-weapon master, is here to help you farm zombies. Each participant pays 3,000. Hurry and join the group. At the entrance to the Forest of Glen, numerous adventurers were captivated by the call of a sharpshooter clad in a jester's attire. Captain Bucky, the renowned 12 pirate, leading a group to farm zombies. The young adventurers, barely 16 or 17, were taken aback by the bold exclamation. They had struggled through the labyrinthine challenges of the map, only to discover that a pirate could actually lead others. Apart from the Navy, it was unheard of for pirates to offer such assistance. The weary adventurers on the ground, upon hearing that it was Buggy calling for aid, were suddenly invigorated, springing to their feet with newfound energy. Captain Buggy, take me with you. They clamored, rushing towards him, eager not to be left behind. Great Pirate Buggy, take me too. I'm a pirate of the East Sea. Lord Buggy, take me along, and I shall offer you 4,000 gold coins. Let us vanquish the zombies together. For I seek vengeance. In their fervor to join his ranks, some appealed to their camaraderie as fellow seafarers. Others upped their bids, while a few expressed their indignation. Yes, I too seek revenge. Those zombies have gone too far. One of them grabbed and clawed at my foot mercilessly. The adventurer recalled his previous harrowing experiences. His fists clenched with unyielding intensity. After all, he had succumbed to death while lying down, whereas I was besieged by a throng of zombies. Heart and soul laid bare before them. I truly could not close my eyes in peace. Let us not dwell on it. The cat demon of the Dark Thunder ruins. Tested and deemed harmless, yet its claws are sharper than those of the toxic cat king. Damn, caught by a horde of famished zombies. I vow not to rest until I avenge this grievance. Upon witnessing this, Buggy sensed something amiss. What was meant to be a simple gathering had devolved into a lamentation assembly. He promptly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, with me, the great pirate Buggy of the East Sea. You need not worry at all. The indignities you suffered at the hands of the zombies shall be repaid tenfold under Captain Buggy's command. Come. Apply to join the team." Buggy urged the crowd. Upon hearing this, they hastily sought to join the group. Great Buggy, I have applied to join. I too have submitted my application. Please approve it. At the entrance, Smoker, mounted on his steed, observed the throng surrounding Buggy. He took a drag from his cigar, exhaling a long plume of white smoke. This Renault's figure hardly resembled the Buggy he knew. What was the origin of this overly flamboyant demeanor? That splash of red makeup on his face could not possibly have been applied long ago. Smoker remained silent. After all, they were merely a band of pirates. And if they were deceived, so be it. In this realm, after the completion of their gold transactions, each adventurer eagerly readied themselves, anticipating the moment when they could exact their vengeance. Zombies, brace yourselves. The group meticulously checked their potions and weapons, preparing for departure. Let us follow the illustrious Captain Buggy. Leading the charge, Buggy surged towards the entrance of the Dark Thunder ruins. However, midway, he harnessed the power of the invitation, causing his form to vanish from sight. Unbeknownst to the others, who had entered the dungeon in a team state, a notification indicating someone had departed the group when unnoticed. Thus, a team of 19 ventured into the Dark Thunder ruins. Surrounded by an ominous black mist, within the eerily silent forest, a horde of zombies clustered together. One could even see several zombies hanging lifelessly from the branches nearby. Onward, Pikachu. Let us witness the might of Captain Buggy. The adventurers, fueled by revenge, showed no mercy upon encountering the zombies. Foolish zombies, I, Hu Huan-san, have returned. Taste my Gatling gun. Savor my grenades. The sharpshooters initiated the assault first, unleashing a torrent of firepower. They were blissfully unaware of the missing member in their ranks, emboldened by Buggy's presence. The zombies, sensing the commotion, turned to confront the adventurers, their movements slow as if they were the sluggish zombies from the Smith household, yet fast as the aberrant beings from the Jaeger family. The mutated zombies were terrifying indeed. Naturally, the fate of the adventurers was all but sealed. According to the recollections of the zombies, the air that day was pleasant, and the scent of the adventurers was passable. Two famished zombies, while picking their teeth, remarked, "We welcome your next visit." Burp. At the entrance of the Glen Forest, the pirates who had joined Buggy's crew took less than 30 seconds to enter and exit. The forms of those 19 adventurers transformed into wisps of white light, expelled from the Glen Forest entrance. Upon landing, their faces, devoid of hope, were turned skyward as they lay on the ground. Huh. Weren't they just part of the great pirate Buggy's crew? Why have they emerged in such a weakened state? Could it be that even Buggy, equipped with a 12 weapon, could not best the zombies? That seems implausible. After Buggy acquired the 12 weapon, the skies had borne witness to numerous scenes of him dispatching zombies. It was no longer a battle against the undead, it was a slaughter of corpses. Minimal skills were necessary. Silver bullets combined with ordinary attacks caused the zombies' health to plummet. The damage dealt was on an entirely different scale. Even the swiftly approaching zombies were no match. A floating shot followed by a barrage of attacks and a grenade or Gatling gun would leave no zombie standing. Curiosity piqued, the onlookers voiced their confusion, observing the silence of the 19 adventurers and growing increasingly intrigued. What transpired within? How could you emerge so swiftly after entering the dungeon? Where is Buggy? Why hasn't he come out? Among these 19 individuals, one person meticulously glanced at the team formation details. At that moment, he was astounded to discover that within the entire Team S roster, the name Buggy was conspicuously absent. They had been deceived. The so-called Buggy was nothing more than an imposter. What? The crowd turned their incredulous gazes toward the audacious pirate. Doubt it? Just look at the team information. Wotanima exited the party, while Sam Tohati and 19 others ventured into the Dark Thunder ruins. The 19 were utterly dumbfounded. The Buggy they had just encountered was, in fact, a pirate masquerading as him. How infuriating. Let me catch you, Wonima. You scoundrel, do not let me fall into your clutches. The pirates glared fiercely, fists clenched and feet stomping in fury, wishing they could devour him whole. Meanwhile, the genuine Buggy and Eureka, having accepted their mission, strolled leisurely from Hedinmer. Buggy was eager to employ the tricks outlined in the Grand Compendium of Allardine Deception. If successful, he could amass a fortune in gold. With that wealth, he could procure more pirate ships, assemble a grand pirate crew, and descend as the captain, reigning over the new world and sweeping across treasures untold. Achieving the pinnacle of his existence. The mere thought stirred a slight thrill within him. With a spring in his step and a smile adorning his lips, Buggy anticipated a warm welcome, yet he was met with an eerie silence. Before he could utter phrases like zombies for 5,000 each, solo for 20,000, con artist SSSSSSS. He was abruptly surrounded by 19 gaunt adventurers. Despite their apparent frailty, they clutched Buggy's arms, thighs, and shoulders with an iron grip. Their eyes ablaze with rage as they bellowed, "Wonima, refund us." Buggy found himself utterly flustered amidst the crowd. This script is all wrong. I haven't even begun my con. Your weapon's upgrade to 10 has failed. Please try again. Nami clenched her fists and slammed them onto Kelly's enhancement machine. Bang, bang, bang. What kind of wretched contraption is this? My staff can't even reach 10. Kelly, hands on her hips, remained unfazed. It's not uncommon for it to fail occasionally. There is no risk of breakage for weapons below 10, dear little mage. You may attempt it once more. Nami, fuming, nearly erupted into a brawl with Kelly. I've said this 3 times. 3 times. Sanji and Usopp, standing nearby, intervened, urging, Nami-san, stay calm. Do not act impulsively. We have no gold left. Indeed, Nami, if you break it, we'll owe them money. The thought of losing money instantly pacified Nami. transforming her from a furious sister to a composed and gentle maiden. Infernal machine, ruining my youth and wasting my gold. Farewell. She vowed that once they set sail, she would ruthlessly plunder the treasures of other pirates. I, the cunning cat Nami, declare this. When the time comes, not only shall my weapons reach level 12, but I shall ensure that the weapons of Luffy and all his companions ascend to the same pinnacle. Nami decisively turned on her heel and departed, leaving the two to exhale in relief. If they lingered any longer, they would be utterly drained, unable to extract even a single coin. The duo followed suit, forming a cohesive team as they ventured into the Dark Thunder ruins. Completing their job transition became a consensus among them once they reached level 18. Usopp pondered that as everyone's required experience for leveling up grew increasingly vast, it signified that their training here had approached a bottleneck. It was time to remind Luffy that they needed to set sail. The Golden Mary had also gone several days without a proper cleaning. Amidst the fervent leveling of numerous adventurers, a bounty notice from the Navy sent ripples through the Grand Line. The image of the enigmatic girl had become well known across the first half of the Grand Line. Mysterious invitations, the disappearance of pirates and civilians, and the fleeting silhouettes of battles occasionally illuminated the skies of the East Blue. This dreamlike event incessantly reminds them that the mysterious island of the East Sea truly exists. Nowadays, people from other seas have come, eager to catch a glimpse of the authentic images that adorn the enigmatic sky. Awe, confusion, and astonishment fill the air. After witnessing it firsthand, they exclaim in wonder at the multitude of bizarre creatures inhabiting the mysterious island, gazing longingly towards the direction of Grand Forest. How delightful it would be to approach the island. Among the onlookers are the pirates, unaware that the barrier outside Grand Forest has vanished and that the Navy station beyond has been withdrawn. In this scenario, the pirates, lacking invitations, boldly draw near to Grand Forest Island. As some attempt to approach and discover that they can indeed set foot upon the island, the pirates erupt in joyous surprise, spreading the news with fervor. Aha! Now we can enter this island. Hurry and tell the captain. We are about to strike it rich. Charge. The gold inside belongs to me. Mine, all mine. Among the throng of pirates, a particularly striking figure captures attention. With her azure hair tied into a high ponytail, clad in a green jacket paired with shorts, her long, fair legs are undeniably eye-catching. She is Miss Wednesday, an agent of the Baroque Works, whose true identity is Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. At this moment, she dons the guise of a rebellious delinquent. For the sake of her country, she risks her life to infiltrate the enemy, willingly abandoning a life of luxury and comfort. She prioritizes the greater good, exercises restraint, and exhibits resilience and vigilance. Nefertari Vivi stands as the emotional backbone of Luffy's fan club. Is this the island? The island where the strong ascend. Vivi gazes at the pirates entering the island ahead. They, the Baroque Works, have received word that one can enter Grand Forest Island without an invitation. As long as they pass the trials within, they will be granted a mysterious invitation comparable to the powers of a devil fruit. This matter has already been confirmed by some individuals in the East Sea. Those at the front should hasten their movements instead of dawdling. What? Do you dare to urge me? I see you're growing impatient with life. It is utterly impossible to expect the pirates to form an orderly queue. As the pirates at the periphery quickly fell into conflict, tensions were high at the front, and Vivi brandished her weapon, concealing the peacock chain within her mouth. In the Baroque Works, only those with purpose should remain. Vivi, with an air of arrogance, tugged at the chain, defiantly gazing at the surrounding pirates. Beside her, the endearing and comical Karoo Duck stared fiercely at the other pirates. Upon hearing that the individuals stirring trouble were from Baroque Works, the unruly pirates were momentarily intimidated. The crew of Crocodile still held sway in the small East Sea, managing to instill fear in these small fry. Get lost. After driving off a few of them, Vivi mounted Karoo Duck and leaped directly from one ship to another, landing effortlessly on the Grand Forest. Before her stood towering trees, with a narrow path winding deeper into the forest. After a short ride, Karoo brought Vivi to a sign that read, "Caution, entrance to Lowland ahead." With no one else around, Vivi reigned in her previous rebellious demeanor. Though still clad in her distinctive attire, her aura had transformed entirely. It was said that one must pass through a place called Lowland to access the Grand Forest Island. As an astute princess, meticulous and thorough in her planning, she had prepared extensively for this endeavor. I must pass through Lowland and obtain an invitation from a formidable power. For my country, for my father. Vivi silently vowed as she entered the entrance of Lowland. In the first chamber of Lowland, 6 goblins, each only as tall as her thigh, stood there in a daze. This was Vivi's first encounter with the creatures known as goblins. In the realm above, such monsters could only be handled by adventurers wielding swords and weapons. Let's take them on together. Move swiftly. Karu. The extent of Vivi's combat prowess was well known, likely only slightly superior to that of Karu. However, with her and Karu Duck's agile maneuvers, each goblin fell before them. What kind of place is Lolan? Despite the low damage of the goblins here, the throwing goblins were notoriously formidable. The later heroes, such as the Antron Slayer, the Luke Conqueror, and the Time-Space Traveler, all famously suffered at the hands of the throwing goblins' stones. I have traversed volcanoes, slaying Antron, whose corpse turned into an island, declared the 8 million Arad warriors. You have been struck by my stones, retorted a throwing goblin. I, Luke, can vanquish the darkness and extinguish the crisis of the dark nightmare. I saved Arad, boasted the 8 million Arad warriors. Goblin thrower, you have been struck by my stone. 8 million Arad warriors, I evaded your attack with my nimble movements. Goblin thrower, you have been hit by my elder brother, the Minotaur, and by my eldest brother, the mechanical Minotaur. 8 million Arad warriors. So you monsters of Lorlan are all in cahoots, are you? Although Vivi's actions were slow, she ultimately received the adventurer's invitation. You have learned the skills, Aerial Slash and Judgment Hammer. Aerial Slash, strike the enemy with a giant weapon, causing them to levitate. Judgment Hammer, concentrate divine power into the giant weapon and strike the enemies before you. You have awakened the talent skill, Healing Prayer, pray to the divine, restoring health to yourself and nearby allies. A look of surprise illuminated Vivi's face as she finally attained this extraordinary power. However, upon noticing the wooden cross that appeared behind her, doubt crept in. Wait a minute, why is there a cross? Shouldn't I be wielding a sword or a pistol? In the naval battle arena, as the warring states increasingly prioritized this department, the handover of duties among the generals took place here. The entrance was bustling with activity, footsteps growing ever more frequent. Strategist Crane, accompanied by the rabbit deity, served as the brains behind the warring states. What exactly does the adventurer's invitation bestow upon us? In recent days, the strategist Crane has been pondering this question, contemplating various peculiar abilities. Upon meeting one's demise within the dungeon, one inexplicably enters a state of the soul. It is as if one transforms into a luminous white spirit, floating in the air, witnessing the grotesque scene of one's corporeal form being torn asunder by monstrous creatures. Unless one's companions fail to conquer the dungeon, or one encounters defeat in solitary endeavors, the soul remains adrift, with one's gaze perpetually fixated on the depths of the dungeon. In a certain sense, within the enigmatic realms of Hedenmer and the Forest of Gran, all adventurers who harness their latent powers are bestowed with an almost immortal capability. This is utterly astonishing. What kind of individual possesses the audacity to bestow such an aberrant ability upon everyone? They have yet to test whether one can meet their demise beyond the confines of Grand Forest. She had previously deliberated this matter with the warring states, and their preliminary conclusion was that outside Grand Forest, this immortal capacity would likely lose its efficacy. As of now, they have not apprehended any adventurers beyond Grand Forest, leaving them unable to reach a definitive conclusion. The warring states had once tasked Vegapunk with analyzing the wild strawberries, ramy flowers, purple grapes, and various meat cuts that had fallen within Grand Forest. These are merely thirst-quenching fruits and snacks, yet they possess a miraculous ability to restore vitality. Doctor, Vegapunk has extracted an unknown energetic component from them, which, upon analysis, reveals itself to be a unique form of natural energy. It is precisely this extraordinary natural energy that endows these foods with their restorative properties. The restorative HP potions similarly contain this energy. Upon capturing this energy and infusing it into other fruits, those fruits also acquire the ability to rejuvenate. Realizing this, Vegapunk referred to the mysterious substance inherent in this energy as the healing factor. He endeavored to study the healing factor, though his attempts were met with failure. The pirate world and DNF exist as entirely distinct energy realms. For instance, pyrobroin, the high-energy particles found within sea stone, induce gigantism in living beings. The colossal size of the Sea Kings is attributed to the abundant presence of pyrobroin energy particles beneath the ocean. After discovering this substance, Vegapunk extracted and transferred it from sea stone, applying these particles in various forms, such as the Navy's sea stone handcuffs and weaponry. Despite his remarkable prowess, he could only extract the healing factor from existing potions for rudimentary analysis. The practical application of this energy, however, remains exceedingly challenging. Firstly, the source of the healing factor has only been identified on that particular island and within those potions and consumables. Secondly, the technology to utilize the healing factor is far from mature. Of course, had Vegapunk possessed knowledge of alchemy and magic, the analysis might have yielded different results. Furthermore, the weaponry of Gran Zhi is equally astonishing, meticulously crafted and imbued with peculiar attribute enhancements. One can only imagine the extent of weapon manufacturing prowess possessed by the nation behind Gran Zhi. Firearms, swords, and gauntlets are somewhat expected. Yet even wooden crosses can be wielded as weapons. Rear Admiral Tsuru harbors doubts that, eventually, even branches from trees and flowers from the ground could be repurposed as instruments of combat. Moreover, the weapons can be enhanced. This is indeed quite absurd. The lightsaber from Kazara has arrived. Moment Rabbit pushed the door open, carrying a long weapon case. Their navy has become exceptionally astute, utilizing the invitation's transmission feature to treat Gran Zhi as a relay station. To send any items, they first activate the invitation to deliver it to Hertenmer. Then those adventurers who shuttle between the Navy headquarters and Hertenmer take it back to the headquarters. She placed the case on the table, and Admiral Crane gestured for her to open it directly. Before her lay a long sword radiating a pale yellow glow. The blade emerged from the hilt, tapering elegantly from wide to narrow at the tip. A lightsaber. Moment Rabbit, also a swordsman, could not help but feel exhilarated upon seeing this weapon and picked it up immediately. It felt light in her hand, with a fierce and swift swing, causing shadows to dance in its wake. As she wielded it, the sword's wind howled, revealing its silhouette. A luminous sword, a weapon for level 18 usage. Admiral Crane reported the information. How does it feel? To me, it is too light. Moment Rabbit furrowed her brow slightly. It was indeed a fine sword, but it was not suited for her. At that moment, Sengoku abruptly entered, tossing a stack of documents onto the table. We can set the weapon matter aside for now. Sengoku sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and casually retrieved some snacks from the drawer, beginning to munch on them. Oh, Admiral Crane looked at Sengoku. Didn't you previously state that weapons are crucial to the strength of the Navy and must be given due attention? Sengoku replied, chewing on his snacks. That setting it aside does not imply it is unimportant, but rather that there are matters of greater urgency at hand. Admiral Crane then realized that something unexpected must have occurred. She picked up the materials he had discarded and began to read them word for word. Shopping mall, point cards. Gion is also involved. You should take a look as well. Sengoku added, you shouldn't bear the burden alone. Resurrection coins. Costumes. Top-ups. Soon, both of them had perused the information thoroughly, their minds in turmoil. Gion, what do you think? With no one else in the office. Moment Rabbit pondered for a moment. My perspective is to not overthink it, especially when faced with such sweet temptations. We must summon the courage we once had. This document is a compilation of information regarding the mall and warehouse, meticulously organized by Dashkey. Resurrection coins and costumes represent the most formidable assets in this venture, particularly the resurrection coins. It is astonishing that such a precious item can be acquired with mere berries. With these coins in hand, the warring states now feel emboldened to confront the four emperors. Chief Strategist Crane's brow alternates between relaxation and furrowing. She is uncertain whether this development is advantageous or detrimental. An unexpected dilemma arises, revealing that financial expenditure can resolve issues. Such a stroke of fortune seems almost surreal. If this is indeed the case, why endure hardship for training? One could simply purchase costumes, amass a collection of resurrection coins, and hire a few formidable allies for assistance. What, then, do Fang Fan and his associates truly seek? Chief Strategist Crane is perplexed. While Warring States reflects on whether to counsel her or himself, I have ceased to ponder his motivations and instead focus on how our Navy may generate revenue moving forward. The Navy's funding has long been a blade wielded by the world government, rendering them immobile. They cannot freely acquire resources. They are beholden to the royal treasury. This is the bottom line of the 5 Elder Stars. However, the naval budget cannot be excessively high, which is an unspoken rule among them. It appears that if they wish to grow stronger, they must amass considerable wealth. Ultimately, it boils down to increasing the number of adventurers, bolstering military strength, suppressing pirates, and generating funds. Sengoku firmly believes that it won't be long before the pirates across the seas face their doom. Currently, the number of activated adventurers in the Navy is less than 20%. The road ahead is still long and arduous. Gion, you should be ready to activate the invitation soon, Sengoku suddenly reminded. Indeed, what is it? The professions we currently possess include demon swordsman, marksman, fighter, and cleric. The strategist Crane interjected. This means we still do not have the guardian, demon gunner, and mage under our control. Ah, I understand now. I will pay attention to gathering information about those with rare professions. Yes, you may go now. Sengoku meticulously pondered the details of his plans. Shortly thereafter, he picked up the transponder snail and called his old comrade. Carp, have you found Fang Fan? The former Gaia Island has long been steeped in the legend of the Land of Gold, a place where pirates have always wandered in search of it. There are always pirates who believe themselves to be the children of fate, hoping to test their luck here. What if they were to find it? Yet, without the destined child Luffy triggering the events, it is uncertain how long it would take for most pirates to discover Sky Island. Now, with the emergence of the Sky Tower, everyone's gaze has suddenly turned upwards. Nearby pirates have linked this towering structure with the Land of Gold. If it weren't for a dog-headed warship anchored near Gaia Island, they would have charged in already. Sengoku, what brings you to call me? Carp reclined leisurely in a deck chair aboard the warship, quite content. Originally, he was filling in for the vice admirals, carrying out their missions. However, it just so happened that Gion from the naval headquarters was activating professions, and he happened to be near Gaia Island. Hearing Carp's casual tone through the receiver, Sengoku was nearly infuriated. Carp, return to my question. These old rascals, not a single one is dependable. Ha ha ha. Carp laughed heartily. Then turned serious, not at all. The sea breeze caresses, and the sun's warmth is just right. What are you doing? Taking a break? Of course. Puff puff. A few minutes later, Carp awakened, suddenly seizing the transponder snail. Yet, the receiver remained silent. Shortly after, on the deck, the expressionless Lieutenant Bogart approached, holding a document. Vice Admiral Carp, we have found someone to help us ascend the sky current. Carp rose and took the document. Well done, Bogart. After a few breaths, Mont-Blanc Calico was invited aboard the naval vessel. He sported a chestnut on his head, with short yellow hair, and was bare-chested. In truth, I have heard of your endeavors. Descendant of Rolando. Carp spoke as soon as he saw Calico, tossing the document aside. Calico remained expressionless. Iron Fist Carp, if you summon me merely to mock, it is entirely unnecessary. Carp understood the misunderstanding, but offered no clarification. Ha ha ha, the people of the sea have heard of the Golden Country, believing it to be beneath some vast ocean. Have none of you ever speculated that it might also exist above the sea? Calico's expression tightened. A sudden pang in his heart. They had once whimsically speculated whether the Golden Country might dwell in the sky. However, do not all things in the sky eventually fall? He found Carp's intentions perplexing. Carp suddenly gazed toward the direction of the Sky City, grinning. Do you think it impossible? Allow me to share a naval secret. Calico found it hard to believe that Carp would disclose a naval secret to a pirate. Others cannot speak so freely, but you are different. And today is not like any other day. Carp turned, offering no further explanation, his eyes fixed on Calico. Indeed, there exists an island in the sky. Yet few have set foot upon it. What? Calico stood dumbfounded, frozen in place. An island in the sky, will it not fall? Then he recalled the Golden Country. A self-deprecating smile crossing his face. Even if an island exists in the sky, what of it? It does not prove that the Golden Country lies above. Rolando speculated that the treasure might be within the sea, dedicating his life to its pursuit, spending years submerged in the waters. He could not easily alter a lifetime of conviction based on mere words from another. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it cannot prove it lies in the sky. Carp's laughter boomed. Then he asserted with unwavering certainty. However, it cannot prove that it does not lie in the sky. I speak plainly, Mont-Blanc Calico. Carp wore an unmistakable smile of confidence, a calm and resolute demeanor reminiscent of his former self. It is said that the men of the monkey family are undeniably charismatic, earning the admiration of men, not merely their affection. A man's finest attire is indeed composed of tranquility and self-assurance. The fellow next door, who boisterously proclaims his straightforwardness and commitment to his principles, exemplifies a similar sense of determination and confidence. Ultimately, he married a wealthy beauty, ascended to the role of CEO, and reached the zenith of his life, though he has since experienced a steady decline from that peak. I wish to ascend. Coolly Kai furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the implication. You desire my assistance in locating a soaring current? Indeed, Carp replied, casting his gaze skyward as he articulated his intentions. Prior to the emergence of this mysterious invitation, the Navy had been unable to divert resources to investigate the islands above the clouds. Among the Navy's extensive records, only a handful of individuals have ventured to the Sky Islands. Legends speak of a realm inhabited by winged beings, a vast sea known as the White Sea, and an island called Baika, which houses a temple dedicated to divine artifacts. This information is considerably antiquated. Carp wished to seize the opportunity presented by the investigation of the Sky Tower to set foot on the Sky Island. Firstly, he desired to witness the places once graced by Roger and his companions. Secondly, he sought the chance upon Fang Fan's whereabouts. "I refuse," Coolie Kai declared with conviction, his expression stern. "I shall not assist the Navy. A pirate must possess integrity." Although his bounty was modest, and he was merely a minor pirate, why should he lend aid to the Navy, especially after their recent treatment of him? Imagine this. You depart from home with your comrades, enjoying hot pot by the seaside while singing merrily, only to be suddenly ambushed by the Navy. Carp, unfazed, merely smirked and chose to ignore Coolie Kai's outburst. He then turned to Bogart, commanding, "Bogart, take him to the sea." Bogart, perplexed, questioned the nature of such a punishment. Isn't searching for a soaring current a matter of spending 10 days or more adrift at sea? Bogart inquired. Coolie Kai remained silent, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. If he truly spends 10 days or half a month in this predicament, can he still lead the United Army of Monkeys, enjoying hot pot and singing songs? No. How could Carp know? He suddenly caught sight of a document beside him. Bogart remained motionless, and Carp did not urge him. Coolie Kai remained silent. Ultimately, one must make a concession, and that individual would undoubtedly not be Carp. After a moment of stalemate, Coolie Kai spoke. "Tomorrow, a tremendous sea current will erupt. But it will certainly not deliver this warship." Carp chuckled, revealing a triumphant grin. "Bogart, prepare a sturdy small boat. You will accompany me." "Understood." Vivian, who activated the invitation, quickly dispelled the disappointment within her heart. As she ventured into piracy, she had no time to lament whether the powers she had gained were swords or blades. Even if the strength offered her little assistance at present, it was still preferable to having none at all. At the very least, with this healing prayer, she need not worry about minor injuries or ailments. She reassured herself, and after departing from Lorland, many pirates like her did not hastily leave. Instead, they continued to embark on their adventurous journey. Whether emerging from the shadowy woods or from Lorland, they eventually arrived at the Elven defense line. As the number of adventurers increased, the pirates, navy, and civilians here seamlessly divided into 3 distinct groups. The navy was unmistakable, clad in white uniforms resembling seagull wrenches. The pirates were equally clear, comprised of muscular men wielding guns and clubs, with an occasional sighting of female pirates among them. Vivian turned her gaze towards the third group, which consisted of civilians and ordinary folk. They were caught between the pirates and the navy, most of them leaning closer to the navy. Which side should I choose? She pondered, when unexpectedly, the navy quickly noticed the disreputable girl bearing a grotesque oversized duck and carrying a cross. Are there those who bear the righteous cross among the pirates? How peculiar. The naval battle analysis revealed a crucial insight. Generally, those wielding swords, clubs, and staffs would inevitably awaken as demon swordsmen. Those adept with firearms would undoubtedly become sharpshooters, while those skilled in hand-to-hand combat and physical techniques would emerge as fighters. Yet, there was one profession that stood apart, known as the cleric. Carp took the opportunity to change his class and, through Galantis, acquired some knowledge regarding clerics. Unlike the extraordinary ghostly hands of the demon swordsman, the fists and colossal weapons of the clerics existed solely to combat evil. This is a profession that can only be activated by those who possess unwavering faith and uphold justice. The Naval Command has specifically instructed the soldiers stationed at the Elven front to observe that among the pirates, there exists not a single cleric adventurer. Only a handful have been seen among the civilian adventurers. Therefore, based on the information they currently possess, it can be inferred that this female pirate cleric is undoubtedly formidable. Gathering at the Thunder Ruins, one must be prepared to evade lightning strikes. The venomous Thunder Ruins echo with the presence of a sharpshooter capable of executing aerial attacks with precision. The clamor of team calls resonates, occasionally accompanied by the sound of firearms being readied by the marksman. In pursuit of gathering the cat demon's toes, a giant sword-wielding warrior skilled in aerial strikes is sought. Those willing to undertake training missions tend to avoid joining forces with the Navy. Typically, it is the civilians who voice such sentiments, as they prefer the freedom to adventure in their own groups. Wands are priced at 500 gold coins each. Do we have a deal? Alternatively, 2 daggers are available for sale at a bargain. In a time when the Dark Knight Messenger remains unactivated and mages are scarce, the demand for wands and daggers is virtually non-existent. These armaments are likely to be sold to the Navy at a considerably lower price, however, even at a reduced cost. they will still fetch a higher price than if sold to Linus. In the course of trading these weapons, ordinary citizens fare better, while pirates adeptly exploit their cunning. Equipment deemed unnecessary by the pirates, when sold to the Navy, can command prices that double their worth. Naturally, they are not foolish enough to sell directly to the Navy. Such transactions only occur when they have exhausted all other options. The Navy, eager to expedite their upgrades, has been stockpiling equipment, acquiring it with gold coins. Part of the gold coins awarded by Kazara has been diverted for this purpose. The pirates remain oblivious to the fact that new faces will soon appear among the Navy personnel in their vicinity. Though these newcomers have emerged from the shadowy depths of the forest, they are already armed with weapons. Level 5 with 53 physical attack. I seek a trade for the Sky Tree Cross, one of them declares. This is the first time Vivi has witnessed such a scene. And she notes that the cross in the pirate's possession can also enhance physical attack. Approaching the pirate selling the cross with an air of bravado, she exclaims, "Show me that cross. Let me have a look." The pirate's eyes light up upon realizing that her weapon is indeed a cross, gleaming with excitement. He rubs his hands together and says, "Little girl, this is a fine weapon, capable of reaching level 10 without needing replacement." Unbeknownst to her, a pair of watchful eyes is also fixated on Vivi. So young to be engaged in such endeavors? It seems that the age of those who venture out to become pirates is becoming increasingly younger. Vivi scrutinized the Skytree Cross, which displayed enhancements to various attack and defense capabilities, as well as an increase in casting speed. This wooden cross could indeed augment both attack and defense. She suddenly glanced at her own cross, wondering why hers lacked such attributes. How many gold coins would it cost? On this island, transactions are conducted with gold coins, a fact of which she is acutely aware. 2,000. How outrageous. A mere cross dares to command such an exorbitant price? Vivi clenched her teeth slightly. She currently possessed only a few hundred gold coins, which were woefully insufficient. The pirate, noticing the embarrassment on Vivi's face, chuckled sinisterly. "No money? If you lack funds, you can sell this mutated duck beside you to me. It would make a delightful addition to my meal." The duck, startled, quickly took 2 large steps, retreating behind Vivi. Its gaze fixed warily on the pirate. This individual poses a considerable threat. Wei Wei furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Get lost. It is not for sale." As the captain of the Karu duck, who had grown up alongside her, the swift runner held a unique place in her heart. Just as she found herself in a predicament, a cheerful voice startled both her and the pirate selling crucifixes. "The funds for this young lady's weaponry will be covered by our Navy." Slowly approaching was Peach Rabbit Shiryan, draped in a navy cloak and adorned in a pink short dress. As a female vice admiral, the cuffs of her cloak and her shoulder insignia were in a lovely shade of pink. With a traditional Japanese hairstyle and a charming beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, she exuded an enchanting allure, complemented by her full and graceful figure. Most striking were her long, slender legs, which immediately captivated the attention of a significant portion of the pirates along the elven defense line. Who is Shiryan? She is a rare prodigy in the pirate world, idolized by the talented female swordsman, Dasky, mastering all the arts of a geisha. She possesses the ability to entice various pirates, specializing in capturing those with a penchant for romance. Her exceptional swordsmanship radiates an aura of cold strength, while her delicate charm presents her as both alluring and gentle. Coupled with her exquisite features and remarkable stature, she stands tall, rivaling even the 3 admirals. If the lights were on, even an empress would not be exchanged. As the gazes of the pirates were drawn to the exterior of the black spider resting on the front side of Guillaume's left thigh, Vivi was immediately captivated by the grace and beauty of the enchanting female officer before her. Such a stunning figure. So close she suddenly pondered the peculiar thought of why she was not a man. The Navy's prices had doubled. The pirate grinned crookedly, brimming with the satisfaction of a petty individual. It is no wonder that such people can only be pirates. Peach Rabbit settled the payment for Vivi, then directly traded the cross after receiving it, her enchanting pink eyes blinking playfully. "Shall we chat?" Guillaume extended a team invitation to you. Accept or decline? Vivi contemplated, thinking that she had likely not yet revealed her identity. Why did this female naval officer approach me? Her agreement instantly allowed the information about Vivi to reach Ji-Yuen. She pressed her crimson lips together and, with a look of surprise, leaned closer to Vivi, whispering, "Nefertari Vivi." Vivi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. How had her identity been revealed? That name sounded vaguely familiar. Ji-Yuen couldn't immediately recall where she had encountered the name Nefertari, but the surname certainly carried significance. Where had she seen it? Not dwelling on it for long, She turned her gaze to Vivi. Then, let us head to that blacksmith uncle to accept the quest. I shall accompany you. Ji-Yun, with an assertive posture, rested her hand on her sword, Kanbaira, emanating an aura of formidable strength. I will accompany you, she stated as if it were a trivial matter. Perhaps as if should be omitted. Still reeling from the shock of having her name recognized, Vivi seemed to have caught on to something Ji-Yun had inferred. In the forest of Gran, once one teams up with another, personal information becomes exposed within the party details. She urged Vivi to check the party information, and indeed, her name was there. Although she hadn't encountered a mage or any other class, Ji-Yun, relying on her intuition, believed this peculiar cleric pirate must have a story to tell. Gulping down a sip of the sake she carried, Ji-Yun pressed on. Accept a cultivation quest. You'll level up faster. Suddenly, Vivi reacted, glaring at Ji-Yun with suspicion. Naval officer, are you trying to team up with me to capture me? A pirate suddenly approached by a naval officer offering help. Does that make sense? It did not make sense. Vivi quickly reminded her, in the forest of Gran, capturing adventurers is strictly forbidden. She had been astonished to learn this at the outset. A place where even the Navy dared not act recklessly. How powerful could it be? With this thought, Vivi felt a surge of confidence. Surely, she hadn't exposed her identity. Observing Vivi maintain her composure under pressure, Ji-Yun became even more convinced that she was no ordinary person. I will not capture you, rest assured. But if you do not accept the quest. She rested her delicate hand on Kanbaira, unleashing an overwhelming presence. Those who were quick to flee trembled in fear, tears streaming down their faces. The surrounding pirates were equally intimidated by this force. What a stunning swordswoman. If Ji-Yun were to bring me to the Straw Hats, the three primary forces aboard Luffy's ship would surely be annihilated. Hey, I will go accept the quest right away. Therefore, you see, if one wishes to reason, it is wise to refrain from engaging in excessive discourse with others. As Wei Wei accepted her task, Shizhan unexpectedly shifted her gaze to her own abilities. The dark slash, the aerial slash, and the chain slash, she too could unleash the dark slash. However, it was merely a pure cut, devoid of the ominous power. The aerial slash, on the other hand, was intriguing. According to the analysis of naval combat, it appeared that each profession possessed a skill to elevate their foes into the air. Were the warriors of Arad truly so fond of lifting their adversaries skyward? The chain slash was a remarkable technique that caught her attention, delivering multiple successive strikes to the enemy while gliding forward. From it, she discerned the shadow of the sword-drawing technique. After a brief moment of contemplation on the demon suppression sword in her left hand, Wei Wei swiftly rode over on her fast mount. Shizhan suddenly fixated on Wei Wei's exaggerated attire and appearance, softly remarking, I hope that next time you stand before me, you will be in your true form. With that, he pressed down on the golden Kinkaku and hastened towards Thunder Lord Kainuo. Wei Wei paused momentarily, her lips pursed, before following closely behind on her swift steed. At the entrance of the forest of Glen, the obstructed buggy, after clarifying his identity, found that the crowd did not surge forward again. To speak frankly, having been deceived. Who could one blame? Naturally, the blame lay with the deceiver. How outrageous that someone would impersonate Buggy the Clown. The assembled pirates expressed their astonishment, declaring that they had never witnessed such a thing before, truly broadening their horizons. Amidst the crowd, Buggy donned a small round hat and an orange cape, revealing a red and white striped bodysuit beneath, complemented by light blue trousers and the pointed-toed boots of a jester. Although not particularly tall, he was now the center of attention, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Buggy proclaimed, Brothers of the Sea, zombies must be slain at all times. With me, Buggy the Clown, you shall never be abandoned. Yarlita, wielding a sword as wide as her slender waist, cheerfully reminded everyone. I trust some of you have seen the notice on the bulletin board. The zombie handbones collected from the Dark Thunder ruins can be exchanged for a weapon suited to your needs. Indeed, I just saw it as well. Captain Buggy's time is limited. He will not casually take you along. Buggy was internally grateful for Yarlita, who had provided him with countless praises. He had been at a loss for words, but suddenly he regained his composure. Ah, yes, indeed. Buggy grinned. I, Buggy the Clown, will not simply take anyone along. If you wish to join my crew. Before he could finish, someone interjected, We understand, Captain Buggy. It's about the gold, right? We get it. Yet immediately another voice cried out, Captain Buggy, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? Once deceived, one remains cautious for a decade. Buggy's heart skipped a beat. He had originally intended to take the money and run. How should he respond to such a question? Yet the man chuckled heartily. reassuring everyone that the illustrious Buggy's pirate ship was anchored at Briley Island in the East Sea. If he were to deceive us, we could easily track him down. Buggy remarked, "Are you here to play my part?" Moreover, Buggy is renowned as a formidable pirate in the East Sea. Even weapons rated at 12 would not pique his interest in our mere thousands of gold coins. No. I do find it appealing, you scoundrel. Buggy wrestled with his inner turmoil, yet he was compelled to maintain a jovial facade before this pirate. Yes, indeed, that's right. The corners of Buggy's mouth twitched, his body rigid. Were it not for his shoes, he would have already left deep impressions on the ground. Yolita, standing nearby, found herself at a loss, realizing that self-sabotage was not an option. Thus, Buggy assembled a crew of 6, each for the price of 5,000 gold coins, launching the first golden team in the world of pirates. Meanwhile, Kizaru, unable to ascertain what exactly his pet required for nourishment and growth amidst the chaos of naval warfare, resorted to his own exploration. He traversed his office and all the mess halls aboard the warship, only to discover that there was nothing suitable for the Chelan to consume. This poses quite a conundrum. The pet's persistent hunger is a troubling matter. What shall be done? It is likely that the owner is rather inept. A change would be most beneficial. The resplendent holy Chelan appears listless, its limbs sprawled out, and it shows no inclination to lift its head. So, what do you truly wish to consume? The yellow ape gazes intently at the holy Chelan resting in the palm of its hand, noting that it is no longer as lively and animated as before, now exhibiting a drowsy demeanor. Suddenly, it turns its attention to its invitation, activating the power of teleportation. Here, no solution can be found. Thus, one should inquire in Huttenmeyer. I had anticipated materializing on the streets of Huttenmeyer, for where I vanished was precisely where I believed I would reappear. However, upon surveying my surroundings, I discovered that I was not on the streets of Huttenmeyer at all, but rather in a spacious and brightly lit chamber. What? As Huang Yuan pondered this perplexity, he was suddenly interrupted by a youthful voice. Greetings, brave warrior. Today is yet another day brimming with hope. Huang Yuan, donning his distinctive yellow sunglasses, gazed at Celia and, with a peculiar expression, uncertainly inquired, "A day filled with 70,000? Celia, with a radiant smile, replied, "It is hope." Huang Yuan, increasingly bewildered, asked, 17,000? Celia's smile began to fade. Not 17,000, but hope. Huang Yuan furrowed his brow, 27,000. How can it be more? Celia's smile abruptly froze. Perhaps you should take a rest, sir. He, clad in a general's cloak and a complete yellow suit, scrutinized the opulently adorned room. Wait a moment, could this young girl be the infamous Celia? How did I end up in a young lady's chamber? Has this invitation malfunctioned? Wasn't I transported to Hedden Street? There is no need to dwell on this matter. What has happened has happened. He noticed a warehouse nearby and, unable to quell his curiosity, approached to open it. Inside were precisely 10 compartments, neither more nor less. Suddenly, he recalled the latest intelligence from the Naval Combat Bureau. What a dismal warehouse this is. Muttering to himself, he turned his gaze towards the charming young girl. Celia, standing poised. My dear girl, I beseech you to enlighten me on a matter. What ought I to feed this pet? He delicately cradled the luminous holy unicorn in his hands, and upon seeing it, Celia was taken aback. Who would have thought this gentleman was a fortunate one? Typically, pets require nourishment in the form of small crystal shards, with the colorless ones serving as their basic sustenance. Celia patiently instructed him to enhance their loyalty. You ought to provide them with an assortment of colored crystal shards that they particularly favor. It is best to supplement them with shards corresponding to their attributes. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. However, when he glanced into his backpack, he found it devoid of even a single crystal shard. Then, allow me to pose another question. Where might one procure these crystal shards? Celia was momentarily taken aback. Judging by this warrior's attire, he appeared to belong to the naval faction. It was well known that they possessed a staggering quantity of colorless crystal shards, with approximately 80% of all such shards currently held by the naval personnel clad in white uniforms. The individual astonishingly claimed ignorance of the colorless small crystals. Surely, you must be a false Navy officer. One can obtain these small crystalline shards merely by disassembling weapons. Her responses were nonetheless articulate and precise. Kazara nodded, realizing that disassembling weapons was indeed the key. Before Celia, he produced a useless dagger. With an air of authority, he exerted a forceful motion, and the dagger promptly shattered into 2 pieces, the disassembly complete. He scrutinized the 2 severed halves of the dagger with an attentive gaze. How peculiar, he mused. There are no small crystals in sight, my dear girl. Celia was utterly petrified. Dear, I suggest you delete your account and start over. No. How on earth did you ascend to this level? Did you simply discard your weapons at the shop? Yet, one cannot entirely blame Borsalino. With his remarkable speed, his progression was nothing short of light speed. All the collected weapons were entrusted to Dasky and her team for processing. Upon exiting the dungeon, he returned directly to the Navy to fulfill his duties, leaving no time for aimless wandering. For ordinary pirates and Navy personnel, this place served as a venue for training and enhancement. For Kizaru, it was merely a break from work to indulge in some leisure. Such fundamental information would not be separately compiled into documents for Kizaru's benefit. To disassemble equipment, one must seek out the alchemy master, Norton. Ah, I see. But where is Norton? Celia exclaimed. Oh, someone please escort this esteemed gentleman away. Celia was exceedingly exasperated. This iteration of the warriors is truly the most peculiar she has ever encountered. Unlike the previous dashing gentlemen, clad in tailored suits, each one exuding vigor and strength, their combat prowess was unparalleled. Do not misconstrue. I refer to their financial might in battle. Oh, you did not think of it that way, did you? Norton is situated at the location of the magical portal beneath Hedden Mall. She patiently reminded him, and the yellow ape immediately comprehended. He placed the radiant holy Kirin upon his shoulder, palms facing each other, conjuring a luminous expanse akin to a mirror. The yellow light shot forth in beams. As the teleportation initiated, he maneuvered deftly, yet soon found himself in discomfort. The beams of light traversed two corners, refracting onto the magical gate, and then ceased to progress further. This technique, utilizing the surrounding objects for reflection, allowed him to create a path of light, enabling movement at light speed along the trajectory. With this ability, in this pirate world, the yellow ape was undoubtedly the swiftest man. However, within Celia's chamber, the entrance was marked by a unique magical array. There were no surfaces to reflect the light within. Oh, the teleportation failed, and the yellow ape promptly exited the room, muttering about the intricacies of the magical array. He returned to Hedden Mall, the familiar surroundings leading him to a naval officer. He procured some small crystal shards from the officer and fed them to the Kirin. Upon consuming the food, the radiant holy Kirin instantly regained vitality, its body leaping and thrashing about in midair. Golden thunder coalesced in the air, arcs of electricity crackling. It appeared to truly relish these hard crystals. The yellow ape was greatly intrigued. The Kirin bounded over to him, playfully clawing and nibbling at his fingers, as if seeking retribution for its previous mistreatment. Meanwhile, the yellow ape gazed at this diminutive creature, pondering the resolution of its sustenance issue. But what of its growth? General Yellow Ape, your pet is indeed formidable. Why not upgrade it? Casually suggested the naval soldier who had provided the crystal shards. This remark jolted him to attention. He suddenly turned to the nearby sailor. What did you just say? The Marine, initially speaking casually, was taken aback when Admiral Kazara showed interest in his words. After a brief moment of surprise, he responded, why not give him a promotion? He hesitated, feeling a bit anxious, as he thought he might have misspoken. Your pet is truly formidable. Kizaru pouted, a peculiar expression forming on his lips. So what is your name? I am Dongfang Yu. They call me the Red Bullet. With a swift turn of his body and a flourish of his cloak, Kazara tucked his hands into his pockets. Come. Today the Admiral will take you on an adventure. He was confident that the issues regarding his pet's growth in the underground city could also be resolved. At the entrance of the Forest of Gran, a steady stream of people flowed by, with the number of adventurers steadily increasing. Invitations previously sent by Celia had begun to draw individuals into Hutton Mall and the Glocka region. Task completion and exchanges were taking place in haste, while the weary and diligent alike frequently traversed the entrance. Amidst the shimmering lights, Luffy, clad in a red vest, materialized, stretching lazily. Yash, I've finally become a psychic master. Hee. Having leveled up along the way, his adventures in the Forest of Gran seemed to be nearing their conclusion. However, a dilemma arose. Should he wait for Zoro and Sanji to return? Just as he pondered this, Kizaru approached, his polished shoes echoing on the ground. The familiar straw had instantly caught his attention, and Kizaru recognized Luffy at once. Oh, isn't this the young master? Kizaru exclaimed, surprised to encounter the grandson of Garp in this place. What a pity, I cannot capture him. He muttered quietly, yet who was he? An admiral of the Navy. Upon his arrival, surrounding pirates and Navy personnel instinctively parted to make way for him. A gaze laden with meaning fell upon Luffy. This drew the attention of the surrounding pirates, who began to fix their gazes upon Luffy. One of them quickly recognized him. Isn't that the Straw Hat Kid? The one who defeated the Fishman in the East Blue. It was astonishing that even an admiral was focused on him. Was he preparing to capture him? As the crowd buzzed with uncertainty, Luffy also became aware of the powerful aura emanating from the Navy. The strange atmosphere caused him to tense up, keeping a vigilant eye on Kizaru. "Hey, Navy, why are you staring at me?" Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide open, his expression serious and resolute, showing no sign of fear. As Kizaru passed by Luffy, he remarked, "That hat is rather nice." He had no intention of seeking trouble for himself. Of course, it was entrusted to me by Shanks. I was merely speaking casually. Why does the young master take it so seriously? Without further ado, Kizaru, accompanied by the fortunate Navy soldier, entered the zombie map. This is not a rod. There are no 6-character mantras here. Huang Yuan has directly activated his cheat in the zombie map. Upon witnessing the general enter the dungeon, everyone instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Huang Yuan's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, and merely passing through this area made them tense up. Waiting here alone was dreadfully dull. Luffy contemplated whether to turn back to the Abyssal Thunder Ruins for some jerky, when suddenly, an announcement echoed across the sky. Marshal D. Teach became the first to reach level 20, earning a reward of 600,000 gold coins and 6 million berry. On the celestial screen, Blackbeard Teach unleashed a dark attack that engulfed all the zombies in shadows. Then, with a tremor of his body, a beam of light signifying his level up shone forth. Adventurers from the East Sea and the Grand Forest beheld Teach's ominous visage. Despite his rugged, disheveled appearance, with a toothless grin and an air of menace, the pirates could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of might emanating from him. The entire East Sea was momentarily stunned by the announcement of yet another first reward. It had long been noted that any record-breaking achievement would trigger an announcement from the celestial screen. How remarkable! Yet another pirate previously unheard of. One could only wonder how he compared to the Navy. Undoubtedly, the admirals of the Navy were more formidable. Huang Yuan transformed into a golden flash, dispatching monsters with ease. However, this pirate was equally impressive, as the ground beneath him had morphed into a black lake. The ordinary citizens gazing at the celestial screen engaged in discussions, while the Navy observed the scene with calm composure. Teach's emergence delivered a sharp blow to the robust image the Navy had cultivated. His presence seemed to declare that new pirates could indeed rise to prominence. In the naval battlefront, upon receiving this news, they nearly doubted their own eyes. After level 18, even grinding in the Abyssal Thunder Ruins yielded painfully slow experience gains. They had assumed that at this stage, investing considerable time in leveling up through zombie encounters was not worthwhile. To their astonishment, a pirate had managed to ascend. They had miscalculated. Sengoku frowned deeply. Another D. What was Teach's background? Some marveled at his strength, while others were intrigued by his identity. What new supernova had emerged from the East Sea? Wasn't he known as the weakest sea? Undoubtedly, those who could stand out among the multitude of pirates and naval adventurers were not mere ordinary individuals. This Teach undoubtedly possesses certain extraordinary qualities. Let us investigate further into the details surrounding this Teach. In a flash of brilliance, the figure of Blackbeard Teach materialized at the entrance of Grand Forest. The pirate adventurers present were filled with excitement as they turned their gazes toward him. Goodness! He is even more grotesque in person than on the celestial screen, a true representation of the pirate realm's duality. Yet, despite his undeniably unattractive visage, he appeared exceptionally remarkable in the eyes of the crowd. Another pirate has ascended to the celestial stage. Upon his arrival, Teach wore a broad smile, his heart brimming with satisfaction, taking strides with an exuberance that surpassed his usual vigor. Immediately, a bold pirate in the vicinity dared to inquire, "Marshal Teach, you've leveled up to 20, why not lead us in battling zombies? We can reward you with gold." Another chimed in, "Indeed, with your prowess, guiding us would be a cinch." Teach, upon hearing this, felt an immense sense of gratification, and his tone resonated with unbridled confidence. "Ha ha ha, led you?" With his fingers curled like claws, he cradled a mass of dark water, radiating an imposing aura, his small eyes wide open as he surveyed the crowd. "In this world, only the strong are worthy to be my companions. You pitiful novices are not deserving." The few pirates who had spoken were momentarily silenced by his words. Was the arrogant Blackbeard truly the type to lead a team? Clearly not. Those who struggled to level up were scorned by Teach, much like a certain Ultraman transforming. As he scanned the crowd, his gaze fell upon a familiar hat, instantly reminding him of the pain from a previous encounter that had knocked out his teeth. He approached Luffy, whose stout figure stood before him. Towering over 3 meters, he looked down with disdain. "Ha ha ha. You are the Straw Hat Kid, are you not? With a bounty of 40,000,000. In Teach's eyes, Luffy was a perfect target to validate his strength. How he longed to slay him for the bounty. Luffy, sensing the hostility emanating from Blackbeard, tensed his body, unyielding and ready for confrontation. Indeed. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Upon hearing this declaration, an impulsive surge within Teach became uncontrollable. His imposing aura could no longer be contained, erupting forth like a torrent. The fierce conqueror's haki surged, unleashing a powerful energy that swept through the air like a howling tempest, causing the surrounding garments to dance wildly. Nearby pirates and naval adventurers felt their consciousness teeter on the brink of obliteration. In that critical moment, the invitation letters upon their persons shimmered, alleviating much of the overwhelming pressure. Yet, they still found themselves kneeling, crushed beneath the formidable force. How astonishing! Is this truly the might of a great pirate? The formidable pirate adventurers, who had never witnessed such power, widened their eyes in astonishment. What is this force? Ha ha ha, you, the Pirate King? Blackbeard seemed to have heard an excellent jest, yet he also sensed that this Straw Hat lad might be an intriguing pirate. On this vast ocean, it is indeed rare to find someone steadfastly determined to become the Pirate King. Straw Hat Kid, I, Blackbeard, teach. And the true man destined to claim the title of Pirate King. Upon the utterance of such stirring declarations that moved those around him, a colossal sword, wide enough for a man to stand upon, emerged from the heavens. Materializing out of thin air, the blade descended with a swirling crimson tornado, forcefully striking the ground between Luffy and Teach. The tempest whirled around them, lifting both individuals into the air. On Head and Mall Street, a voice, half drunken and half awake, echoed, regardless of whom you aspire to be associated with, brawls are strictly forbidden in Head and Mall. The surrounding pirates and adventurers, who had never even encountered domineering aura, felt their bodies grow numb. Is this a technique employed by the masters? Blackbeard was swept away by the hurricane, yet upon landing, he deftly regained his composure and steadied himself, gazing intently. This half-man-tall colossal sword appears strikingly familiar. Isn't it the weapon of the man who once spurned him? Lurking in the corner of the Moonlight Tavern? Truly, he's the one I have my eye on, quite capable indeed. Blackbeard laughed boisterously, perhaps reveling in his own discernment, or perhaps masking his earlier embarrassment. Just wait and see. Straw Hat. Blackbeard cast down a menacing remark before vanishing from the crowd's sight. How formidable. It appears one cannot recklessly engage in combat here. A colossal sword descends from the heavens. Does the swordsman possess such a skill? Remarkable. I wish to learn it as well. The onlookers were all stirred with excitement, their hearts yearning for the skills acquired after a job change. Amidst the throng, although Luffy was also sent reeling, his gaze was fixed upon the gigantic sword, which was slightly thicker than his own waist. How immense! In the toxic ruins of the thunderous venom, the ground was bubbling with noxious mire. All the cat demons in the room transformed into experience points for Gion and Vivi. Truly, a peculiar creature. Gion effortlessly vanquished all the monsters, leading Vivi directly to level 10. Thus, it is nearly time to venture to Hedenmer. Throughout this journey, Vivi remained taciturn, uncertain of what the naval officer truly sought to glean from her. It was also inappropriate for her to divulge matters concerning Alabasta. The relationship between the world government and its affiliated nations resembles that of an elder brother to a younger sibling. The elder brother collects protection fees from the younger, a portion of which is squandered on personal indulgences, while only a fraction is genuinely allocated to the naval protection of the younger. Should the younger nation and the Navy engage in clandestine dealings or illicit transactions, it would be considered a grave transgression. Naturally, the astute Vivi would not commit such an error, and without substantial evidence, the Navy would not simply intrude. This is precisely why Vivi felt compelled to investigate personally. The young girl exhibited remarkable composure. Ji Yuan could easily discern the weight of concern etched upon Vivi's face, yet she chose to remain silent, refraining from inquiries. After all, what malevolent intentions could a person awaken to the role of a saint possibly harbor? Ji Yuan Zhongjiang, can I place my trust in you? Vivi could not help but voice her thoughts, her gaze cast downward, while the swift-footed Jingsheng stood quietly by her side. Having encountered the Navy, she thought it prudent to make an inquiry, for it was certainly better than remaining mute. Ji Yuan was taken aback. Was she about to share her story? Of course. If you are willing, Ji Yuan replied, one hand resting upon her sword, the other poised confidently at her waist, exuding a striking presence. If possible, Could you lend me the Navy's assistance at a critical moment? Just once. Vivi refrained from divulging any information about her nation, for she understood that even if she did, it would be unreasonable to expect the Navy to investigate the 7 warlords. They were, after all, allies. The absurdity of a Navy officer investigating pirates encapsulates the inherent contradictions of the pirate world. To withhold all details and then directly request assistance from the Navy? Ji-Yuan furrowed her brow slightly, the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth twitching ever so slightly. Initially, she had intended to uncover information regarding this female saint and the exploits of the young girl. However, the other party seemed somewhat resistant to the Navy's involvement. To seek the Navy's help would necessitate the exclusion of pirates from the equation. The eloquence and demeanor displayed suggested that the individual in question held a distinguished status. If not a commoner, then she must belong to the nobility or a clandestine governmental agency undertaking a particular mission. Ji-Yuan found it difficult to believe that any noble would foolishly relinquish their status to undertake a task in this manner. Thus, one truth remained: she was here on a mission from a certain nation. This is the most challenging aspect, for the Navy cannot casually interfere in the domestic affairs of allied nations. She found herself at a loss for words. The admirals are not at liberty to roam freely. Each one bears a multitude of pressing responsibilities. Only that earnest young gentleman, Monkey D. Luffy, would go to such lengths to assist in times of need. Vivi remained silent, and a hush fell over the gathering. My apologies. I have overthought this. She mounted her swift steed, expressing gratitude for the elevation she had received. Gion stood rooted in place, contemplating in silence. As a force of justice, the Navy encounters those in need and confronts situations that may embody righteousness, yet finds itself unable to act upon that justice. Such justice, what significance does it hold? If one were to consider who reacted most profoundly to Blackbeard's ascension into the heavens, it would undoubtedly be Ace, who has persistently pursued him. Throughout his journey, Ace has kept himself informed of the extraordinary transformations occurring in the East Blue through the newspapers, mysterious invitations, the bolstered might of the Navy, and the emergence of formidable islands have all captured his attention. Reports concerning the Grand Line have surfaced almost every few days. Upon glimpsing Luffy's bounty and that of his companions, a cloud of gloom lifted from Ace's countenance, revealing a brighter disposition. As he continues to search for Blackbeard, he becomes increasingly vigilant regarding the information pertaining to the Grand Line. On that day, the latest newspaper was delivered to the town where Ace resided. Upon retrieving a copy, he was pleasantly surprised to discover an article about Luffy. The report detailed the 3 notorious pirates who had ascended the skies of the East Blue: the Frosty Shadow Forest's first conqueror, the formidable weapon Master Buggy, and the Straw Hat Luffy, who rescued Celia from the clutches of zombies. So, you are here. As he perused the descriptions, he realized he had found his comrades, this fellow. Each time he thought of his impolite younger brother, a smile involuntarily graced Ace's lips. After drinking this cup of brotherhood wine, they would be bound as brothers for life. He gazed at the portrait of Luffy, memories flooding back as if everything had transpired just yesterday. With such a high bounty upon setting sail, it appeared that this lad had diligently honed his skills since his departure. Yet, he wondered if this uncouth individual would be shunned by his crew. Speaking of which, they were all on that enigmatic island. Ace mused to himself, pulling out an adventurer's invitation from his backpack. Not long ago, he inadvertently acquired this power, and after activating it, he did not rush to teleport. Should he venture to the island of Grand Forest in search of fortune? Ace found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he had tracked Teach's whereabouts, while on the other, he had received information regarding Luffy. However, upon flipping over the report, his indecision vanished in an instant. The reverse side of the newspaper introduced none other than Marshal Teach, the first pirate to reach level 20. Teach, at long last, I have found you. A surge of murderous intent flashed in Ace's eyes, and with the flickering light of the invitation, he vanished from his location. In the dimly lit forest, as he effortlessly dispatched the monsters in the first chamber, he finally recalled the wondrous power known as skill. Fire Elementalist, passive due to an exceptionally high affinity for fire elements within his body, certain skill attributes will undergo transformation. Magic Whirlwind unleashes a fire element, modified, whirlwind towards enemies, lifting them into the air. Magic Fireball, modified, launches a magical fireball forward. The potency of these skills, to be frank, does not impress Ace. His Marimara no Mi, although not yet fully awakened, exhibits commendable abilities in various aspects. In the original narrative, had it not been for the fruit's inherent counter, Blackbeard might not have triumphed over Ace. His focus is primarily directed towards one particular skill, Immortal Body, passive upon death. Revives at the same location with a modicum of vitality, gradually restoring stamina. Is it possible for such abilities to exist in this world? Can one truly attain immortality? It is well known that there are no wives in wife cakes. The power of immortality is so extraordinary that Ace, upon its activation, found it almost surreal. Rather than dwelling on the intricacies of the skill, he shifted his focus to leveling up. If he did not hasten his progress, he would be unable to even enter that street. Teach, do not let me catch you. At the entrance of Grand Forest, when Zoro emerged first, he discovered that Luffy was already waiting for them. After exchanging greetings, he sought a place to sit. Bored, Luffy glanced at Zoro and remarked, "Zoro, your arm seems different." Zoro grunted in acknowledgement, removing the chains and inscribing the incantation to summon the demon god. Upon hearing demon god, Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement. How impressive. Now, summon one for me to see. Zoro replied, "Don't be so cold, Zoro. Let me see it." As Luffy leaned closer to Zoro's arm, he could not help but reach out to touch the incantation on the demon's hand. Zoro looked at Luffy with disdain. "Haven't you seen it before? The red one is the demon god Kazan." "Oh, is that the demon god? Can you summon other demon gods?" "After the job change, I can summon another." Zoro paused. "Oh, right. Zoro, here, take this." Luffy suddenly produced a remarkably unique weapon from his backpack. "Look, isn't it a fine weapon? I found it in a box." Luffy cheerfully tossed it to Zoro, who caught it and found his gaze transfixed upon it. Inheritance. Leaf blade of water spirit type. Longsword level. 18 rarity. Rare durability. 35 physical attack power. 179 magical attack power. 191 independent attack power. 89 strength. 12 intelligence. 29 attack speed. 8 casting speed. For ice attribute attack, it is said that when a withered leaf butterfly lands on a branch, it transforms into a withered leaf. Thus, when the leaf blade strikes an enemy, will it not become the unnamed swordsman of Arad? Truly, this is an exceptional weapon. Zoro stood up and immediately equipped the weapon, swinging it through the air several times. The blade left behind a cascade of overlapping purple afterimages, instantly capturing the attention of those around them. What manner of weapon is this? And why does it seem to carry a shadow? Haha, it suits you perfectly, Zoro. Ah. Zoro returned the original sword to his backpack. Just then, a flash of light illuminated the surroundings, and Nami, Sanji, and Usopp appeared simultaneously. To their astonishment, they discovered that their foolish captain had been waiting for them outside. Luffy. Luffy grinned at everyone, exclaiming, "Hey, everyone." He remained stationary, yet his neck stretched forward. A serpent coiled around Usopp's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with fascination as he gazed at the small robotic creature. How intriguing. What is this? A mechanical flying device? Usopp immediately puffed with pride. Huh? This is my mechanical pet, as Captain Usopp. After his promotion to mechanic, Usopp had acquired this peculiar companion. The emblematic pet of a mechanic was originally meant to be crafted prior to the promotion. However, in the world of pirates, it manifested directly after the promotion. Similarly, Nami's advancement should have required the collection of elemental items from the Thunder Ruins, Flame Grauka, Frost Grauka, and Dark Thunder Ruins. Yet, in the pirate realm, it morphed into a quest to defeat the Bone Abyss. Such high-level planning often relies on a simplistic approach to transitions. Truly remarkable. Sanji couldn't help but marvel. Zoro too cast a glance at the mechanical pet, silently acknowledging the immense power of the invitation. It appeared that everyone had significantly strengthened. Luffy smiled contentedly. "So, my friends, are you ready for our adventure at sea?" "That's exactly the words we were waiting for, Captain." "Then, let us return to the Merry." As the words circulated among pirate adventurers that one should not act recklessly in Grand Forest, the squirrel deeply admired the strategic prowess of Sengoku. Their navy had always adhered to regulations, even deliberately avoiding the capture of pirates near Grand Forest Island. According to intelligence from naval combat, even non-promoted naval adventurers exhibited a marked increase in combat prowess. In the East Blue, as the squirrel continued to purge the seas, an increasing number of pirates were apprehended. The entirety of East Blue's pirate presence was swiftly swept through by the Navy's resolute actions. The small fry were virtually finished. Those remaining either concealed themselves or could only linger atop Grand Forest. Reports from Hedenmer indicated that the Straw Hat pirates had already departed Grand Forest. Additionally, the pirates Buggy and Alvida had emerged at the entrance of Grand Forest and subsequently vanished, likely returning to the East Blue. The squirrel's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he issued orders to return to Log Town. Regardless of who set sail, they would inevitably pass through Log Town. At that time, they could ensnare them all in one fell swoop. After a grueling encounter with a horde of zombies, Buggy reluctantly returned to his base. The challenge posed by the 8-man difficulty was not particularly daunting for him, yet it still required a considerable expenditure of effort. Upon reflection, Buggy realized that despite investing significant time and energy, his gold reserves remained disappointingly meager. How disheartening. Recruiting others simply did not seem worthwhile. The pace of earning was too slow. He glanced at the tome of Arad's tricks nestled in his arms, feeling an odd mixture of distaste and reluctance to part with it. Initially, he believed that if he could not deceive pirates, he could at least manage to hoodwink those wandering the streets of Hurtenmar. However, upon hearing of a colossal sword that had descended from the heavens, his resolve began to wane. Disregarding the matter of gold, he inquired, "Machi, how many members do we currently have in our pirate crew?" "Captain Buggy, quite a few have joined us. We now boast 354 capable crew members." Yerlita interjected with curiosity, "How many have activated their invitation letters?" Just about half." Yerlita smiled gently. "Buggy, it seems we are nearly ready to venture into the Grand Line. With over 100 adventurers, we could certainly hold our own against the Navy." As they entered the bustling streets of Hurtenmar, the Peach Rabbit observed the diverse throngs of people, pirates, civilians, and Navy personnel, astonishingly coexisting without interference. Amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, a few individuals, despite their efforts to remain concealed, could not evade the keen gaze of the Guion, members of the CP organization. These individuals, after absconding with the naval invitation, have remained conspicuously silent. Previously, after Sengoku clandestinely collaborated with Fang Fan, the spies embedded within the Navy by the CP organization were quietly monitored by Sengoku. The last time a CP operative overstepped their bounds, they were reprimanded by the elders. And the Navy seized the opportunity to eliminate those CP personnel who had extended their reach too far, swiftly dealing with them. Those who experienced it spoke highly of the outcome. However, it appears that this group remains undeterred, stealthily lurking in Huttenmar, their intentions unknown. Nevertheless, these matters no longer concern her. They are ultimately a collection of ineffectual individuals. Based on the maritime warfare data, she circled around Huttenmar. Everywhere she looked were demon swordsmen and gunslingers, making the quest for a rare profession rather challenging. It seems she must pursue an alternative approach. Guion resolved to first locate the skill mentors for each profession. The identities and locations of the mentors for fighters, gunslingers, demon swordsmen, and clerics are quite clear. As for the mage mentor, she appears to be a distant figure in a blue gown, an elf situated away from the main thoroughfare, though currently there is no direct evidence to substantiate this. The other professions are both elusive and difficult to discern. It is wise to first acquire skills. Stepping out from the entrance of the Moonlight Tavern, she cast her gaze towards the corner where GSD resided. Your footsteps were composed and unhurried, exuding a restrained aura of swordsmanship. GSD raised his head. Though his eyes were concealed, his senses remained acute. Such commendable hearing, master. Ziyuan bowed gently, acknowledging the worthy swordsman who selflessly imparted sword techniques deserving of respect from all masters. I have come to learn skills. As you wish. You have mastered parrying, counterattack, and wave slash. Parrying, absorbing damage from the front. Counterattack, when struck by an enemy, leap behind them to deliver a strike, generating a shockwave. Wave slash, launching a predetermined number of sword energy waves forward. Before she could delve deeper into these skills, her attention was suddenly caught by a young man bearing a lance. When did this individual appear on the back streets of Huttenmar? The information from the Naval Battle Bureau indicated that only 2 old men frequented the street of the Moonlight Tavern. With a furrowed brow, Ziyuan assumed the Naval Battle Bureau's information was outdated and approached. Leno, the instructor of magic gunmen, sensed her presence and remarked, I thought I could enjoy some peace, but ended up dozing off. Ziyuan, taken aback, responded, You wield a gun? She recalled the existence of a profession called magic gunman. Could this person be a skills instructor for them? Indeed, my marksmanship is precise and swift. You may inquire in Huttenmar. Everyone calls me Leno the Flash. Perhaps due to her frequent encounters with unscrupulous pirates, the implication of his words inadvertently veered off course in her mind. With her hands on her slim waist, Ziyuan inquired, Are you a magic gunman? Leno replied, Haha, indeed. Would you care to spar, young and beautiful swordmaster? Spar? If you were a swordsman, I wouldn't mind engaging in a friendly match. Ziyuan declined. No, thank you. Lino, maintaining a serious demeanor, suggested, is it inconvenient here? Perhaps we should find another place to spar? As a magic gunman instructor, Lino appeared more youthful and spirited. He felt an irresistible urge to join the adventurers in their battles against monsters, contemplating whether to dive in and slay a few minor foes. Yet, he bore the responsibilities of his role as an instructor and found himself unable to leave. Before she could respond, a figure bearing a lance emerged from the magical portal. Striding towards them, with earlobes grazing his shoulders, fair skin, and an exposed torso clad in loose trousers, he appeared utterly languid, seemingly disinterested in everything around him. This is Inoue, who has just ascended to level 18 and is preparing to seek out a skill mentor for a job change quest. Lino, observing his soul disciple, praised Chiyuan. Look at this remarkable magic gunner. He has achieved level 18 in a remarkably short span of time, truly astonishing, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps after his job change, you could spar with him. He then turned to Inoue and exclaimed, well done, young magic gunner. If you encounter other adventurers, remember to share the tales of our magic gunners. He handed the job change quest to Inoue, who accepted it with an indifferent expression. As he turned away, carrying his spear, Ziyuan did not even cast a glance in his direction. Wait. After taking a few steps, Ziyuan called out to Inoue. It was not out of vanity, questioning why others were not captivated by her beauty, but rather due to the fact that this man possessed a profession that even the Navy had yet to activate at this stage. Inoue halted, turning his head with a pair of lifeless eyes directed at Ziyuan. He remained silent. Ziyuan tentatively inquired, are you a pirate? If this individual were indeed a pirate, their conversation would come to a standstill. Inoue replied coolly, I am not a pirate. Ziyuan relaxed her brow slightly. That was a relief, as she should be able to glean some information. I am a god, Ziyuan. She scanned Inoue from head to toe, confirming that this young man with the spear was not lacking in intellect. Call me god, Inoue. Ziyuan paused before continuing. So, Inoue, do you practice with your gun often? According to preliminary analyses of naval combat, individuals who frequently utilize a specific weapon are more likely to activate particular professions. This notion has been substantiated by the demon sword master and the marksman. However, it remains unproven for other yet-to-emerge professions. Inoue remained silent, continuing his stride towards the entrance of the forest of Gran. Shizuku was momentarily taken aback. Are the young men nowadays so aloof, ignoring the advances of beautiful women? She suddenly recalled the whispers of the naval soldiers, suggesting that women only serve to hinder a man's draw speed. Could it be that this young man too feared that a woman might impede his shooting speed? Women, keep your distance from the divine, Inoue warned, his body crackling with arcs of electricity as lightning danced upon his golden gun, revealing the form of a thunder serpent. The ants here possess no understanding of reverence towards the divine. My island of gods is far more comfortable, where the inhabitants speak with pleasing eloquence. Each one a person of remarkable talent. Thunder? The Shinto shrine instantly recognized the thunder that enveloped Inoue. This fellow. Could it be that he has consumed the so-called most destructive natural fruit, the thunder fruit? If that is indeed the case, this young man is rather formidable. A rarely activated profession, possessing a powerful natural type devil fruit. How come I have never heard of the thunder fruit before, and it has suddenly emerged now? On Gaia Island. As Carp soared through the sky currents, reaching the heights of the Sky Island, he was immediately astounded by the breathtaking scenery before him. As far as the eye could see, an endless sea of clouds stretched to the horizon. Their small boat appeared diminutive and fragile amidst the vast expanse of the white sea. Gazing upwards, he beheld the blue sky adorned with white clouds, and in the distance, waves of clouds roiled. Carp observed his aide, Bogart, intently staring at the sky, prompting him to inquire, Bogart, what are you gazing at? I am looking up. At the heavens above. Ha ha. Is that so? Carp replied, lifting his gaze as well, yet saw nothing of consequence. They needed to quickly ascertain if any land was nearby. Surveying the surroundings through his telescope, he finally spotted the sky tower and nearby islands to his left. Bogart. In that direction, we shall proceed. Steering the Navy's mechanical vessel, Carp and his companion advanced towards Angel Island. Soon, they beheld the magnificent sight of Angel Island. Enormous vines spiraled skyward, while uniquely styled houses and buildings rested upon artificial clouds. The scene of blue skies, white clouds, and pristine seas evoked a sudden sense of vacation in Carp. Before long, they set foot on Angel Island. Just as they prepared to gather information about the place, they were unexpectedly surrounded by a group of guards donning berets. You too, having failed to pay the entry fee of 100 million, are guilty of illegal entry, declared McKinley, the the captain of the White Beret squad, as he consulted his notebook. Pay the entry fee, or you shall be violating the public security regulations of Angel Island. He scrutinized Carp and Bogart with vigilant eyes. Money, you say? I have none, Carp replied with a grin, prompting McKinley to issue an immediate order. Seize these two illegal entrants and take them to the forbidden grounds, where the priest shall pass judgment upon them. Bogart, witnessing Carp's complete lack of intent to retaliate, sighed inwardly, lamenting his unfortunate circumstance of being assigned to such a commanding officer. However, there was a silver lining. By encountering the local enforcement, they would gain proximity to the power structures. The two complied without resistance, allowing McKinley to restrain them and lead them away. Meanwhile, the priests in the Forbidden Temple had been perplexed in recent days. Their deity had vanished for several days now. In bygone days, such occurrences were rarely witnessed. Had it not been for the unwavering confidence in their own deity's prowess, they would have ventured forth to seek him. Lord Priest, someone has been dispatched to the Forbidden Grounds. As several priests simultaneously opened their eyes from meditation, a ripple of attention surged through the assembly. O.M. Bald and clad merely in a vest that showcased his robust physique, surveyed the messenger with an air of authority befitting the chief priest. How many individuals have been sent? And to which trials? 2. Dispatched to the trials of iron and the trials of sphere, came the response. As the priest presiding over the trials of iron, the herdsman K was present, while the priest of the trials of sphere, the rotund Shad Eli, spun in place with an air of exuberance. Ohm grasped his long blade, assessing his cloud-like weaponry. Let me show those who dare defy divine authority a taste of retribution. He patted the dog at his feet. Holy, let us commence our journey. Woof. Meanwhile, the priest of the trials of rope, the celestial knight Azura, cast envious glances at the two. Addressing Shad Eli, he remarked, Shad Eli, would you like me to lend a hand? The four chief priests embodied the four cardinal emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, with Azura representing anger, often relishing in creating a stir. Their daily existence was enlivened by encounters with those undergoing trials, and none were more enthusiastic than Azura, who always sought to partake in the action. With a hint of regret, Azura lamented, how heartless. Nearby, Shad Eli balanced on one foot, swirling magical energy in circles. Azura, today's joy is mine to relish. I shall engage personally. You may watch, but refrain from intervening and witness how OM and I dispatch these two illegal entrants. As Ace progressed in his adventures, he gradually unearthed the wonders of his newfound life as an adventurer. Among his greatest concerns was the potion capable of restoring vitality. Its effects markedly pronounced. It appeared that this outing might allow him to bring back something splendid for his father. A smile, imbued with healing warmth, unconsciously graced Ace's lips, captivating even the nearby female pirate. Resolute, he vowed to procure some HP potions to present to his father. At that moment, he had ascended to level 10. And upon completing his tasks with Linus, he promptly entered Hutton Mall. The streets bustled with pirates and Navy personnel alike, with naval officers peddling materials from their stalls. A short distance away, a pirate booth could also be seen. Such a sight is indeed rare. Ace, carrying his small satchel, approached and observed the naval stall, noting its impressive array of items. In stark contrast, the pirate stall was merely filled with various materials. The disparity was striking. Pirates typically sold only what they no longer needed, while the Navy generously displayed a wealth of goods. Are zombie hands for sale as well? Ace inquired, surprised by the discovery. He recalled having seen goblin bones strewn on the ground earlier. Could these be sold for profit, in addition to completing tasks? He was unaware of the task for seekers, and as the number of adventurers grew, not everyone would willingly take on quests. When someone received a task to collect goblin bones but found themselves lacking, the Navy would capitalize on the opportunity. However, most of their materials were intended for upgrading tasks for Navy personnel. Do you accept all other materials? Ace couldn't help but voice his curiosity. There was something peculiar about asking the Navy for information, yet it unfolded as such. We accept all quest materials, came the response, causing Ace to furrow his brow. He surveyed the bustling crowd, noticing a significant presence of Navy personnel, many of whom were youthful faces. Was Sengoku concocting yet another scheme? Could it be aimed at Pops? Subsequently, he casually inquired about the purchasing price, only to discern that Sengoku was quite the shrewd individual. Goblin bones, bought for 50 gold coins, were sold at a staggering 120 coins each at the stall. Furthermore, he noticed the artifact weapon box for the ghost swordsman, with a price tag adorned by an overwhelming number of zeros. Is this for sale? This is nothing short of ostentatious. Turning away from the stall, he continued onward. I am Wind Fist Style, Wind Jun. Ace cheerfully introduced himself. Hello, I am Ace, a pirate. Dressed in monk's robes, Wind Jun replied. Feel free to visit my training grounds sometime. Definitely next time. Not far off, Kelly, hands on her hips, locked her gaze on Ace and enthusiastically called out, Hey there. Handsome passerby. Ace approached with a grin, scratching his head innocently. Really? How handsome am I? Kelly replied. What an amusing sorcerer you are. Supporting herself against the enhancement machine, she eagerly recommended, Would you like to enhance your weapon? A guaranteed success. Ace smiled and politely declined. Thank you for the suggestion. But I only wish to purchase some stamina-restoring potions. She glanced aside. We don't have those. You might want to check with little Karina. Ace bowed in gratitude and then made his way to Karina's general store. Come and take a look, brave warrior. As Karina blinked her large eyes, she watched Ace approach. Ace's gaze swept over the items in the general store, ultimately resting on Karina's handmade bread. I would like a few more of this bread. With the purpose of seeking Blackbeard teach, Ace, who had activated his profession, now resembled a devoted son, preparing medicine for Whitebeard. In her Tamil, Ace's figure was seldom recognized. Currently, the activated Navy personnel were primarily from the first half of the Grand Line. The pirates, too, could not discern the Whitebeard insignia that lay behind Ace. However, there was one exception. Zifa emerged from the training grounds, followed by several naval adventurers. Teacher Zifa, this combination of moves is truly formidable. Indeed, it's practically invincible. Cool. The seamless connection between the skills leaves opponents utterly defenseless. The excited discussion among the ghost swordsmen flowed effortlessly, their enthusiasm palpable. Although Zifa wore sunglasses, he could not conceal the confident smile etched upon his face. Once he organized the techniques from other professions, he believed he could send them to Sengoku. He was convinced that as more Navy personnel mastered these combinations, an increasing number would be disinclined to venture out to sea. At the entrance of the Hertamal Wind training ground, Zifa's casual glance caught sight of a familiar figure. This individual was the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Zifa clenched his fists, resisting the urge to act impulsively. As the saying goes, grievances have their roots, and debts have their creditors. According to the Navy's intelligence, that scoundrel had a tenuous connection with Whitebeard, always obeying Miss Pekin. Zifa's rational mind constantly reminded him not to alert the enemy. After calming down, he began to ponder how Fire Fist Ace had arrived in this part of the Grand Line. Although newspapers circulated worldwide for the pirates in the New World, no matter how bizarre the events reported, they were not as significant as the battles unfolding before their eyes. Was Ace's appearance a mere coincidence? Or had he genuinely uncovered the peculiarities of the invitation? If those monsters in the New World truly understood the power of the invitation, it was possible that someone might turn back. Zifa fell into silence for a moment before directly activating the invitation, returning to Marineford. In the Naval War Office, the number of staff had increased fivefold, with various confidential documents and reports circulating more frequently among the personnel. Zifa did not disturb them. He pushed the door open and, just as he was about to speak, noticed Sengoku engaged in a phone conversation. I can't think of any solutions. Can't we replicate it? In the midst of the tumultuous Warring States period, a figure donned in a Navy uniform, with a long beard intricately braided, stood adorned by a familiar seagull perched atop his military cap. With one hand grasping a microphone and the other resting on his arm, he presented a striking image. Indeed, Dr. Vegapunk had experimented with every conceivable weapon across various professions, yet none of the imitations yielded any tangible enhancements. Upon concluding the call, he turned to Zephyr, inquiring about his unexpected visit. Had he not been engaged in a job transition? Zephyr settled into a chair and poured himself a glass of water. There have been some complications, he replied. What was happening just now? It involved weaponry. Sengoku rubbed his temples, displaying signs of exhaustion. Oh. We had individuals attempt to replicate the weapons of adventurers, but all efforts were in vain. Witnessing the formidable attributes of these weapons, they were particularly eager to uncover the secret behind their ability to enhance their wielders. Yet, even Vegapunk found himself at a loss. In the conclusions drawn from his experiments, one remark stood out. Perhaps these weapons, akin to those skills, belong to an inscrutable realm of mystery. Reality informed Sengoku that if they were to equip the Navy en masse, they would be constrained by the limitations of the Grand Line. Sengoku remained silent, while Zephyr, donning his black inverted triangular sunglasses, discerned the turmoil within Sengoku's mind. He directly urged Sengoku. The power of this invitation is as enigmatic as a devil fruit. There is no need to expend further effort in deciphering its origins. It is reminiscent of our sea stone resources, which exist solely in the depths of the ocean. Only Wano possesses deposits of sea stone above the surface. In such circumstances, does the Navy still roam in search of the sea stone deposits? Should they not be concerned with those men aspiring to become the Pirate King? Moreover, the five elders believe that their research pales in comparison to procuring resources directly from Kaido. Sengoku gently closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to fate. I understand. I merely wish to attempt and see if success is attainable. The freedom to wield weapons is a crucial step for the Navy in enhancing its military might. Furthermore, I have learned that a person with suspected official connections, reportedly named Boken, has appeared on Hertamel Street. Sengoku let out a soft sigh. Are you referring to the CRS mission? This weapon is commendable, yet the success rate on the zombie map is rather low. Even for our Navy personnel, without the guidance of a vice admiral, the success rate plummets to 80%, and without the leadership of commissioned officers, it descends to 60%. While acquiring skills can instantaneously elevate a soldier's combat prowess, skills have cooldowns, and techniques vary in proficiency, including special attack judgments such as combos and back attacks. Not to mention, there are instances of misfiring skills, targeting the air instead. Especially under circumstances where the boneyard allows for rapid healing and swift movement, soldiers, having exhausted their skills, can only evade within the horde of zombies. At this juncture, the Navy faces significant challenges in leveling up on the zombie map, and the pirates' plight is even more dire. At the entrance of Grand Forest, many have begun to bully that poorly clad Pino. It seems necessary for me to connect the various occupational skills and integrate them with the Navy's 6 forms. Compiling a professional and systematic report. Zephyr smirked, exuding confidence as he spoke of his strengths while gazing at Sengoku. This truly is one of the few pieces of good news I've heard today. Upon catching the insinuation in Zephyr's words, Sengoku could not help but inquire, has anything else occurred? Sengoku was taken aback. It was unusual for Zephyr, typically focused solely on training soldiers, to show interest in the Navy's trivial matters. Clearly, the activation of the invitation had brought about a significant change in him. Who else could it be but that fellow in the dog-headed shirt? I sent him to seek Fang Fan, and he, accompanied by his aide, ascended to Skypiea for a romantic getaway. Sengoku, in a fit of indignation, pounded the table while stuffing snacks into his mouth, mumbling incoherently, I have no time to rest. That rascal, Crane, who was analyzing data nearby, suddenly looked up and shot Sengoku a glare. What do you envy about a holiday for men with men? She completed her document, tossed it in front of Sengoku, and, with hands clasped behind her back, walked towards the door. Zephyr smirked and remarked, perhaps Carp is seeking clues about Fang Fan from Skypiea? It is indeed preferable this way. He first took a sip of water, secretly wishing to express his disdain for a certain individual who neglects their responsibilities under the pretense of walking their pet, while actually indulging in idleness at work. However, after meticulously reviewing the documents organized by he, this thought was promptly dismissed. This budget for naval expenditures is based on the prices provided by Celia's side, as well as the actual military expenses of the Navy. To one's surprise, upon calculation, it becomes evident that if each individual were to acquire a set of high-grade attire endowed with attributes, the Navy's current budget would be woefully insufficient. Sengoku silently cursed. If only gold would rain from the heavens. Without funds, progress is impossible. It appears that the Navy's fashionable attire can only cater to a select few for the time being. Zifa then seized the opportunity to add, by the way, there is something else I wish to discuss. He briefly mentioned his sighting of Ace. Upon hearing this, Sengoku did not lift his gaze. You need not concern yourself too much with this matter. Zifa immediately understood. Sengoku undoubtedly possessed some insider information from Whitebeard's camp, and he refrained from probing further. He rose, adopting a demeanor of hesitance, pausing momentarily before making his way toward the door of the Naval Combat Bureau. However, just as he reached the threshold, Sengoku's voice resonated from within. Rest assured, the invitations for Ein, Binz, and Zashu have already been dispatched. Zifa momentarily halted, a smile gracing his lips. All mutual understanding existed in silence. Not long after he departed the Naval Combat Bureau, a distinctive figure entered, pushing the door open. Sengoku looked on in surprise at the newcomer, Akainu, dressed in a dark red suit, with a navy cap atop his head and black leather gloves adorning his hands. He was draped in the coat of an admiral. Upon entering, he promptly secured the door, pulled out a chair, and took a seat. He lowered the brim of his hat, concealing his visage. Sengoku regarded him and said, Admiral, I came across information in the Naval Combat Bureau that suggests there exists a profession which can only be activated by those who truly harbor a sense of justice. Sengoku remained silent, indicating for Akainu to continue. Akainu slowly raised his head, revealing his chiseled and resolute features. Surely, no one is more suited than us to activate this profession. The power of the invitation was no longer a secret. In conversations among the non-activated vice admirals, the numerous demon swordsmen and sharpshooters had become mere ordinary professions. Conversely, fighters and clerics, due to their fewer activations, were regarded as rare professions in their eyes. Especially the clerics. Among the naval personnel, the old sailors bearing crosses had become highly coveted. In critical moments, they could save your life, enhance your weapon's attack power, and even cure you of adverse conditions. Who would dare to underestimate them? Who would dare to offend them? Unbeknownst to many, the cross profession had risen to a position of esteem within the Navy. What concerned Akainu the most were the activation conditions for clerics, a heart imbued with justice. Within the Navy, none understood justice better than he, Akainu. So, do you wish to activate your career? Indeed, I shall uphold my unwavering sense of justice. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. It seems that you have drawn the short straw, and now seek to jump the queue. I see. However, he refrained from exposing this and instead gazed solemnly at Akainu. Akainu, remember what you just said. Sengoku produced the invitation he had prepared for himself and handed it to Akainu. Without further ado, Akainu accepted the invitation and activated the powers contained within. You have mastered the skill Air Slash and Tiger Strike. You have awakened the innate skill, Exorcism Intimidation, when attacking undead creatures, demons, and the malevolent series of pirates. You can increase your attack power by 8. You have awakened the innate skill, Ascension Array. Deploy an Ascension Array in front of you, causing enemies within the array to suffer damage from the formation while rendering them weightless. Upon activating the skill, a wooden cross appeared behind Akainu. When Akainu shared the details of his skills, even Sengoku regarded him with newfound respect. 2 innate skills. Sakazuki, you truly embody the most competent admiral in the Navy. Especially upon witnessing the Exorcism Intimidation skill, it is indeed befitting of a hawkish representative, capable of overwhelming foes with sheer presence while also enhancing attack power. Sengoku suddenly felt immense satisfaction. Although Akainu could be somewhat ruthless at times, his seriousness and tenacity in battle were commendable. However, he suddenly noticed the skill descriptions regarding undead creatures, demons, and the elven series of monsters. These introductory lines are indeed thought-provoking. In the future, there will be the emergence of the undead, and perhaps even elves and demons. Various hints suggest that the power behind this invitation is extraordinary, and the foes corresponding to this power are equally formidable. The situation is becoming increasingly complex. Sakazuki, now that you have activated your profession, hasten to change your job. I will sort out my current affairs and come over immediately. With the invitation secured, Akainu turned and departed from the Naval Warfare Bureau's office. The cross he bore upon his back. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the forest of Gran, Smoker, having completed his job change task, fortuitously encountered Kizaru. Kizaru was instantly captivated by Smoker's attire. Instead of donning the high-level outfit that enhanced attributes, Smoker wore the outfit of a ghost swordsman. Smoker, that outfit of yours. Smoker removed the cigar from his lips and replied, this is just fashion. It can be purchased in the mall with points. He explained the origin of the points, adding, Kizaru, you might also want to explore the mall. There are numerous outfits available. Oh? Kizaru began to browse through the mall's information, and after a while, Smoker observed Kizaru changing outfits one after another, none of which were the same. He sighed, pondering the incomprehensible world of the wealthy. In the Sky Tower. At last, success. Fang Fan clapped his hands as he gazed at the 2 adult-sized yellow machines. Simultaneously, sensing that Enel had also completed his job change, he utilized his authority to teleport him to his side. Enel, you have arrived just in time. I have some tasks for you. Fang Fan, leaning against a special machine acquired with a significant amount of world points, introduced it to Enel. These 2 machines serve identical functions. Enel looked at Fang Fan with a bemused expression, lacking enthusiasm. What function? Fang Fan smiled mysteriously, gesturing for Enel to approach the machine. Inside this cabinet-like apparatus lay a rectangular patch of sand, marked with 3 miniature racetracks, each with a frog positioned at the starting line. The largest was named Lewis, a pale yellow creature that overshadowed the others. The middle one, Napoleon, was diminutive and purple. The last, Tsar, was a normal-sized green frog. 3 frogs? Quite interesting. Let's indulge in some frog betting. Fang Fan elucidated. You input a certain amount of gold coins into the machine. 100 coins constitutes one bet, with a maximum of 10 bets allowed. If all 10 bets are placed on a single frog, and that frog reaches the finish line first, you will receive a gold coin reward based on the odds of that frog. Certainly, one may also choose to separate and manage different frogs to mitigate risk. The pursuit of gold coins? Anilu furrowed his brow, having always perceived these coins as utterly inconsequential to his needs. Purchasing medicine? He had no use for it. Acquiring equipment? Nothing surpassed the might of his thunderous damage. What purpose does earning gold serve? He had yet to unleash the golden airship that lay dormant at home. Fang Fan, noticing Anilu's indifference towards the coins, suddenly recalled. This lad has indeed traversed the golden town. A mere 100 gold coins hardly piques his interest. He promptly declared, "Young man, what you see now is the standard version." After casting a penetrating gaze at Anilu, he elaborated, "Now, behold the extravagant version, 10,000 gold coins per wager. With a maximum of 10 bets. With a stroke of good fortune, one could amass millions in mere moments." Fang Fan leaned closer, his voice a sinister whisper akin to that of a demon. "Do you not pride yourself on being a deity? Why not tempt fate and test your luck?" Anilu retorted, "Do I need to test my luck? Encountering you feels like a curse that spans 8 lifetimes. However," he casually remarked, "the frogs within, are they not under your control?" Fang Fan scoffed, "Ha! Do you truly believe I would expend such effort to manipulate a handful of frogs?" Anilu hesitated momentarily. After all, he possessed an abundance of gold. If it came to it, he could always liquidate some of his wealth. Previously, on Hedenmer Street, he had utilized his formidable mind network to gather intelligence from a vendor dealing in pots. It would not be long before pirates' treasures and berries could be exchanged for gold coins there. Should gold coins run low in the future, he could still convert some. If we are to try, let us go all in, betting 8 on Lewis. He noted the triple odds marked above Lewis, whose stature was the most imposing, and resolutely wagered all his coins. If victorious, that would amount to 240,000 gold coins. Although he held little regard for it, winning would allow that wretched Fang Fan to compensate him. The machine's word to life. Within the cabinet, 3 frogs sprang into action simultaneously. The 2 larger frogs exerted their powerful hind legs to leap forward, while the frog named Napoleon crawled forward with the grace of a lizard. Lewis leapt a considerable distance but remained motionless upon landing. The Tsar hopped energetically yet did not advance far. Surprisingly, it was the inconspicuous Napoleon, relying on his lizard-like agility, who first crossed the finish line. Regrettably, "You did not place your bet wisely this time, Ribbit." Anilu thought to himself, "What a useless waste, Lewis. How could he lose to such a trivial frog as Napoleon?" He could not help but ponder, just how dull could this fellow be to conceive such a frivolous endeavor as betting on frogs? Why did I listen to him and give it a try? Fang Fan chuckled. "It appears your luck is rather ordinary too, Anilu," he commanded. "These 2 machines will be placed on the street between Kelly and Canina, one to the left and one to the right. So, this fellow summoned me here just to observe these 2 cabinet machines?" Anilu gripped his spear tightly, arcs of electricity crackling and dancing around him. "I am the divine Anilu. Oh, after moving them, you cannot leave immediately. You must guard them for a while." The electric arcs coalesced into thunder, lightning flashing as the thunder serpent surged forth. As Fang Fan spoke, he opened a portal. Surely, it would take at least 10 adventurers to play a round before departing. The sooner it concludes, the better. Good luck, Anilu. With a wave of his hand, Fang Fan teleported the source of all evil. The betting frogs, along with the unprepared Anilu. TSK, the lightning man. How convenient it is to use teleportation. Once the premium pathways are fully established, the Sky Tower will be nearly ready for opening. In East Sea Rog Town, amidst the recent relentless sweeps by the Navy, it has become increasingly difficult to spot pirate ships on the surface. Yet, unbeknownst to all, 2 pirate vessels lurked in the shadows near Rog Town. The narrative here is quite familiar to most. Upon entering Log Town, Luffy and his companions each procure what they need in preparation for their final rendezvous aboard the Going Merry. However, they encounter Buggy, leading to a confrontation. The Weasel discovers that 2 groups have entered Log Town, one of which intends to attack Luffy and his crew, led by Buggy. He plans to play the role of the Mantis, waiting for the Cicada to act. On the execution platform, Luffy calmly displays a smile as he faces his impending fate, leaving the men, women, and children in the square utterly astonished. He actually smiled. The young man in the straw hat, when confronted with death, astonishingly smiled. Never has anyone faced demise with such composure. Has he, perhaps, already cast aside the notions of life and death when setting sail? Is this the resolve of a great pirate? The sky churned with ominous clouds as Buggy brandished a long knife, and before it could descend, lightning struck down the blade. The pirates below gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Could it be that even the heavens were aiding this straw hat lad? As the execution platform collapsed, Luffy was directly freed. A certain big-mouthed, sharp-toothed creature's eyes sparkled with excitement. Luffy senpai. Splendid, Luffy. Usopp, a pursuer, approached the encircling adversaries, detonating an explosive that neutralized the marksman's attacks. Ever since Luffy had been captured, they had been battling against Buggy's crew down below. Zoro, donning a bandana, stood proud and undefeated amidst a throng of ghostly swordsmen. A green formation materialized on the ground. He and Sanji were besieged by a group of fighters and marksmen led by Alvida, unable to eliminate the two, while Zoro and his companions found it difficult to break through the blockade. The standoff persisted until Luffy escaped. Truly, you are remarkable, Luffy. Zoro's apprehension dissipated as he unleashed his ghostly slash with both hands, attacking with precision, leaving the nearby ghostly swordsman wide-eyed in disbelief. Could the ghostly slash be wielded in such a manner? Sanji's lower body kicks and other techniques exhibited a significantly broader range than before his clash change. His legwork now swifter and more lethal. Luffy, we must set sail. Nami, leaning against the mech heater, maneuvered on the ground while launching jack bombs towards Luffy. Captain, you were absolutely incredible just now. As she moved, she charged her Shadow Cat demon technique, enveloping rows of ghostly swordsmen in shadowy attacks. Luffy chuckled foolishly, picked up his hat from the ground, and donned it with a pat. Ha ha ha, I nearly thought I was going to perish here. He concentrated his energy in his palm, thrusting forward with a massive blast that carved a path. Friends, let us embark on our adventure together. Yet, before they could venture far from the square, the ground trembled with the sound of approaching footsteps as Squirrel led a legion of Navy soldiers bursting forth from the alleyways. Straw Hat Kid, Buggy, none of you shall escape. In Road Town, the sky was overcast, and the thunderous roar of lightning echoed intermittently. Amidst the flashes of lightning, rows of Navy soldiers emerged like a swarm of ants from the crevices of the streets. They surrounded the entire square in layers. The Navy. Zoro and the others hurried to Luffy's side, forming a collective stance. Buggy, too, was encircled by his crew, surveying the advancing Navy troops. Damn it, what a time to strike. Squirrel charged ahead, knife in hand, executing the 6 styles of shave and moonwalk simultaneously as he lunged towards Luffy and Buggy. Forget the Straw Hat Kid for now, ghostly swordsmen, quickly obstruct them. Several ghost swordsman pirates charged forward, unleashing their ghastly slashes towards the flying squirrel. The flying squirrel, fully utilizing its observation haki, deftly evaded the attack and struck down the pirate's weapon with a single blow. Even Buggy momentarily lost his composure, exclaiming, "What? Is this the true strength of the general?" In an instant, he incapacitated 2 individuals. The weasel's expression was stern as he surged forward, swiftly striking at the nearby pirate. This group of adventurous pirates, even he did not dare to underestimate. They must strike while their foes remain unprepared, catching them off guard. Buggy drew his Jennings, loading it with silver bullets, and fired multiple rounds at the weasel. However, before the vice admirals can bunch a haki, all these attacks missed their mark. Infuriating. Your leader swiftly commanded, Swordmasters, find a way to restrain him with it. The rest seized the opportunity to attack together. In an instant, battle erupted, as the officers under the weasel engaged with Zoro and his companions. His blade flashed like lightning, leaving behind numerous afterimages. Sanji's swift kicks incapacitated the Navy soldiers, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The Navy soldiers, armed with shields, attempted to evade Usopp's pursuers, only to be struck by Nami's automatically leaping frost snowballs. The entire square descended into chaos, a tumultuous clash between Navy and pirates. Hee ha ha, that swordsman hasn't come after us. How splendid, Luffy exclaimed, unleashing waves of psychic energy while summoning doppelgangers, which incapacitated the soldiers surrounding him. Nami quickly urged, Luffy, we must retreat. After her promotion, Nami noticed that while running, her form floated, her feet no longer touching the ground. Now, even if she wished to run with her feet planted, it was no longer possible. Everyone, back to the Mary. Just as Luffy shouted this, the weasel, who had been wreaking havoc among the pirates, locked his gaze upon them like a blade. The fierce aura made Nami and Usopp tremble in their legs. Wow, he's formidable. We mustn't let this Navy capture us. Both quickened their pace. Before long, Luffy and his comrades broke through the Navy's encirclement. Luffy charged ahead, clearing the path, while Zoro and Sanji flanked him, swiftly dispatching the Navy soldiers. In the middle, Nami and Usopp ran while occasionally looking back, repelling the soldiers pursuing them. On Buggy's side, aside from a few pirates who had activated their abilities, the ordinary pirates fell under the Weasel's sword. Just as the Weasel prepared to annihilate Buggy's crew, a throng of pirates surged forth from the previously deserted street. "Captain Buggy, we have come to assist you." Beside Buggy, Yorlita smiled elegantly. When the lightning strike had caused a disturbance earlier, she had secretly signaled for reinforcements from the ship. Little did she anticipate that the contingency plan would now yield remarkable results. Nearly 200 pirates rushed into the square, causing the Weasel's heart to sink, sensing impending doom. A formidable group of adventurers has activated their skills, proving even too much for the most seasoned naval soldiers to withstand. Their appearance invigorated the pirates, casting a shadow of doubt on the success of today's endeavor. Could it be that this operation is destined for failure? Major Mouse observed that the Straw Hat crew was on the verge of escape. To his dismay, they had already fled the square, revealing that he had indeed underestimated these adventurous pirates. He had anticipated reaping the rewards effortlessly, but fate had other plans. Moreover, that rascal Buggy had consumed the chop-chop fruit, rendering his slashes utterly ineffective against him. Major Mouse's gaze turned icy as he dispatched a pirate adventurer with a swift thrust, then leaped into action, utilizing the moonwalk technique to charge directly towards Luffy and his companions. "You shall not escape." Nami and Usopp, upon realizing they were being pursued by the fearsome naval major, were so startled that they felt as if they might sprout wheels on their legs. "Stay away from us," majestically billowing in his cloak. Major Mouse soon caught up to Nami, delivering a lethal strike. In a critical moment, Zoro arrived with a three-sword-style maneuver, intercepting the deadly blow. Is this the extent of a naval major's prowess? Bullying young ladies? Zoro's earrings swayed as he unleashed a full moon slash, the moonlight coalescing into a strange attack that sent Major Mouse reeling. "In my eyes, there are only pirates, not young ladies." With a graceful leap, Major Mouse soared over Zoro's head, once again pursuing the fleeing Nami. Another fierce slash was unleashed, but it was effortlessly deflected. A true gentleman would never stand idly by while a beautiful lady was being threatened. Sanji executed a bone-crusher kick against Major Mouse's sword. Undeterred, Major Mouse combined the moonwalk with a shave technique to pursue once more, convinced he could eliminate even a minor pirate. A vicious slash flew forth, and Nami found herself unable to evade it, with even Usopp too late to intervene. The strike landed on Nami, but with a resounding thud. She transformed into a straw dummy, while her real self darted ahead. Major Mouse squinted, perplexed by this peculiar ability. Luffy suddenly noticed Nami had crossed in front of him and quickly turned, spotting the rushing Major Mouse. "This is bad. It's the man with the sword." He quickly halted and shouted, "You all hurry back to the ship. I will hold him off." "Luffy, be careful." "Luffy, you can do it." Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp dashed past Luffy, nearing the coastline. Major Mouse, seeing Luffy remaining behind, regarded the young captain with newfound respect. Yet he scoffed. "Are you certain that a pirate with a bounty under 100 million can withstand me?" Luffy swung his elastic weapon wildly, only to find himself striking nothing but air. The Weasel, seizing the moment, aimed to sever Luffy's arm with a swift slash. However, Luffy deftly dodged and quickly activated his hockey shield, unleashing a burst of energy. The commander, being a seasoned officer, realized that this small golden barrier was indomitable and ascended into the air with a moonwalk. With his sword enveloped in Busashoka haki, he thought to himself, "Admiral Carp, if this brat can evade my strike, then perhaps his fate is not yet sealed." Blade Dance of the Blue Serpent. The Weasel unleashed his technique without reservation, as the sky became tumultuous with wind and thunder. Yet, amid the storm, his attack was abruptly halted by a sudden figure. Lightning crackled, revealing a young man bearing a crimson tribal tattoo on his face. As he pursued his dreams, surely the elders need not intervene. The Weasel furrowed his brow, contemplating the unusual occurrences of the day. "Who are you?" Dragon offered no reply but cast a cold gaze upon Luffy. "Set sail." "You are?" Luffy queried, bewildered as he looked at Dragon. Yet, Dragon was not foolish enough to disclose his identity in the presence of the Navy. Instead, he urged, "Go." With a wave of his hand, a fierce gale erupted, and a tornado swept Luffy away towards the merry-go. On Hedenmall Street, when two peculiar machines appeared beside them, Kelly and Karina were both astonished and approached curiously. Kelly observed the cabinet, which resembled a diamond coin machine. and wondered if it was a new invention by Lord Fang Fan. Karina, hands on her hips and clad in an adorable white apron, remarked, "It seems to replace the diamond-silver coin machine, and I believe it's called the Dream Frog." She pouted as she read the engraved words. "Adventurer, do you have a dream?" Kelly echoed her surprise, recognizing the familiar phrase. Previously in Arad, a nearly ascended adventurer often encouraged other warriors to enhance their gear. "Young man, do you have a dream?" But what connection did this machine have with dreams? As the machine stabilized, Enel's figure gradually materialized, his expression cold. "Damn it. I will eventually rebel against him." Kelly identified the words above and noted the gameplay description. It turned out to be a gambling device for earning gold coins. Perfect for her, as she was short on coins and could gamble with the frogs. Unable to resist, Kelly gave Fang Fan a thumbs up, contemplating trying it herself. But alas, when Kelly prepared to input her amount of gold, "The Dream Frog is exclusively for adventurers." Kelly exclaimed, "What? Can't a mentor have dreams too? Is that not permitted?" Kanina blinked her large eyes as she approached the Dream Frog machine, a device that echoed her aspirations. This adept businesswoman, who was destined to reside in a grand mansion and wielded influence over the commercial realm of Dark City, inserted her coins, activating a full 10 bets. "How intriguing," Kelly exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she began to pound furiously on the Dream Frog machine. "Isn't it stated that this is exclusively for adventurers? What does Lord Fang Fan mean? Am I, Kelly, expected to lose the coins I have painstakingly? No, I meant to say, earn. How infuriating. Where has the trust between individuals gone?" Kanina gazed at the 3 frogs within the machine, unable to contain her admiration. "These frogs are utterly delightful, especially that little purple one. If skewered with bamboo sticks, it would undoubtedly be crispy and fragrant." She placed all her bets on Napoleon. And soon the results of the frog race were announced. "Congratulations! Your bet on Napoleon has secured the championship, and you have won 2,000 gold coins." A wave of envy washed over Kelly. Wasn't he this far more lucrative than her efforts to persuade adventurers to enhance their skills? Although the amount was modest, she yearned to partake in the excitement. Karina chose not to continue betting, but instead blinked her large eyes at Kelly, saying, "Sister Kelly, if your machine isn't working, perhaps you could try mine over here. Would that be all right?" It was then that Kelly noticed the machine beside her was labeled Advanced Dream Frog Machine, while Karina's did not bear the term advanced. Could it be that Lord Fang Fan feared she would become too engrossed in gambling and run off with her winnings? Which is why she was not permitted to play on such a high-stakes machine. "Sure, but you'll soon discover." Karina pointed to a line of small text on the side of the frog machine. "You still cannot use mine." Kelly. "Karina, you have changed." Yet, she leaned in to take a closer look, where the small print boldly stated, "Clint, Kelly prohibited from use." Oh, what a disappointment. She needed to hear the roar of the enhancement machine to lift her spirits. However, Kelly gazed at the amount of gold she had earned. In just a few days, she would become the first skill instructor to leave Hertenmer. Soon, she would travel far and wide, gathering countless gifted sharpshooters, and in this world known as the Pirate King, she would revive the glory of the divine sharpshooters. When the apostles arrived, Lord Fang Fan would realize that we sharpshooters are the primary force against them. The previous generation of warriors spoke of dungeons and demon swordsmen, of dungeons and berserkers. This time, should it not be dungeons and sharpshooters, dungeons and wandering marksmen? Hee hee. As Kelly daydreamed, her gaze turned fervently towards the passing adventurers. Those young men were undeniably handsome. In Rogtown, the plan to encircle the great pirate of the East came to an abrupt failure. Buggy and Alrita, amidst subsequent reinforcements, managed to escape the encirclement of the Flying Squirrel. Albeit at the cost of some subordinates, however, the adventurer navy sustained minimal casualties. After the Flying Squirrel was repelled by the dragon, Luffy boarded the Going Merry amidst the howling winds. Hee! Comrades, let us set sail towards the Grand Line. On the small ship, everyone cheered in unison. Zoro stood atop the lookout platform of the main mast, while Nami steered the ship, and Sanji and Usopp managed the main and secondary sails, respectively. With the fierce winds at their backs, the Going Merry swiftly departed from Rogtown, heading towards Reverse Mountain. After some time of sailing, everyone maintained the current sail positions. Nami, with her exceptional navigation skills, pushed the speed of the Going Merry to its maximum. Luffy, seated cross-legged at the bow of the ship, pressed his straw hat against the gusting winds with one hand while resting the other upon the ram's horn. He gazed out at the tumultuous sea before them, where fierce winds and torrential rain clashed with the promise of clear skies just beyond. Much like their adventures, They had traversed through dark clouds only to emerge into the brilliance of a sunny day. He chuckled. And soon the Going Merry sailed into the vast expanse of sunny waters. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the vessel as it emerged from the gloomy tempest. Friends, the sky has cleared, and the rain has ceased. Look ahead, Luffy called out, pointing towards the eagerly anticipated entrance to the Grand Line. Zoro and the others hurried back to the deck, eager to witness the scenery ahead, when suddenly, the door to the cabin swung open. Usopp, startled by the commotion, swiftly turned around, his automatic pistol drawn and aimed at the cabin. Who goes there? Are the Navy on our tail? Wearing a punk-inspired outfit, Vivi emerged from the cabin, her blue hair tied up in a high ponytail. Her form accentuated by a striped bodysuit that highlighted her slender waist and a pair of extremely short shorts that showcased her long legs. Ahoy, Pirates of the East Blue, she said, or rather, she should be addressed as Miss Wednesday, exuding an air of cool arrogance as she regarded Luffy and the others. This ship has the privilege of being graced by a high-ranking member of Baroque Works, and you should consider yourselves fortunate. Miss Wednesday's gaze swept over the crew, brimming with confidence. That red-clad, lanky straw hat boy clearly lacks combat prowess. The swordsman with seaweed hair, I wonder if he can withstand my assault. Then there's the short-haired, well-endowed girl, the bumbling coward, and the man in the suit with yellow hair and even yellow eyes. It was as if she were mocking them, questioning how such a ragtag group dared to embark upon the challenges of the Grand Line. In her eyes, Luffy and his companions appeared as naive novices, oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Curious, Luffy and Zoro exchanged glances, both perplexed by this newcomer's audacity. Nami, equally taken aback by Miss Wednesday's eccentricity, thought to herself, how dare she enter our cabin without permission? Is she an ally? Drawing her staff, a faint blue magic circle materialized on the deck, summoning the mech heater. Hey, attack that woman. Miss Wednesday, unaccustomed to such tactics, hastily activated her weapon, launching a ringed blade from her hand. Heater absorbed the brunt of her attack, charging forward wielding a wooden spiked club. Miss Wednesday stumbled back, her crossbow rising behind her as she sent a goblin flying into the air. Dare to strike me? Run fast, teach that goblin a lesson. After landing, Heater rose swiftly and charged forward once more. The rapid pace left him dazed, as if a hammer had struck him, his consciousness swirling in a haze of stars. Meanwhile, on Nami's side, the ice golems formed a line while Jack launched 3 or 4 explosive projectiles ahead. Miss Wednesday, after only a brief encounter, was overwhelmed and raised her hands in surrender. I give up. The quick-footed one on the ground jolted to attention, quickly standing upright and adjusting his hat, aligning his wings with his master's gesture. As more individuals activated their professions and leveled up, the bustling thoroughfare of Hertenmer was teeming with activity. Ordinary pirates did not pause despite the presence of 2 machines in the street. History often repeats itself astonishingly. There are always those oblivious to the happenings around them, fixated solely on ascending in levels. Much like the warriors of Arad in times past, some would neglect analyzing damage and statistics, eschewing the study of strategies and mechanics, criticizing this and that when faced with defeat. However, this group did not include the Navy. Enel, suspected to possess the formidable powers of the Rumble Rumble fruit, immediately attracted the attention of naval scouts upon his arrival. The might of the strongest natural element was enough to warrant their scrutiny, especially since he also held a rare profession. Consequently, shortly after Enel's appearance, the naval forces received intelligence and prepared for Dasky to engage with him. On Hertenmer Street, Enel languidly leaned against a spot, eyes closed in repose. He paid no heed to the adventurers coming and going. After all, the passage of a day was merely a matter of opening and closing his eyes. He had time aplenty and seized the opportunity to reacquaint himself with the newly acquired skills of his profession, known as the hunter. He discovered that when his skills synergized with his lightning, their destructive power seemed to escalate. Once he learned even more potent skills, he would be able to defeat that adversary. Enel constantly reminded himself to remain true to his purpose and mission. He noted that the weapon he excelled with appeared to be a type of light gun. Despite his extensive playtime, he had yet to encounter such a weapon. Just as he pondered this, a voice called out to him, Enel, compelling him to open his eyes. Is it you? Enel gazed at Weber, who brandished a massive black cannon, strikingly unique, with a large rifle slung over his back, exuding an intimidating aura of power. Weber, now transformed after completing his class change, stood tall and formidable, his presence markedly altered. In the crowd, he recognized his former rival, Enel, with a piercing glare full of cold malice, yearning to unleash a barrage upon him. Yet, he understood that this was not a place where he could act recklessly. With utter disdain, Enel remarked, "What is this, Sandia? Do you still seek revenge against me?" He gazed at Weber with keen interest, wondering if the power of possessing an invitation could allow him to challenge the divine. Ha. Even if you have changed your profession, you could never compete with a god. Enel taunted, his sense of superiority palpable towards this former adversary. Weber gripped his hand cannon tightly, declaring, "Enel, one day I, Weber, shall personally defeat you. How could I, the god Enel, ever be bested by someone like you?" His gaze was cold, filled with disdain. "Do not revel in your triumph, Enel. With your current state, you cannot return to your sanctuary." Weber shot a frosty look at him. "But I can. I will lead my people to destroy your divine palace." Enel's expression gradually hardened. "Just you? If I had not witnessed the skills activated by the invitation, I would not perceive your words as a threat. However, even I must concede the ingenuity and might of those skills. The outcome would be uncertain should my subordinates encounter them." Yet, there was no longer a need for Weber to rally forces to topple Enel's stronghold. In the Sky Island, within the iron trials of the Forbidden Land, the priest Om lay lifeless, blood trickling from his mouth. The massive hound, sacred, lay on the ground, convulsing with vacant eyes, as if subjected to some peculiar treatment. The ball trial's comprehension had left its glasses shattered into countless fragments, with countless cuts adorning its body. The two had no time to call for help before being subdued by Carp and Bogart. Meanwhile, in the Divine Palace, the absence of Om and his companions went unnoticed by the Celestial Knight Shura and the Sky Guard Captain Gadas. They merely assumed that the two had encountered formidable opponents, extending the duration of the trials. Only a handful sensed that something was amiss. It was implausible to have no news at all, even in trials. Could someone have passed the trials set by Priest Om? How could that be? That was the Iron Trials, with a survival rate of 0. A thought, absurd even to its own thinker, began to stir in some hearts. Within the Divine Palace, only Shura brimmed with battle intent, anxiously stroking his pet, the Threejong bird, pondering. Om wouldn't he have been taken down, would he? He always boasts about his 0 pass rate. Perhaps this time he has indeed been defeated. He picked up his weapon, the fire spear, and said, "Gadas, shall we go and investigate?" Gadas, with his spider-like hair and flamboyant purple suit, notably adorned with 2 sausage-like lips, replied, "Though I am quite eager to go, the absence of the divine means the palace must have someone on guard." Shura grinned widely. "You are right. I shall go take a look." He departed with his pet, leaving behind the words, "Honestly, with the divine absent, you lot begin to cause chaos." At this moment, outside Enel's temple, Admiral Carp leisurely strolled to the grand entrance, pinching his nose. Vice Admiral Bogart, adorned with his round top hat, also arrived at the temple's exterior. "Ah, Bogart, you certainly do not lack in speed," Carp remarked, halting in his tracks and crossing his arms in commendation. He was well aware of his aide's capabilities, which had reached the level of an average admiral. Having served alongside Carp for over 20 years, Bogart efficiently managed various administrative documents. One should not underestimate